18-year-old Lin Mo has passed away. The brakes failed inexplicably on the elevated bridge, and Lin Mo slammed the steering wheel in order to avoid hitting innocent people. The car broke through the guardrail and rushed into the river. The river submerged the entire car body, and on her deathbed, she had a dream. Dreaming that the world I live in is a novel, and my three younger brothers are all villains. The second brother is a ruthless CEO who wears Buddhist beads. He likes the female lead and confronts the male lead, but in the end, Tianliang Wang is defeated. Sandy is a black and red top streamer who fights against heaven and earth. He always targets the actor and male lead in variety shows, but was eventually exposed online and committed suicide due to depression. The fourth younger brother is a school bully who spends his days fighting and injuring the male protagonist's younger brother, who is also a school bully. He was eventually sent to prison. And she herself, by Yue Wang, who died early in high school as the male lead, exists to create misunderstandings between the male and female leads. After learning this, Lin Mo became angry directly. As soon as she opened her eyes, she stood in front of a large shopping mall. The huge billboard in the shopping mall reads "Good luck in the year of the snake 2025. Lin Mo finally realized that she had been reborn, but traveled back to the 11th year after her death, the climax of the plot. She quickly walked into the mall and found the bathroom, wanting to see what she looked like. The girl in the mirror still has that delicate and beautiful face, wearing the black dress she was planning to wear on her date. Lin Mo's heart was filled with grains and miscellaneous cereals for a moment. Traveling back 11 years, but she is still 18 years old. I have no money and no phone. It is indeed the year of the snake, and as soon as I passed through it, I felt a suffocating sensation of being entangled by a python. Turning on the faucet, the cold water soaked in her fingers, and Lin Mo accepted the reality. She has a great advantage, which is her good mentality. When her parents passed away unexpectedly, she left her three younger brothers to rely on for survival. The youngest brother was only 2 years old, and she quickly accepted the reality. Turn off the faucet, and Lin Mo draws a tissue under the mirror to wipe her hands. At this moment, two girls dressed in white shirts and black dresses, resembling salespersons, walked in. The two of them were clearly working together, holding hands and entering the bathroom to fish. Do you know? The mall will close in half an hour, and it's already clearing customers. Yes, it seems like the CEO has arrived and wants to book this place. The melon tasted a bit delicious, and Lin Mo's ears couldn't help but stand up. A good shopping mall will be honest and honest. Truly a novel. The CEO is always so plain and brainless. It must be Li Huanyu who wants to go shopping. The president doesn't want her to be disturbed by passers-by. I also painted a movie invested by the president for her in TikTok. Isn't Li Huanyu the protagonist of this novel? When it comes to Guingdi again, it's the male lead, Gu Jingchuan. Isn't this brainless CEO her good second brother? She had originally planned to find her younger brother first. It won't take any effort to get it now. But now she really wants to take out a loan to buy something. She looked at the salesperson who was still excitedly eating melons and asked, "Hello, do you have a 7-Wool specialty store in your mall?" The two salespeople then noticed a young girl in the bathroom. A small face the size of a palm is particularly delicate and beautiful, more attractive than many female celebrities on TV. One of the salespersons who liked beautiful women was a bit stunned. Another person enthusiastically replied, "Yes, on the second floor, beautiful woman. Do you want to buy it as a gift for your dad?" Lin Mo smiled and said, "No, I bought it for a draw." Two salespersons. Lin Mo has looked at the shopping mall and found that the decoration is very upscale. It's currently noon, which is the peak time for foot traffic. Clearing out all the guests, I don't know how much money you'll lose in an afternoon. This is not the key. The key is that doing so will damage the image in the minds of customers. I was having a great lunch right now, but if you kick me out, I'll have a ghost if I come back to you in the future. No wonder in the end, my younger brother Tianliang Wang was defeated. If you're to do business like this, who would go bankrupt if he didn't? When she was 18 years old, her younger brother was only 15 years old and in the 3rd year of junior high school. Good academic performance and strong business acumen. At that time, she earned tens of thousands of yuan by reselling game consoles and bought her a small sachet. Before his parents passed away, the family owned a real estate company, so it's not surprising that this mall belongs to him. It's strange that his brain seems to have been eaten by zombies. Lin Mo walked out of the bathroom under the surprised gaze of two salespersons and saw a security guard walking towards her. "Sorry, beauty, the mall is closed this afternoon." Please go out as soon as possible, Lin Mo politely said. I have something to talk to your manager. Can you contact me? The president has arrived, and the mall manager will definitely meet with him. The security guard doesn't know what this beautiful woman is going to do, but every day customers come to the manager with different things to do. Okay, they'll help you get in touch. The security guard took out his phone and dialed the manager's number. The manager quickly connected and asked, "What's up?" The security guard said, "There's a girl on the first floor of the mall looking for you. I don't know what's going on." Just as I was about to hang up the phone, I heard a beautiful but somewhat irritable female voice coming from the phone. "Hello, manager. Are you with Shinihan? Let him answer the phone." Manager Zhao's heart was stirred. Who is this? He was quite polite to him, but he actually called Mr. Shun by his name. Are you Mr. Shun's pursuer? Director Shun is handsome, young, and wealthy, and is also a well-known Buddhist figure in the capital. Many women like him. But when it comes to the CEO, Manager Zhao dare not make decisions without authorization. He pressed the mute button and respectfully asked, "Mr. Shun, there's a girl on the first floor of the mall who wants you to answer the phone. Can you answer?" He thought the CEO would refuse, but he didn't hesitate to reach out his hand. Manager Zhao unmuted and cautiously handed his phone to the CEO. Shinihan took the phone and said succinctly, "Who are you? What are you looking for me for?" Lin Mo replied, "I'm your sister, Gulme." Shinihan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and she interrupted, "Get lost." The temperature in the office seemed to have dropped by 5 degrees. Manager Zhao felt uneasy and quickly took the phone to send a text message to the security guard. The man sitting in the boss chair is handsome, dressed in a black suit and leather shoes, and his aura is now extremely cold. Manager Zhao was extremely scared but still gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Shun, calm down. I have already asked the security to handle it." He didn't hear what was said over there, but it was probably the woman who was chasing after the CEO and wouldn't let go. Now who doesn't know that the CEO likes Li Huanyu, who is a female celebrity with unlimited popularity? These women just stick up without considering their own conditions. They are really brainless. Shinihan didn't expect someone to impersonate his sister, played with the Buddhist beads a few times, suppressed his anger in his heart, and picked up his phone with his slender hands. Opened the pinned dialog box and sent a message. "We're already clearing the area. If you're almost there, let me know and I'll come pick you up." The other party did not reply to the previous message. He asked if she had left. However, she has been running movie promotions recently and has finally rested. It is normal for her to reply to messages slowly, seeing a hint of tenderness in the cold and ruthless CEO's eyes. Manager Zhao knew this was chatting with Li Huanyu. "Mr. Shun, I watched Miss Li's latest movie and it was really great. I even took my family to watch it 3 times and 4 times. Shinihan looked up and a faint smile appeared on his indifferent face. "Is that so?" Manager Zhao nodded. "Yes, I'm planning to mobilize all the staff in the mall to watch such a wonderful movie." Shinihan's expression softened a lot, picked up a teacup, and took a sip of tea. "Okay, the expense company will reimburse it." Manager Zhao smiled like a chrysanthemum and filled Shinihan's face with tea again. Xingshan Square is a shopping mall under Xingshan Group, with 8 stores in northern Beijing and over 100 stores nationwide. After finally meeting the CEO, he needs to establish a good impression and strive to be promoted to regional manager next quarter. However, the special assistant standing aside felt a headache as he watched his CEO look worthless. The good meeting didn't start halfway because Miss Li said she wanted to go shopping for clothes. The CEO insisted on coming over and waiting even though he could have waited until the mall was cleared. The messages on her special assistant's phone have all exploded. It's all about some things to be discussed in a meeting. The problem is that there is another flatterer here now, and it's difficult for her to ask more questions. Tasuk feels that her breasts in this class are becoming increasingly unfriendly to her. Manager Zhao smiled again and said, "Mr. Shun, the brand endorsed by Miss Li." Manager Zhao, "Go out and watch the clearance." Special assistant couldn't help but interrupt. Manager Zhao glanced at special assistant unhappily and said, "Jiang special assistant, you can rest assured that I will handle things in an orderly manner." Shinihan played with the Buddhist beads, glanced coldly at special assistant, and then looked at manager Zhao. "You keep talking." Special assistant was speechless and choked. Miss Li's 3 words seemed to be some kind of keyword that triggers the CEO to lose intelligence. Manager Zhao sneered in his heart, not knowing how this special assistant became successful. He had no vision at all. She was still a woman, but he had high emotional intelligence and didn't show it on the surface. He just continued, "The The brand endorsed by Miss Lee is in our mall. However, he hadn't finished speaking this time. I only heard a creaking sound. The door to the manager's office was pushed open. All three of them looked up. It was discovered to be a young girl of 17 or 18 years old, with security guards chasing after her from behind. Manager Zhao's face darkened. "I'll let you in. Get out quickly. Security, run faster and pull her out." Teza didn't say a word because she noticed that the girl's face looked familiar. Shin Han didn't speak either. His mind went blank, and he froze in place for a moment, until the girl walked over angrily and grabbed his ear. "Shin Han, I see you're itching." The office of the mall manager is very large, but the air seems thin at this moment. Shin Han couldn't breathe and looked at the girl who was holding on to his ear in shock. The girl has a beautiful appearance, with a pair of peach blossom eyes and a slightly round head. When she smiles, she shines brightly. But once he gets angry, these eyes seem to spew flames, and every time he sees them, he instinctively feels scared, just like now. But at this moment, afraid of being suppressed by shock, he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Manager Zhao is also a bit breathless at this moment, with eyes as wide as copper bells. This woman has such great courage. How dare you grab the CEO's ear? Who does she think she is? Let go of our CEO. Manager Zhao shouted, reaching out to forcefully pull Lin Mo. However, the hand that had just been extended was stopped by a palm, and the sound coming from above was extremely cold. "Get out." Manager Zhao looked up incredulously and pointed at himself. "Get out." Me?" Tezuo almost laughed and pulled him away. "What else? Let's go." Tezuo knew that the CEO needed to talk to this girl alone. If she doesn't admit her mistake, this girl is the CEO's sister. She started her internship at Star Flash in her junior year, starting as an ordinary assistant and now becoming a solo special assistant, which has been 4 years. Once the CEO got drunk, she escorted him home. The CEO pointed to the photo of the bedside table and said with red eyes, "This is my sister. Isn't she beautiful?" But she passed away a long time ago. So the current situation is very strange, but she won't ask too much. The panting security guard who just ran over was stunned. Why was the manager kicked out? Reverse the heavenly gang. The office door was closed, and the pain in the ears was very obvious. Shin Han's eyes gradually turned red, and his voice choked up. "Sister?" Suddenly, his sister, who had been dead for 11 years, appeared. Was it really the case? The voice just now was a bit familiar, but he didn't think deeply. No one would believe that someone who has been dead for 11 years will come back to life. Lin Mo opened Shin Han's ears and sat down on the boss chair with ease. The first thing she said was to use her younger brother as a servant. "Pour me a glass of water to drink. I'm tired from running." After Shin Han hung up the phone, Lin Mo had no choice but to ask where the security manager's office was. The security guard is unwilling to speak out for fear of causing trouble. She searched floor by floor, and the security guard chased after her. But obviously she had better physical strength and found the manager's office on the top floor. Shin Han, the ruthless Buddhist monk in the capital circle who commands the wind and rain outside, heard Lin Mo's words. Almost instinctively, he walked over and poured water for Lin Mo. The reason why the two have different surnames is because Lin Mo has the same surname as her mother, but they are genuine siblings with the same father and mother. Seeing sweat on her forehead, Shin Han instinctively picked up the documents on her desk and manually fanned her, even though the office had air conditioning. Lin Mo took the cup and took a big sip of water. After putting down the cup, she said, "By the way, stop clearing the scene immediately. Continue opening the door for business." Shin Han's cold eyes glistened with tears. "Sister, is it really you?" Lin Mo slapped him directly and said, "Do as I say." After eating a big pussy, Shin Han confirmed that this was really his sister. His sister is back. His sister was overwhelmed by immense excitement and didn't have time to think about anything else. He stood up and walked to the door to open it. He looked at manager Zhao standing outside the door and said, "Stop clearing the area and continue business." Manager Zhao hadn't even seen Shin Han's face before the door was closed again. He blinked and looked at Special Assistant. "Jiang, Special Assistant, I think I saw Mr. Shun's eyes turn red just now." Special Assistant looked serious and said, "You read wrong. Please notify us to stop clearing the scene." Manager Zhao couldn't figure out who the girl was, but he quickly informed everyone in the group and used the walkie-talkie to notify all the security guards. "Sister, are you saying you crossed over from 11 years ago?" Shin Yi-han asked in surprise while continuing to fan Lin Mo. The black Buddha beads on the slender and powerful wrists swayed lightly. Lin Mo finds it difficult to hide. 11 years later, she was exactly the same as when she died. Yes, haven't you noticed that all the clothes I'm wearing now are from the day I died? Shin Yi-han looked carefully, her eyes darkening. This is what you were planning to wear for your date with Gu Jingchuan that day. He will always remember that day. That day she tried on many dresses at home and asked him which one looked better. He couldn't accept his sister's romantic relationship and casually said, "It doesn't look good." His sister slapped him, and he was honest, saying that the black dress looked good. It was Gu Jingchuan who invited her to play that caused her death by driving out. So for so many years, he hated Gu Jingchuan very much. Suddenly mentioning the male lead, Gu Jingchuan, Lin Mo's face darkened. Back then, she was the school flower at number 1 middle school, and many people liked her. Gu Jingchuan has been chasing her since his first year of high school. At first, she didn't have much fondness for this carefree, wealthy second generation. But he chased after her for 3 years, and something happened in between that made her change her mind towards him, so she was willing to eat and chat with him. After the college entrance examination, he called many classmates and held a grand confession for her. She agreed to date him during that confession. On the day of the car accident, it was her first date with him. If she really likes Gu Jingchuan, she doesn't. I just think it's okay to try dating after graduation. Because in the last 2 years of high school, she was like fighting a war, highly focused on studying every day, afraid that someone would snatch her first place in the grade. After learning from my dream that Gu Jingchuan had entered the entertainment industry, rumors continued to spread. Until he met the female lead, the prodigal son turned back. The two collaborated on a TV drama, which became a huge success. The two of them really talked about it too. But the female lead accidentally learned from the male lead's brother that a girl he really liked in high school had passed away. The female lead asked him, "Who do you love more than that girl?" The male lead hesitated for 2 seconds, and then the female lead got angry and broke up. The male lead was originally a wealthy second-generation actor, and now he is also a movie star with countless fans. I thought the female lead was unreasonable and didn't try to coax her at first. The female lead deliberately got close to Shin Yi-han, who liked her, in order to anger him, and even filmed a movie he invested in. After learning about these things, the male lead went crazy and has been seeking reconciliation, while the female lead is still holding on for the time being. Ultimately, she and her younger brother are just a part of the male lead female play. Let's not talk about the past. Let's go have lunch. I'm hungry, Lin Mo said. Shin Yi-han frowned at Lin Mo's expression. Is it because you know the character of Gu Jingchuan that my sister's face looks so ugly? Gu Jingchuan is very popular now. Just ask anyone to find out that he is constantly rumored in the entertainment industry, and his girlfriends are talking one after another. Sister must be feeling very sad now. After all, in her heart, Gu Jingchuan is still her boyfriend. Shin Yi-han's mood was slightly restless, and he didn't say much about Gu Jingchuan. He stood up and asked, "What would you like to eat?" Lin Mo didn't even think about it. Hot pot. Shin Yi-han followed Lin Mo out of the office. The CEO, who has always been indifferent and heartless, looked like a little follower behind a girl who looked 17 or 18 years old. Perhaps this is bloodline suppression. Special Assistant smiled in her heart and approached with a serious expression. "Mr. Shun." She looked at Lin Mo and reached out her hand. "Hello, I am Mr. Shin's Special Assistant. My name is Jiang Tang, and you can call me Jiang Special Assistant." Jiang Tang was dressed in professional attire, tall and slender, with a superior appearance and a cool temperament. Lin Mo really likes this type of beauty, with a curved smile on her face. "Hello, Sister Jiang Tang. My name is Lin Mo." Shin Yi-han was stunned, glanced at her 18-year-old sister, and then glanced at Jiang Tang, who was 1 year younger than her. Jiang Tang noticed that Shin Yi-han's face was a bit dark. Although she really likes Lin Mo, she still says, "Just call me Jiang Tezu for work." Lin Mo knows that Jiang Tang has been following Shin Yi-han for a long time. She stayed by Shin Yi-han's side until he went bankrupt. Jiang Tang must know some things about her. She said directly, "It's okay. We'll talk our own way from now on. He calls me sister, and I call you sister." Jiang Tang replied. Shin Yi-han replied. Shin Yi-han had objections, but he didn't dare to mention them. The slender fingers of the bone touched the Buddha bead on his wrist and said, "Let's go eat first." Manager Zhao has already been taken away by Jiang Tang, so it's best not to let too many people know about the CEO's personal affairs. "Then you guys go eat. He'll wait here," Jiang Tang said. Lin Mo grabbed Jiang Tang's hand and said, "Let's have a lively meal together." Jiang Tang was momentarily stunned and glanced at Shen Yihan. Shen Yihan has no objections. Jiang Tang is his most trusted assistant. There is no need to guard against him. Together, Shen Yihan said, "There are still crowds everywhere in the mall, so Lin Mo can rest assured. No matter who you can't get along with, you can't get along with money." Entering an old hot pot restaurant, 3 people had just sat down. Shen Yihan's phone rang, and he opened it to take a look. It was a message replied by Li Huanyu. "Yihan, brother, I've arrived. But there are many people. Haven't they finished cleaning up yet?" Chapter 003. Just a little matter upon receiving this message. Shen Yihan was reminded of the purpose of his visit to the mall today. The unexpected appearance of his sister, who had passed away 11 years ago, had clouded his mind, causing him to completely forget about Li Huanyu. He furrowed his brow, his left fingertips involuntarily toying with the black Buddhist beads on his right wrist. Jiang Tang, well acquainted with Shen Yihan, recognized that his frowning expression, accompanied by the playful manipulation of the beads, indicated deep contemplation. She too heard the notification sound. Shen Yihan had set a special alert for Li Huanyu. Seated in the same row, she merely tilted her head to catch a glimpse of Li Huanyu's message. The president was pondering how to inform his sister that he had matters to attend to. The absence of an empty venue allowed for a leisurely stroll elsewhere. In her memory, this was the first instance Li Huanyu had expressed a desire to shop with the president, a rare opportunity indeed. The gluttonous Lin Mo was busy ordering, oblivious to the subtle exchanges taking place. After placing her order, she inquired, "Shen Yihan, what would you like to eat?" Shen Yihan lifted his gaze, but had yet to respond. Jiang Tang interjected, "Let me order. The president is preoccupied." "Preoccupied with what?" Lin Mo asked. Shen Yihan shook his head, his fingertips dancing over his phone as he typed. "There's no empty venue today. I have matters to attend to, so I cannot accompany you shopping. Perhaps next time." His sister had just returned. He would wait for another opportunity to discuss Li Huanyu with her. Huanyu was so endearing that his sister would surely take a liking to her as well. A look of astonishment flashed in Jiang Tang's eyes. This was the first time the president had not immediately left due to Li Huanyu. Marvelous. He was a sister's boy. There was hope. Meanwhile, Li Huanyu, seated in the van, was equally taken aback. Just moments ago, Shen Yihan had sent her several messages inquiring if she had arrived. And now he suddenly said this? She had already arranged for paparazzi to capture her moments. Once Gu Jingshuan saw the news of Shen Yihan reserving the venue to accompany her shopping, he would undoubtedly be furious. Although he was currently filled with regret and seeking reconciliation, she was not so easily appeased. She intended to ensure Gu Jingshuan learned a valuable lesson this time. After some contemplation, she replied to Shen Yihan, "Brother Yihan, are you upset? I dozed off in the car and didn't see your messages. It wasn't intentional." Cat's grievance, the special notification sound, inherently lengthy, resounded twice in succession. Lin Mo finally heard it and directly asked, "Who sent you a message?" The hot pot dishes arrived swiftly, and Shen Yihan, while providing Lin Mo with her favorite beef tripe, had no time to read the messages. He casually replied, "It's nothing, don't worry about it. Try this beef tripe. Is it tender?" Jiang Tang's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. She had never witnessed the president cooking for anyone else, let alone ignoring messages from Li Huanyu. "What are you looking at? Do I have food on my face?" Shen Yihan glanced at Jiang Tang. "If you want something, cook it yourself." Jiang Tang's lips twitched, understood, President Shen. This was her first time enjoying hot pot with the president. For years, he had been preoccupied with work, and aside from attending banquets, meals were often a rushed affair. The steam from the hot pot swirled around the black Buddhist beads on Shen Yihan's wrist, adding a touch of warmth to his otherwise austere demeanor. Jiang Tang witnessed the transformation of the Xingshan Group from a nearly bankrupt real estate company into a multifaceted conglomerate, all within a mere 4 years. Back then, the real estate firm was under the control of his uncle, the president, whose ruthless methods led to his imprisonment without the slightest mercy. The business world likened him to a fearsome figure, a black-faced Yama. Jiang Tang had long shared this sentiment, as he often appeared sullen and despondent. Yet, when confronted with the woman he cherished, he became an entirely different person, bursting with exuberance. Only now did she catch a glimpse of his tender side. After waiting for over 10 minutes without a response from Shun Ihan, Li Huanyu's expression grew increasingly grim. The paparazzi had begun to call her assistant, urging for updates. Shun Ihan was merely a lovesick fool, yet he had the audacity to act aloof. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, her chest rising and falling in agitation. She turned to her assistant and declared, "Let us go, and send the paparazzi away. What audacity to stand me up." However, she still sent another message to Shun Ihan on WeChat. "I'm leaving, brother Ihan. You carry on with your business. I won't disturb you." This time, he responded swiftly, "I'm not angry, just caught up with something. Transferring 100,000. Sorry, Huanyu. I'll accompany you next time." Upon reading these 3 messages, Li Huanyu scoffed and chose to ignore them. Was 100,000 meant to silence her? She had no intention of accepting it. If she refused, Shun Ihan would likely offer even more, a tactic he often employed. She would assess his sincerity before deciding whether to engage with him further. Meanwhile, Lin Mo observed as Shun Ihan sent out 100,000 without a second thought, momentarily taken aback. What could 100,000 accomplish? Wouldn't it be better spent on gold? Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself not to harm her beloved younger brother. "Thank you, Fei Yang." Exiting the hot pot restaurant, Lin Mo smiled at Shun Ihan, leaving him puzzled. She wished to maintain some dignity in front of her assistant and refrain from elaborating, striding confidently ahead. She should have borrowed some money from the security guard to purchase the 7 Wolves attire. Shun Ihan turned to Jiang Tang, seeking clarification. What did she mean? Jiang Tang, the ever-capable assistant, scratched his nose, uncertain himself. Oli no is that Fei Yang likes Mei Yang. But Mei Yang has a soft spot for Shi Yang. Shun Ihan's expression hardened. So? Jiang Tang smiled. So she probably just called you a lovesick fool. After uttering this, he dare not look at Shun Ihan's reaction and hurried to catch up with Lin Mo, Xiao Mo. Wait for me. Shun Ihan thought to himself. This misunderstanding is quite significant. How could he possibly be a lovesick fool? Lin Montak, convinced that any money her misguided brother Wu Ti spend would inevitably be squandered by the female lead, proceeded to buy the latest and most expensive smartphone in the mall. They meandered through high-end stores until the 3 of them could barely carry their shopping bags. Only then did Lin Mo's mood begin to lift. Unbeknownst to her, the paparazzi summoned by Li Huanyu were preparing to leave, only to discover Shun Ihan shopping with another girl, instantly captivated. The camera shutters clicked incessantly, capturing the moment. Shun Ihan, known for his online popularity, was both handsome and affluent. The character is ruthless and merciless, adorned with Buddhist beads, earning the moniker of the Buddha of the capital. Recently, he has stirred rumors with the rising starlet Li Huanyu, generating immense buzz. Numerous netizens are captivated by the chemistry between him and Li Huanyu. Initially summoned today to capture some sweet moments for the fans. Seasoned paparazzi are well aware that pure sweetness pales in comparison to the allure of drama. The Buddha of the capital has discarded the innocent flower for a new romance, and the lavish riches have descended upon him, masquerading as a mall janitor, driving the paparazzi into a frenzy. However, due to Shun Ihan's proximity to the girl, accompanied by a special assistant, the paparazzi struggled to capture a clear shot, securing only a profile and a back view. Yet even so, the images were posted online by 7 o'clock, quickly igniting a trending topic. Shun Ihan accompanies mysterious beauty shopping, spending millions. Shun Ihan and the Huanyuar history, Buddha of the capital new flame. In a moving, customized gray Rolls-Royce, Jin Yang glanced at his phone and grimaced. Turning to his boss, Mr. Xia, that Shun Ihan is stirring up rumors again. He seems bewitched by women lately. Should we consider reducing our investment in the Xingshan Group? Their quarterly financial report shows a declining trend. It remains a mystery what exactly attracted his boss to the Xingshan Group. Since Shun Ihan's rise to prominence, he has consistently invested to help expand his business empire. The man seated on the right side of the car, clad in a pristine white suit, possessed an exceptionally handsome face, adorned with silver-rimmed glasses. He resembled an otherworldly being, untouched by the mundane, exuding an aura of elegance and aloofness. Yet a small brown mole on the tip of his nose, illuminated by the flickering glow of the streetlights outside, added an enticing touch of humanity. Appearing somewhat fatigued, he removed his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. Speaking in a languid tone, "Which actress is it this time?" Jin Yang shook his head, tapping the screen to enlarge the photo. Although the online sources did not provide a clear face, the silhouette and profile suggested a stunning beauty. Xie Guanyin, holding his glasses with one hand, casually glanced at Jin Yang's phone screen. The image displayed three individuals. The tall Shun Yihan, his hand adorned with Buddhist beads, carrying 5 shopping bags. Beside him stood his tall and elegant assistant, also laden with shopping bags. Yet, Xie Guanyin's gaze was immediately drawn to the girl between them, whose profile was partially visible. Her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, and her side view was exquisitely beautiful, reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Despite the lack of discernible features, a single glance made the world around him fade into oblivion. His breath caught in his throat, leaving only the deafening sound of his racing heartbeat. Suddenly, Jin Yang's phone was snatched from his hand. He was taken aback and turned to his boss, only to find his pupils shaken. For he had never witnessed the typically composed and aloof Xie Guanyin display such a fervent and possessive gaze. Chapter 004. How was the villa sold? After a dinner that consumed nearly all their time, Lin Mo and her companions returned to Shun Yihan's residence. On the way, Jiang Tang seized the opportunity to discuss various work-related matters with Shun Yihan. Lin Mo gazed curiously out of the car window at the transformed landscape of Jingbei. 11 years had passed, and the changes were profound. There were many places she could no longer recognize. Given her already poor sense of direction, she found herself perplexed when the car came to a halt in front of the villa. Furrowing her brow, she asked, "Have you completely renovated the villa?" The previous villa had boasted a garden and an enormous fountain at the entrance. Now, the solitary structure loomed like a silent giant. Shun Yihan unloaded their belongings from the car, his voice tinged with gravity. "No, this is my newly purchased villa." Lin Mo considered this. After all, her second brother had indeed become a domineering CEO. What about the old villa? Did you give it to the third brother? Not at all. That villa has already been sold. Shun Yihan's expression darkened, and he added, "By the way, I will call the third brother shortly to inform him of your return." As the villa doors swung open, Lin Mo was greeted by the anticipated minimalist decor, devoid of furniture, leaving the space stark and solemn. "Is the third brother currently in Jingbei?" she inquired. Shun Yihan placed their belongings in the living room. "No, he is abroad on a concert tour." Lin Mo blinked. "Then please refrain from mentioning my return to him. I wouldn't want him to cancel his concert and rush back. We can discuss it when he returns. After all, he is already a controversial figure. This would only expedite the loss of his fans." Shun Yihan did not insist further. In their childhood, all three brothers vied for their sister's attention, with the third brother being the most vivacious, always managing to bring her joy. Now, with only her remaining servant, he had ample opportunity to shine. "All right, I understand. How did the villa come to be sold?" Lin Mo flopped onto the sofa, circling back to her earlier inquiry. The dream she had was only vaguely informative, with many details from the novel remaining elusive. Jiang Tang timely answered a ringing phone. "Mr. Shun, I need to step out for a call." Shun Yihan nodded, settling onto the sofa, his fingers absently fiddling with a string of prayer beads. "After you left, my uncle seized control of the family business. When it neared bankruptcy due to mismanagement, he sought my assistance to take over. At that time, the company was devoid of funds and heavily in debt. I had no choice. Sister, I am sorry." Shun Yihan looked up at Lin Mo, his eyes filled with remorse, his heart aching with the weight of failure. "It is my fault for not safeguarding our home." Their parents had tragically passed when Lin Mo was merely 14. At that time, their uncle had arrived with a throng of people, intent on ousting them from the villa. It was Lin Mo who had wielded a mop, dipped in the mess her third brother had made, to drive them away. Their uncle had repeatedly sent people to intimidate them, yet Lin Mo always had a strategy to counter them until they ultimately ceased to show up. The situation with the company was no different. Her uncle sought to usurp power. A young girl, scarcely into her teens, had to negotiate with shareholders averaging in their 40s. No one knew what she had said to them, but they were convinced by her, and she was appointed as the CEO to manage the company. At that time, although the company's performance could not compare to the days when their parents were alive, it still surpassed that of similar companies. However, everything changed after the tragic accident that claimed her sister's life. She had lost everything. Lin Mo, with her twinkling eyes, gently patted Shun Yihan's shoulder. "What nonsense are you talking about? You are doing wonderfully." Although we sold the family villa, it was still quite spacious. For her, 11 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Yet for her younger brother, those 11 years had been a tangible journey filled with countless experiences. Feeling the weight on his shoulder and gazing into the familiar, sparkling smile in his sister's eyes, Shun Yihan lowered his head. He did not feel wonderful at all. He felt utterly inadequate. A warmth surged in his eyes, and a single tear fell onto the leather sofa, contrasting with the overhead light. Shun Yihan discreetly wiped away that tear with his finger. "Get some rest, sister. If you need anything, let Jiang Tang go by it. Tomorrow, let her take you to get your ID sorted out. Here, take my card. Feel free to use it." A sleek black card was handed over, and Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Wealth is on its way. Indeed, this brother was quite the generous one. With money, everything becomes manageable. Lin Mo was unaware of the specific events that had transpired over the years, but she learned in her dreams that their fourth brother had gone missing during childhood. Now, he was in his third year of high school, engaging in fights instead of studying, and had even injured the academically gifted brother of the male lead, landing himself in the hospital and ultimately in prison. Though she lacked the details, Lin Mo believed that by approaching the male lead's brilliant brother, she could eventually locate their fourth sibling. She noticed Shun Yihan's subtle actions and recognized the guilt he harbored. Standing up, she reached out to ruffle his hair, but found it stiff from hairspray. Shun Yihan lifted his head, a hint of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. He had styled it specifically to meet Li Huanyu today. Lin Mo feigned nonchalance, retracting her hand behind her back. "Don't be sad, little brother. On the way back, I stumbled upon the details of the accident and saw the news about our fourth brother's disappearance. This is not your fault. Your sister is back. I will definitely help find him. Rest easy." Shun Yihan felt an inexplicable trust in her words as he gazed into Lin Mo's radiant eyes. His sister could indeed bring their fourth brother back, just as she had once assured them. With her around, no one could bully them. She was like the sun in the sky, with an indomitable spirit. The somberness in Shun Yihan's gaze gradually lifted. He obediently nodded. "All right." Lin Mo took the 5,000 yuan set of sleepwear and the lingerie that Jiang Tang had bought for her and headed to the bathroom for a shower. It had been nearly 11 years since she had a proper wash, and she was drenched in sweat. Jiang Tang, who had been monitoring the situation in the villa, walked into the room. Although she had not recalled the name of the president's sister before, Lin Mo's name triggered some memories. Back in 2014, when she was just 14 and in her second year of junior high, she had set her sights on Jingbei No. 1 high school for the entrance exam, thus keeping herself informed about its affairs. In that year, the top scorer of the college entrance examination in Jingbei emerged from Jingbei No. 1 high school, a young lady named Lin Mo, who was subsequently admitted to Tsinghua University. Lin Mo was already quite renowned, being both the school's beauty and an academic prodigy. Initially, she was guaranteed admission to Tsinghua University, but chose to decline the offer, allowing someone else to take her place. This incident spread widely among the community. Even more talked about was her rivalry with the school's heartthrob, as they vied for the top spot in their grade during every examination. While students at other schools might ship the couple, the atmosphere at Jingbei No. 1 was notably different. The entire school remained silent, merely placing bets on whether the beauty or the heartthrob would emerge victorious in the latest exam. When the two met, there was no glimmer of romantic affection in their eyes, only an intense desire to outdo one another. As the final examination of their high school journey, the stakes were high, with countless individuals wagering, including members of society. Although the school had explicitly prohibited such activities, it was rumored that even the teachers could not resist placing a small bet. Ultimately, the school beauty triumphed by a narrow margin of 1 point over the heartthrob. Not unexpectedly, secured second place in the city and was also admitted to Tsinghua University. Many assumed that this intense rivalry would continue into their university years. However, an astonishing event transpired during the summer vacation that shocked Jingbei. The top scorer, Lin Mo, tragically drove her car off an elevated bridge, plunging into the river below. The Jingbei police conducted a month-long search, recovering only the vehicle with no sign of her body. Given the swift currents of the river, the likelihood of survival seemed grim. A month later, the police declared Lin Mo deceased, prompting Tsinghua University to issue a notice expressing their condolences. At that time, she felt a profound sense of loss, believing that fate had conspired against her brilliance. On the day of the announcement of her death, the elevated bridge was adorned with chrysanthemums. As many came to pay their respects, little did anyone know, Lin Mo was not dead. Jiang Tang was deeply curious about the unfolding events. Lin Mo appeared as if she were still the same as years ago, solitary and devoid of possessions. However, Jiang Tang was acutely aware that their relationship did not extend to such discussions. Inquiring about her past would be crossing a line. Regardless, what mattered was her return. "President Shun, I will go help Lin Mo make her bed," Jiang Tang said. The villa often had cleaning staff come by, as Shun Yihan rarely spent much time at home and thus did not employ a housekeeper. Shun Yihan looked up, twirling the beads on his wrist. "No need. You should head back early. I will take care of it." Jiang Tang was taken aback. "President Shun, you can make a bed?" Shun Yihan shot her a glance. "Am I not a bed-making expert? I used to make my sister's bed." A hint of pride flickered in the depths of his eyes. Jiang Tang chuckled softly. "That's quite impressive." The villa had numerous guest rooms, yet Shun Yihan directly offered the master bedroom to Lin Mo, replacing the bedding with a brand new set. While he retreated to a guest room, Lin Mo, feeling at ease, took a shower and then lay on the bed, using her phone to research the changes that had transpired in society over the past 11 years. In truth, the changes were not vast. The world had merely become more interconnected and digitized with the rise of short videos and live streaming. After growing weary of her research, she scrolled through Weibo and stumbled upon trending topics about herself and Shun Yihan. Typically, the president seldom indulged in entertainment news. Such updates were usually relayed to him by his assistants and secretaries. Lin Mo narrowed her eyes slightly and sent a WeChat message to Jiang Tang. The WeChat account she logged into on her phone was a secondary account of Shun Yihan. Lacking an ID card, she was temporarily unable to register for WeChat. As the clock struck 11, Lin Mo felt no semblance of sleepiness and continued to engage with her phone. This indulgence lasted until the early hours of 1, when she finally began to feel a hint of drowsiness and closed her eyes. 30 minutes later, she opened her eyes again, shifting her position in bed. An hour passed before she changed her sleeping posture once more. 2 hours later, she had migrated from her bed to the floor. 3 hours later, her eyes were wide open, sparkling like lanterns as she stared at the ceiling. Oh no, the sleep disorder had struck again. This was not like her previous residence. She simply could not fall asleep. This affliction had persisted for quite some time, causing her to commute daily during high school, reliant on a driver to take her home for sleep. Helpless, at 4 in the morning, Lin Mo found herself scrolling through short videos again. Uncertain of the recommendation algorithm, she stumbled upon numerous marketing accounts claiming that Shun Yihan was a favored son of the capital circle. Feeling a bit parched, she stepped out to pour herself a glass of water when she suddenly heard Shun Yihan's phone ringing from the adjacent guest room. Lin Mo was taken aback. Could it be? Was the favored son of the capital circle rising at 4 in the morning? However, it did not seem to be an alarm. She heard a hoarse hello emanating from the guest room. Curiosity piqued. Lin Mo wondered who could possibly be calling the favored son of the capital circle at such an hour. Chapter 005, Sleep Disorders on This Night. Lin Mo was not the only one struggling to find sleep. Li Huanyu was also tossing and turning in her bed. She had seen the trending topic about Shun Yihan. Initially, she had presumed that Shun Yihan's mention of having matters to attend to referred to significant company affairs. Little did she anticipate that it pertained to him accompanying another woman for a shopping spree. It was no wonder she had not received that sum of 100,000, nor had he transferred additional funds. A new romance had evidently blossomed. But how could that be? He had always shown such affection towards her. Ultimately, unable to restrain herself, She sent a WeChat message to Shun Ihan. Brother Ihan, did you go shopping with someone else today? Upon receiving this message, Shun Ihan did not respond, for he had already succumbed to slumber. Shun Ihan typically enjoyed a sound quality of sleep, drifting off effortlessly. However, the shrill ring of his phone at 4 in the morning roused him from his dreams. Turning over in bed, he reached for his mobile phone resting on the bedside table. The screen illuminated with an unfamiliar number. Shun Ihan possessed a habit of answering calls from unknown numbers, as his earlier missing persons notices had originally featured his contact details. However, due to the incessant barrage of nuisance calls, he had since switched to Jiang Tang's number. Jiang Tang, too, had been inundated with unwarranted calls over the years and had changed numbers multiple times, enlisting various secretaries to handle them. Whenever pertinent information arose, it would be verified and relayed back to him through Jiang Tang. Yet, his number remained unchanged, leaving the possibility that someone might still attempt to reach him based on those long-ago notices. Propped up in bed, he answered the call, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Hello." A moment of silence lingered before a low, emotionless male voice responded, "I am looking for Lin Mo. Is she there?" Shun Ihan furrowed his brow. "Who are you? What do you want with Lin Mo? She just returned. Who seeks her at this ungodly hour?" The line fell silent, and then the caller abruptly hung up. Shun Ihan was left in bewilderment, promptly dialing the number back, but it went unanswered. In the darkness, his expression turned grave, the drowsiness dissipating. He opened WeChat to check for messages and discovered the one from Li Huanyu. He frowned again. Had Huanyu seen him shopping with his sister? That seemed unlikely. If she had, she would have messaged him at the time, not in the dead of night. A different thought crossed his mind as he opened the trending topics and grasped the situation. A paparazzo must have caught them. Typically, he did not peruse Weibo for short videos, as Jiang Tang would compile any relevant news for him. Why hadn't she mentioned it today? Had she not seen it? It was too late to inquire with Jiang Tang now. His thoughts wandered back to the earlier call. He fiddled with the black prayer beads on his wrist. Could have been an acquaintance of his sister recognizing her in the trending topic, prompting them to call? But why at 4 in the morning? And why not answer when he called back? It couldn't possibly be Gu Jingchuan, could it? Gu Jingchuan had pursued his sister for 3 years. It was quite plausible that he could recognize her by mere profile or silhouette. This individual is not only fickle, but also exploits playful banter to generate hype, proving to be rather unsavory. It seems that my sister still harbors affection for him. Hence, he must ensure that Gu Jingchuan does not come into contact with her again. Shun Ihan felt a flicker of agitation in his brow and promptly blacklisted the number that had just called. He contemplated replying to Li Huanyu, but ultimately decided against it, reasoning that she might be asleep, and sending a message at such a late hour could disturb her slumber. Shun Ihan set his phone aside and drifted back to sleep. Lin Mo, though curious about who might be calling her younger brother at such an hour, refrained from eavesdropping on his phone conversation. Instead, she went to the living room for a drink of water, opting not to return to her room. Unable to sleep, she made her way to the balcony on the second floor, resting her chin on one hand as she gazed at the sky. The tranquility of Beijing at 4 in the morning was palpable, resembling a slumbering dragon. The sky was a dull gray, shrouding visibility and concealing the parked vehicle by the roadside outside the villa, where a pair of predatory eyes fixated on her. The air carried a chill, laced with a faint metallic scent, and a pang of discomfort surged through her palm. Yet, the striking man exuded excitement, the veins in his forehead prominent yet not unattractive, possessing an otherworldly allure. Lin Mo had truly returned. This was not a mere figment of imagination. Upon seeing her profile in a photograph, Xie Guanyin immediately instructed his assistant to step out of the car and drove to Shun Ihan's residence himself. As Shun Ihan's investor, discovering his address was not particularly challenging. The villa's gates were firmly shut, obscuring the interior and heightening his anxiety. Reason and emotion wrestled within him. Rationality insisted he was mistaken, that Lin Mo had perished 11 years prior. However, emotion and a racing heartbeat insisted that the woman in the photograph was indeed Lin Mo. Shun Ihan, being Lin Mo's brother, had every right to accompany her on outings. Yet how could this be? How could someone presumed dead for 11 years possibly reappear? This internal conflict was excruciating, akin to a slow demise. He yearned for confirmation, but found himself at a loss for a suitable approach. He dared not storm into Shun Yihan's villa, fearing he might frighten Lin Mo or, worse, discover that he had been mistaken yet again, leading to further disappointment. Over the past 11 years, he had repeatedly identified others as Lin Mo, pursuing even the slightest resemblance, sometimes traveling great distances. Her body had never been recovered. She could very well be alive, existing somewhere in the world. Countless disappointments and heartaches had scarred him. Thus, he lingered hesitantly at the entrance until he managed to locate Shun Yihan's number and dialed it. The call validated his hopes. Lin Mo was indeed present. Had she not been, his inquiry would have earned him accusations of madness or assertions that Lin Mo had long since died. Instead, Shun Yihan had instinctively asked who he was and what business he had with Lin Mo. This conclusion left Xie Guanyin exceedingly exhilarated. However, upon hanging up, he turned his gaze back to the villa. On the balcony of the second floor, a faint, indistinct silhouette emerged. His chest felt as if gripped by an unseen force, nearly bursting with anticipation. The face that had haunted his dreams countless times now appeared mere yards away, within a distance of less than 50 meters. An overwhelming wave of excitement surged through him, threatening to engulf him entirely, until he used a small knife from the car to slice his palm. The pain jolted him into clarity and restraint, confirming that this was no dream. It was all too real. A refined man, concealed in the shadows and adorned with silver-framed glasses, gazed with an intense, almost mad focus at the balcony on the second floor of the villa, meticulously sketching the girl's figure in his mind. Even when that silhouette slipped from his sight, his gaze remained fixated on the villa. Perhaps she might still emerge. Perhaps there was a chance. Suddenly struck by a thought, the handsome man furrowed his brow. Could it be that she was suffering from sleep disorder? Poor Shan Shan. Another thought crossed his mind, and he adjusted his glasses with a single finger, a charming smile gracing his lips, making him appear extraordinarily handsome. Dear sister, what is the cause of those dark circles under your eyes? Early in the morning, Shun Yihan was nearly startled by Lin Mo. Lin Mo sat at the dining table, consuming breakfast delivered by Jiang Tang, fatigue evident in her voice as she explained that she had been unable to sleep the previous night, managing only a brief nap at 5 in the morning before waking again. At this moment, Shun Yihan recalled Lin Mo's sleep issues and took a seat at the dining table. Why not purchase a bed similar to the one we had back then? He suggested. Lin Mo shook her head, dismissing the idea. That won't help. It's mainly about the place. Do you know who bought our villa? Please contact the buyer and see if they would be willing to sell it back. Shun Yihan replied, I'm not sure. It may have changed hands several times. The villa held too many memories for Shun Yihan, and he hesitated to dwell on it. Jiang Tang interjected, I'll look into it today. Lin Mo affectionately leaned against Jiang Tang's shoulder, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks. Initially, she assumed that a top student and campus beauty would be distant, but to her surprise, Lin Mo's vibrant and lively personality was utterly endearing. As Jiang Tang peeled an egg for Lin Mo, she began to report Shun Yihan's itinerary for the day. After listening, Shun Yihan inquired, Are you aware of the incident on Weibo yesterday? Jiang Tang glanced at Lin Mo, who raised an eyebrow and regarded Shun Yihan with a cool demeanor. The matter on Weibo was something I instructed Jiang Tang not to concern herself with. Chapter 006. No sleeping allowed upon observing Lin Mo's expression. Shun Yihan felt a sudden jolt in his heart. His sister rarely adopted a serious demeanor, but when she did, it was quite intimidating. He absent-mindedly fiddled with the Buddhist beads on his right wrist and inquired, Sister, are you aware of my situation with Wanyu? Lin Mo rolled her eyes dramatically. In this day and age of social media, is it really that hard to know? Out of 10 videos I scrolled through on Douyin, 7 were about you and Li Huanyu, while the remaining 3 discussed her relationship with Gu Jingchuan. Shun Yihan couldn't help but admire his sister's adaptability. She truly was remarkable. He then clarified, Huanyu and Gu Jingchuan are merely engaging in publicity stunts, orchestrated by Gu Jingchuan himself. Their connection is fabricated. Lin Mo widened her eyes in disbelief. Is that what Li Huanyu told you? No wonder this foolish brother of mine is so willing to be a sycophant. Shun Yihan nodded solemnly. Indeed, Gu Jingchuan is a notorious playboy with questionable morals. Lin Mo tilted her head thoughtfully. Do you think it's possible that Li Huanyu and he were genuinely involved at some point? Shen Yihan shook his head firmly. Absolutely not. Do not be swayed by what those marketing accounts claim. He understood his sister's second brother well. Once he formed a conviction, it was difficult for anyone to alter his perspective with mere words. She smiled, while Wang Baochuan woke up to find her ranking had dropped. Shen Yihan furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? Lin Mo took a sip of milk. It's nothing. Regardless, you must refrain from exhibiting such erratic behavior as you did yesterday. Have you considered the financial and reputational losses that may incur? Shen Yihan absorbed her words as if they were water, this wisdom ingrained deep within him. I understand. It won't happen again. Lin Mo tapped her fingers on the table. Did Li Huanyu message you on WeChat last night? Shen Yihan replied. She did. Huanyu still cares about me. Let me see. Lin Mo extended her hand. Without hesitation, Shen Yihan handed his phone to her. He believed there was nothing private that his sister could not know. Lin Mo refrained from letting Jiang Tang interfere with trending topics. Wanted to gauge Li Huanyu's reactions and approach. Her delicate fingers glided over the phone screen, scrolling through the chat history. The most frequent messages were addressed to Yihan Gu, portraying Li Huanyu as innocent and obedient. Yet, her demeanor was elusive, expertly maintaining boundaries. Last night, she had sent a message. Yihan Gu, are you out shopping with someone else today? Shen Yihan had replied that morning. That's my sister. Don't overthink it, Huanyu. The other party did not respond. Lin Mo was puzzled as to how the paparazzi had coincidentally been at the mall yesterday. If the paparazzi were following Li Huanyu, she hadn't even entered the mall. How could they have captured photos of her and Shen Yihan inside? It was quite possible that Li Huanyu had arranged for the paparazzi to be waiting in advance at the mall. Although she didn't step inside, the paparazzi had spotted Shen Yihan accompanying her. Given Shen Yihan's own popularity, it would have been a missed opportunity not to capture the moment. It seemed likely that Li Huanyu intended to use this revelation to provoke Gu Jingchuan. Lin Mo's long, curled lashes cast a beautiful shadow upon her eyelids as she lightly tapped her fingers on the table twice. Yesterday's endeavors had not borne fruit, but perhaps there would be success next time. She placed Shen Yihan's phone down and inquired, Do you have a fondness for Li Huanyu? After a moment's contemplation, Shen Yihan replied, Yes, I met her at a dinner party. She is a genuinely simple and self-reliant girl. What makes you perceive her as such? Lin Mo pressed on. Shen Yihan reflected for a moment. At that gathering, many sought to curry favor with me by toasting, yet she did not partake, indicating her aversion to taking shortcuts. Lin Mo nodded, recognizing the Clich D method of attracting the attention of a dominant figure. Having reviewed your chat history, I too believe she is a good girl. It seems last night's trending topic disheartened her. How about this? Reserve a restaurant for her tonight and offer your apologies. Shen Yihan's dark eyes sparkled with intrigue. Really? Sister, you do not oppose my pursuing Huanyu? Lin Mo shrugged. As long as you do not let it interfere with your earning potential, I have no objections. A man of your stature ought to experience romance. A radiant smile spread across Shen Yihan's face, enhancing his already striking features. Jiang Tang, you shall handle this matter. Lin Mo completed her identification formalities in the morning and awaited news from Jiang Tang in the afternoon. She marveled at Jiang Tang's remarkable efficiency, juggling Shen Yihan's professional obligations alongside his personal affairs. A six-figure annual salary was well-deserved. Lin Mo entrusted her with two tasks: to relay the address of the restaurant Shen Yihan had reserved for tonight, and to investigate the high school attended by Gu Jingchuan's younger brother. As evening approached, around 6 o'clock, Jiang Tang messaged her back. Gu Jingchuan's brother is named Gu Jingzhou and studies at Jingbei No. 1 High School. The restaurant reserved for tonight is called Miyu, and the meeting with Miss Li is scheduled for 7:30. Xiao Mo, will you be coming tonight? Lin Mo once again marveled at Jiang Tang's impeccable timing. The name of the restaurant, Miyu, suggested it had been chosen with great care. She replied, Thank you, Sister Jiang Tang. I shall not be attending this evening. Jiang Tang quickly responded, All right, by the way, I discovered that the current resident of your family's villa is named Xieguanyan. Upon seeing the name Xieguanyan, Lin Mo's enchanting eyes narrowed slightly. She had nearly forgotten this longtime rival from her past. It was surprising to learn that the villa was now in his possession. One could say they were indeed entwined by fate. She pondered how he was faring these days. Presumably, he was doing quite well. Exiting WeChat, Lin Mo opened her browser and typed in the name Xie. His striking visage soon appeared on the screen, still adorned with silver-framed glasses, the small brown mole on his nose retaining its allure. However, he had shed the youthful naivety of their school days, embodying a refined elegance. She delved into his profile and discovered that he was now the head of SS Capital, the largest investment firm in Asia. SS Capital evolved from a technology company, possessing a keen insight that allows it to have a presence behind almost every profitable enterprise in the market. Lin Mo was not particularly surprised. Years ago, Xie occasionally snatched the title of top student from her. With such intellect, one is destined for success in any endeavor. This year, Xie, at the age of 29, has amassed a fortune in the billions, while she, at merely 18, remains unaccomplished. Lin Mo could not help but smile ruefully. If only melancholy were a gift. However, after all these years, he should have grown to dislike her less, right? A small villa would surely be insignificant to him. He ought to be willing to sell it to her. Lin Mo was uncertain, but chose not to dwell on it. Matters must be handled one at a time. First, she would deal with the paparazzi and later inquire with Xie about the villa. At 7:30 in the evening, outside the Miyu restaurant, a paparazzo lay in the greenery, exposing his large grin. Initially, he intended to capture photographs from his car, but Li Huanyu insisted that the images taken from within the vehicle were too blurry. She demanded high-definition, exquisite shots. Thus, he had no choice but to conceal himself amidst the foliage. Yesterday, Shunihan was rumored to have found a new love, and today he was spotted on a sweet date with Li Huanyu, rekindling old flames. Surely, this would trend on social media. Gaining attention is as effortless as a flick of the wrist. Upon seeing a black Bentley come to a halt, Shun Ihan emerged, clad in a black suit and leather shoes, adorned with prayer beads. Just as the paparazzo prepared to snap a photo, a hand patted his shoulder. Hey, this is not a place for a nap. Chapter 007. Has the unfeeling path been altered? The paparazzo was taken aback, nearly dropping his camera from his grip. Turning his head, he was met by the sight of a girl clad in a mask and a cap, also wielding a camera. A fellow photographer? He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you also in the same line of work?" The girl flashed a grin. "Yes, brother. Could you please make some space for me to hide?" It was a rarity for him to encounter female paparazzi. He was more accustomed to the presence of devoted female fans. However, this was inconsequential to him, and he retorted, "No way. You should find another place to hide." The girl frowned, scrutinizing him. "You aren't also summoned by Li Huanyu, are you?" The paparazzo was taken aback. "What? You were called by Li Huanyu? How could she possibly summon two paparazzi?" The girl crouched down, her eyes gleaming. "You were the one who captured yesterday's scene at the mall, right?" "I regretted leaving." He was even more astonished. "You were there too? What exactly is Li Huanyu planning?" If both paparazzi had captured the same event, it would no longer be an exclusive scoop. The girl's eyes narrowed in amusement. As long as there's money involved, it's all good. "How much did Li Huanyu offer you today?" Feeling a surge of irritation, the paparazzo replied, 30,000. That was merely part of the payment. The subsequent traffic would be far more lucrative. The girl's eyes widened, and she responded with a simple "oh." Noticing her expression, he squinted. "What does "oh" mean? How much did Li Huanyu pay you?" The girl chuckled. "I'm certain my payment exceeds yours. You simply can't compete." No man enjoys being told he is inferior. Incensed, he stood tall. "Did Li Huanyu really say I'm not good enough?" The girl shrugged. "Well, I received 100,000. The paparazzo felt a wave of indignation wash over him just as he spotted Li Huanyu descending from the van. He stormed over in a fit of anger. Lin Mo, having accomplished her task, took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Shun Ihan. "Hurry to the entrance, there's a surprise." This was a highly popular upscale restaurant. After stepping out of the car, Li Huanyu glanced around, noting the few vehicles parked at the entrance. A satisfied smile graced her lips. The exclusivity felt delightful. Her high heels clicked against the ground as she gracefully advanced, the evening breeze tousling her long hair as she elegantly lifted her chin. From this angle, the most exquisite photographs could be captured. The paparazzo must have already arrived. She had unnecessarily worried the previous night. It turned out that the girl was Shun Ihan's sister. She presumed they weren't blood relatives, as he had never mentioned her before. Yet, she was well aware of Shun Ihan's profound affection for her. Suddenly, a figure darted towards her, startling Li Huanyu. "Who are you?" The infuriated paparazzo raised his camera. "I'm one of the paparazzi you summoned today. Why do you pay me 30,000 while offering others 100,000? Li Huanyu's brows knitted in confusion. "What are you talking about? My assistant would never hire two paparazzi." The paparazzo, incensed, declared, "I ran into her, and you still deny it." That female paparazzo was right there. He turned to look, only to find the greenery devoid of anyone. However, at the restaurant's entrance stood a tall figure, exuding an imposing aura. Li Huanyu soon noticed him, her heart racing as she cast a sharp glance at the paparazzo and hurriedly made her way towards Shun Ihan. "Brother Ihan, why are you here?" Shun Ihan stood there, his expression dark and foreboding. As Li Huanyu approached, she sensed an unsettling aura surrounding him, and she spoke softly, "Brother Ihan, that was just someone asking for directions. I don't know him." Shun Ihan had come out after receiving a message from Lin Mo. Upon his arrival, he spotted Li Huanyu conversing with a man clad in a baseball cap and wielding a camera. This appearance was familiar to him, another paparazzo. Although he was not part of the entertainment industry, he had recently experienced its scrutiny, often being photographed by paparazzi. Initially, he assumed the paparazzo was following Li Huanyu, only to realize she had summoned him herself. Shun Ihan remained silent, his cold gaze fixed intently on Li Huanyu, the black beads on his wrist contrasting sharply with the light at the entrance. A profound sense of pressure enveloped her, causing her scalp to tingle. "Brother Ihan, She suspected that Shun Ihan had overheard her conversation with the paparazzo. What a coincidence! Her emotions stirred. She bit her lip and gazed at Shun Ihan with tear-filled eyes. "Brother Ihan, I confess I called the paparazzo. I just wanted a bit of attention to help me secure better roles. I apologize for using you, Brother Ihan. She was merely an ambitious girl." The icy demeanor surrounding Shun Ihan began to dissipate somewhat. Just as he prepared to speak, his phone buzzed in his hand. Upon checking, he discovered it was a message from his sister. She just wanted to provoke Gu Jingchuan. His sister was still nearby. Shun Ihan looked around but saw no one else. It was only when he tilted his head upwards that he spotted a fair face peeking from the crooked tree at the entrance. Shun Ihan's lips twitched slightly before he lowered his head to reply. "Sister, that shouldn't be the case, right?" Lin Mo rolled her eyes dramatically from her perch in the tree. It must be said that Li Huanyu was indeed strikingly beautiful. Dressed in a white gown, her slender, delicate figure evoked a strong instinct to protect her. Shun Ihan sent another message. "What brings you here?" Lin Mo could not admit she had come intentionally. So she replied, "I was just out for a stroll. I'm leaving now, goodbye." Love-struck minds are not easily corrected. Lin Mo was quite honest. Shun Ihan frowned. "Where are you going?" "Let's eat together." Lin Mo replied. "Do I look like a third wheel to you?" "I have plans." Shun Ihan pressed. "What plans?" Lin Mo responded. "I'm going to check on that villa. I found out who the owner is. I want to ask if he is selling it." Shun Ihan replied. "I'll go with you." Li Huanyu was on the verge of tears, yet she found that no one was paying attention to her plight. Shun Ihan was engrossed in a conversation on his phone. Who could possibly be on the other end? She leaned in closer to sneak a glance and noticed a contact named Understanding Life Through 4 Marriages. Li Huanyu felt utterly speechless, wiped her tears, and gently called out, "Brother Ihan." Shun Ihan lifted his gaze to meet Li Huanyu's eyes. "I understand now. Let's leave it at that for today. I have matters to attend to," he stated. Li Huanyu's eyes widened in astonishment, her voice faltering. "What? You have something else to do?" Shun Ihan frowned slightly. Li Huanyu swallowed hard and continued, "What I meant was, Brother Ihan, are you not having dinner? Skipping dinner is not good for your stomach." Shun Ihan comprehended Li Huanyu's concern, and a fleeting smile graced his otherwise indifferent face. "If you are hungry, feel free to eat." "I am not," he replied. "The matter concerning my sister must be resolved promptly." With that, Shun Ihan turned and departed, as if he had made a resolute decision. Li Huanyu stood there in a daze, while a nearby paparazzo looked equally stunned. Previously, he had observed Shun Ihan's evident care for Li Huanyu. Had the young master of the Jing Circle truly become so indifferent lately? Chapter 008. How does this look? Xie Guanyin inquired of his assistant, Jin Yang. Jin Yang numbly glanced at the garment, deeming it acceptable. Goodness, this marked the 25th white suit. As a straightforward man, he truly could not discern the differences among these 25 white suits. The same could be said for the glasses, which were either silver or gold, with styles that bore a striking resemblance to one another. Moreover, there was no significant occasion tonight. What on earth was his boss up to? He had already taken 5 showers. All right, I understand. You may leave now. The workday is over. Xie Guanyin issued his dismissal. Upon hearing the words off work, Jin Yang felt invigorated, devoid of any reluctance as he grabbed his bag and departed. All right, President Xie. See you tomorrow. The villa district fell into silence. And Xie Guanyin turned once more to the mirror to inspect his visage. He had shaved, groomed his brows, washed his hair, and donned a new pair of glasses. Excellent. He appeared impeccably clean. He yearned for another shower, having broken a slight sweat while changing. It would be unfortunate if Lin Mo detected it. However, glancing at his wrist, he noted it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Mo could arrive at any moment. He must remain perpetually prepared. His assistant had informed him that Shen Yihan's aide was investigating who currently resided in this villa, just as he had surmised at dawn. Her sleep disorder necessitated her presence in this house to find rest. Lin Mo might indeed come to the villa today. Thus, he had spent the entire day working from home, awaiting her arrival. This villa complex was situated on a hillside, with this being the first house. Each time a vehicle traversed the mountain road, Xie Guanyin's heart raced as he peered through the walk-in closet window. At that moment, a car's headlights pierced the darkness of the dimly lit mountain path, slowly approaching. Xie Guanyin's breath quickened involuntarily. He loosened his tie, only to tighten it again the next moment. His long legs paced restlessly within the house, palms sweating profusely, the moisture seeping into the wound on his palm from the previous night, sending sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. Could this be Lin Mo's arrival? Ding dong. Lin Mo pressed the doorbell of the villa. Shen Yihan stood beside her, his tall figure casting a shadow over her. Is it definitely Xie Guanyin? Sister, Lin Mo shrugged. I am not certain. The information came from Jiang Tang. Shen Yihan idly twirled the prayer beads on his wrist. This villa had lost its value. Few resided here, as the affluent had relocated elsewhere. A person of Xie Guanyin's stature ought not to dwell in such an old villa. Although Shen Yihan was not well acquainted with Xie Guanyin, he held a sense of gratitude towards him. The success of Xingshan Group was inextricably linked to SS Capital. He had attempted multiple times to invite Xie Guanyin to dinner, but Xie had never acquiesced, suggesting that any issues should be discussed with the project manager instead. Perhaps it was due to the multitude of successful companies he had invested in. If he accepted every dinner invitation, he would hardly have time to work. He recalled that the last time he had seen Xie Guanyin was on the day his sister announced her death, on that elevated bridge. Many had gathered that day, and he too had been present. A slender, refined face revealed no discernible expression. He merely stood there, his gaze slightly vacant. He was somewhat aware of the intense rivalry between Xie Guanyin and his sister. Perhaps he felt a sense of kinship in their mutual understanding. Today, they were akin to long-standing adversaries reuniting. Surely the other party would consider selling this villa to them out of respect for their long absence. He could afford to pay a little more. The doorbell rang for quite some time, without anyone answering. Lin Mo pressed it again. The villa's lights were on, indicating that someone must be home. Ding dong. This time, footsteps resonated from within, and someone approached. The door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man resembling a butler. Hello. May I ask whom you are looking for? Lin Mo responded politely. Hello, I'm looking for Xie Guanyin. Is he at home? The butler inquired. You seek our master. May I ask who you are? Lin Mo pondered briefly before replying. Just tell him I am an old classmate, and I have an urgent matter to discuss. Having not slept for a day and night, Lin Mo felt slightly dizzy. The butler assessed the two of them and said, Very well, I shall inform him. The door was closed once more. Lin Mo couldn't help but comment, Xie Guanyin is rather pretentious now. Shen Yihan's eyelids twitched slightly, but he refrained from responding. There might be cameras at the entrance. What Lin Mo said could potentially lead to complications, jeopardizing their future investments. At their current stage, business resembled a snowball, necessitating continuous venture capital. Before long, the butler emerged again. "Please, you may enter." Lin Mo and Shun Ihan followed the butler inside. The villa boasted a garden spanning an acre, its evening lights dim, yet illuminating the owner's meticulous care. A gentle breeze wafted the fragrant scent of flowers into their nostrils, refreshing and invigorating. One must admit, Xie Guanyin had cultivated this garden splendidly. During Lin Mo's previous residence, the garden was exclusively planted with fruit trees, as she had a penchant for fruits. She had even purchased a cherry tree, which bore hawthorn fruit the following year. After buying another cherry tree, it also yielded hawthorn fruit the subsequent year, inciting her to report both vendors in frustration. The grand fountain at the entrance remained, its lights reflecting upon the water's surface, creating a dreamlike beauty. Upon entering, Lin Mo felt an immediate sense of relaxation, as if returning home. After all, in her timeline, she had resided in this villa just 2 days prior. They passed the fountain and entered the living room. The butler announced, "Sir, your guests have arrived." A warm, melodious voice echoed from upstairs. Good. Lin Mo lifted her gaze towards the staircase. A handsome man clad in a white suit descended, his high-bridged nose adorned with silver-framed glasses. Resembling a celestial being who had descended to the earthly realm, exuding an aura of elegance and aloofness. His long legs gracefully carried him down, and the small mole on his nose danced in the interplay of light and shadow, adding to his allure. "Hello, old classmate. May I ask your name?" The man spoke in a languid yet effortlessly commanding tone, emanating the presence of someone in a position of authority. The youthful exuberance of his student days had completely vanished. Yet, his gaze was fixed upon Shun Ihan. Shun Ihan felt a pang of embarrassment, her lips twitching slightly as she addressed him. "Mr. Xie, I am not your classmate. My sister is." The man seemed to finally notice the young girl beside him. He turned his attention, adjusting his glasses with a single finger. "Sister?" In the dim light of early morning, he struggled to see clearly, but now he recognized that Lin Mo appeared as youthful as she did at 18. Her hairstyle, hair length, brows, eyes, nose, and lips were all unchanged. Shun Ihan offered a brief smile, clarifying, "Yes, she merely looks young. In reality, she is my sister." It was necessary to phrase it this way. After all, one could hardly reveal that her sister had traversed time from 11 years ago. Lin Mo was taken aback, realizing that this persistent rival had completely forgotten her. However, it was understandable. 11 years had passed, and this man's life had been nothing short of extraordinary. He had risen from humble beginnings to become a billionaire, with a story worthy of a million-word novel. Prior to her arrival, Lin Mo had managed her expectations, so she couldn't truly be disappointed. Although her head throbbed uncomfortably, she stepped forward, offering a radiant smile. "Hello, I am Lin Mo. You may not remember me, but surely you recall the college entrance examination of 2014. I was the top scorer, and you came in second in the entire city." Xie Guanyin. Shun Ihan. Shun Ihan's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. "So it was you, my sister. With such a reminder, who could forget?" This may very well be one of the rare occasions in Xie Guanyin's life where he placed second. However, would this lead Xie Guanyin to agree to sell the villa? The usually impassive figure of the capital's elite bore a twitch at the corner of his mouth, reminiscent of someone afflicted with a nervous tic. As if a memory had resurfaced, a twinkle of amusement danced in Xie Guanyin's eyes, softening the confusion and masking the fervent infatuation threatening to spill over. Just as he was about to speak, the strikingly beautiful young woman suddenly stumbled forward, falling into his embrace. Chapter 009. Who believes whom is a fool suddenly enveloped in warmth. Xie Guanyin found his mind blank as the soft figure of Lin Mo slipped into his embrace. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, rendered completely immobile. Just as he was about to reach out, the girl was pulled away from him. Shun Ihan steadied Lin Mo, his brow furrowed. "Sister, what is wrong with you?" With her body straightened, Lin Mo's awareness began to return. She shook her head slightly. "I'm fine. I haven't slept for a whole day and night. I'm just really tired." Shun Ihan, relieved, turned to Xie Guanyin and said, "Mr. Xie, I apologize. My sister suffers from severe insomnia and accidentally bumped into you just now. One might mistake her actions for an attempt at deception. However, Xie Guanyin truly embodied the gentlemanly qualities of a noble man. He exhibited no reaction at all when such a beautiful woman fell into his arms. Over the years, there had been no rumors of women around him in the Jingbei business circle, and whispers suggested that he preferred the company of men. Shen Yihan had previously dismissed such claims, but now he found himself inclined to believe them. Moreover, Lin Mo had been adored by all during their high school days. To have her as a rival, Xie Guanyin must genuinely have little interest in women. After a moment, Lin Mo realized the extent of her embarrassment, her face reddening like a monkey's posterior. Stay composed, she thought to herself. Raising her head, she offered a sheepish smile. Yes, I came to see you regarding this matter. Still tingling from the unexpected contact, Xie Guanyin turned to mask his emotions and suggested they sit down to talk. The living room was furnished with a pure green leather sofa set. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled. Xie Guanyin, you haven't discarded this sofa. Xie Guanyin settled onto the sofa, crossing his long legs and adjusting his attire. It's still usable, he replied lazily. What is the matter? As Lin Mo settled onto the familiar sofa, her fingers brushed over its surface, noting its excellent upkeep. I had this set custom-made from France at great expense. I can't believe my rival, despite being worth billions, still maintains such frugality. She recalled that during their high school days, his family seemed rather modest, often washing and reusing his school uniform until it appeared faded. The distance between them was now less than a meter. Xie Guanyin controlled his gaze and breathing, keeping his tone even. Was this villa previously your family's? Lin Mo nodded. Yes, I came to see you because I want to buy this villa back. She gestured to the dark circles under her eyes. You must not wish to see an old classmate collapse from exhaustion, right? Her clear eyes, tinged with fatigue, conveyed her sincerity. She did not intend to impose moral pressure, but circumstances left her little choice. In high school, she had attempted to save time by staying in the dormitory, which resulted in 3 sleepless nights. She had collapsed in class and had to be rushed to the hospital for emergency care. Xie Guanyin had noticed the faint shadows under her eyes and quickly averted his gaze to the glass coffee table. I'm sorry, but I have no intentions of selling this villa at the moment. Shen Yihan took a seat beside them. Beside her stood her elder sister and a true powerhouse, causing him to instinctively adopt a somewhat reserved demeanor. Sitting upright with both hands resting on his knees, the black Buddhist beads on his wrist dangling lightly. At this moment, he spoke. Mr. Xie, the price is negotiable. If we had any other means, we would not intrude upon your time. This villa, after all, was situated in a less than ideal location, with few residents, lacking the vibrancy of life. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Shen Yihan, the president of Xingshan Group. We are currently developing a high-end villa community, which you may have heard of. I can reserve the king's position for you. Larger than this villa, designed in the Sioux-style garden aesthetic, covering 10 acres. What do you think? Lin Mo glanced at her younger brother, mentally giving him a thumbs up. In critical moments, he proved remarkably competent. Whether it was money or property he sought, there would surely be something to satisfy Xie Guanyin. The butler, standing by, was utterly astonished. The market price for this villa was a maximum of 200 million, while the newly developed high-end villas by Xingshan were rumored to start at no less than 1 billion. Who would refuse such an offer? Apologies, but I have no intention of selling, Xie Guanyin replied with a gentle smile, gracefully declining. The butler was left speechless. What is your reason? Lin Mo leaned in to inquire. The young girl, with a complexion as delicate as cream, leaned closer, her captivating peach blossom eyes shimmering beautifully. Xie Guanyin felt his throat dry, raising the teacup on the table to take a sip, his attractive Adam's apple bobbing as he spoke lightly. And what reason might that be? The handsome man's deep-set eyes, obscured by his glasses, concealed the emotions lurking beneath. Lin Mo paused, then understood. This adversary was inquiring about his non-negotiable reason for not selling. Indeed, he was not in need of money. For him, money had become merely a number, no longer influencing his quality of life. He remained unchanged from years past, appearing refined and gentle, yet difficult to approach, inherently indifferent and detached. As for others, she could not say, but toward herself, he had always been this way. Every time they crossed paths at school, he would avert his gaze upon meeting hers, as though he found her loathsome. It was easy to comprehend. There could only be one top student. Noticing the slightly dazed expression on the girl's face, Siegwanyan's gaze lingered longer than intended, before he adjusted his glasses with one hand, lowering his gaze. I have grown accustomed to living here. I do not wish to relocate. Shen Ihan instinctively fiddled with the Buddhist beads on his right wrist with his left hand, his brow furrowed. This was proving to be a challenging predicament. Problems that money could not resolve were indeed difficult to tackle. He turned to his sister for guidance. Lin Mo, feeling overwhelmed, realized that Siegwanyan could have withheld his reason, yet he had graciously shared it, a reasoning that held significant weight. If he was accustomed to living here, he would have no desire to sell. Inherently proud, Lin Mo felt no sense of inferiority facing her accomplished rival. Proposing to buy back the house, she maintained a nonchalant demeanor. After all, she was willing to offer a higher price. Yet now she realized this approach would not suffice. She was the one seeking a favor, and her posture needed to be more humble. Lin Mo's peach blossom eyes subtly shifted as she inched closer to her adversary. Siegwanyan, I suspect you have completely forgotten who I am. 11 years ago, I was involved in an accident and have suddenly returned to life. Are you curious about the details? After all, it has indeed been a long time since we last met. Perhaps we should engage in some light conversation before addressing more serious matters. Perhaps she was too eager. The fragrant aroma emanating from the young girl filled the air, causing Siegwanyan's heart to race, his ears to flush, and his breath to grow heated. This moment marked the closest proximity they had ever shared in their lives. His gaze, betraying his control, fell upon her delicate, rosy lips as they parted and closed, with a hint of her pink tongue barely visible. He could not discern her words, as a singular thought consumed his mind, how he longed to kiss her. A shadowy impulse surged forth, prompting Siegwanyan to clench his fist, his fingertips digging into the wound in his palm. The sharp pain jolted him back to reality, compelling him to avert his gaze and respond with a simple, Conversation requires reciprocity. Lin Mo posed her question, yet the man's response was remarkably subdued, merely echoing a nonchalant as if to convey a lack of curiosity. Feeling awkward, Lin Mo absent-mindedly touched her nose and continued. In light of our shared history as old classmates, I shall not deceive you. I have traversed time from 11 years ago. Do you believe me? Shen Ihan's eyes widened in shock, unable to fathom that his sister would casually reveal such an extraordinary tale of time travel. He had not even confided in Jiangtang about it. Meanwhile, the butler stood nearby, furrowing his brow in disbelief, thinking to himself that this girl truly had a knack for absurdity. Believing her tale of time travel was akin to believing he was Qin Shi Huang. Only a fool would buy into such nonsense. I believe you, Siegwanyan stated with a gentle smile. The Butler. Chapter 010. The Wonders of the World. Lin Mo believes that sharing a few of her secrets could foster a sense of intimacy with others. Moreover, such fantastical tales are likely to be met with skepticism by the average person. She contemplates proving her point, perhaps by mentioning that her appearance has remained unchanged and that she retains vivid memories from high school. By helping Siegwanyan reminisce about their past, she hopes to soften his heart. However, to her surprise, he deviates from her expectations and simply states, I believe you. Now, she suspects her nemesis is deliberately opposing her. With a smile, Lin Mo continues, I have a profound attachment to this villa. After all, I was living here just the other day. Could you, for the sake of our past as classmates, consider selling it to me? The handsome man turns to face her, maintaining his gentle demeanor. No, this stubborn fellow is impervious to her pleas. Indeed, the notion of classmate camaraderie is utterly preposterous. What bond could exist between rivals? Desperate, Lin Mo resorts to her final tactic, clasping her hands together in a gesture of entreaty. I beg you, Siegwanyan, the handsome, the esteemed. Rivals are typically proud. She had never envisioned herself capitulating to Siegwanyan. Yet, circumstances compel her to seek his favor. The striking young woman, with her doe-like, pleading eyes, embodies innocence and charm, enough to soften anyone's resolve. Xie Guanyin feels his heart flutter. His hand, casually resting on the sofa, sinks into the cushions. He nearly nods in agreement, but manages to suppress the impulse, shaking his head instead. If he were to agree to sell, he would lose the legitimate excuse to see her. Lin Mo dramatically collapses onto the sofa, punching the air in frustration. I can't take it anymore. Xie Guanyin. Shen Yihan. Shen Yihan suppresses a laugh, though the moment is ill-suited for humor. He knows he should not find amusement in this, as his sister's dilemma remains unresolved. He fiddles with the beads on his wrist and clears his throat. Sister, this is not your home. You must consider your image. Straightening up from the sofa, Lin Mo tidies her hair and takes a deep breath. Xie Guanyin, would you allow me to rent a room? Specifically, the bedroom I previously occupied. For the time being, I can manage this arrangement, and later, I will visit the hospital to address my sleep issues. After all, 11 years have passed. Surely medical advancements have progressed. The handsome man's eyebrows twitch slightly as he adjusts his glasses, concealing the excitement in his eyes. Rent you a room? Shen Yihan's dark eyes brighten at the prospect, deeming it a feasible solution. He feels uneasy at the thought of his sister sharing a space with another man. However, considering that Xie Guanyin is predominantly attracted to males, this is a positive aspect. Truly, he has never seen his sister plead with anyone in this manner. If she were to beseech him so earnestly, he would willingly sacrifice anything for her. Yet, Xie Guanyin remains unmoved, resolutely steadfast. Mr. Xie, I will communicate with the occupants of the neighboring villa to purchase it. This way, my sister can spend her days at home, and until the acquisition is finalized, I will escort her daily, only to return here at night to sleep. I assure you, I will not disturb your peace. Seeing that Xie Guanyin did not immediately decline, Lin Mo promptly echoed the second brother. Indeed, indeed. I shall not intrude upon your normal life. You need not worry at all. If you intend to bring your girlfriend home, you might say that I am your family's aunt. Would this disturb his normal life? He yearned for what he could not attain. Xie Guanyin raised his gaze, obscuring the darkness in his eyes, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. Very well. The butler was genuinely astonished, as if 5 centuries had passed. To refuse the sale of the property, yet agree to its rental? Doesn't the gentleman suffer from a severe case of obsessive cleanliness? Their servants are not permitted to reside in the villa. They all rent their own accommodations. Upon witnessing Xie Guanyin's agreement to rent, Lin Mo leaped with joy, revealing a glimpse of her delicate, fair waist. Very well, it is settled then. You may discuss the rent with my brother. I shall retire to my room upstairs now. Lin Mo felt her head spinning like a whirlpool, sensing that if she did not succumb to slumber soon, she might collapse at any moment. Without waiting for Xie Guanyin and Shen Yihan to utter a word, the young girl gracefully ascended the stairs, her long legs propelling her forward, her flowing hair cascading in a beautiful arc. A delicate fragrance lingered in the air, reminiscent of her hair. Xie Guanyin inhaled deeply, maintaining his composure. The butler promptly inquired, Mr. Xie, shall I escort her to the guest room? Xie Guanyin waved his hand dismissively, indicating for the other to proceed with their tasks, for she was far more acquainted with this place. Shanshan had resided in this villa for 18 years. In the expansive living room, only Shen Yihan and Xie Guanyin remained, 2 men amidst the vastness. Shen Yihan swallowed hard, took a sip of the water that the butler had prepared earlier, and then spoke. Mr. Xie, I sincerely appreciate your willingness to rent us this property. The monthly rent is set at 100,000. Do you find that agreeable? Xie Guanyin's expression was gentle as he adjusted his glasses with a single finger and smiled. You must be Shen Yihan, correct? There is no need for such extravagance. Managing your company well is far more valuable than giving me 100,000. Shen Yihan was taken aback, then touched his nose with his hand adorned with black prayer beads. Mr. Xie, your admonition is indeed valid. When conversing among intelligent individuals, a mere hint suffices. This statement resounded clearly in his mind. It seems that during this period his sensational news has indeed caused quite a stir, to the extent that even Mr. Xie is aware of it. Investors undoubtedly remain vigilant regarding the movements of the companies in which they invest. Otherwise, how could they discern whether to amplify or diminish their investments in the forthcoming quarter. Shun Yihan felt an acute sense of embarrassment, akin to being caught daydreaming in class, his head nearly bowing in shame. The atmosphere grew somewhat heavy with silence. Xie Guanyin, with a voice as soothing as spring water, gently suggested, "If you have no further matters to attend to, perhaps you should return for now." Shun Yihan lifted his gaze, steeling himself to meet Xie Guanyin's penetrating stare. "Mr. Xie, my sister has entrusted her affairs to you. You may have spoken in jest when you mentioned belief, but she truly has traversed through time." Such an extraordinary assertion was difficult for Shun Yihan to articulate while gazing at Xie Guanyin's serene yet unattainable visage. His sister possessed an extraordinarily resilient spirit. Xie Guanyin, with fingers as delicate as jade, lifted his teacup, his eyes subtly flickering with intrigue. He genuinely believed her, for there was no other explanation for Lin Mo's appearance remaining unchanged. Not even the split ends of her hair had altered. In this vast and wondrous world, anything is possible. Xie Guanyin chuckled softly. Indeed, the capacity to accept challenges is a hallmark of a true leader. Shun Yihan smiled faintly, then recalled another matter, saying, "There is one more thing I would like to bring to your attention." Xie Guanyin looked at him, inquiring, "What is it?" Shun Yihan carefully articulated, before her unexpected journey. "My sister was in a romantic relationship with Gu Jingchuan, the currently popular film emperor. It is only natural that she still harbors feelings for him. If you happen to watch television, I kindly ask that you refrain from viewing any of Gu Jingchuan's dramas, aware that leaders seldom indulge in television." Shun Yihan wished to take precautionary measures to mitigate any potential distress that his sister might experience. Xie Guanyin's expression darkened almost instantaneously. The fingers gripping his teacup turned pale, and the veins on his hand became pronounced. He lowered his gaze, but when he lifted it again, his demeanor had returned to its usual calm and cultured state. "Very well, I understand." Chapter 011. Lin Mo awoke, having indulged in a refreshing slumber. Even neglecting to wash up, as she rolled over in bed, she realized the room was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any light. In her groggy state, she wondered if the room was equipped with smart home technology that automatically drew the curtains upon sensing her slumber. Her porcelain-white arm emerged from beneath the covers as she fumbled for her phone, finally locating it by the pillow, its surface cool to the touch. Upon illuminating the screen, she was startled to see it was 16:01. Her peach blossom eyes widened in disbelief. Had she truly slept until 4 in the afternoon the following day? Several messages awaited her on WeChat. One from Jingquan Buddha read, "I delivered the clothes you purchased yesterday to the villa. If you need anything else, have Jiang Tang go buy it." Another followed, "I will expedite the purchase of the adjacent villa. Call me if you need anything." A third message stated, "Mr. Xie is also one of my investors. He is quite amiable and, moreover, he has no interest in women, so you need not worry about his intentions." Awakening to such juicy revelations, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled. She had never been concerned about Xie Guanyin harboring any ulterior motives towards her. On one hand, she trusted his character. On the other, her rival was merely an object of mutual disdain. Last night, when she had stumbled into his presence, he had not even offered her a hand. A message from Si Han read, "Does Xie Guanyin prefer men? Is that true? Due elaboraci." It was no wonder that there was no record of his romantic escapades online. Shun Yihan responded almost instantly, "Sister, you are finally awake. If you hadn't tea-stirred, I would have summoned an ambulance." Lin Mo replied, "Let us discuss serious matters." Shun Yihan continued, "It's merely speculation based on rumors and my observations from last night. I cannot confirm anything. I just wanted to ease your mind." Lin Mo frowned. It is inappropriate to conjecture about someone's sexual orientation without evidence. Shun Yihan admitted, "I was mistaken." Lin Mo decided, "I shall inquire directly." Shun Yihan responded with confusion. Lin Mo felt it was entirely reasonable to be concerned about the sexual orientation of her rival, especially since they were uncertain how long they would be cohabiting. It would be wise to prepare herself should he decide to bring a man home. She disregarded Shun Yihan's messages, setting her phone aside and running her fingers through her messy hair as she descended from the bed. With both hands, she drew back the curtains, allowing the blinding sunlight to pour in, instinctively shielding her eyes. After a few moments of adjustment, she gazed outside, The day was splendid, adorned with a cerulean sky and fluffy clouds. The garden was truly a sight to behold, brimming with seasonal blooms. Vivid clusters of fuchsia roses flourished, and a gardener was diligently pruning the branches. Stretching her arms high above her head, she turned back to survey the room. Exhausted last night, she had effortlessly found her way to her bedroom and collapsed onto the bed without a second thought. Now, she observed that the room bore little alteration from her previous abode. Immaculate and adorned in the French style she had once adored. The bedding was a refreshing shade of green, soft and inviting. It appeared that Xie Guanyin had designated this space as an ordinary guest room. As she opened the door and stepped out, she noticed the door to the opposite room ajar, revealing a fleeting glimpse of a white figure. Lin Mo approached, gently knocking on the door. Xie Guanyin, aren't you going to work today? The room, originally a study, retained its purpose. The handsome man was clad in a fitted white shirt, his arms exhibiting a graceful contour. He was focused on his computer, seemingly engaged in work. Upon hearing her voice, Xie Guanyin turned, his warm gaze landing on the young girl. Her peach blossom eyes, still drowsy from sleep, were charmingly lazy, with long hair cascading casually over her shoulders. A few stray strands playfully standing upright atop her head, utterly adorable. Despite having gazed at her the entire previous night, he could never seem to get enough. 11 years had passed, and no one knew how much he longed for her. I finished work early today, he smiled gently. Lin Mo stepped inside, casually, only to notice the shadows under his eyes, indicating a night of restless sleep. It must be said his smile was truly captivating. The small brown mole on his high nose glimmered, a blend of restraint and allure. During high school, she and T quite noticed, as her focus was solely on her studies. Oh, where are the clothes my second brother sent me? I want to take a shower. Xie Guanyin observed her with calmness in his eyes. Auntie should have organized them and put them in the wardrobe. Lin Mo smiled. Auntie is quite considerate. By the way, do you prefer men or women? The conversation took an unexpected turn, and Xie Guanyin clearly struggled to follow her train of thought, furrowing his brow. Lin Mo blinked innocently. It's nothing. I'm just quite open-minded. I merely want to be mentally prepared. If you bring a big man home, I wouldn't want to be startled. The girl was always straightforward, and Xie Guanyin understood her well. Women, he adjusted his glasses and replied. Lin Mo, intrigued, asked, so why have you not been in a relationship all these years? You're nearly 30, Xie Guanyin replied. There is no need to be so blunt. I simply haven't met the right person. After a brief silence, he added, Then Montag Schulget. All right then, I'll go take a shower. After her refreshing shower, Lin Mo felt rejuvenated. She picked up her phone and saw a WeChat message from her second brother. I've arrived at the villa gate. Coming to take you to dinner. She replied, coming. Exiting her room, she saw Xie Guanyin still working in the study. She peeked and greeted him. Xie Guanyin, my second brother is here to take me to dinner. I'll be back later. Remember to leave the door open for me. Xie Guanyin's gaze dimmed slightly, yet his demeanor remained gentle and composed. Add me on WeChat and let me know when you return. Lin Mo stood at the door. All right, please share your phone number. After adding him on WeChat, she waved her hand cheerfully. I'm off. As she disappeared from sight, Xie Guanyin stood up. He walked to the door and noticed her slender figure vanishing down the staircase. Approaching the opposite room, which was still ajar, he peered out the window. The young girl's silhouette was strikingly delicate, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, fluttering gracefully in the breeze, a vibrant, spirited sight. A man in a black suit, with prayer beads adorning his wrist, parked his car and opened the door, allowing the girl to step inside. The Bentley glided smoothly along the winding mountain road, soon vanishing from sight. Xie Guanyin, with his well-defined knuckles, raised his hands to draw the curtains closed. Striding to the door, he shut it firmly behind him. He retraced his steps, removing the glasses perched on his nose, shedding his suit jacket and shoes. With a single hand, he tossed aside the covers and reclined on the bed. His tall, elegant frame sank into the mattress. As he inhaled the lingering fragrance of a young girl from the pillow with a greedy fascination. Closing his eyes, his long, thick eyelashes fluttered gently. At that moment, he finally felt the tangible presence of the girl he had longed for so dearly returning to him. How intoxicatingly fragrant. Chapter 012. Shimmer following the completion of the film promotion, Li Huanyu found herself with ample free time. She ventured out to capture a series of candid daily photographs for her Weibo account. Upon returning to the van, she opened her phone, only to discover several messages on WeChat, none of which were from Shen Yihan. The previous night, Shen Yihan had departed without uttering a single word of explanation. Frustration simmered within her, yet she refrained from reaching out to inquire, instead waiting for him to message her with an apology. However, no such message arrived. It was as if Shen Yihan had vanished into thin air. What was happening? Why did it feel as though his affections had drifted away from her? What was he preoccupied with these past few days? As the president of a large corporation, she understood Shen Yihan's demanding schedule. Yet, even during his busiest days, he would send her a flurry of messages and would always make time to attend her needs. Li Huanyu's delicate fingers grasped her phone as she inhaled deeply and opened Shen Yihan's chat interface. She typed, "Brother Yihan, do you have time tonight? I would like to treat you to dinner." This was her first initiative to invite him out, and she was certain he would accept. Just then, a message popped up on her screen. She focused intently. It was from Gu Jingchuan. "Baby, would you like to have dinner together tonight? I've made a reservation at your favorite restaurant." A smile crept onto Li Huanyu's lips, but she chose not to respond. One only learns to cherish what they have lost. She was still not finished being upset. The familiar sound of a long ringtone echoed. Just as Shen Yihan parked and exited the vehicle, he glanced at his phone. His brow furrowed slightly as he replied, "Not tonight. I'm having dinner with my sister." Li Huanyu quickly responded, "That's all right. I can invite your sister to join us." Shen Yihan looked up at his sister, who had just emerged from the passenger's seat, hesitating to suggest that Huanyu join them for dinner. His sister seemed to harbor some misconceptions about Huanyu. Surely, after spending some time with her, she would realize what a wonderful girl Huanyu truly was. They were at a large upscale shopping mall, with the car parked in the underground garage. Just as Shen Yihan was about to speak, he noticed his sister gazing at an advertisement. The man on the billboard was strikingly handsome, his hair slicked back, with a devilish smile, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. Shen Yihan's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't that Gu Jingchuan? The clothing brand featured in the ad was indeed endorsed by him, and even in the parking garage, his promotional image was visible. Shen Yihan watched as his sister frowned, her expression darkening. His fingers instinctively fidgeted with the Buddhist beads on his right wrist. Perhaps it was best not to invite Huanyu after all. His sister had just gone through a breakup, and bringing Huanyu along might only exacerbate her feelings. Moreover, Huanyu had once been involved in a public relationship with Gu Jingchuan, albeit a fabricated one, which complicated matters further. Without mentioning anything to Lin Mo, he typed on his phone, "No need. Let us save the dinner for another time." Upon receiving the message, Li Huanyu's expression shifted dramatically. Shen Yihan had outright declined her invitation. She bit her lip in frustration. Was it truly his sister that was the issue? What was preventing them from meeting? She felt an overwhelming desire to confront this sister in person. "Sister, the restaurant we agreed upon is just up the elevator." Shen Yihan tugged at Lin Mo, preventing her from continuing to gaze at the billboard. Lin Mo diverted her attention, acknowledging the passage of time. 11 years had elapsed, and Gu Jingchuan had undergone significant changes. He appeared rather greasy and had lost some hair. Good heavens, she now felt a twinge of regret for having agreed to date him in the first place. She had not savored a single day of romance, yet felt as if a stain remained on her record. Sitting in the barbecue restaurant, Lin Mo's mood was rather dismal, pondering whether anyone aside from her brother would recall this matter. Shen Yihan was focused on grilling meat for her, his expression also rather grim. It seemed her sister still had a soft spot for Gu Jingchuan. To divert her sister's attention, Shen Yihan inquired, "Sister, did you ask Mr. See about his sexual orientation?" Indeed, it was quite audacious. He dared to suggest that only a handful of individuals in the entire Jingbei would directly ask Xie Guanyin about such a delicate subject. He certainly did not possess the courage to do so. Lin Mo stuffed her mouth with lettuce and several large pieces of pork belly before responding, "I asked. He said he likes women." Shen Yihan was taken aback. Women? Countless affluent ladies in the Jingbei elite had pursued him, yet he remained indifferent. Lin Mo added, with charred beef and lettuce in her mouth, "He said his team met the right one." Shen Yihan flipped the beef tongue, nodding in agreement. Indeed, someone of his stature likely had exceptionally high standards for a partner, and few could measure up to him. Sister, what do you think of him? Lin Mo frowned and playfully smacked Shen Han on the head. What did he mean? Did he want her to pursue him? Don't be absurd. Shen Han certainly did not wish for his sister to fall in love, but her infatuation with Gu Jingchuan seemed hopeless. The best remedy for a broken heart was to embark on a new relationship. Xie Guanyin was far superior to Gu Jingchuan. At the very least, he was a gentleman. It's not about chasing. You could try to discover his merits. Essentially, the goal was to redirect her attention away from Gu Jingchuan. I'm too busy for that. I have many things to attend to. I'm occupied with finding my fourth brother, and I'm preparing to retake my final year of high school, to reapply to university, and continue my studies. 11 years had passed, and Xingda would no longer recognize her previous scores. Retaking a year was inconsequential. It would allow her to locate her fourth brother and guide him onto the right path. Upon hearing this, Shen Yihan's expression darkened. His sister was unwilling to open her heart to someone new, using her busyness as a distraction. Retaking the final year of high school was exhausting. Now that her family had everything they needed, further education was unnecessary. As he spoke, Shen Yihan placed a perfectly grilled slice of tender beef tongue into Lin Mo's bowl. Lin Mo shook her head, asserting, I want to study. I have my own life plans. Although this world resembled a novel, for those existing within it, it was a genuine life. With Xie Guanyin being so accomplished, could she afford to languish like a parasite? Years ago, she had applied to Qingda's finance program, but now Lin Mo planned to reconsider her options. People are products of their times, and with the changing era, her plans needed adjustment. There was no rush. She could take her time contemplating. The immediate priority was to locate her fourth brother and ascertain which school he attended. The male lead's brother was at Yizhong, but that did not necessarily imply her fourth brother was also there. School bullies did not limit their fights to only their own institutions. Tomorrow, I shall visit the first high school to discern the situation. Which high school do you wish to attend? I shall facilitate your enrollment. Shen Yihan did not elaborate further. Once his sister had made a decision, it was immutable. Perhaps numbing oneself is not the crux of the matter. Rather, it is her desire to reclaim control over her life. At merely 18, there lies a vast expanse of life ahead. I shall inform you soon. Lin Mo savored a tender slice of beef tongue, narrowing her eyes in delight. The aroma was intoxicating. Do ensure you rest early this evening. I shall have Jiang Tang come to escort you in the morning. Please park the car in front of the villa, Shen Yihan instructed. Understood. Lin Montauk disembarked, clutching a large bag of snacks, the offerings from a friend in the capital. By the way, I urge you to reflect on my words and perhaps endeavor to discover some merits in Xie Guanyin. Shen Yihan added, juggling tasks while diverting attention. This dual approach is the most prudent. Lin Mo rolled her eyes at him, exclaiming, You are rather verbose. Shen Yihan remained silent. She opened her phone to send a WeChat message to Xie Guanyin. I have returned. Please open the door. The clock struck 11, and Lin Mo pondered whether Xie Guanyin had already retired for the night. After a minute of silence with no response, she resorted to a voice call. The phone rang for quite some time before he answered, his voice husky and alluring. Yet, Lin Mo was too taken aback to notice, exclaiming, How did you know my nickname? Chapter 013. Rising at 5 to brew chicken soup. A most unheard of experience. From a young age, Lin Mo had an affinity for all things that sparkled, gold, diamonds, and the stars in the sky. Coupled with her striking beauty, akin to that of a porcelain doll, and her charming personality, she was a dazzling presence wherever she went. Consequently, her parents affectionately bestowed upon her the nickname Shan Shan. This moniker was known to few, primarily her family, as her younger brother seldom used it, reserving it for their parents to call her by. Lin Mo could hardly recall the last time she had heard that name. By the current timeline, it had been a span of 15 years. Suddenly hearing those two syllables made her heart skip a beat. How did Xie Guanyin know? Your nickname is Shan Shan? The man's voice was clearer now, returning to its usual gentle and refined tone. Lin Mo frowned. Were you not calling for me? As Xie Guanyin climbed out of bed while answering the call, he stifled his hurried breaths and tidied the bedding. He had merely intended to lie down and savor the essence of Shan Shan, but unexpectedly succumbed to slumber. Having gone without sleep the previous night, he had been unable to resist the pull of exhaustion. He felt despicable and shameless, just as he had years ago. In his drowsy haze, upon receiving Shanshan's call, he unconsciously uttered her nickname, a name he had kept hidden in his heart for over 20 years, never once uttered in her presence. The pain from a wound in his palm brought him back to a semblance of awareness. He should not be here. He was showing her a lack of respect. He could not allow her to discover the dark thoughts that had haunted him. Such revelations would surely frighten her. Thinking quickly, he said, "I'm in a video conference. One of my subordinate daughters is also named Shan, and I was merely greeting her." Lin Mo blinked. "You're still working at this hour?" "Thank you, Xiao. Please come open the door." She pondered how Xie Guanyin could possibly know her nickname. It seemed implausible. It could not have been Shini Han who mentioned it. Despite his ramblings, the man had always maintained a certain decorum. "Ah, so that's the case. All right, I'll come over now," Xie Guanyin replied. "What nickname?" Shini Han, standing nearby, inquired with confusion. Lin Mo hung up the phone and shook her head. "It's nothing. Just a misunderstanding." Xie Guanyin was greeting his subordinate daughter, and I thought he was calling me. Shini Han raised an eyebrow, twirling the beads on his wrist. "What a coincidence. You and Xie Guanyin seem to have quite the connection." Lin Mo kicked him playfully. "Hurry and get lost." A few minutes later, the ornate door of the villa swung open, revealing a man clad in a white shirt. He still wore those silver-rimmed glasses, and the top button of his shirt was fastened, exuding an air of refined restraint, resembling the most elusive flower atop a snow-capped mountain. Shuni Han quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Mr. Xie, I truly apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. I'll ensure to bring my sister back earlier next time." Xie Guanyin's expression remained gentle. "It's quite all right. I have yet to sleep as well." Lin Mo entered with snacks in hand, casting one last glare at Shuni Han. "Be careful on your way back." The grand door slowly closed, and the path from the entrance to the living room was somewhat lengthy, passing through the garden. Xie Guanyin followed closely behind her, his shadow completely enveloping her. Lin Mo suddenly realized how tall he was. "How did you grow so tall?" She turned to look at him. Under the moonlight, the man's features were strikingly deep and handsome, exuding an air of aloofness and restraint. The small brown mole on his nose was particularly alluring. Lin Mo inexplicably recalled Shun Yihan's words, urging her to discover Xie Guanyin's merits. In truth, she had already recognized one. Xie Guanyin was quite captivating. His demeanor was so refined and noble that even with a constant smile on his face, he still seemed to keep others at arm's length. There was a tantalizing allure in wanting to reach out and see how he would appear when he was truly moved. "You're not short either," the man said gently. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and lifted her chin, resembling a proud peacock. "You should know I'm only 18 this year. I'm still growing and can become taller." Xie Guanyin's glassy eyes, obscured by the dim moonlight, fixed intently upon her. The garden bloomed with vibrant flowers, yet they all paled in comparison to her presence. In a cheerful mood, Lin Mo entered the villa, placed the snacks in the living room, and said, "Xie Guanyin, feel free to eat these snacks if you wish. There's no need to be polite." With that, she hurried upstairs. Xie Guanyin watched her retreating figure, his eyes behind the glasses gradually darkening. The wound inflicted by his fingertips pressing into his palm. He had been offered snacks, yet he had disrespected her. He truly deserved condemnation. Upon entering her room, Lin Mo took a shower and lay down on the bed. She suddenly noticed that the blanket was still warm. What material is this blanket made of that retains warmth so well? Lin Mo did not dwell on it. She played with her phone for a while before falling asleep. The next morning, she awoke quite early, rising around 8 o'clock. After freshening up, she descended to the first floor and was greeted by a delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen. She hurried to the kitchen to find a tall man wearing an apron, his elegant hands wielding a spoon. The apron was black, contrasting with his white shirt, accentuating his slender waist in a rather sexy manner. Lin Mo felt an inexplicable warmth in her gaze, quickly averting her eyes to see a pot of golden chicken soup. In an instant, her mouth watered profusely, and she tapped Xie Guanyin on the shoulder. "Mr. Xie, are you having such nourishing food so early in the morning?" Xie Guanyan's body stiffened momentarily before he turned to her, his voice cultured and pleasant. The butler prepared chicken soup yesterday. I'm making chicken noodle soup. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with delight. I wonder if your tenant, Lin Mo, is worthy of a bowl of chicken noodle soup? For the sake of cuisine, Lin Mo was willing to cast aside any concerns for appearances. She adored chicken noodle soup, often receiving it from Gu Jingchuan during her senior year. Of course, Xie Guanyan replied amiably, his beautiful glassy eyes peering at her through his glasses. At the kitchen entrance, the butler's lips twitched slightly. He certainly hadn't prepared any chicken soup the previous day. This is what Xie Guanyan prepared at 5 in the morning. Rising at such an hour to brew chicken soup is truly unprecedented. At last, he understands that his esteemed companion has a fondness for this young lady. Oh, why have you taken it upon yourself to cook? Is there no chef in the house? Lin Mo observed as Xie Guanyan placed the noodles into the pot. They have a butler, yet surely they must have a chef as well. The chef had prior commitments this morning, Xie Guanyan replied gently. The butler's lips twitched in disbelief. What commitments? It was clearly a forced day off you imposed upon him. He had received a frantic call early that morning from Chef Li, who lamented, questioning what he had done wrong to warrant dismissal from his position. It is worth noting that the salary here is several times that of other places, and the work is rather effortless. Chef Li felt as if the sky was falling. After consuming a hearty bowl of chicken soup noodles, Lin Mo gave Xie Guanyan a thumbs up, exclaiming that his culinary skills were truly impressive. She had detected a familiar flavor, nearly identical to the chicken soup noodles that Gu Jingchuan had once brought her. As a wealthy second-generation heir, Gu Jingchuan certainly did not prepare it himself. It was undoubtedly crafted by the family chef. Chapter 014. He holds quite an affection for his alma mater. Jiang Tang sent a WeChat message, indicating her arrival at the entrance. Lin Mo returned the bowl to the kitchen and waved at Xie Guanyan, saying, I'm leaving now, goodbye. The butler also chimed in with a farewell. The young girl's smile was radiant and her voice melodious. The butler momentarily froze, then broke into a warm smile, replying, Goodbye. Take care on your way. My goodness, this little girl is truly delightful. Once seated in the car, Jiang Tang handed over a lunchbox. President Shun asked me to bring you breakfast. If you're hungry, you can eat it on the road. Lin Mo shook her head. I've already eaten. Jiang Tang expressed surprise. Where did you have it? Did you eat with Mr. Xie? In Jingbei, many who respect Xie Guanyan refer to him as Mr. Xie, for he is not only a prominent figure, but also deeply involved in charitable endeavors. His annual donations lead the nation, aiding countless students in impoverished mountainous regions and constructing several temples. Xie Guanyan has established his own charity foundation, to which Shun Han also contributes yearly. The Buddhist beads on his wrist were obtained from one of the temples built by Xie Guanyan. Yes, Mr. Xie made it himself. It's quite delicious. Lin Mo praised the culinary skills of her rival without reservation. A smile flickered across Jiang Tang's cool demeanor as she teased. If the classmates from our high school knew that the rival school beauty and the school prince live in the same villa, with the prince preparing breakfast for the beauty, they would undoubtedly be astounded. One cannot deny that these two share a unique destiny. Lin Mo shook her head. Xie Guanyan didn't make it specifically for me. He merely made a bowl on the side. The next moment, she inquired with curiosity, Sister Jiang, do you know about my relationship with Xie Guanyan? Jiang Tang, one hand on the steering wheel, replied, yes, you both were legendary figures back in the day. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo sighed, leaning her head back against the car's seat, murmuring, now he's the only one left. I am not. The author of the novel truly portrays her as a Japanese character. Seeing the exquisite and vibrant young girl with her brows slightly furrowed, Jiang Tang's heart softened immensely. She reached out to pat Lin Mo's head. No need to rush. You will eventually become a legendary figure too. After all, traversing from 11 years ago is quite legendary in itself. This was something Shun Han had revealed to her last night, leaving her utterly astonished. He had asked her to take Lin Mo to Jingbei No. 1 High School today, mentioning that she was to attend high school. With the conversation taking that turn, Shun Han decided to share the truth. Lin Mo nodded, clenching her fist. Go Lu Xiaokui. Jiang Tang laughed heartily. Whether Mr. Xie still considers you a rival, I cannot say, but it appears you still regard him as one. Lin Mo shrugged. He is the only one in high school who challenged my position as the top student. Before he transferred to our school, I was the undisputed first. It's hard not to see him as a rival. Although the gap between us is now vast, one must always have dreams. Jiang Tang found herself increasingly fond of Lin Mo. She was the only female science student in Jingbei to achieve the top score in the college entrance examination in nearly 20 years. Her core strength is truly remarkable. She never underestimates herself and inherently believes she is not inferior to anyone. I believe in you, Jiang Tang said sincerely. At the entrance of Jingbei No. 1 High School, the familiar tree-lined path welcomed them. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a mosaic of dappled shapes upon the ground. Shen Han had already exchanged pleasantries with the school authorities, allowing Lin Mo and Jiang Tang to enter the campus without hindrance. 11 years had passed, yet the changes here were minimal. Only a few new teaching buildings and a modern sports field had been added. Jiang Tang mentioned these buildings were all donated by Xie Guanyin, one each year. Lin Montak, shielding her eyes from the sun with her fair hand, noticed the walls of the new classrooms bore the initials SS. It seemed they were donated in the name of their company. He certainly held a deep affection for his alma mater. However, she was not particularly interested in this. Having seen too much sorrow in the past, she averted her gaze and inquired of Jiang Tang. Do you know if Gu Jingchuan's younger brother, Gu Jingzhou, is in any of the classes? Jiang Tang replied, he is in Class 1, an academic prodigy, consistently ranking in the top 3 of his grade. Then let us visit Class 1, Lin Mo suggested. She was uncertain how to find her fourth brother through Gu Jingzhou, but she felt compelled to try. Her fourth brother had been lost in childhood and adopted, thus his name had been changed. Otherwise, she could have simply searched for his original name, Shunjinan. With so many high schools in Jingbei, it would be absurd to go from one to another demanding to see their top students. Such behavior might easily be deemed eccentric. Moreover, the concept of a school bully was rather nebulous. It was a trope often encountered in novels. For instance, when asked who the school bully was during her time at No. 1 High School, she could not recall. Each class had its share of mischievous students, but she could not pinpoint who would fit that title. As they approached Class 1, the bell rang, and a tide of youthful male students surged out, akin to a stampede of wild bulls. Jiang Tang instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Mo to shield her from the throng. At 25, he exuded a cool and intellectual aura. Standing in the corridor with a stunning girl who appeared to be a high school student herself drew considerable attention. Lin Mo, however, was quite at ease in this atmosphere. High school felt like a mere month ago to her. Her clear, bright eyes scanned the departing students as she boldly inquired, Is Gu Jingzhou here? I'm looking for him. Wow, someone is searching for Gu Jingzhou. Surely, she isn't yet another girl from a different school here to confess her feelings? The students murmured, admiring her beauty. Gu Jingzhou, there's a girl looking for you. A male voice called out. Gu Jingzhou, engrossed in his book, did not lift his head, dismissing her with, Let her go. I have no time for this. He was perpetually busy, with little time for romance. The boy who had called out offered Lin Mo an apologetic smile. That's just how Gu Jingzhou is. Don't be upset, beautiful. I'll go in and fetch him. Such a stunning girl was beneath his notice. In No. 1 High School, she would undoubtedly be considered a campus belle, much to his chagrin. Lin Mo stepped out from behind Jiang Tang. It's fine, I'll go in and find him. Jiang Tang, please wait for me outside. Jiang Tang nodded, her phone ringing just at that moment, requiring her attention. Lin Mo had once been a student in Class 1, though this particular classroom was not the one she had occupied in her time. The boy who had called out earlier followed her inside, looking somewhat plump and enthusiastically pointed. He asked, sitting over there. Lin Mo walked over and sat down on the empty chair in front of Gu Jingzhou. Her slender, pale fingers tapped lightly on his desk. Hey, Gu Jingzhou, slightly annoyed, lifted his gaze and asked, What do you want? In the next moment, he found himself momentarily stunned, his eyes widening slightly. This girl was exceedingly beautiful, her face exquisitely delicate like that of a porcelain doll, with clear, captivating peach blossom eyes. Moreover, she seemed familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Gu Jingzhou bore a resemblance to his brother Gu Jingchuan, enough to be considered handsome. With a pleasant demeanor, Lin Mo smiled and inquired, I just wanted to ask if there have been any mischievous students causing you trouble lately, whether from your school or another. This question seemed quite reasonable. It was evident that the incident involving his fourth brother injuring Gu Jingzhou and landing him in the hospital must have stemmed from some conflict. After all, it was unlikely that his fourth brother would randomly assault him on the street. Gu Jingzhou was perplexed as to why this beautiful girl was asking such a question. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head, replying no. Lin Mo frowned, urging him, think carefully. Gu Jingzhou contemplated again, and suddenly his eyes lit up. I know who you resemble. You look like my brother's high school girlfriend. Lin Mo was at a loss for words. That is not what I wanted you to think about. No matter how she probed, Gu Jingzhou insisted he and T had any recent conflicts, claiming he was quite well-liked. Lin Mo felt a bit overwhelmed. Perhaps the plot between Gu Jingzhou and her fourth brother had yet to unfold? All right, let us add each other on WeChat. If anyone causes you trouble, just let me know through WeChat. After acquiring Gu Jingzhou's WeChat contact, Lin Mo exited the classroom. Gu Jingzhou, gazing at Lin Mo's departing figure, took a photo with his phone and sent it to his brother. Bro, this girl looks like your high school girlfriend. Chapter 015 Special Concern. As Jiang Tang hung up the phone, she noticed Lin Mo emerging from the classroom, drawing the attention of numerous students. The girl, with her casual high ponytail, walked calmly through the gazes of the crowd, her hair swaying gently, exuding an effortless charm as if she were meant to shine so brilliantly. A somewhat plump boy trailed behind her, his cheeks flushed. Summoning great courage, he spoke. Excuse me, beautiful, which school do you attend? May I add you on WeChat? My name is Zhang Shua. The classmates nearby were taken aback. Has the art of flattery become so brazen? It is well known that this beauty has a fondness for Gu Jingzhou. Where lies the morality? What are the boundaries? Where to scan the WeChat QR code? Lin Mo contemplated declining, considering the likelihood of never encountering this boy again in her lifetime. Yet, before she could utter a word, Zhang Shua cheerfully whispered, I can keep an eye on Gu Jingzhou for you, to see if anyone has conflicts with him. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although it felt morally ambiguous to exploit his offer, he had presented it unprompted. She could always send him a small token of gratitude later. After a moment's thought, Lin Mo retrieved her phone and displayed her WeChat QR code. Zhang Shua, brimming with excitement, nearly fumbled his phone. He had never encountered a girl as stunning as Lin Mo, as if she had stepped out of an anime. He found himself utterly captivated. It seemed that someone like her could easily lift her spirits with a mere glance at her own reflection, unlike him, whose good mood could be swiftly extinguished by a glance in the mirror. However, he was no mere flatterer. He was a champion of pure love. Jiang Tang, holding her phone, furrowed her brow. She had heard from Shun Yihan about the situation between Lin Mo and Gu Jingchuan. Shun Yihan had advised her not to mention Gu Jingchuan in Lin Mo's presence to spare her feelings. Previously puzzled as to why Lin Mo was investigating Gu Jingchuan's brother, she now understood. Lin Mo aimed to approach Gu Jingchuan through his sibling. After all, Gu Jingchuan was a prominent movie star, inaccessible to most. Perhaps first loves are indeed unforgettable. Observing the group of high school students whispering that Lin Mo had affections for Gu Jingzhou, Jiang Tang couldn't help but smile inwardly. These high schoolers were on the first level of understanding, while she stood on the second. As Lin Mo approached, Jiang Tang inquired, Do you wish to explore the school further? Lin Mo shook her head, declining. No, let's head back. Her WeChat contacts had increased by 2. Gu Jingzhou's profile picture depicted him holding a basketball, radiating youthful vitality, while Zhang Shua's avatar was a charming image of Crayon Shinchan. A message from Crayon Shinchan popped up. Hello, I am Zhang Shua. What is your name? Lin Mo sent back her name and promptly transferred him 1,000 yuan. Please keep a close watch on Gu Jingzhou, especially for any conflict he may have. Upon seeing the transfer, Zhang Shua's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow. How generous is this stunning beauty? He no longer felt like a mere champion of pure love. He had become the most devoted servant of a young lady. All right. I will keep a vigilant eye on him. Lin Mo was walking out of the school when a thought struck her. With her delicate, pearly fingers, she typed a message to Zhang Shua on her phone. By the way, Is there a senior in your school known as the bully? If so, could you send me a photo? This was one approach. Perhaps it would lead her directly to the answer. Zhang Shuo quickly replied, "It seems they're ISNT1, but I will ask around for you." Lin Mo responded, "Thanks." Zhang Shuo added, "No need to mention it. It's the duty of an old servant." Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. The class bell has rung, so you should focus on your studies. Upon seeing this message, Zhang Shuo promptly put away his phone, placing both hands on the desk, sitting up straight. Since the young lady had advised him to pay attention in class, he felt it imperative to do so. After leaving the school, Lin Mo got into a car. Jiang Tang inquired, "Where would you like to go? I can take you, but I fear I won't be able to accompany you for long. There is a group meeting at the company that I wish to attend." The position of assistant was highly competitive, and she did not want to fall behind in her duties. Although taking care of Lin Mo would please the president, she still aspired to excel in her work. The recent call had been from her secretary, questioning her whereabouts, especially on such an important day for the group meeting. Lin Mo, aware that she had already delayed Jiang Tang's work, smiled and said, "Let us head back to the company together. I've never visited Shun Yihan's office." She noticed that Jiang Tang was someone who truly loved her work. The journey from the first high school to the Xingshan Group headquarters was not far, taking a little over half an hour. Upon exiting the car, Lin Mo beheld a towering building, its glass facade reflecting a kaleidoscope of sunlight. At the very top, the word Xingshan Group gleamed in gold, exuding an impressive aura. At that moment, Lin Mo truly felt the reality of her second brother, Shun Yihan, being a domineering president. The family business had not been this grand. They had merely rented a 5-story building in a business park. Entering the company lobby alongside Jiang Tang, the receptionist greeted them with a smile. "Good day, Assistant Jiang." Jiang Tang responded with a cool nod. "Who is this?" the receptionist inquired, noticing the exquisite young lady beside Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang replied, "She is a family member of President Shun." The choice of words was subtly crafted. Claiming her as a sister would surely raise skepticism. The term family conveyed both identity and avoided confusion. Upon hearing this, the receptionist would undoubtedly treat Lin Mo with greater respect, ensuring no obstructions in the future. Lin Mo admired Jiang Tang as quick-wit. The lobby was bustling, and everyone who encountered Jiang Tang greeted her with utmost respect. In the exclusive VIP elevator leading directly to the president's office, Lin Mo gazed at Jiang Tang with wide eyes. "Sister Jiang, you are truly remarkable." Jiang Tang instinctively shook her head, denying it. Lin Mo, looking earnestly into her eyes, said, "You are the president's assistant," which is tantamount to a general manager's position within the company. At only in your 20s, you are indeed impressive. You should have confidence. Many had praised Jiang Tang's capabilities, yet she had always felt that she fell short. Her upbringing had been characterized by a suppressive form of education, and she had grown accustomed to it. At that moment, she gazed into the shimmering eyes of the young girl, an inexplicable surge of strength welling up within her. And she smiled softly, affirming to herself, "Indeed, I am quite formidable." This marked Jiang Tang's inaugural moment of self-affirmation, a sensation that felt rather exhilarating. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with delight. "That's the spirit. Sing along with me. I am the queen, radiating confidence. Anyone who dares to challenge us will receive a jolt of reprimand." Jiang Tang's lips twitched slightly, perhaps not. The corporate assembly convenes monthly, with the entire management team in attendance. Those who are on business trips participate via video conference. The meeting had already commenced, and Jiang Tang needed to hurry there. "I shall escort you to President Shin's office for a moment of respite." Lin Mo grasped Jiang Tang's arm. "Sister Jiang, may I listen in on your meeting from the back? I have yet to witness a corporate assembly of this magnitude. I am quite curious about how the elite circle discusses matters." It was clear that company outsiders were not permitted in the conference room, but the president's sister did not fall into that category. Ultimately, Jiang Tang found it hard to decline Lin Mo's request. The ethereal young girl blinked her mesmerizing large eyes, enchanting all who beheld her. "Very well, you may enter through the back door and sit quietly." The expansive conference room's rear door creaked open, and a slender figure stealthily slipped inside, seeking an empty seat before cautiously peeking out. The conference room was vast, with a long table at its center, occupied by numerous individuals. Others of lower rank sat on individual stools scattered around the periphery. The room was filled with a throng of over 100 people. Seated at the head of the long table was a striking man clad in a black suit, exuding an air of authority and aloofness, with black prayer beads around his wrist, adding an aura of mystique. A slightly balding member of the management team was reporting on their work. The man listened impassively, occasionally glancing at the speaker with an intense gaze that radiated pressure. He coldly interjected, incisively pinpointing the issues at hand. The balding manager nodded repeatedly, comprehension dawning. Lin Mo stifled a giggle, her eyes curving with amusement. You must admit, he truly embodies the essence of a domineering CEO. No one can match his presence. Regardless of the importance of the meeting, there are always those who find ways to slack off. Not long after Lin Mo settled in, she noticed two individuals seated in the same row leaning towards each other, whispering in hushed tones, as if engaged in a clandestine conversation. Bored, Lin Mo shifted slightly closer, straining to listen. I heard that the president left the high-level meeting early the other day. I wonder if he will do the same today. It's really Huan Yu. I heard they cleared out a shopping plaza just for her. I envy her so much. Could I perhaps play a role in her life story? Lin Mo furrowed her brow. So, Shen Yihan left the high-level meeting to go shopping? Couldn't he have waited until the meeting concluded? Her fists clenched in indignation. Just then, a familiar and particularly caring ringtone echoed from the front of the conference room. Chapter 016. Stop in an instant. The conference room fell silent. The sound of a needle dropping could be heard. The next moment, the attendees exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Many began to murmur amongst themselves. The two individuals who had been conversing earlier clasped hands excitedly, continuing their hushed discussion. Li Huanyu has messaged the president again. How indulgent. Everyone else had their phones on silent upon entering the conference room. Yet the president never silenced his, eager to receive Li Huanyu's messages at any moment. It seems the president will be leaving the meeting again. Such a romantic. Yet, amidst the gossip, it was whispered that several senior executives were contemplating departures, and the president's focus appeared to be elsewhere, with scandalous rumors swirling around. The previous quarter's financial report was rather disheartening. Setting aside work matters for now, let us indulge in some gossip. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, her expression turning somber. The signs of Shen Yihan's impending bankruptcy were unmistakable. Her clear, piercing gaze remained fixed on him. Jiang Tang had just settled behind Shen Yihan after retrieving her laptop when the ringtone echoed through the room. Her fingers tightened around the device. Surely, the president wouldn't be leaving again? The balding executive who had been reporting blinked, ceasing his update. Don't disturb the president while he's reading messages. Shen Yihan sensed the atmosphere in the room had shifted, furrowing his brow. He was accustomed to not silencing his phone and had forgotten today. He had resolved to tone down his ostentation, especially after Xie Guanyan's advice. What if the company truly faced issues? How would he fund his sister's upkeep? Seeing that Shen Yihan did not immediately check his phone, Lin Mo's expression softened slightly. Making one mistake was acceptable. It couldn't happen repeatedly. Otherwise, she would genuinely question how such a significant company was managed by Shen Yihan. He absent-mindedly fiddled with the beads on his wrist, not picking up the phone, and turned his gaze towards the executives. Just as he was about to prompt them to continue, a particularly concerning ringtone sounded again. Shen Yihan inhaled deeply, still opting to ignore it. However, the next moment, a voice call rang out. Unable to resist any longer, he realized that Li Huanyu had never initiated a voice call before. This must be urgent. He answered immediately, inquiring with concern. What is it? A soft voice, tinged with tears, responded from the other end. Brother Yihan, I was hit by a car. It hurts so much. Shen Yihan's expression grew grave. Where are you? Send me your location. I'm on my way. This was a relatively obscure spot, not frequented by many. After hanging up, Li Huanyu, donning sunglasses and a hat, rose from the ground and glanced at her assistant on the electric scooter. Hurry and take the scooter away. She knew Shen Yihan would rush over. unable to bear the thought of her in distress. Unable to accept the sudden shift in his concern for her, she resorted to this desperate measure, testing whether he still cared for her. The assistant gently nudged her with the electric scooter, causing her to fall to the ground, her bare knee scraping against the surface. When he arrived, she would claim it was merely a delivery courier who had collided with her. Out of pity, she would let him go without pursuing the matter, demonstrating her kindness while simultaneously eliciting concern from Shunihan, a twofold triumph. As the assistant perched on the scooter, he observed the faint abrasion on Li Huanyu's fair knee and rubbed his nose thoughtfully. By the time President Shen arrived, it should have healed, right? He was perplexed by Li Huanyu's recent behavior. She had previously shown indifference towards Shunihan. Now, she seemed to be employing her acting skills. He harbored serious doubts that Shun Yihan had some sage advising him on how to win Li Huanyu's affection through the art of feigned aloofness. It appeared Li Huanyu was indeed susceptible to this tactic. Poor actor. Upon receiving Li Huanyu's location, Shunihan realized it was not too far away. He absent-mindedly fiddled with the Buddhist beads on his right wrist, addressing the attendees in the conference room. I have matters to attend to. You may continue with the meeting. Secretary, please forward the meeting summary to me. The group nodded in unison, none daring to voice dissent. Several senior members of the conglomerate contemplated speaking, but ultimately refrained. They had already discussed matters privately, knowing their opinions would fall on deaf ears, which would only breed animosity. In the short span of 4 years, he had not only turned the company's fortunes around, but also expanded it significantly, showcasing an extraordinary acumen for business. Such individuals cannot tolerate challenges to their authority, especially one as ruthless as him, who showed no mercy, even sending a close relative to prison. Who would dare to publicly criticize him? It would be tantamount to courting disaster. In such circumstances, silence is the wisest course of action. Jiang Tang hesitated, caught between speaking out and remaining silent, ultimately choosing to keep her thoughts to herself. As merely a special assistant, she must not overstep her bounds. All eyes in the conference room were fixed on Shunihan, a gaze to which he was accustomed. Yet today, inexplicably, he felt an intangible pressure, a chill creeping up the back of his neck. He instinctively fidgeted with the beads again, suppressing a strange sensation within. Just as he turned to leave, phone in hand, his long legs poised to stride away, a clear, ringing voice called out from behind, Shunihan. Stop. Chapter 17. What has caused her to change so? A sudden voice reverberated throughout the conference room, capturing the attention of every individual present. Collectively, they turned towards the source of the sound, discovering a strikingly beautiful young girl seated in the back row. Bewilderment swept through the room. Who was she? Why was she unfamiliar to them? Most astonishingly, how dared she address the CEO by name? Surely, she would be cast out. The tension in the room escalated as everyone's hearts raced. The two individuals beside Shen Yihan widened their eyes in disbelief. When had this girl arrived? Which department did she belong to? How could she command the CEO to halt his movements? It seemed impossible. However, upon hearing that familiar yet icy voice, Shen Yihan felt as though he had been struck by lightning, immobilized in his place. He turned to look, and the girl in the last row wore an expression as frigid as winter. His heart sank, and his palm began to perspire around his phone. When she smiled, her beauty was radiant, capable of melting snow and thawing ice. Yet, once her demeanor chilled, her breathtaking countenance became utterly intimidating. The entire conference room was taken aback to witness the CEO genuinely come to a halt. Soon, the girl stood and began to stride forward from the back row. Not a soul dared to utter a word. All eyes were fixated upon her, and even breathing felt like a risk. Step by step, she approached Shunihan, and the innate pressure of her lineage sent shivers down his spine, inducing a sense of dread that made him wish to flee. Yet, out of pride, he remained upright, his left hand instinctively fiddling with the prayer beads on his right wrist. Lin Mo halted in front of him, her piercing gaze locked onto him. Noticing his head bowed as he nervously twisted the beads, she frowned. In the next moment, she reached out and yanked the beads from his wrist. The entire conference room gasped in shock. How audacious to remove the prayer beads of the revered figure in the capital circle. A true femme fatale among women. At that instant, Jiang Tang's eyes widened, anxiety welling up for Lin Mo. In such a grand setting, in front of all their subordinates, even if she were his sister, wouldn't he CEO should be furious? After all, men are creatures who value their pride above life itself. Moreover, those prayer beads had never left the CEO's side, not even during sleep. However, to everyone's astonishment, Shen Yihan did not express anger. Rather, he felt an immense relief. As Lin Mo's hand approached, he had braced for a slap before all those witnesses. Even if she had truly delivered a slap, he could only stand there and endure it. How trivial, then, was the loss of merely the prayer beads. Grasping the cool beads in her hand, Lin Mo regained her composure, suppressing the urge to unleash a torrent of fury upon Shen Yihan. Instead, she merely chastised him. "You love-struck fool. Get back to the meeting." Following Lin Mo's command was as effortless as drinking water for Shen Yihan. He returned to his position and, noticing his sister still standing, gestured towards a genuine leather chair, saying, "You may sit here." To the astonishment of everyone in the conference room, he added, "Secretary, please bring another chair." The collective thought echoed in the room. Is this truly reasonable? Lin Mo shot a glare at Shen Yihan, stating, "I shall not occupy this seat. I prefer to sit at the back." Those who occupy this position must possess both capability and a sense of responsibility. Clearly, you do not seem suited for this role. You shall stand for today's meeting. Shen Yihan's lips twitched slightly as he lowered his head like a chastised child. Very well. The entire conference room fell silent. The eyes of all present fixated upon Lin Mo unperturbed. She adorned her delicate wrist with a string of black prayer beads, propping her hands on the table and offering a smile to the assembly. "Greetings, everyone. I am Lin Mo, the sister of your president. You need not doubt my words. Although I may appear younger and more beautiful than him, I assure you I am indeed his sister. I wish to express my gratitude for your contributions to the company over the years. You all recognize my brother's capabilities. However, some of his recent decisions have not been particularly wise. I kindly ask for your understanding. In appreciation of your tolerance, I will allocate 2 million as a bonus to be distributed among all employees. I hope that you will keep a close watch on him to ensure he manages the company properly. Should he err again, do not hesitate to call me. I will take care of him." Just a moment ago, the room was in stunned silence. Now, it erupted into thunderous applause. What a refreshing president's sister. Although she may not appear as an elder sister, her demeanor certainly commands respect. Shen Yihan stood motionless, observing Lin Mo as she spoke. In that moment, she bore no resemblance to an 18-year-old girl. Rather, she exuded maturity, wisdom, and boldness. The light from the conference room illuminated her, though it paled in comparison to her inner brilliance. Shen Yihan suddenly understood how his 14-year-old sister had once persuaded the company's elders to remain loyal, despite the allure of their uncle's promises. She possessed a formidable strength that inspired trust and loyalty. Yet, she was merely 18, an age typically associated with carefree innocence and romantic ideals. How had she transformed into such a figure? The tragic loss of their parents had thrust the responsibility of holding the family together upon her shoulders. She could not bear to see her 3 younger brothers suffer. She believed it was her duty as an elder sister to lead by example, compelling herself to become this resolute individual. In the days of their parents' presence, she had been the cherished princess of the household, needing even a glass of water to be handed to her. Yet, after their departure, she had learned to wield a mop and soothe her brothers to sleep before tending to her own needs. A pang of anguish gripped Shen Yihan's heart, a wave of regret washing over him as his fists clenched instinctively. What was he doing? Despite being older than his sister and having matured, he should have been the one to care for her. Why did she still bear the burden of worry? It was utterly unjust. Her actions served to rally support for him. He was not oblivious to the recent discontent brewing among the upper management, a situation he had yet to address. His sister had stepped forward to assist him. Shen Yihan felt a sharp sting in his nose, an urge to slap himself for his ineptitude. With Li Huanyu injured in an accident, what could he possibly do? He was not a doctor. Switching off his phone, Shen Yihan stood resolutely, embodying the spirit of a soldier. After the applause in the conference room subsided, Lin Mo remarked, "Ah, indeed, the 2 million will naturally be deducted from your president's account. I have recently fallen into such financial straits that the people above have reported me for the incessant clanging from below." Laughter erupted once more throughout the room. By first addressing matters with solemnity and then lightening the mood with humor, Lin Mo captivated the attendees, their eyes shimmering with admiration. What direction must one turn to encounter such a charming and witty sister? With a playful sparkle in her eyes, Lin Mo continued, "Please, carry on with your meeting. I shan't intrude any longer." Having said this, she gracefully descended from the front row and settled into the back. Shen Yihan remained standing throughout the meeting, diligently guiding the discussions, while the various management members reported on their work with utmost seriousness, all eager for Lin Mo's gaze to linger upon them a moment longer. After all, the president's sister was known for her penchant for monetary persuasion. The elder members of the company, still in a state of disbelief, exchanged bewildered glances for what seemed an eternity. Was this girl truly Shen Yihan's sister? They distinctly recalled that Shen Yihan had but one sister, who had tragically perished in a car accident many years prior. Yet, how could this girl bear such an uncanny resemblance to the sister they had mourned? The commanding presence she exuded today mirrored that of the young girl they had known, who was only 14 at the time of her passing. The name was the same. What on earth was happening? Could it be that they were ensnared in a dream? One elder pinched the thigh of the elder beside him. The neighboring elder grimaced in pain and retaliated with a swift kick. At that moment, both elders were certain they were not dreaming. Chapter 018. She is professional and rarely smiles today. The sun shone rather brightly. Li Huanyu at Justitiat, seeking refuge from the harsh rays that threatened to tan her skin. A sun-kissed complexion was not desirable. She glanced at her phone, noting that she had sent the address to Shen Yihan half an hour ago. Yet, he had yet to arrive. This location was not far from the Xingshan group, a mere 20-minute drive at most. Could there be a traffic jam? With a hint of suspicion, Li Huanyu sent another message to Shen Yihan. "Brother Yihan, are you caught in traffic?" 10 minutes passed without a reply. Li Huanyu frowned, sending yet another inquiry. "Brother Yihan, have you arrived?" Another 10 minutes elapsed, and still no response from Shen Yihan. Her brow furrowed deeper, as if she could crush a fly with her displeasure. What was going on? He had promised to come, and now seemed to have vanished. Did Shen Yihan possess any integrity at all? Her assistant, wielding a small electric fan to alleviate the discomfort, noticed her discontent and inquired, "What's wrong? Is Shen Yihan not coming?" Li Huanyu felt an urge to hurl her phone in frustration. He had disappeared, ignoring her messages. The assistant was taken aback. How could he disregard such a valuable opportunity? Li Huanyu narrowed her eyes, suspecting that another woman had taken possession of Shen Yihan's phone, preventing him from responding to her messages and from arriving. Who could it be? Is there another woman in his life? The assistant queried. Li Huanyu's knuckles turned white around her phone. It had to be that woman from the last time, whom he claimed was his sister. Yet, she was far from a true sibling. A seductress would be more fitting. The assistant shared her indignation, lamenting Shen Yihan's unworthiness. "Forget him. You never liked him anyway. Isn't Guingdi constantly messaging you? Your closeness to him was initially to provoke Guingdi, and now your goal has been achieved." Li Huanyu gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "Forget? Absolutely not. Shen Yihan was mine from the beginning. What kind of vixen dares to steal my man? I will not let her off easily." The assistant began to understand her resolve. Li Huanyu felt a sting to her pride. Despite her exceptional qualities, a man had chosen another woman over her. They were not acquainted with this woman, so what should they do? Contemplating, she realized that Shen Yihan typically worked at the company during this time. If he had not left, it implied that the woman was also at the company. Surely, they could find her there. The assistant expressed concern, noting that Shen Yihan would be at the company as well. If we go there, the woman will likely inform Shen Yihan, and who knows whose side he will take. Li Huanyu scoffed. "Have you forgotten what I do? Besides, I had contact with Shen Yihan first. That woman is merely a mistress, and she should feel guilty." The assistant agreed, reasoning that the woman likely had no shame and had already crossed boundaries. Yet her looks and acting skills could not compare to Li Huanyu's. Victory was assured. The two set off towards Xingshan Group. On the way, Li Huanyu felt her leg wound lacked sufficient drama, so she touched up her makeup. In the president's office of Xingshan Group, she proclaimed, "Sister, let us enjoy some tea." Shen Yihan brewed a cup of the finest Longjing tea from his office for Lin Mo, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Lin Mo, however, paid him no mind. Lazily perched in the boss's chair, engrossed in her phone. The black Buddhist beads lay abandoned on the desk, glimmering under the light. Shen Yihan hesitated to pick them up and adorn his wrist. This string of beads was a token he had sought from Xie Guanyin, who had constructed a temple in Jingbei. At that time, he had just taken over a company teetering on the brink of collapse, beset by myriad challenges and immense pressure. Xie Guanyin was already well known in Jingbei for his philanthropic endeavors, having donated to build a temple, attracting many company executives seeking to pay their respects. Shen Yihan had taken a day to visit, yearning for tranquility. He knelt before the Buddha for an extended period, and when he finally raised his gaze, the temple's abbot stood before him, hands clasped in prayer. Amidst the chaos, "What do you seek, dear benefactor?" the abbot inquired. With his hands together, he earnestly replied, "I beseech the Buddha to bless my sister in the next life with joy and happiness." Despite his own burdens, his sole request was for his sister's well-being, believing that the Buddha, being part of that other realm, could expedite such matters. The abbot asked, "Has your sister departed from this world?" Mentioning this caused his eyes to well with tears. "Yes, she succumbed in a car accident." The abbot continued, "I sense a connection between us. I possess a string of Buddhist beads. If your devotion is sincere, I can consecrate them for you, and they shall safeguard your sister." Tears cascaded down his cheeks as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master." He spent the entire day kneeling in the hall of worship. The abbot handed him the beads, proclaiming, "Amitabha, may the Buddha's compassion be with you." From that moment, he wore the beads on his wrist, never parting with them. Soon after, he secured a substantial investment from SS Capital, and the company regained its footing, turning a profit. The influx of further investments from SS Capital allowed for steady expansion. He had come to believe that the beads were a source of protection for him. Now, it was second nature for him to wear them, even attributing his sister's spirit to their influence. "I was wrong, sister." Noticing Lin Mo's silence, Shen Yihan disregarded the beads, feeling a rising anxiety within him. "If you're angry, feel free to hit or kick me. Just don't ignore me." Yet Lin Mo remained unresponsive, spinning the chair to face Jiang Tang. "Jiang Tang, I endorse you as the new president of the company. Are you confident in taking on this role?" Jiang Tang responded. Shen Yihan furrowed his brows, casting a heavy gaze toward Jiang Tang. She was astute. Even if she recognized Lin Mo's jest, her reply would be measured. "Yes," Jiang Tang declared. Shen Yihan remained silent, while Jiang Tang's heart raced wildly after her affirmation. "You must have confidence." This was the lesson Lin Mo had imparted that day. Although she understood Lin Mo was joking, she harbored genuine ambition. Lin Mo grinned widely. "Very well. Henceforth, certain individuals may as well lounge about, collecting dividends and frolicking wherever they please." Shen Yihan raised 4 fingers and vowed, "Sister, I shall work diligently from now on. I love my work. I implore you not to undermine me." A soft laugh escaped Jiang Tang's lips. As a professional, she typically refrained from laughter, but the sight of the usually cold and ruthless CEO uttering such childish words was undeniably amusing. It resembled the antics of an elementary school student. Lin Mo, however, did not share her amusement. She merely cast a fleeting glance at Shen Yihan. Suddenly, Shen Yihan knelt and bowed, pleading for the emperor's mercy. Long live the emperor. At this, Lin Mo could no longer contain herself and broke into a broad grin. It reminded her of a childhood game where she would drape a bedsheet to play the emperor, and her 3 younger brothers would bow before her. Jiang Tang laughed so heartily that her shoulders shook as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. Seeing his sister smile, Shen Yihan finally relaxed, his expression softening. Lin Montak, no longer wishing to harbor anger toward Shen Yihan, decided it was unwise for her health and graciously said, "You may rise." Shen Yihan stood up and offered Lin Mo a cup of tea, saying, "Sister, have some tea. It is quite fragrant." Lin Mo, with a hint of pride, accepted the teacup and took a sip, confirming it was indeed exquisite tea. Shen Han then turned to Jiang Tang. "Come with me." Jiang Tang, suddenly serious, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. In the office doorway, she stood tense and solemn. Shen Han glanced down at her. "What are you so nervous about? Weren't you just wanting to be the CEO?" Jiang Tang bit her lip, unable to meet Shen Han's gaze eye. In a gentle tone, Shen Han reassured her. "I bear no ill will towards you. I have no fondness for those without ambition. I will consider promoting you to the branch office as CEO later on." Jiang Tang's eyes lit up. "Really?" Shenzong. Shen Han, confident in her sister's judgment of character, replied, "When have I ever deceived you? First, I need you to handle 2 tasks for me." A smile crept onto Jiang Tang's lips. "What tasks?" Shen Han instructed. "First, bring me the Buddhist beads from my desk. Second, select several pieces of gold jewelry to gift to my sister, and buy a few attractive diamond pieces as well." Shen Han would never admit her reluctance to fetch the Buddhist beads herself. Upon re-entering the office, she said, "Sister, a few senior executives are still waiting for me in the conference room. I must attend to them." Jiang Tang approached the desk and picked up the Buddhist beads, saying, "Xiao Mo, I have taken the beads." Lin Mo nodded and casually remarked, "These beads are quite substantial. Where did you acquire them?" Jiang Tang replied, "They were not purchased. Shenzong obtained them from a temple." Lin Mo paid it little mind. "Oh, you all go ahead and attend to your business. Do not mind me." With that, the office was left in solitude, with Lin Mo alone. She adjusted the boss's chair to a comfortable angle, intending to lie back and enjoy a movie. However, just then, the office door was abruptly pushed open, and an angry female voice rang out. "Is it you who prevented Han from seeking me out?" Chapter 019, A Kiss Pause. I shall protect. My sister Li Huanyu had not set foot in the Xingshan group for the first time. Previously, Shen Han had brought her to the company, even entering her face into the company system, granting her access to the exclusive VIP elevator reserved for the president. Accompanied by her assistant, she arrived at the first floor, where the receptionist recognized her immediately. The receptionist's brow furrowed slightly as she inquired, "Miss Li, what brings you here?" Li Huanyu detected an unusual tone in her voice. As a renowned star, she was accustomed to eliciting excitement from ordinary employees. Today, however, the receptionist's demeanor struck her as peculiar. Surely, that woman had bribed someone at the company. Approaching with an icy expression, Li Huanyu demanded, "Is President Shun in the office?" The receptionist blinked, replying, "She should be." Li Huanyu lowered her sunglasses, casting a sharp glance at her. "Surely, there are other women here to see President Shun today, besides me?" In less than 10 minutes, news of the president's sister distributing 2 million as bonuses throughout the company had spread like wildfire. While it was true that, according to their positions, ordinary staff would receive only a modest amount, any amount was better than nothing, especially as it was an unexpected windfall. Employees eagerly discussed the matter in various group chats, recounting the vivid details of the incident. The president's sister had scolded the president for being love-struck, while the president, not daring to utter a word, had even relinquished her seat to her sister. This suggested that the sister disapproved of the president's connection with Li Huanyu. Li Huanyu and her sister stood on opposing sides. Indeed, the president's sister was their collective sister. One was a stranger, while the other was the benevolent sister who wished for the company as prosperity. If one were to work at this company, who would they choose to stand with? The answer was clear. Everyone would side with the one and only sister. As the two women encountered each other, the tension was palpable. Though exhilarating, it was not the confrontation the receptionist wished to witness. Being a woman herself, she recognized the cunning nature of Li Huanyu and feared her sister might not stand a chance against her. Thus she frowned, hesitant to respond to the question of whether anyone else was seeking the president. After a moment's contemplation, she suggested, "Miss Li, perhaps you should return home for today?" Li Huanyu's expression darkened dangerously. "Who do you think you are to send me away?" she retorted, glaring at the receptionist. With a determined lift of her sunglasses, she strode towards the president's exclusive elevator, leaving the receptionist feeling powerless to intervene. After all, she was merely a small fry, while the sisters were celestial beings in their own right. The receptionist could only gossip in the company chat group, a haven for anonymous chatter devoid of leadership oversight. This is bad. It seems that since the president did not seek out Li Huanyu, she has come to the company herself. Sister is in danger. The chat erupted with fervor. Guojiao socks. Work pause, I must protect my sister. Da Chong warm. Nature call pause, I am off to protect my sister. Weeds of the motherland. Kiss pause, I shall protect my sister. Guojiao socks. What strange occurrences have mingled in. Kissing during work hours. I'll remember you for this. In a moment of urgency, Wang Zai Xiao Quantuo inquired about the whereabouts of Li Huanyu. The receptionist promptly replied that she had already ascended in the president's elevator. The atmosphere grew tense as concerns arose. Employees lamented their inability to access the president's floor. It was suggested that Assistant Jiang could intervene, but the receptionist revealed that Jiang had just stepped out. In haste, the receptionist sent a message to Assistant Jiang. Li Huanyu has arrived and is now in the president's office. Meanwhile, Jiang Tang was en route to the nearest mall to purchase gold when she received this alarming news, swiftly turning her car around. Within the company, anxiety permeated the air regarding a singular issue, the arrival of Li Huanyu. What if she resorted to charm or tears to sway the president? Ancient wisdom suggests that men often favor beauty over power, and the thought of Li Huanyu's potential influence weighed heavily on Jiang Tang's mind. She was resolute in protecting Xiao Mo from any form of mistreatment. Gripping the steering wheel tighter, she pressed the accelerator with urgency. The elevator designated for the president's use was off-limits to ordinary employees, and soon it reached the 30th floor. Guided by memory, Li Huanyu approached the office door and pushed it open, only to find a single woman reclining in the executive chair. Her anger flared as she confronted Lin Mo, whom she recognized instantly, accusing her of preventing Yihan from seeking her out. Lin Mo straightened up, acknowledging Li Huanyu with a nonchalant nod, affirming the accusation. Li Huanyu's ire intensified as she scrutinized Lin Mo, who possessed an ethereal beauty, flawless from afar and even more so up close, with youthful skin devoid of makeup. Li Huanyu inhaled deeply, narrowing her eyes as she demanded to know why Lin Mo felt entitled to interfere. Lin Mo, surprised, questioned her insinuation, and Li Huanyu pressed on, warning her to back down or risk her ire. With a playful tilt of her head, Lin Mo inquired how Li Huanyu intended to show her displeasure. Removing her sunglasses, Li Huanyu approached the executive chair, attempting to pull Lin Mo from her seat, but found herself unable to do so. Feeling a pang of embarrassment, she stood beside the chair, looking down at Lin Mo, asserting her influence and the repercussions Lin Mo would face should she choose to defy her. Lin Mo, chin raised, blinked innocently, responding, "Oh, you intend to unleash your fans upon me." Li Huanyu crossed her arms and said, "You know what is going on, so it's best for you to retreat while I'm not too angry." Lin Mo reclined on the chair, responding, "I'm genuinely frightened." Li Huanyu raturta. Do you truly appear frightened? You look as if the sky has fallen, and you're using it as a blanket. Her breath quickened as she continued. Are you certain you wish to confront me? How long have you known Shunihan? I have known him for a full year. Initially lounging comfortably, Lin Mo straightened up with curiosity. I thought you liked Gu Jingchuan? What is this about now? The protagonist's feelings for the male lead were supposed to be unshakable. Logically, Li Huanyu shouldn't behave this way. Li Huanyu's expression shifted. How did this woman know about her affection for Gu Jingchuan? She placed her hand on the desk and fixed her gaze on Lin Mo, declaring, "This is my business, and you have no say in it. Just stay away from Shunihan. My bond with him is incomparable to yours. He invests in my films and is willing to give me anything. Even if you've already climbed into his bed, he..." Suddenly, a sharp slap rang out as Lin Mo stood up and struck Li Huanyu. Stunned, Li Huanyu remained frozen, feeling the stinging pain on her face as tears streamed down. You dare to hit me? At that moment, the office door swung open with a loud creak. Turning to look, Li Huanyu saw Shunihan. Her tears flowed even more, and she cried, "Brother Ihan, she hit me." Woo woo woo. Chapter 20. Do not speak nonsense. The tall man, clad in an elegant black suit, approached with a solemn expression, adorned by a string of black prayer beads on his wrist. With measured steps, he made his way from the entrance, his demeanor darkening. A glimmer of determination flickered in Li Huanyu's eyes as she limped toward Shun Ihan, fueled by indignation. How dare that mistress strike her? She was doomed. There was no need for her to feign victimhood. This was genuine assault. Upon reaching Shun Yihan, Li Huanyu seized his arm, leaning into his embrace, her voice quivering with feigned distress. Brother Yihan, I've sent you several messages without a reply. I was worried something had happened to you, so I came to the company to find you. Her assistant chimed in, Yes, Mr. Shun. Huanyu was struck by a car so severely that she didn't even go to the hospital. She rushed here out of concern for you. Tears streamed down Li Huanyu's face as she continued. When I arrived at your office and inquired about your whereabouts, that woman slapped me. My leg hurts so much. Ainge my face itu, sobi. The girl in the white dress appeared fragile and pitiful, the imprint of a slap stark against her skin, embodying the image of a victim. Do not speak nonsense. A commanding male voice echoed from the entrance. Both Li Huanyu and her assistant turned their gaze towards the door. 4 older individuals entered, 2 men and 2 women, fixing their serious eyes upon Li Huanyu. These individuals were esteemed veterans of the company, eager to ascertain the truth about Lin Mo's identity. The 4 elders were eager to confirm whether this Lin Mo was indeed the deceased Lin Mo. After the meeting, they had arranged to consult Shun Yihan. He had merely affirmed that his sister was alive and had returned. The elders, filled with excitement, followed Shun Yihan to meet Lin Mo, having not seen her in over a decade. Yet, they were met with this unexpected scene of chaos. Lin Mo had struck the woman whom Shun Yihan cherished, and she was now lodging a complaint. Concerned that Shun Yihan might act impulsively against Lin Mo, the eldest among them spoke up sternly. Sensing their imposing presence, Li Huanyu instinctively recoiled closer to Shun Yihan. I am not speaking nonsense. The elders swiftly positioned themselves in front of the desk. The middle-aged woman among them narrowed her eyes, asserting, Your knee injury is clearly a result of cosmetics. You cannot deceive me. It is not serious at all. Li Huanyu could only respond with silence. Shun Yihan looked on, slightly taken aback, glancing at Li Huanyu's knee. Elder B declared, Our Xiao Mo would never strike someone without cause. Do not attempt to frame her. Elder C interjected, Shun Yihan, do not think to blame our Xiao Mo. You would have to step over the corpses of these 3 before you could harm her. Elder D intended to concur, but hesitated, casting a disapproving glance at Elder C. A malevolent glint flickered in Li Huanyu's eyes. She could hardly fathom how this woman had managed to sway so many to her side. But it mattered not, as long as Shun Yihan stood with her. She tightened her grip on Shun Yihan's arm, her eyes glistening with tears. Brother Yihan, sob, since everyone says it's my fault, then it must be my fault. Sobi. It truly is your fault. Shun Yihan withdrew his arm from Li Huanyu's grasp, his tone icy and somber. Li Huanyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon entering, Shun Yihan merely felt regret for not having fulfilled his promise to visit Li Huanyu and for failing to send her a message. This was indeed a shortcoming on his part, which is why he did not resist when she clutched his arm. However, her incessant rambling and the feigned injury on her knee left him questioning her motives. Observing the 4 elders standing guard, Shun Yihan felt utterly exasperated. He absent-mindedly fiddled with the prayer beads on his right wrist. What is this? Do you think I am someone who cannot discern right from wrong? The 4 elders nodded in unison. Recently, my reputation is in dire need of improvement. Xiao Mo, are you all right? The office door swung open once more, and Jiang Tang rushed in. She navigated past the elders to stand before Lin Mo, scrutinizing her closely. Li Huanyu hasn't mistreated you, has she? And neither has President Shun? Li Huanyu interjecta. Is she some kind of ravenous beast? Besides, she is the real victim here, isn't she? Shun Yihan's expression darkened further, akin to the bottom of a pot that hadn't seen soap in a decade. What had he done to warrant such suspicion regarding his treatment of his sister by an outsider? Lin Mo blinked her alluring eyes, somewhat bewildered. No, islapad Li Huanyu. Jiang Tang's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, returned to a state of calm. That's good to hear. Li Huanyu felt her head spinning, momentarily disregarding her image as she shouted, Jiang Tang, what do you mean by that's good? Is it acceptable that I was slapped? She had long found this assistant intolerable and believed it was high time for Shun Yihan to dismiss her. Jiang Tang cast a cold glance at Li Huanyu. If Xiao Mo strikes you, perhaps you should reflect on your own actions. Li Huanyu gritted her teeth, genuinely feeling aggrieved. So you all subscribed to the victim-blaming narrative, do you? Lin Mo stepped forward, her smile radiant as she addressed the four elders. Aunt Wang, Aunt Zhang, Uncle Li, Uncle Song. She had seen them during the meeting earlier, but had refrained from addressing them formally. The four elders' eyes brightened, and the next moment, they felt a surge of emotion. Xiao Mo, you still remember Uncle Song. Sobi, where have you been all these years? We miss you so much. Elder C cried out. Lin Mo beamed, of course. I remember. Uncle Li has become even more handsome. Elder C chuckled through tears, adjusting his suit to conceal his burgeoning belly. Ah, Xiao Mo, you're discerning. I remained sharp. Elder A, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced Lin Mo. Come, let anyone have a good look at you. It seems you've lost quite a bit of weight. As she spoke, her tears flowed unabated. It had been 11 years. The little girl they had thought lost to time now stood before them, alive and vibrant. Who among them could hold back their tears? These four individuals had been part of the first management team under Lin Mo's father, Shun Jian, and had watched the Shun children grow from infancy. The affection for the eldest daughter was unparalleled. At that time, Shun Jian would occasionally bring his daughter to the office to play, and the colleagues could hardly contain their desire to whisk her away in a sack. The little girl was a picture of beauty, with a sweet disposition and remarkable intelligence, igniting the yearning in everyone to have a daughter of their own. Initially, not only four people followed Shun Jian, but as time passed, everyone pursued their own paths, and many departed. When Shun Jian unexpectedly passed away, the exodus was at its peak, leaving only a few behind, most of whom were associates of his second uncle, Shun Feng. The company had been inherited from the previous generation, and Shun Jian, being highly regarded, served as its president. Shun Feng, who had always been a lackluster talent, grew increasingly arrogant as the company flourished under his brother's stewardship. He resented the fact that his brother wielded power while he remained merely the vice president. He began to form factions within the company to scheme for a higher position, but while Shun Jian was alive, he was kept in check and found no opportunity. Shun Jian's demise presented the closest chance for Shun Feng to ascend to the presidency. However, unexpectedly, Lin Mo emerged as a formidable contender. Lin Mo was determined not to let her father's hard-earned company fall into the hands of her uncle. A mere 14-year-old girl summoned all the board members for a meeting, and many attended with a sense of curiosity, eager to see what she might say. To their astonishment, she exuded a commanding presence, employing clear data to illustrate the erroneous decisions made by Shun Feng over the years that had led to the company's losses. She exposed the flaws in his character through his private life, arguing convincingly that he was unfit to be the company president. The young girl presented her analysis with logic and eloquence, leaving many in awe. She concluded by urging everyone to seriously consider selecting a capable individual to assume the role of CEO. Although I am still young, I will prove through my achievements that trusting me is not misguided. I am more than capable. She showcased the awards she had accumulated throughout her life and her consistent position as the top student in her class, a status that remained unchallenged. Though these accomplishments might seem somewhat naive to shareholders who had long been in the corporate world, she undoubtedly stood out among her peers. Every word and action she displayed today indicated that this young girl had a promising future ahead. Intelligent individuals often choose to follow a leader based on their personal charisma and potential. Many board members were moved by the girl's excellence and tenacity, promptly standing to express their support for Lin Mo, with others soon joining in. Shun Feng, gritting his teeth in impotent rage, could do nothing to salvage the situation. He never anticipated that he would be unable to outmaneuver his brother, let alone his brother's teenage daughter. Chapter 021, Wonderful. There's hope. Lin Mo, indeed, did not disappoint anyone. She consistently held the top rank in her grade upon entering the prestigious first high school, only occasionally faltering by a point or two to her peers. Yet, during the college entrance examination, she emerged as the top science student in Jingbei City. The employees of the company were immensely invigorated, their pride swelling as if they had witnessed their daughter blossoming into adulthood. However, An unforeseen tragedy struck when she succumbed to a car accident, reminiscent of the unexpected demise of her parents, leaving everyone in shock. With her untimely death, the morale within the company began to wane, and the CEO could not escape the sinister schemes of Shenfeng. Shenfeng ascended to power, and indeed, the company began its gradual decline, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, with most of the staff departing. Only 4 senior members remained, clinging to their affection for the company. Shenfeng, possessing company shares, also desired the company's welfare, yet he shifted the burden of the failing enterprise onto Shen Yihan. Shen Yihan, endowed with remarkable capabilities, revived the company while Shenfeng faced imprisonment. Over the years, they felt elated, convinced that their perseverance was not in vain. However, Shen Yihan's recent actions left them disillusioned. Their spirits sank further as the Shen family had dwindled. The third sibling had ventured into the entertainment industry, while the fourth had gone missing. Consequently, they too contemplated departure. Unexpectedly, after 11 years, Lin Mo returned, showcasing her formidable energy at the corporate assembly. In that moment, they felt as though dawn had broken, their spirits rekindled, convinced they could strive within the company for another 500 years. Witnessing this reunion, even Shen Yihan, who typically maintained a stoic facade before outsiders, felt his eyes moisten slightly. Li Huanyu and her assistant were bewildered, exchanging glances, utterly at a loss regarding the unfolding events. Moreover, her own issues remained unresolved. For the first time, the center of attention, Li Huanyu felt like a mere bystander, unnoticed in her plight. Yet, Lin Mo was attentive. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with the 4 seniors, her clear and piercing gaze turned towards Li Huanyu. You just claimed that we are all victims of the blame the victims theory, did you not? Li Huanyu, already lacking confidence in facing Lin Mo, now felt even more unsteady. Nevertheless, as a seasoned actress accustomed to grand occasions, she managed to suppress her anxiety. Isn't it true? You were the one who struck me, correct? This office belonged to Shen Yihan, devoid of surveillance cameras, a fact she had long been aware of. Otherwise, she would not have made those remarks. Without evidence, it appeared these individuals were biased in favor of Lin Mo, collectively bullying her. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, retrieving her phone to reveal the recording she had initiated the moment Li Huanyu entered. From her words, "On what grounds do you prevent Yihan from seeking me? You are the mistress, do you not realize? Do not blame me for being impolite," culminating with, "even if you have already climbed into his bed," and concluding with a resounding slap. Originally, she intended to share this recording solely with Shen Yihan to dissuade him from being infatuated. But now she had no choice but to make it public. The 4 seniors, upon hearing the recording, glared at Li Huanyu in fury. Senior A, seething, clutched his chest and exclaimed, "Just listen. Are you truly innocent? You indiscriminately hurl insults, threaten, and ultimately humiliate others. It is only due to Xiao Mo's good temperament that you have not yet faced my wrath. Otherwise, I would have slapped you long ago." Elderby rolled up his sleeves, stating that were it not for his principle of not striking women, he would be inclined to do so. Elder C squinted, remarking that Xiao Mo mentioned your feelings for Gu Jingchuan, which you did not refute. If you indeed harbor affection for Gu Jingchuan, why then do you provoke Shen Yihan? Elder D nodded in agreement, expressing frustration that each time Shen Yihan neglects his own company, solely focused on placating you, jeopardizing many livelihoods in the process. Shen Yihan felt a surge of anger rising within him. How could the Huanyu's thoughts be so base? Moreover, if she truly liked Gu Jingchuan, what then were the implications of her recent interactions with him? A shadow flickered across his eyes as he took a deep breath, his left hand fiddling with the prayer beads on his right wrist to regain composure. Li Huanyu's face was as pale as paper, her eyes filled with panic, desperately denying the allegations, insisting that it was not as it seemed. Lin Mo, with a calm demeanor, fixed her gaze on Li Huanyu and posed a question. "What do you think would happen if I were to release these recordings online?" The question struck Li Huanyu like a thunderclap overhead. She shook her head, her shoulders trembling in fear, pleading, "No, please don't post them." The release of such recordings would undoubtedly obliterate her career in the entertainment industry. If fans were to discover her attempts to incite online harassment against others, it would only backfire upon her. She was doomed. In a moment of desperation, she rushed forward to snatch Lin Mo's phone. Jiang Tang stepped in front of Lin Mo, his voice icy, warning her not to resort to violence. Lin Mo, with her slender fingers gripping the phone, peered around Jiang Tang to gaze at Li Huanyu, offering her a chance for honesty. Now, I give you an opportunity to confess. What was your purpose in associating with Shen Yihan during this time? Seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, Li Huanyu quickly divulged the truth. I had a falling out with Gu Jingchuan. Since he did not come to appease me, I thought to stir up some gossip with Shen Yihan to provoke him. Lin Mo turned to Shen Yihan, inquiring, "Did you hear that?" Shen Yihan felt both anger and embarrassment at being publicly chastised, finally nodding in acknowledgement. Lin Mo tucked her phone back in her pocket and addressed Li Huanyu again. Your relationship issues with Gu Jingchuan should be resolved privately. Do not drag others into it. It is said on Douyin that conflicts between male and female protagonists in novels can be resolved through passion. Noticing a softening in Lin Mo's attitude, Li Huanyu eagerly nodded, promising, "I understand. I will never provoke Shen Yihan again." With a question lingering in her mind, she asked, "Are you truly Shen Yihan's sister?" This was the first time she had witnessed Shen Yihan appear so humble before a girl. Although their interactions had often been under her control, it was never in such a subdued manner. Before Lin Mo could respond, an indignant elder, who had previously praised Lin Mo's beauty, interjected, "Yes, exactly. Those with sordid hearts perceive everything is tainted. Our Xiao Mo is not of your ilk." Li Huanyu fell silent, her gaze shifting between Lin Mo and Shen Yihan, her lips twitching slightly. Shen Yihan looked rather anxious. Shen Yihan pointed towards the door, her voice icy and resolute. "Leave." Li Huanyu wished fervently for Lin Mo to delete the recording. However, she found herself in a position of being besieged, utterly devoid of any initiative. Clenching her fists, she departed with her assistant, her demeanor dejected. As Shen Yihan's sister, it was unlikely that she would carelessly upload the recording. Its dissemination online would not bode well for Shen Yihan either. While it was commonplace for a CEO to be embroiled in scandal with a female celebrity, it was entirely unacceptable for the CEO to be manipulated by her whims. Such a perception would lead others to question his clarity of judgment, which could significantly impact the company's stock. The atmosphere in the CEO's office grew quiet. Shen Yihan turned to Jiang Tang, her voice cold. "Remove Li Huanyu's face from the company system." "Understood, Shun," Jiang Tang replied. A few elder executives breathed a sigh of relief. "Elder," A remarked, "Shun, you must keep your eyes wide open in the future." Shen Yihan nodded, "I understand, Aunt Song." Indeed, Lin Mo would not expose the recording, as it would harm both parties involved. Moreover, it was entangled with the illustrious actor Gu Jingchuan, whose fanbase was vast. The direction of public opinion was unpredictable. Yet, she did not fully concur with the sentiments of the elders. Her gaze fell upon Shen Yihan. The company had suffered greatly, and it was unjust to place the blame solely on Li Huanyu. "Shen Yihan, do not think you can play the role of the perfect victim." The youthful brilliance in her peach blossom eyes held no trace of mirth. Shen Yihan felt a pang of trepidation. Lin Mo's tone was icy. "You are foolishly infatuated, thinking that a mere few kind words imply her affection. Just because others call you Brother Yihan does not mean you should float on clouds. Have you considered that if she truly cared, why would she be so capricious? She is not playing with your emotions." Shen Yihan remained silent. Jiang Tang blinked in surprise at Lin Mo's words. Wasn't this just a slap from Li Huanyu, with Shen Yihan receiving too? Lin Mo did not view the situation solely through the lens of familial loyalty. She assessed the matter objectively. Just as, in many instances, when a woman's husband strays, she cannot solely blame the mistress. Though the mistress may seduce, the husband's fault is not insignificant. The elder executives, upon hearing Lin Mo's perspective, began to see her point. The young lady was indeed astute. After engaging in further discussion with Lin Mo, the elders resumed their duties. On the way, Elderby received a message from a headhunting firm. "Mr. Song, the salary has been negotiated with a 5% increase, and the position remains unchanged. If the four of you come together, the year-end bonus will be even higher." Elderby shared the news with the others. The trio shook their heads in unison. "No, we're not going. I believe Starshine is quite good. He smiled broadly and typed a reply. No need. Our young lady has returned. We intend to work at Starshine until the end. Headhunter. Meanwhile, the gossip group within the company continued to buzz with anticipation regarding Li Huanyu's visit to Lin Mo. Time had passed, and everyone was growing impatient. At long last, the front desk had sent a message in the group chat. Rest assured, Li Huanyu has left with her assistant in a huff. It appears that our sister has triumphed splendidly. Guijiao Sox exclaimed, Hooray! Back to work. Dachong warm-hearted added, Hooray! Back to the restroom. Zhugu's weed chimed in, Hooray! Back to smooching. Guijiao Sox directed at Zhugu's weeds. You rascal. Which floor and department are you in? I'll find someone to deal with you. Laughter erupted in the group, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie. Xiao Yu Wang, forgetting to gather the core in the rain, lamented, a slight sadness. Is it true that President Shun and Li Huanyu are no longer together? There's no more CP to ship. I'm in tears. Online romance Shoukow, nicknamed elementary student, reassured. Fear not, the concept of a CP is akin to the subway. Once one pair departs, another will swiftly arrive. No need to panic. The front desk remarked, I find myself shipping Assistant Jiang and our sister. You have no idea how Assistant Jiang races back to the office. I have never seen the typically composed and intellectual Assistant Jiang in such a state. Once a voice exclaimed, Wonderful. The lilies of my hometown have bloomed again. There's hope. Chapter 022. He is the only one who has touched her heart. All right, that concludes today's recording, announced the director, holding a megaphone. Gu Jingchuan stretched lazily and wearily turned his neck. In his view, participating in a variety show was even more exhausting than acting. While filming, there were ample breaks. Yet the demands of a variety show required constant mental alertness. Moreover, this was a pre-recorded show, and he was slated to follow it with a live broadcast, which added to his annoyance. As the recording wrapped up and he stepped out of the studio, he noticed that night had fallen. His assistant handed him his phone and offered a bottle of opened mineral water. You've worked hard, Brother Chuan, have some water. Gu Jingchuan took a sip and then passed the bottle back to his assistant, glancing at his WeChat messages. Li Huanyu still had not replied to his messages, and he frowned slightly. There ought to be a limit to sulking. Her behavior was becoming rather excessive. He refrained from sending her another message and continued to peruse other notifications. Due to the hectic schedule of the show, he had hardly checked his phone all day, even eating in the studio. Consequently, there were numerous unread messages awaiting him. Some were from his manager regarding work, while others were invitations from various actresses to dine or socialize. Gu Jingchuan responded to these messages with nonchalance, an air of arrogance evident in his demeanor. With wealth and influence and millions of adoring fans, he was surrounded by women vying for his attention, and Li Huanyu ought to feel a twinge of jealousy. Suddenly, he noticed 2 messages from his younger brother, Gu Jingzhou. Wasn't this kid supposed to be in school? Did he have time to message him? He tapped to open the messages, which revealed that his brother had encountered a girl who bore a striking resemblance to his high school girlfriend. Gu Jingchuan paused momentarily. His high school girlfriend? Who could it be? Lin Mo? Under normal circumstances, he would have clicked to view a photo, but he lacked the inclination to do so at that moment, as his conflict with Li Huanyu stemmed from Lin Mo. It was indeed comical. How a dispute could arise over someone who had passed away over a decade ago. Li Huanyu had sulked for several months over this matter. Women truly were a source of complications. He typed a reply. Focus on your studies. Stop daydreaming. Few resembled Lin Mo. Her beauty was extraordinary, the kind that left an indelible impression. Regrettably, she had passed away at such a young age. Gu Jingchuan had exerted considerable effort in pursuing her, even planning a confession, only to end up never even holding her hand before she was gone. A hint of regret flickered in his eyes as he sighed. In truth, when Li Huanyu had once asked whom he loved more, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. She was his first love, the only girl he had earnestly pursued. Li Huanyu was the most captivating woman he had encountered in recent years, delicate and beautiful. The two were hardly comparable. Yet, if Li Huanyu were to pose that question again, he would answer that he loved her, for he was a pragmatic man. Moreover, he no longer harbored feelings for Lin Mo. After more than a decade, who could maintain affection for someone who had passed? As he settled into the car returning to the hotel, he recalled that the variety show was not filmed in Jingbei, but in a remote location, necessitating a stay in a hotel. Gu Jingchuan perused other messages. At that moment, Gu Jingzhou replied, I just finished class. It really resembles her. I am not deceiving you. The more I think about it this afternoon, the more it seems true. With a casual demeanor, Gu Jingchuan responded, she has been gone for over a decade. Back in high school, you were merely 5 or 6 years old. How could you remember so vividly? You must have mistaken her for someone else. Gu Jingzhou countered, though I was quite young then. During the years following her passing, your phone's wallpaper was consistently her photo. I borrowed your phone daily to play games. It would be hard not to remember. Gu Jingchuan attended university in Jingbei and commuted home every day. The mention of this matter caused him to furrow his brow slightly. Had he truly been so naive during that time? He had forgotten. Not that it hindered you from flirting with other girls. Gu Jingzhou sent another message. Gu Jingchuan retorted, enough, that last comment is unnecessary. He recalled that during his university years, he had indeed used Lin Mo's photo as a screensaver. When other girls inquired, he would claim it was merely an image from the internet. His reasons for using it were not solely out of nostalgia. There were other motivations. The thought darkened Gu Jingchuan's gaze. Gu Jingzhou messaged again, but honestly, the way this girl approached me was quite unique. She isn't even from our school. My charm must be remarkable. Gu Jingchuan replied, spare us your narcissism. No dating in high school. Focus on your studies. Gu Jingzhou responded, I know my limits. He was his mother's hope. He would certainly study diligently. This incident was merely a fleeting moment for Gu Jingchuan, who felt somewhat fatigued. He turned off his phone and rested his head against the car's seat. His thoughts involuntarily drifted to Lin Mo. According to his brother, this girl, who bore a striking resemblance to Lin Mo, had a personality entirely different from hers. Lin Mo was inherently proud. She would never initiate a conversation with a boy or openly express affection. He was the only one who had ever captured her heart. That evening, as he urged his sister to retire early, he expressed, I heard Jiang Tang say you visited Gu Jingchuan's younger brother today. Stop labeling me as love-stricken. Gu Jingchuan is no saint, so you should cease your affections. Shinihan parked the car in front of the villa and finally voiced his thoughts. Lin Mo pouted. Who told you I still like Gu Jingchuan? I do not. I have my reasons for my actions, so mind your own business. Shen Ihan. He could manage her affairs, and she was willing to be managed. Yet, he felt utterly powerless regarding her matters because no one could alter what she had set her mind on. Shinihan had understood this since childhood. He rested one hand on the steering wheel and sighed softly, glancing at the back seat. Lin Mo did wish to discuss the situation with her fourth brother with her second brother, but he was currently inundated with work at the company. She did not want to burden Shinihan with her fourth brother's issues. After all, she had no other pressing matters at hand and was determined to investigate this thoroughly. Convinced she would soon find results, Lin Mo unbuckled her seatbelt and exited the vehicle. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed several gift bags being handed to her by a hand adorned with black prayer beads. Lin Mo returned to the car with Pan Zhou Dan, her eyes sparkling with delight. What did you get me? She asked. Shini Han turned on the overhead light, revealing the black Buddhist beads that glimmered softly in the illumination. What else could it be? Let us see if you like it. Lin Mo eagerly unwrapped the gift. Before her lay a dazzling array of treasures that nearly blinded her with their brilliance. There were 2 exquisite diamond rings, radiating elegance, along with 3 pieces of gold jewelry, a simple gold bangle, a golden pendant shaped like a puppy, and a large gold ingot styled as the god of wealth. A broad smile spread across Lin Mo's face, as bright as the Pacific Ocean. I absolutely adore it. Thank you, Jing Quan Fozi. You have such great taste. Did you choose these yourself? Shini Han wished to take credit, but Jiang Tang was seated in the back. Jiang Tang's car had broken down today, and he had offered her a ride home. Actually, it was Jiang Tang who picked them out, Shini Han admitted honestly. Lin Mo beamed radiantly, glancing back at the rear seat. I knew it was you, Sister Jiang. This bangle is for you. She extended the 20-gram gold bangle toward the back seat. Jiang Tang shook her head. No, I can't accept it. This is a gift from Mr. Shan to you. Lin Mo leaned halfway from the passenger seat to clasp the bangle onto Jiang Tang's wrist. See? It looks beautiful on you. He gave it to me, and now I'm giving it to you. It's a win-win. Besides, I'm about to head to school. Can I really wear a big gold bangle there? The cool sensation of the bangle against Jiang Tang's skin warmed her heart, though she hesitated to accept such a lavish gift. Shen Yihan's voice came from the driver's seat. If it's a gift, then take it. You're making it seem like I'm stingy with you. He remembered that during festive seasons, he always had Jiang Tang prepare gifts for clients, ensuring he received a share, all reimbursed by the company. Jiang Tang raised her head. Mr. Shen is certainly generous with me, but this is from Xiao Mo. She is still just a child. Lin Mo lifted her chin defiantly. Sister Jiang, I understand. You're implying I'm quite poor, aren't you? Oomph. Don't underestimate a girl just because she is young. Shen Yihan and Jiang Tang both chuckled at her spirited retort. All right, I will accept it. Thank you, Xiao Mo, and thank you, Mr. Shen. Jiang Tang's fingers unconsciously traced the bangle, pondering how to repay Xiao Mo's kindness. She resolved to work even harder, aiming for greater success at Xingshan. After exiting the car with her gift, Lin Mo took out her phone and messaged Xie Guanyin to let him know she had arrived. He quickly appeared. The handsome man clad in a crisp white shirt, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, today accentuated by a black tie that exuded a particularly alluring aura of restraint. Shen Yihan and Jiang Tang exchanged greetings as Xie Guanyin offered a warm smile, following Lin Mo inside. Jiang Tang frowned slightly and murmured, "In such a large villa, is there no servant? Why did Mr. Xie come out to open the door himself?" Chapter 023. Cheese turkey noodles as the grand gate of the villa closed. The silhouettes of two individuals, one tall and one short, vanished from sight. Shen Yihan turned and said, "Come, let me drive you back." Jiang Tang nodded and approached the driver's seat. "Allow me to take the wheel, Mr. Shen." Shen Yihan waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I'll take you home without getting out of the car." Soon, the sleek black Bentley halted outside an aging residential complex. Shen Yihan, with his beaded bracelet resting on the steering wheel, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Why do you live in such a dilapidated place? Your assistant salary, coupled with a year-end bonus, should easily afford a decent apartment in Jingbei." Jiang Tang smiled lightly. "I live with my parents." "Thank you, Mr. Shen, for bringing me back." Shen Yihan, not one to pry into others' affairs, merely nodded. As Jiang Tang turned to leave, she suddenly bent down and said to the man in the car, "Mr. Shen, my condolences." With that, she strode away, her tall and elegant figure casting a long shadow beneath the dim streetlights. Shen Yihan was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that Jiang Tang was referring to Li Huanyu's manipulation of him. He had indeed invested genuine feelings in Li Huanyu. Becoming infatuated with her during that period, his mind consumed by thoughts of her. Today, hearing her confess that she had used him to provoke Gu Jingchuan left him somewhat disheartened. Shen Yihan's expression hardened, his thick eyelashes casting a shadow over his eyes. He retrieved his phone, opened WeChat, and navigated to the chat with Li Huanyu. Tapping the upper right corner, he chose to delete the contact. At just 26, he could afford to set aside matters of the heart. His career should take precedence. Look at Xie Guanyin, so successful yet unfazed by women, never letting romance derail his ambitions. Shen Yihan resolved to regard Xie Guanyin as a model to emulate. A new message pinged on WeChat. "From understanding life through 4 marriages. If you're feeling down, tell me, and I'll take you out for a wild night. Just bring your money." The aloof man's lips curved into a smile as he replied, "No need. I'm not that fragile." Understanding life through 4 marriages responded, "True. You're not like me, an emotionally delicate emperor." Shen Yihan. Upon seeing Shen Yihan's ellipsis, Lin Mo sat on the sofa, laughing heartily. How pitiful. To suffer heartbreak before even falling in love, she sighed. Who hasn't experienced that? A warm, melodious voice descended from above. Lin Mo looked up to see a strikingly handsome man with a perfectly sculpted jawline. Adorning his wrist was an exquisite black Patek Philippe watch, and he held a vibrant fruit platter in his hands. The watch exuded elegance, while the fruit offered a peculiar harmony of colors. Bending slightly, he placed the fruit platter on the coffee table before sitting down on the sofa with a laptop resting on his lap. "You're quite the gossip," Lin Mo smirked, yet found her hand instinctively reaching for the fruit platter. "Why should Mr. Xie fetch it himself? Let me indulge." She popped a few raspberries in her mouth, relishing the tangy sweetness that spread delightfully across her palate, a satisfied grin lighting up her face. Yesterday, I returned quite late and went straight to bed upon arrival. Today, I came back around 8 o'clock, finding Lin Mo habitually seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. This habit of hers has persisted throughout the summer break of her senior year, when she would often nestle into this very sofa, indulging in books and mobile games. The sofa, with its exquisite texture, envelopes one comfortably, providing a sense of ease. Last night, she had not noticed, but now it struck her that the diligent servants and butlers who busied themselves during the day were absent at night. Where are the butler and the others? Lin monta casually inquired. Xie Guanyin, his gaze fixed on the computer screen before him, replied with a gentle tone. They finish work at 8 in the evening. Lin Mo reached for a slice of orange and, with a hint of surprise, remarked, "This villa has several servant quarters. Why don't you let them stay here? It would certainly make your life more convenient." Xie Guanyin, his deep and striking eyes peering over his glasses, responded, "I am fully capable of taking care of myself and do not require them to reside here." A flicker of admiration passed through Lin Mo's peach blossom eyes. Despite being undeniably wealthy, Xie Guanyin's lifestyle remained commendably modest, eschewing the extravagance often associated with affluence, even residing in this old villa. Yet, one must consider that if hunger strikes in the middle of the night, there would be no one to prepare a late-night snack. "Do you wish for a midnight snack?" Xie Guanyin adjusted his glasses, his voice melodious and clear. Lin Mo hesitated, a sheepish smile creeping on her lips. That wasn't my intention. I merely mentioned it casually. What would you like to eat?" "Cheese turkey noodles," she replied, and only then did she realize her blunder. With her alabaster fingers, she scratched her head, admitting, "I had dinner with Shanahan after work around 5, so I'm a tad hungry now." Just then, her stomach betrayed her, grumbling audibly. Lin Mo's face flushed a bright crimson, and she quickly added, "After all, I'm only 18 and still growing. It's perfectly normal to feel hungry. Wouldn't you agree?" During her senior year, she often consumed 5 or 6 meals a day, as her active mind required substantial nourishment. "Yes, quite normal. I too am feeling hungry. I had forgotten that I didn't eat dinner, as I was in a meeting," Xie Guanyin admitted, rising to his feet. Beneath the opulent chandelier in the living room, his tall shadow loomed over Lin Mo, with her almond-shaped eyes gleaming, tilted her chin to meet his gaze. "Then you must thank me." Xie Guanyin turned slightly, his profound gaze lingering on her delicate features, affection swirling in his eyes. "Thank you," he said with a warm smile, his small tea-colored mole on his nose appearing strikingly beautiful in the light. "I'm grateful for the opportunity to be so close to you." This was a privilege he had never dared to dream of. Lin Mo had merely been jesting, but Xie Guanyin's sincere gratitude made her heart flutter. "Oh, come now. What do you want to eat?" "I'm fine with just a bit. I'm not picky." In Xie Guanyin's dark eyes, a glimmer of excitement sparked. "I happen to crave turkey noodles as well." Lin Mo was pleasantly surprised that her rival shared her taste. "Very well, then. You go ahead and prepare it." Xie Guanyin's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on her face, a charming smile gracing his lips. "As you wish, Mississippi." The man's voice, rich and melodious, cascaded into Lin Mo's ears in the stillness of the night, akin to strands of hair teasing her eardrums, evoking a slight itch. Her heart fluttered in response. She was the tenant, while the other party was the landlord. Yet the young lady, Lin Mo, had never contemplated preparing a meal herself, for she lacked the skill and experience. Even during those tumultuous times when her second uncle frequently caused disturbances at home and the housekeeper resigned, it was her younger brother who took on the culinary responsibilities. She possessed a strong sense of entitlement, yet at this moment, a hint of embarrassment washed over her. After all, she and Xie Guanyin were neither relatives nor friends. They had once been rivals. Rising from the sofa, she followed in Xie Guanyin's footsteps, offering, "Let me assist you." "No need," Xie Guanyin replied, turning to her. "It's quite simple. It will only take a few minutes." Lin Mo, known for her soft-heartedness, retreated a few steps only to return to the sofa, cheerfully affirming, "All right then." Before long, 2 bowls of visually appealing and aromatic cheese turkey noodles were presented on the dining table. The turkey noodles paired with rich cheese enveloped Lin Mo in a delightful haze. However, they were indeed spicy. She ate while sweating and exhaling in puffs. Noticing the man across the table watching her intently, she blinked her charming eyes and remarked, "Welcome to China," has a sigh. The delicate lips of the young girl were now slightly flushed, appearing more plump and lustrous. The pink tip of her tongue was clearly visible as she exhaled. Xie Guanyin, his Adam's apple subtly shifting, lowered his gaze and offered her a glass of water with a smile, saying, "Side champion, have some water." Lin Mo gulped down a generous glass of water, unaware of when Xie Guanyin had poured it. The temperature was just right, neither too cold nor too hot. "How are you so unfazed by the spiciness?" Lin Mo genuinely admired him. Xie Guanyin had not abstained from eating. In fact, he had consumed even more than she had. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of elegance and refinement. The small dark mole on his nose gently quivered, and the $1 million watch he wore refracted the light, making him appear as though he were savoring a gourmet meal. Xie Guanyin savored the turkey noodles leisurely, offering a gentle smile. "I used to eat this often. I've grown accustomed to it." He seemed reluctant to continue this topic and casually inquired, "Are you planning to continue your studies?" "Lin Montag ansviet candidly. I intend to continue my education, retake my senior year, and apply to Tsinghua University once more." Suddenly, a series of notifications chimed from the phone resting on the table. She picked it up with her delicate, pale fingers to check. It was a WeChat message from Zhang She. "These few are rather mischievous at Yizhong. I've captured their photos." Chapter 024. Avoiding gossip about society. Lin Mo meticulously opened each photograph, scrutinizing them closely, yet none featured her younger brother. Although he was merely 6 years old at the time of her passing, she could still recognize the contours of his face. He had been a chubby little boy, adorably plump. She typed a response, "Thanks. It's quite late. You should rest early." Zhang Shuo replied promptly, "I'm still working on my exam paper." Shortly after, a photograph of a math test paper arrived. Lin Mo glanced through the questions, her brow furrowing slightly. "You should sleep early. Not a single answer is correct. It would be futile to continue." Zhang Shuo retorted, "No way. I checked the answers." He was taken aback by the critique of the paper he had painstakingly written for an hour. Moreover, Lin Mo had responded in mere minutes. Was she being too hasty? This was his first attempt at the exercise paper he had purchased himself. Flipping to the last page to verify the answers, he was struck with disbelief 1 minute later, the realization that indeed, not a single answer was right. "Who would have thought you were such a genius? I admire you. By the way, which school do you attend?" Lin Mo chuckled. It's best not to pry into matters of society. Zhang Shuo was left speechless. "Who are you chatting with?" Xie Guanyin observed the girl's smile, his elegant brow slightly furrowed. "From a first high school, you wouldn't know her." Lin Mo set her phone down and continued to enjoy her turkey noodles. Xie Guanyin's hand clenched into a fist beneath the table. The unhealed wound on his palm pricked by his own nails, while his long, dark eyelashes shielded the shadows lurking in his eyes. She still held feelings for Gu Jingchuan, having approached Gu Jingzhou initially to get closer to him. But what could he do? Hurting Gu Jingchuan would only sadden Shanshan. Thankfully, Gu Jingchuan had yet to meet Shanshan. If only they could remain forever apart. His eyelashes fluttered, and his profound gaze, through the lenses of his glasses, fell upon the girl. She was bowing her head, indulging in her noodles, revealing a delicate, pale neck. He longed to confine her, ensuring she would never encounter Gu Jingchuan again. A sudden chill crept over him, a damp sensation lingering. Lin Mo lifted her head, meeting the gaze of the handsome man who adjusted his glasses with a single finger. The small mole on his high nose was alluringly seductive, and with a gentle smile, he asked, "Would you like some more?" The dining table was modest, placing them in close proximity. Lin Mo occasionally found herself entranced by Xie Guanyin's stunning visage, just as she was now. She quickly dismissed the strange feeling that had washed over her. "No, this bowl is sufficient. Let me express my gratitude." After finishing her shower, Lin Mo sprawled across her bed, her fair, straight legs lifted as she performed exercises to aid in weight loss. This was a compensatory act following a late-night snack, primarily serving a psychological comfort. Gazing at the ceiling, she mused that she had discovered yet another virtue of Xie Guanyin. He was an excellent cook. Before long, the next day arrived. In the morning, Lin Mo descended once more to find Xie Guanyin in the kitchen. It seemed the chef had other matters to attend to that morning. She helped herself to a generous bowl of century egg and lean meat wontons. After finishing, her eyes sparkled with delight. I've seldom encountered this filling. Where did you buy it? Today, Xie Guanyin donned a pristine white suit, complemented by gold-rimmed spectacles, exuding an air of purity and refinement. The butler had prepared the filling himself, as he gently remarked. Lin Mo gave the butler a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Uncle Butler, you are amazing." The butler's lips twitched in modesty, replying, "Too kind, too kind." Indeed, it was an overstatement, for he had not crafted it at all. It was Xie Guanyin who had instructed the procurement of the ingredients the previous day and had risen early to prepare them himself. It was nothing short of remarkable for a billionaire to rise early to make dumplings, akin to his efforts in simmering chicken soup the day before. An unprecedented sight, indeed. The butler was puzzled as to why his master did not simply admit that he had made it himself. This morning, he posed a question. Xie Guanyin, with his distinctly articulated fingers, held the dumpling skin, responding nonchalantly, "She does not like me." This statement nearly brought tears to the butler's eyes, piercing his heart with a pang of sorrow. So that was it. If one is not favored by the other, no matter the efforts made, it is merely self-indulgence. To the other party, it is simply an added burden. Thus, to spare the young lady any pressure, the master chose silence, instead quietly showing her kindness. Au Puyo, the master, in the prime of his youth, engaged in pure love. It reminded him of his own days at university, bringing breakfast for the girl he adored, and even for her boyfriend. He also recalled how, shortly after graduating, he had paid the rent for the girl he liked, so she could live with her boyfriend. It dawned on him that his esteemed master was of the same ilk as himself. In their eyes, love is a grand endeavor, irrespective of how others perceive it. Just after finishing their meal, Shen Yihan arrived. Lin Mo returned the dishes to the kitchen, bidding farewell to Xie Guanyin and the butler. The butler, beaming, said, "Miss Lin, take care on your journey." Upon turning around, he noticed his master's gaze fixated on the young lady's retreating figure, utterly transfixed. The butler shook his head, feeling sorry for his master. He too felt a twinge of regret for not having the opportunity to utter the classic line. "You are the first woman to make chicken soup for the master." Nor could he express, "It has been ages since I have seen the master smile." His master was a genuinely good man, temperate and often smiling, albeit his smiles were sometimes feigned. Meanwhile, Lin Mo settled into the car. Shen Yihan handed her a lunchbox, saying, "You must be hungry since dinner was early yesterday. Eat something." The breakfast that Jiang Tang had brought yesterday was all consumed by her. To her surprise, Shen Yihan had brought more today. "I've already eaten," Lin Mo replied. Shen Yihan understood. "Did Chef Xie prepare breakfast for you?" Lin Mo shook her head. "He made himself, and it was delicious." Shen Yihan's eyes widened slightly. "But you don't like sandwiches or cereals, do you?" His sister had always preferred soups and noodles for breakfast. However, nowadays, ordinary office workers tended to eat cold meals. Xie Guanyin seemed the type to enjoy cold fare, typical of elite businessmen, often accompanied by a freshly brewed Americano. As Lin Mo fastened her seatbelt, she remarked, "You see, Xie Guanyin's tastes align closely with mine. He loves noodles and dumplings in the morning and enjoys turkey noodles for a late-night snack. He makes them himself and is quite adept at it." Shen Yihan idly twirled the prayer beads on his right wrist, expressing his astonishment, who transformed the billionaire into a chef. Lin Mo laughed heartily. "I cannot say, but the chef at his home has been occupied these past few days. Otherwise, he would not have taken it upon himself to prepare breakfast." Shen Yihan turned his gaze towards the villa's grand entrance, reflecting on Mr. Xie, who not only excels in generating wealth and is a paragon of philanthropy, but also possesses culinary skills. Truly a remarkable man. Lin Mo's eyes widened. "Shen Yihan, do not fall for Xie Guanyin. He is fond of women, as you are aware." Shen Yihan, slightly perturbed, replied, "I merely intend to regard him as a role model dedicated solely to his career." Lin Mo felt reassured. "That is acceptable. You should learn from him. Shin Ihan nodded, starting the vehicle, and continued, "It is indeed peculiar that there are no villas for sale in this vicinity. Jiang Tang has inquired about several, but none are available." Initially, Lin Mo perceived Xie Guanyin as potentially difficult to engage with. However, over the past couple of days, she discovered him to be quite amiable. His previous aloofness during their high school years was likely due to his status as the top student. Now that they no longer compete for that title, he treats her with warmth and grace, like a gentle breeze on a spring day. No witties. Xie Guanyin is rather easygoing. If you're too busy to pick me up during the day, that is fine. I can remain in the villa. You should not find my presence bothersome. Besides, I plan to attend school, returning late, so there is no need for you to worry about transportation. You might also inquire if anyone nearby knows a good doctor for treating sleep disorders. That would be more effective. Although I have seen many doctors before without success, perhaps the current ones have better solutions. All right, Shen Yihan responded. Jiang Tang arrived at the company by taxi today. As usual, the receptionist greeted her warmly. "Good morning, Assistant Jiang." Jiang Tang nodded in acknowledgement. "Good morning." The receptionist suddenly noticed an exquisite golden bracelet adorning Jiang Tang's wrist, prompting her to inquire with a smile. "Are you getting married, Assistant Jiang?" Jiang Tang frowned. "Why do you say that?" The receptionist, glancing at her wrist, remarked that bracelet resembles traditional wedding jewelry. However, it is not always the case that wearing a gold bracelet signifies impending nuptials, but given that Assistant Jiang rarely donned accessories, this golden adornment appeared particularly significant. Jiang Tang raised her hand, a smile gracing her lips. "No, this was a gift from Lin Mo." With those words, she strode purposefully toward the elevator, eager to commence her work, completely oblivious to the receptionist's astonished expression. The receptionist promptly shared the news in the gossip group. "Ah, sister gifted Assistant Jiang a magnificent gold bracelet. She cherishes it so much on her wrist. I am utterly captivated." Responses soon flooded in. "What banquet is this? I am swooning. I want to cosplay with Assistant Jiang. She can portray me at work while I play with sister." Days passed, and Lin Mo found herself devoid of any valuable information. Each day, she sent Gu Jingzhou a message asking, "Is anyone causing you trouble today?" In response, Gu Jingzhou would coolly reply with a curt, "No." Zhang Shuo would also diligently report Gu Jingzhou's every move, confirming that indeed, no one was at odds with him. It could be said that Gu Jingzhou was truly an exemplary student, devoting himself earnestly to his studies, attending to his restroom needs, and partaking of meals. Lin Mo felt rather helpless. Each morning, she would partake in breakfast with Xie Guanyin, and during the day, she would immerse herself in her studies at Shen Yihan's office. 11 years had transpired, and the format of the college entrance examination had evolved. She needed to study and practice. This time, her goal remained the same, to be the top scorer in the college entrance exams in Jingbei. In the evenings, she would occasionally indulge in the late-night snacks prepared by Xie Guanyin, or those he brought back from outside. Although she had mentioned to Shen Yihan that he need not come to pick her up, he still feared that Xie Guanyin might think he had reneged on his word. So each morning, either he or Jiang Tang would escort her to the company. Lin Mo was indifferent. She could adapt to any environment during the day. One evening, as she sat on the sofa enjoying some fruit, she received a message from Zhang Shuo. "This Sunday, our school will have a friendly basketball match against other schools. Would you like to come and watch?" Chapter 025. Irresponsibility. Lin Mo delicately speared a slice of dragon fruit and brought it to her lips, her enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. The high school in the northern capital maintained a commendable tradition of balancing work and leisure, and to her surprise, it remained unchanged over the years. She bit into the fruit and texted, "Is Gu Jingzhou participating?" Zhang Shuo quickly replied, "Yes, he's the captain of our school team." Lin Mo was taken aback by the excellence of Gu Jingzhou's younger brother, who excelled in both academics and sports. In contrast, Gu Jingchuan had always been at the bottom of his class back in the day. Perhaps the family felt the elder was a lost cause and decided to nurture the younger one. If Gu Jingzhou was going, then she would definitely attend as well. Amidst the fervor of youth, the testosterone of the male students often led to conflicts during basketball games. "Which high school is the #1 team playing against?" Lin Mo inquired. Zhang Shuo responded, "They They are playing against the third high school, known for its poor academic performance. Lin Mo typed with one hand. "All right, see you then." Suddenly, a soft gasp broke the air, and Lin Mo looked up to see a handsome man with slightly furrowed brows, his dark eyes fixed on a coffee table. Following his gaze, she noticed a delicate wrist adorned with a green Patek Philippe watch. The elegant hand extended down to a fair and beautiful back adorned with faintly visible veins, exuding an alluring charm. At that moment, a silver fork was lodged into it. Lin Mo's eyes widened in horror as she quickly withdrew her hand, realizing that two small puncture wounds had appeared on that exquisite hand. In an instant, she felt as if the sky had fallen upon her. Such strength! While distracted by her phone, she had inadvertently jabbed the fork into Xie Guanyan's hand. This person had impeccable living habits, often slicing fruit while working, and she had merely been indulging alongside him. Now, it seemed fruit would be the least of her concerns. She might well be shown the door. With a clatter, Lin Mo hurled the fork 3 meters away. "I'm so sorry. I didn't see," she exclaimed. Xie Guanyan's voice remained gentle and melodious. "It's not your fault. It's my oversight for not noticing your fork while reaching for the fruit." Lin Mo was astonished by Xie Guanyan's calm demeanor, who even took the blame upon himself. Overwhelmed with guilt, she grasped his hand to inspect the situation. "You are truly too kind. Don't you ever get bullied outside?" This incident was entirely her fault for not paying attention while looking down. The soft and delicate touch from his hand made Xie Guanyan's breath quicken momentarily, his ears flushing with heat, excitement swirling in his eyes. They were holding hands. How blissful! At last, her attention was wholly on him. Such happiness. Struggling to control his emotions, he adjusted his silver-framed glasses and shook his head. "Very few people dare to bully me." Now, the two small puncture wounds were oozing blood, stark against the flawless skin of his hand, creating a somewhat alarming sight. Lin Mo's heart ached at the sight, akin to the pain one feels when witnessing a gory scene in a film. She was the kind of person who would never dare to watch a nurse administer an injection. The fork is made of stainless steel. Surely it won't lead to tetanus, right? Perhaps I should call your personal physician to have a look? Xie Guanyan chuckled lightly, assuring her that it was nothing serious and that there was no need to summon a private doctor. However, despite his words, he showed no intention of withdrawing his hand. His heart raced, echoing loudly in his ears, yet he wished to hold her hand just a moment longer. Lin Mo, having drawn blood for the first time, hesitated. "Really? It looks rather severe." Xie Guanyan's gaze remained fixed on the delicate porcelain-like face of the young woman, watching her eyelashes tremble. His tone softened considerably as he replied, "It's truly nothing. A dab of iodine will suffice." Lin Mo lifted her head to meet his gaze, asking, "Where's the iodine?" "I'll go get it." Only upon looking did she notice the handsome man's face had taken on a slight blush, his ears flushed crimson as if they might bleed. She blinked her doe-like eyes, only then realizing she had been holding Xie Guanyan's hand the entire time. Surely, a 29-year-old man shouldn't he blush merely from handhold? How innocent he seemed. Lin Mo thought to herself, yet she made no move to release his hand. After all, it was her doing that had caused the injury. She could not evade responsibility. Xie Guanyan glanced toward the television cabinet and shook his head. "There's none at home. Let us order takeout." Lin Mo gently wiped away the trickle of blood with a tissue, saying, "I'll order. Just keep your hand still." She carefully placed his hand on the sofa and opened her app to order food. Having traversed into this era for over a week, she had already adapted remarkably well. While at Shinihan's office, she could indulge in 3 cups of milk tea a day. Along with a bottle of iodine, she had also procured cotton swabs and band-aids. The villa's location was somewhat remote, requiring a premium for a delivery person to accept the order. When the food arrived, it was already 11 at night. Normally, Lin Mo would have retreated to her room by this hour, but tonight was different. With utmost seriousness, she applied the iodine to the small wound. The cool sensation made Xie Guanyan instinctively retract his hand. Lin Mo tilted her chin up to look at him, her eyes sparkling. "Does it hurt?" "I'll be gentler." Xie Guanyan adjusted his glasses with his other hand and shook his head. "It doesn't hurt." Though his body burned with heat, his hand felt icy. It was a juxtaposition of sensations, leaving his throat parched. The girl nestled closer, her entire focus on him, which made him feel lightheaded, as though he were walking on air. The slight pain in his hand was trivial. If he could bask in her attention indefinitely, he would gladly endure any injury. His fingers were long, with distinct joints and neatly trimmed nails, their tips slightly flushed. As she delicately applied the iodine, the yellowish-red hue appeared somewhat comical against the backdrop of his fair, exquisite hand. After affixing a band-aid, there was an inexplicable allure to his battle scars. Lin Mo gazed at him, feeling a sudden warmth in her chest. Suddenly, she became acutely aware of the silence enveloping the vast villa. Realizing that it was just the two of them, both seated on the sofa, the space between them seemed to diminish. The air was imbued with a subtle scent of iodine and a cool, woody fragrance, creating a somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. Lin Mo felt her heart race slightly as she released his hand and blinked, cautioning, "You should keep that hand away from water to avoid infection." Xie Guanyin lifted his hand to examine it, a genuine smile surfacing in his eyes. "All right." After finishing her bath and lying on the bed, Lin Mo felt a pang of regret for having been too engrossed in her phone. Her large eyes fixated on the ceiling as she contemplated a newfound appreciation for Xie Guanyin. His emotional stability was commendable. Morning arrived swiftly. As Lin Mo descended the stairs, she spotted Xie Guanyin in the kitchen once more. She dashed over with a burst of energy, exclaiming, "Why are you making breakfast again by yourself? You shouldn't be getting that hand wet." Noticing her concern, Xie Guanyin felt a surge of delight. "It's fine. The housekeeper will assist me with the cleaning." The housekeeper nodded in agreement. Yes, I will take care of it." Although unaware of how the gentleman had injured his hand, he understood that as long as Xie Guanyin had one functioning hand, he would not forego the morning ritual of preparing breakfast for Miss Lin. Initially, the housekeeper thought Xie Guanyin would only occasionally take on such duties, yet it had been over a week, and he remained unwavering. Each day brought a new culinary creation, ensuring Miss Lin would never tire of her meals. The housekeeper also noticed that Miss Lin lacked neither wealth nor affection, with a caring brother who was quite prosperous. "Well then, let me assist you, since I have nothing else to do," Lin Mo suggested, glancing at Xie Guanyin's hand. She mused about how he managed to wash himself the previous night, and then her thoughts shifted. Speaking of baths, she shook her head, dispelling any lingering distractions. "No need. The housekeeper can handle it." "You wait outside," Xie Guanyin replied, skillfully slicing carrots with a knife. His long, pale fingers looked particularly striking against the vibrant red of the carrots. Lin Mo, ever soft-hearted, conceded, "All right, what are we having today?" She had grown accustomed to the chef being preoccupied in the mornings. Curious, she discreetly inquired with the housekeeper about the chef's obligations, learning that the chef's wife had just given birth, necessitating his assistance with feeding. Lin Mo thought to herself that Xie Guanyin was quite humane as an employer, effectively granting paternity leave to alleviate the burdens of new mothers. "Today, we will have Yunnan chicken rice noodles," Xie Guanyin replied gently. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with delight. "Oh my goodness, you can make that too? I am in awe of your skills." Just days prior, she had stumbled upon a video introducing Yunnan chicken rice noodles and had saved it for later. To her surprise, she was about to enjoy it today. What extraordinary luck! As the steaming chicken rice noodles were placed on the table, Lin Mo eagerly picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. The rich and flavorful chicken broth melded beautifully with the tender chicken, while the rice noodles absorbed the essence of the broth. She nearly swooned from the exquisite taste. "Your position in my heart is now second only to Zhao Gongming," Lin Mo declared earnestly. Xie Guanyin's expression darkened almost instantly, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Who is Zhao Gongming?" Lin Mo chuckled, "The god of wealth." Xie Guanyin. Chapter 26. Is Weibo really that efficient? This morning, it was Shenihan who picked up Lin Mo. Shenihan preferred to drive himself, unless the journey was long. He never used chauffeur. Nowadays, he didn't even bring Lin Mo breakfast, for she must have already eaten. Shenihan often mused on Mr. Xie's lifestyle. It was surprisingly down-to-earth, quite at odds with his seemingly unattainable persona. It was Saturday, and Shenihan had the luxury of not going to the office. "Sister, shall we go out and have some fun?" he inquired. The sunlight streamed through the car window, illuminating the black Buddhist beads on his wrist, casting a radiant glow. Let us go shopping. I want to buy a gift for Xie Guanyin, Lin Mo replied, fastening her seatbelt with her delicate jade-white hands. Shen Yihan paused, asking for whom. Then he chuckled, Sister, have you developed feelings for Mr. Xie? Lin Mo shot him a glance. Do you think I'm as love-struck as you? I accidentally hurt him last night. What? Shen Yihan's brow furrowed in concern. Mr. Xie didn't get angry with you, did he? Though Mr. Xie was known for his gentle temperament, those who were capable of great accomplishments often had a cold-blooded side. They could appear mild-mannered until their interests were at stake, at which point they could turn hostile in an instant. Just like selling a house, it would waste Mr. Xie's time to adjust to a new place, so he declined. He is quite amiable. He didn't lose his temper, Lin Mo reassured him. But I feel it's my fault, and I owe him a sincere apology. Besides, I've been enjoying his hospitality lately, and I shouldn't take that for granted. A small gift to express my gratitude has been on my mind for quite some time. Interpersonal relationships are reciprocal, even among family, let alone with strangers. Shen Yihan sighed in relief. That's good. How did you manage it? Lin Mo recounted the events of the evening. Shen Yihan was a bit taken aback. I thought you retreated to your room after arriving at the villa, while Mr. Xie worked in his study. I didn't expect you both to sit on the sofa together. Lin Mo saw nothing peculiar in that. When one returns home, comfort is paramount. The sofa I bought is incredibly cozy, and Mr. Xie isn't foolish. What normal person would spend the entire day working in an office only to return home and do the same in their study? As they waited at a red light, Shen Yihan lightly pressed the brake, fiddling with the Buddhist beads on his right wrist. He nodded. True, fourth brother loved napping on that sofa. This particular model was no longer in production. Otherwise, Shen Yihan would have gladly acquired one for his own home. Mentioning fourth brother dimmed Lin Mo's bright eyes momentarily. Tomorrow, I'll go to the first high school to watch a basketball game. I hope to run into fourth brother. Shen Yihan spent the entire day accompanying Lin Mo on her shopping spree, exploring their own mall before venturing into others. As the evening approached, several trending topics quietly ascended the Weibo hot search list. The Buddha of the capital is shopping with a mysterious beauty. Shen Yihan and Li Huanyu have truly broken up. The mysterious beauty is quite the shopper. It was the same paparazzo who had initially been lurking in the mall's underground parking lot, waiting for stars. Upon observing Shen Yihan carrying 4 or 5 shopping bags, accompanied by a beautiful girl sipping milk tea, I felt a sense of familiarity with the girl, reminiscent of the one captured in photographs previously. The paparazzi, instantly abandoning their pursuit of celebrities, grinned broadly as they snapped away at the duo. That day, with an assistant present, it was evidently a date for the two. It became clear why Shen Yihan had been so indifferent towards Li Huanyu. His affections were evidently directed towards this new companion. It is not uncommon for affluent individuals to be surrounded by several women, often engaging in modern-day rivalries reminiscent of palace intrigues. As the camera focused on the girl's exquisite visage, the paparazzi were momentarily entranced. The initial impression was one of disbelief at the existence of such a breathtaking model-like face. Her skin was as flawless as jade, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, complemented by strikingly distinct peach blossom eyes that sparkled brighter than the stars. The second realization was that this girl appeared remarkably youthful, making Shen Yihan seem somewhat aged by comparison. After capturing several shots, the paparazzi inexplicably felt that the girl's eyes seemed familiar, yet the memory eluded them. The pair's vehicle soon exited the shopping mall, and the paparazzi followed, initially presuming they were headed home. To their surprise, they changed venues, continuing their shopping spree. By the end of the day, the paparazzi were utterly exhausted, while the girl maintained an air of vibrant energy. Shen Yihan displayed notable patience, genuinely offering opinions on purchases and diligently swiping his card. The atmosphere between them exuded an effortless harmony that was almost intoxicating. That evening, the paparazzi, unable to keep pace any longer, returned to the studio to share their revelations. The subsequent comments beneath the posts were plentiful. In the unyielding world of Beijing, beautiful women come and go. That face is simply enchanting, though she appears quite youthful. The stamina to shop from dawn till dusk resembles that of a university student with boundless energy. Does anyone have this beauty's Douyin account? Li Huanyu must be feeling heartbroken. The domineering CEO has found a new love. The ruthless Beijing elite and the innocent starlet have truly parted ways. It's heartbreaking. What separation? Huanyu had nothing with Shun Yihan to begin with. So let us not spread rumors. Exactly. Huanyu is solely focused on her career. Men should stay out of it. 10 minutes have passed, and no one has uncovered this beauty's identity. I am genuinely disappointed in this generation of netizens. This lack of discovery cannot solely be attributed to the ineptitude of netizens. Lin Mo had yet to leave any trace in this age of advanced internet connectivity. Her Weibo and Douyin accounts were newly registered, devoid of any content, belonging to the realm of pure observers. 11 years ago, the internet was not as developed, and no netizen had genuinely delved into the past. Those within the Starshine group were aware of her, yet they were protective of Lin Mo, refraining from any indiscreet comments on Weibo. Only a few employees, under pseudonyms, attempted to clarify the situation. The irritable caregiver remarked, "Is the path so narrow that a man and a woman together must be assumed to be in a romantic relationship?" Shun's mother added, "Indeed, they could merely be relatives. Let us consume our gossip with reason." Yet, no one seemed to believe them. Jiang Tang swiftly learned of the trending topic through his secretary's notification and promptly called Shun Yihan. At that moment, Shun Yihan was enjoying dinner with Lin Mo at a highly rated Hunan restaurant. Lin Mo took a bite of stir-fried beef with rice when she heard Shun Yihan say, "Sister, some paparazzi spotted us shopping, and it's now trending." Picking up the phone resting on the table, Lin Mo glanced at it and casually remarked, "Just have a trending topic removed." Neither of them belonged to the entertainment industry, so there was no need for clarification. Clarifying would merely reignite the fervor, and Lin Mo preferred to avoid excessive exposure online. Shun Yihan found Lin Mo's suggestion as simple as drinking water and informed Jiang Tang to have the trending topic removed. After hanging up, Jiang Tang contacted the Weibo staff. In less than a minute, the 3 entries vanished from Weibo as if they had never existed. Jiang Tang was astonished. Was Weibo operating with such efficiency today? Chapter 027. A small gift. The trending topic has been removed, Mr. Xie, Jin Yang reported to Xie Guanyin. The man clad in a crisp white shirt was seated on a verdant sofa, loosening his tie with one hand, his brow furrowed in a somber expression. How long has this trending topic been online? Jin Yang genuinely wondered and quickly messaged a staff member on Weibo for clarification. Moments later, he received a response. It was up for about half an hour. He truly could not comprehend his boss's actions. Was he attempting to play the role of Shun Yihan's mother? Not only was he continually investing in him, but he was also having the trending topic removed. He might as well transfer all his assets into Shun Yihan's name. Xie Guanyin's brow deepened, the darkness behind his glasses palpable, his palms sinking deeply into the sofa. Would Gu Jingxuan have seen the trending topic in that half hour? The last time, Gu Jingxuan might not have recognized the blurred profile. However, with this clear frontal image, as long as Gu Jingxuan had not lost his memory, he would undoubtedly recognize it. If he did, he would certainly seek out Lin Mo. There was no doubt about that. Although Lin Mo had already gone to the first high school to find Gu Jingzhou, and Gu Jingzhou might have recognized Lin Mo and informed Gu Jingxuan. The fact that Gu Jingxuan had not sought out Lin Mo suggested his disbelief. Even though Gu Jingxuan knew that it was only a matter of time before he confirmed Lin Mo was alive, he wished for that day to be delayed. Even just a little longer. The prominent veins on the man's neck throbbed, his voice icy and resolute. Inform the paparazzi in Jingbei that no one is to photograph the girl beside Shun Yihan. A chill seemed to seep through the phone, causing Jin Yang's back to shiver slightly. Understood. The girl beside Shun Yihan? Is she not Shun Yihan's? Xie Guanyin's eyes brimmed with a fierce intensity. His tone as frigid as ice. Am I not being clear enough? It is this girl who is not to be photographed. The rest is of no concern to me. Rarely did his boss speak in such a manner, and he had never wielded his power to intimidate others, always choosing the path of charity. Jin Yang trembled at the implications, responding solemnly, "Yes, Mr. Xie, I understand." After hanging up, Jin Yang furrowed his brow. The good news, His boss was not removing the trending topic for Shun Ihan. The bad news, it was for Shun Ihan's girlfriend. The sky had fallen. The billionaire was to become a third party? No wonder the other day, the expression in his boss's eyes had seemed amiss. Jin Yang sighed, resigning himself to the notion that this was not a matter for a mere employee like him to concern himself with. Lin Mo returned to the villa and, as usual, called for Xie Guanyin to open the door. Shun Ihan stood at the entrance, both hands laden with items. Lin Mo, too, held a small package in her hand. When Xie Guanyin opened the gate, a beautiful gift bag was presented before him. "This is for you, Xie Guanyin." The girl's voice was bright and melodious, her enchanting peach blossom eyes gazing at him, radiant as ever. It felt as though a gentle spring rain had washed over his heart, instantly dispelling the lingering ire stirred by the trending topic. He found himself momentarily dazed, his hand, which had been raised, instinctively falling back down as he restrained himself, fearing he had misheard. Lin Mo placed the gift into his hand, which was still adorned with a band-aid. "This is for you. I apologize for last night's events, and thank you for not only renting me your apartment, but also for sharing your meals with me." The weight of the gift in Xie Guanyin's palm made him realize he had not misheard. His heart raced uncontrollably, and the hand holding the gift trembled slightly. Shanshan actually gave him a gift. The excitement and joy in his eyes, magnified by the lenses of his glasses, made his deep black irises appear almost enchanting. Shun Ihan approached from behind, courteous and respectful. "Mr. Xie, this is a small token for my sister. She knows you lack for nothing, so she took a long time to choose, but it's just a trinket. I hope you like it." A gift chosen after much deliberation. Xie Guanyin felt a delightful tingle run through him, his breath quickening as he momentarily forgot to temper his emotions. "I love it." Shun Ihan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a forthright expression of affection from Xie Guanyin. "I told you he would like it." Lin Mo proudly glanced at Shun Ihan. When selecting the gift, Shun Ihan had believed it necessary to choose something expensive, given Xie Guanyin's esteemed status. However, Lin Mo held a different perspective. It was not that she was unwilling to spend money, but rather that Xie Guanyin could acquire any expensive item he desired. What truly mattered was the sentiment behind the gift. Eager to uncover the contents, Xie Guanyin restrained himself. "Let me take the items inside." Shun Ihan's hand were laden with 7 or 8 shopping bags. "Give it to me," Xie Guanyin insisted. Shun Ihan hesitated to refuse, but the words caught in his throat, as Xie Guanyin's tone did not invite debate. The commanding aura of authority emanated from him, albeit only for a fleeting moment. Yet in that brief instant, the items were gone from his hands. The sudden absence of weight left Shun Ihan feeling somewhat disoriented as he absent-mindedly rotated the black Buddhist beads on his right wrist. "All right, I shall take my leave now." Lin Mo waved him off, advising him to take care on the road. The man in the white shirt, tall and slender, followed the delicate figure of the girl ahead, their shadows intertwining on the ground. Shun Ihan felt a pang of nostalgia. Indeed, she was his sister. It seemed that anyone trailing behind her was merely a bag carrier. Yet in the next moment, an inexplicable discomfort washed over Shun Ihan, as carrying bags was originally his role as her brother. But inevitably, there would come a day when his sister would have a boyfriend to perform that task. Sighing softly, Shun Ihan resolved to serve his sister as her devoted attendant before the return of their younger brother and before she entered a romantic relationship. The notion of Xie Guanyin assisting his sister with the shopping bags did not trouble Shun Ihan. It was merely a casual act of kindness. If he were to share an apartment with a girl, he too would help carry her things. Once back in the car, Shun Ihan's spirits lifted considerably, for his sister had also procured a gift for him, just as she had for their younger brothers. It was her habit to buy 3 gifts whenever she shopped. In his possession was a belt from the brand Seven Wolves. Though it was not a brand he particularly favored, the fact that it came from his sister made him cherish it, and he was certain he would make use of it. "I hope that the 4th brother can be located soon. My sister mentioned that she has been investigating this matter diligently of late." Chapter 28. If you don't believe, come and see. Is it all right if I just leave it here? Xie Guanyin inquired as he placed the items in Lin Mo's room. Lin Mo, with her eyes arched in delight, replied, "That's fine. Thank you for bringing it up." She had just remembered that Xie Guanyin's hand was still healing and had intended to retrieve it herself, but he insisted it was no trouble. What a gentleman he is! Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a genuine admiration for him. The small gift bag dangled from the man's fingers, accentuating their length. Why not open it and take a look? Lin Mo suggested. Xie Guanyin profound gaze lingered on the girl's face for a moment before his elegantly defined fingers retrieved a small box from within the gift bag. Upon opening it, a string of golden bamboo bead bracelets was revealed. The refined bamboo segments were adorned with a pair of lively bamboo leaves, and the matte gold exuded an air of sophistication. What do you think? My taste is impeccable, isn't it? Bamboo symbolizes good fortune and continuous advancement. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with joy. Although she smiled, a twinge of anxiety flickered in her heart as she witnessed the man unveil the box. Xie Guanyin's casual watch was worth millions, while this golden bracelet merely cost a few thousand. Moreover, men typically do not favor gold jewelry. Shini Han had sincerely suggested she purchase a golden picio, yet Lin Mo found it to be rather gaudy and had refrained from buying it. When he had expressed his liking at the door, she assumed it was mere politeness. Now, she gazed into his eyes, eager to discern his true feelings. She watched as a smile gradually spread across the depths of his serene gaze, creating a beautiful ripple of light. He lifted his head, and the small brown mole on his nose seemed to come alive with his smile. "Thank you, I truly like it," he said slowly. "I like it immensely. Absolutely adore it." Lin Mo's anxious heart settled. As long as he liked it, that was all that mattered. "I'm not sure what you prefer, but I adore gold, so I bought you one. Look, I'm wearing a golden dog around my neck." Lin Mo retrieved the golden dog pendant from her neck to show Xie Guanyin. It was a gift from Shani Han. Xie Guanyin held the bracelet in his palm, feeling its coolness, while his gaze fell upon the golden dog in the girl's hand, his eyes flickering with emotion. He longed to become that little dog, so he could be by her side forever. The delicate curve of her neck was accentuated by the yellow chain, making her complexion appear as pure as mutton fat jade. "You look lovely wearing it," Xie Guanyin complimented warmly, adjusting his glasses to conceal the fervor in his eyes. Upon exiting Lin Mo's room, he immediately removed the watch from his wrist and adorned himself with the bracelet. He raised his hand, admiring it under the light, like a child who had just received their most coveted toy, trembling with excitement. Now that he had received a gift from Shanshan, he could openly reciprocate with a gift of his own. Surely, Shanshan would accept it. How delightful! Jingnan Film Base. Click. "Thank you for your hard work, Director Gu." The director called, bowing slightly as he approached. Gu Jingchuan nodded and strode confidently toward his dressing room. It was a night shoot that extended from the dusky twilight until 10 o'clock in the evening. Gu Jingchuan felt utterly exhausted. Only after removing his makeup and returning to the van did he sense a modicum of relief. "Brother Jingchuan," came the gentle voice of Li Huanyu, gracing his ears. He smiled, embracing the person before him. "Thank you for your hard work, my dear, for waiting in the car." He pressed a kiss upon her forehead, then trailed downwards. Li Huanyu had indeed made the wise decision to reconcile with him. During this busy period of work, she had come to visit him on set today. Her cheeks flushed slightly. She leaned back, playfully exclaiming, "Oh, Brother Jingchuan, there are others in the car." The two assistants exchanged glances, silently agreeing to exit the vehicle. "Well, at this moment, let us treat them as if they were not here." The door of the van closed, leaving just the two of them inside, where the temperature began to rise. They held each other tightly, igniting a spark of passion. Li Huanyu nestled against his shoulder, softly murmuring, "Let us head back to the hotel, Brother Jingchuan. There are so many people outside." Gu Jingchuan whispered in her ear, "Isn't it a stimulating thought to have an audience? Besides, I have been chaste for you during this time. Don't you wish to experience a little intimacy soon?" It had been several months since they last met, and Li Huanyu felt a surge of joy upon hearing his words. Gu Jingchuan truly loved her. It was well known that he had a reputation as a notorious playboy, yet he had restrained himself for her sake, an admirable feat indeed. She understood all too well that Gu Jingchuan was far superior to Shani Han. Although Shani Han was the CEO of a major conglomerate, he lacked a solid foundation, an orphan, a mama's boy, ready to crumble at the slightest breeze. In contrast, Gu Jingchuan was not only an acclaimed actor with countless admirers, but also a genuine scion of wealth, boasting a substantial family fortune. Previously, her pride had been her downfall. Enduring public humiliation, she would not let it go unpunished. Shin Yihan and his so-called sister would reap the consequences. Her body instinctively gravitated closer to Gu Jingchuan. Her voice soft. Is that true? I find it hard to believe. Gu Jingchuan flashed a devilish grin. You'll believe it when you're begging me to stop. 3 minutes later, Li Huanyu's lips twitched in a smile. Yet she reassured him, the environment in the car is not conducive. You've done remarkably well, brother. Gu Jingchuan rubbed his nose. He had been overly fatigued lately. Once I've rested, I shall attend to you properly. Li Huanyu blushed and smiled. They parted, the door opened, and the assistants re-entered the vehicle as they headed to the hotel. Gu Jingchuan lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. Opening his phone, he checked his WeChat messages. Soon enough, he came across one from his younger brother, Gu Jingzhou. Brother, take a look for yourself. Doesn't this girl resemble the girlfriend you had in high school? Accompanying this message was a remarkably clear frontal photograph. The image remained unzoomed, nestled within the chat. Gu Jingchuan glanced at it, his expression freezing in shock. The exquisite features, the sparkling, clear peach blossom eyes, the elegantly refined nose. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave. The visage of Lin Mo from high school aligning perfectly with the photograph. Who else could this be but Lin Mo? He furrowed his brow, took another drag from his cigarette, and typed a response to Gu Jingzhou. So it is her. Where did you find this photo? I urge you to focus on your studies. What have you been up to lately? Gu Jingchuan suddenly felt a surge of anger. What was his younger brother doing? Rummaging through photos of his first love? Gu Jingzhou quickly responded, I didn't seek out these photos. They're trending on Weibo today. A paparazzo captured her shopping with a CEO. Like a calm sea suddenly churning with tempestuous waves, Gu Jingchuan's emotions surged, his heart racing. How could this be? Lin Mo had been deceased for over a decade. This cannot possibly have been taken today. It must have been altered by the paparazzi, he thought, convinced that such surreal occurrences were impossible. Yet, unable to resist, Gu Jingchuan clicked to enlarge the photo, examining it meticulously. It was indeed Lin Mo, not merely a lookalike, but truly her. She had been the star pupil and the belle of the school, possessing a proud demeanor, yet a kind disposition. She always wore a smile, making her remarkably approachable. This fade led him to believe that pursuing her would be effortless, but he soon discovered that it was an arduous endeavor. Her enchanting, almond-shaped eyes were her signature feature. Since her passing, he had seen no eyes more beautiful, nor any girl more exquisite than she. Gu Jingzhou, preoccupied with something, did not respond immediately. Smoke filled the car, creating a stifling atmosphere. Li Huanyu coughed several times, frowning at Gu Jingchuan. Brother Jingchuan, please open the window. What a terrible habit to smoke in the car without ventilation. Gu Jingchuan barely registered her words, his gaze fixated as he uncontrollably opened Weibo. He scrolled through the trending topics, finding nothing related to Lin Mo. His brows furrowed, a profound sense of disappointment washing over him. If it truly was her. The assistant driving the car opened the rear window, letting a gust of wind rush in. Gu Jingchuan's ash fell from his cigarette, and as he raised his hand to flick it away, the wind blew it back onto his face, causing a slight sting. Startled, Gu Jingchuan snapped back to reality, tossing the nearly burnt cigarette out of the window. Who told you to open the window? He bellowed. The assistant flinched. Miss Li has been coughing. Li Huanyu was also startled, glancing at Gu Jingchuan with concern. Gu Jingchuan closed his eyes, suppressing the inexplicable surge of emotions. Taking a deep breath, he was about to speak when his phone buzzed. He opened it to find a message from Gu Jingzhou. I have a basketball game tomorrow. She will definitely be there. If you don't believe me, come see her in person. Chapter 29. Such a lively life. The following day dawned bright and sunny once more. Then Montag Avulka completed her morning routine and hurried downstairs. Each night, she found herself eagerly anticipating the delights that the morning would bring. Reminiscent of the days when her parents were still alive. Her parents shared a profound affection, no matter how busy her father was with work. He always prepared breakfast for the family before heading out. Back then, she too would drift off to sleep with hopeful expectations. As she descended the stairs, a rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. Her appetite piqued. She dashed into the kitchen, where she found a broad-shouldered man donning an apron. The black fabric accentuated his impressively slender waist, and Lin Mo dared not gaze too long. Peeking around him, she inquired, "What are we having for breakfast today, Mr. Xie?" "Beef noodles," Xie Guanyin replied, looking down at her delicate and radiant face with warmth. The butler, observing this scene from the doorway, wore a knowing smile, reminiscent of a doting aunt. What difference was there between them and a loving couple? Lin Mo glanced at the bubbling beef bone broth and the tender, delicious-looking beef beside it. Turning to the butler, she gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Uncle Butler, it's you again who has simmered this wonderful bone broth. Truly impressive. It's a shame you're not a chef." The butler, with an unmistakable twinkle in his eye, modestly replied, "Not at all, not at all." He had no intention of taking on that role. Xie Guanyin expertly poured the rice noodles into the simmering broth. As he lifted his hand, Lin Mo noticed the golden bamboo bracelet she had gifted him last night adorning his wrist. The gold gleamed against his fair skin, accentuating the elegant contours of his wrist with an air of sophistication and luxury. Lin Mo felt a flicker of astonishment. She had not anticipated him wearing it, nor had she expected it to complement him so perfectly. Truly, it was fitting for her. With a slight uplift of her brows, she allowed herself a moment of pride. 2 steaming bowls of beef noodles, garnished with scallions, were soon served at the dining table. Lin Mo slurped a mouthful, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Delicious. I could eat this forever." Xie Guanyin smiled gently, his gaze lingering on her face as if savoring the moment. "Such a lively life," he remarked. Lin Mo squinted playfully. "You've been scrolling through Douyin, haven't you? By the way, I'm heading to Yizhong today to catch a basketball game. Do you remember when we organized a friendly match during our senior year?" Xie Guanyin's long, thick eyelashes fluttered as he focused on his bowl of beef noodles. "Yes, I remember." For Lin Mo, that memory felt quite recent. "I recall you signed up to participate, right? I was rather pleased to hear you would be playing." "Is that so?" Xie Guanyin redirected his gaze to her, a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Indeed, your preparation for the game must have taken away from your study time, which was the perfect opportunity for me to strive hard." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Xie Guanyin replied, "But when I went to watch the game, you didn't seem to play. I only saw Gu Jingxuan and the others. Why didn't you participate?" Then Montauk inquired. Xie Guanyin adjusted his silver-framed glasses, concealing the momentary flicker of hostility in his gaze, and smiled, saying, "I fear you might overtake me on the curves." Lin Mo picked up a piece of tender beef and exclaimed, "I knew it. When 2 individuals' performances are nearly equal, completing an additional set of problems invariably heightens the chances of surpassing one another. True rivals indeed share the same thoughts. I'm done eating. I shall take my leave. Arriving early will secure a good position." Lin Mo returned her bowl to the kitchen, waving goodbye to Xie Guanyin and the butler. Xie Guanyin rose, leisurely dabbing at the corners of his mouth with a napkin, his tone tinged with a hint of tentativeness. "I will accompany you, fortuitously. I have a day off as well. It has been ages since I visited the first high school." "That sounds great." Lin Mo responded with enthusiasm. "I didn't ask Shinihan to pick me up today, so it's perfect to ride with you. Otherwise, I would have to take a cab." Perhaps due to the lingering effects of the car accident, she was now reluctant to drive alone. Not met with refusal, a subtle excitement flickered in Xie Guanyin's eyes. "I'll head upstairs to change." In the bedroom, Xie Guanyin, with his distinctly knuckled fingers, removed his glasses and set them on the table, his sulphurous gaze deep and devoid of warmth. He shed his white shirt, revealing the well-defined contours of his abdomen. Several grotesque scars marred his otherwise pale skin, starkly visible. He retrieved clothing from the wardrobe with one hand while typing on his phone with the other. Check Gu Jingxuan's schedule for today. Chapter 0:30 early in the morning. Gu Jingxuan flew back to Jingbei. Lin Mo sat on the sofa downstairs, awaiting Xie Guanyin's arrival. She replied to Zhang Shuo, who inquired about her arrival time. "I will be there shortly." Zhang Shuo responded swiftly. "All right, I shall wait for you at the school gate." Lin Mo chuckled. "No need. I will drive directly into the school. Please reserve 2 good spots for me." Zhang Shuo replied, "Too." Lin Mo confirmed, "Yes, I'm going with a friend." Zhang Shuo acquiesced. "Very well then." Footsteps echoed from the staircase, prompting Lin Mo to glance up. The handsome man had changed out of his white shirt and trousers, now donning a refreshing white sweatshirt ensemble. His soft hair fell casually over his forehead, with silver-framed glasses perched on his nose, exuding an aura of youthful vigor. Lin Mo's heart inexplicably skipped a beat, drawing an uncanny connection between him and the slender boy he once was in school. 11 years had passed, and though he had transformed significantly, he also retained an essence of his former self. With such ethereal beauty gracing the halls of the prestigious school, Xie Guanyin felt the weight of Lin Mo's gaze upon him, rendering him tense and somewhat rigid. His speech lost its natural flow. "Let us go." The butler astutely noted that his employer's gait had become synchronized. Today, Xie Guanyin could easily masquerade as a senior student. Once in the car, Lin Mo playfully teased him. The vehicle was a modest silver Alpha. Today, the driver was off, leaving Xie Guanyin to navigate himself. He turned the steering wheel with one hand, his voice warm and melodious. "As long as no one mistakes me for your guardian, I'm fine." Over the years, with wealth and power firmly in his grasp, he had grown considerably more confident. Yet, the thought of walking alongside her rekindled a sense of insecurity. The age gap had transformed into a barrier between them. Voicing his thoughts in a playful manner was already a challenge. Lin Mo possessed a unique charm that relaxed those around her. Spending time with her felt akin to basking in sunlight, coaxing new growth from the shadows. She laughed heartily, "You truly do look mature in that tailored white suit. It exudes a strong presence." Dressed in the sweatshirt, however, his demeanor softened considerably, and the silver glasses lent him an air of scholarly elegance. Noticing the bandage on the back of his right hand, Lin Mo inquired, "Have you changed that bandage?" Xie Guanyin shook his head. "No, I haven't." Lin Mo insisted, "Then pull over. I'll fetch a fresh one for you. It's best to change bandages daily." Xie Guanyin glanced at her. "No need. I have one in the car. I can change it myself when we stop." Lin Mo looked around. "Where is it? Allow me to help. It's a simple task." The road was smooth and wide. Being Sunday, there were few commuters and traffic was light. Retrieving the bandage from the small drawer in front of her, Lin Mo grasped the coolness of his right hand and gently peeled off the old bandage. The two small wounds had formed scabs, surrounded by a faint purplish hue, still appearing quite painful. "Now, it is not necessary to apply it, though it appears rather unappealing." Lin Mo lifted her gaze to the man who was driving. He held the steering wheel with one hand, and sunlight streamed through the car window, illuminating his handsome face. The small brown mole on the tip of his nose seemed to be coated in a soft glow, delicate and enticing. Lin Mo found herself momentarily entranced. "Apply it, for I am quite fond of beauty." Just then, at the red light, the man turned his head and chuckled softly. Lin Mo snapped back to reality, blinked, and lowered her gaze to tear open a new Band-Aid. She remained oblivious to the way his Adam's apple bobbed and the excitement that glimmered in his eyes as he watched her. How sparkling! And she held his hand again. Once the new Band-Aid was placed, Lin Mo held the old one in her hand. "Is there a trash bag in the car?" Xie Guanyin, with his long, elegant fingers, turned to her and said, "Give it to me. I'll dispose of it once we exit. There are drinks and fruit slices in the back seat. Feel free to take some if you wish," he added. Lin Mo turned to look, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Old Xia, you truly know how to enjoy life." Throughout the journey, Lin Mo chattered incessantly about the changes in Jingbei. Xie Guanyin listened intently, responding to her every word with a gentle smile. Ahead lay only one traffic light before reaching the school entrance. As Lin Mo grew thirsty, she quieted down, opened a drink from the car, and took a sip. The tangy flavor of lime juice was her absolute favorite. She had nearly finished the box of fruit slices in the car as well. Ding dong! Xie Guanyin's phone, placed on the center console, chimed softly. Just as they were waiting at the red light, he picked it up to glance at the screen. It was a WeChat message. This was not the first notification. Several had arrived before, but Xie Guanyin had taken no notice. The young girl in the car occupied every corner of his thoughts. Aside from watching the road, he was entirely absorbed in her chatter. At that moment, As the girl quieted, she became aware of the phone ringing. Upon reading the WeChat messages, the warmth in the man's smile vanished almost instantly, replaced by a chilling darkness in his eyes. Half an hour earlier, Mr. Xie. Gu Jingchuan flew back to Jingbei this morning. 15 minutes ago, he has now departed for Jingbei number 1 middle school. 5 minutes ago, Gu Jingchuan is nearly at Jingbei number 1 middle school. Chapter 031. I shall arrive shortly. The green light shone brightly. Lin Mo observed Xie Guanyin, who was engrossed in his phone, seemingly oblivious to the traffic signal. She gently reminded him. Xie Guanyin, his fingers pale from gripping the device, lifted his gaze, his expression still exuding warmth. He complied, lightly pressing the accelerator, and the car glided forward smoothly. Did Shan Shan know that Gu Jingchuan was coming today? She likely did not. Had she been aware, she would not have allowed herself to accompany him to the first high school. The proud girl would certainly not have mentioned Gu Jingchuan to Gu Jingzhou, as she yearned for Gu Jingchuan's attention. If she encountered him at the first high school, would she even glance his way? Certainly not. Her affection for Gu Jingchuan was profound, to the extent that she lowered herself to approach Gu Jingzhou. Xie Guanyin felt a slight tightness in his chest, his distinctly jointed fingers instinctively reaching to loosen his tie, only to realize that he wore no tie today. What was the matter? At such close proximity, even Lin Mo, typically oblivious, sensed a shift in Xie Guanyin's demeanor, as if he were troubled by something unsettling. Was it the news from his phone that had caused this? As her melodious voice graced his ears, Xie Guanyin regained his composure, discreetly exhaling. Fixing his gaze ahead, he spoke in a deliberate tone. It's nothing, a minor issue with a contract at the company. Is it serious? If it requires your immediate attention, please go ahead. We're not far from the first high school. You could drop me off by the roadside, and I shall walk the rest of the way. Lin Mo was keen to avoid hindering Xie Guanyin's work. After all, he was a significant figure, dealing with millions in mere moments. At another traffic light, the red signal illuminated ahead. Xie Guanyin gently applied the brakes and turned to regard the captivating young woman beside him. Today, she donned a casual attire. Her long hair tied into a high ponytail, a golden dog pendant adorning her chest. He felt an envious pang towards that little dog, which seemed to garner her attention effortlessly. No need. The responsibility does not lie with us. An assistant will handle it. I merely need to provide some instructions. He grasped his phone once more, the cool surface sending a shiver through his palm, his gaze briefly flicking to the bamboo bead bracelet on his wrist. He craved even a sliver of Shan Shan's attention, despite the odds. His eyes dimmed behind his glasses as his fingers danced across the screen, typing. Soon, a reply came through. Understood, Mr. Xie. Lin Mo opted not to press further. Xie Guanyin was not her Navi younger brother. He understood his boundaries. Over-explaining would only make her sound motherly. The vehicle soon arrived at the entrance of the first high school. Unauthorized vehicles were prohibited from entering the premises. A security guard approached. Hello, I'm Mr. Xie. Long time no see. I shall raise the barrier immediately. There was hardly anyone at the school who did not recognize Xie Guanyin, having graduated with outstanding grades and achieved remarkable success. He donated a building to the school every year. In the decades since the school's establishment, he was the only student to give back at such a level. Xie Guanyin nodded graciously. Yes, Uncle Fong, it has indeed been a while. The immensely influential billionaire still addressed him with the respectful title of uncle. Uncle Fong felt a warm glow in his heart, convinced that such a person deserved all the wealth he had amassed. He has served as a security guard at this school for 2 decades. Xie Guanyin was already present when he was a student here. Several principals have come and gone, yet he has consistently shone in his role. At that moment, he noticed a beautiful young lady seated in the passenger seat beside Xie Guanyin. Uncle Fong, the security guard, widened his eyes slightly. This was the first time he had seen Xie Guanyin bring a girl back to his alma mater. Mr. Xie, is this your girlfriend? Uncle Fong inquired, his curiosity piqued. The girl in the passenger seat shook her head, assuring him, no, Uncle Fong. The barrier was raised remotely, as Uncle Fong had already pressed the button on the remote out of his inquisitiveness. Before he could gather more thoughts, the car had already entered the school grounds. Uncle Fong stood there, bewildered, staring at the silver car's rear. Why does this girl call him Uncle Fong, as if it's the most natural thing in the world? The image of the girl lingered in his mind. Her features were strikingly exquisite. But wait, why did she seem so familiar? It felt as though he had encountered her before, but not in a fleeting manner. Uncle Fong removed his security cap and scratched his shiny, reflective bald head. Where had he seen her? Why couldn't he recall? Was she a celebrity? After much contemplation, he still couldn't figure it out. He placed his hat back on, frowning. Good heavens! Am I perhaps suffering from middle-aged dementia? Uncle Fong, still working as a security guard at the school, was astonishing. Lin Mo exclaimed in surprise. The security detail at the school operates round the clock, hence the shift rotations. The last time Lin Mo visited with Jiang Tang, she hadn't seen Uncle Fong. He was quite renowned at the school back in the day, primarily due to his intimidating bald head. Many troublemakers who came to the school to pick fights would flee at the sight of him removing his hat. However, he was fundamentally a man of great integrity. 11 years had passed, and he appeared less fearsome than before. Xie Guanyin nodded. Yes, he has always been here. He was the one who reported the principal's scandal involving a mistress back then. Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. Haha, Uncle Fong is still Uncle Fong. Eternally youthful and overflowing with a sense of justice. She had genuinely wanted to greet Uncle Fong properly. But Xie Guanyin accelerated into the parking lot before she had the chance. The vehicle came to a halt near the gymnasium. Lin Mo stepped out, squinting against the bright sunlight, raising her hand to shield her eyes. Soon, the brightness diminished as she looked up to find a sunshade positioned above her head. How come your car has everything? Lin Mo mused, feeling as if she had stepped into a scene from a fantastical tale. Xie Guanyin adjusted his glasses nonchalantly. It's prepared by the butler. Lin Mo smiled brightly. Your butler is so thoughtful. Let us go. There are quite a few people here to watch the basketball game. It was Sunday, and ordinarily, the school shouldn't be so crowded. Yet, students were seen bustling about on the paths leading towards the gymnasium. The academic pressure at the first high school was intense, and such opportunities for relaxation were eagerly embraced. Many were also seen carrying umbrellas. Thus, the two of them blended into the throng of students, appearing just like any other ordinary high schoolers. In this familiar setting, a tall man clutched his umbrella, his knuckles turning slightly pale. At last, he stood openly beside the shimmering figure, despite the fact that this opportunity had been surreptitiously seized. Brother, you truly came? Do you have no performance today? At the traffic light, Gu Jingchuan noticed a message from Gu Jingzhou. As he gazed at the brief distance displayed on the navigation, his heart began to race. The previous night, his mind had been consumed by this matter, leaving him unable to enjoy the company of Li Huanyu. This morning, he concocted an excuse and flew back to Jingbei alone. Upon landing, he immediately drove over, donning a hat and mask to remain unrecognizable. He was eager to ascertain whether it was indeed Lin Mo. The situation felt surreal, prompting an insatiable curiosity within him. I will be there shortly. The accelerator pressed deeper beneath his feet, and anxiety surged within him. The car sped forward, but suddenly he noticed a vehicle in the adjacent lane hurtling towards him. Chapter 032. Fourth Brother. Shun Jinan. The violent impact caused the car to veer sharply to the side, crashing into the nearby guardrail with a resounding thud. The force of inertia propelled him forward, and the airbag deployed, sending him crashing heavily against it. The collision left Gu Jingchuan gritting his teeth, feeling as though his very insides had been displaced. Damn it! Who the hell hit my car? He cursed vehemently, removing his hat to rub his head. Fortunately, there was no bleeding or swelling, just a dull ache. Suddenly, a series of knocks reverberated against the window. A tall, burly man appeared beside the vehicle. Gu Jingchuan's eyelids twitched. His first instinct was to wonder if this imposing figure would unjustly accuse him. He had indeed been speeding prior to the collision, but the other party must have been exceeding the limit as well. Rolling down the window, he suppressed the urge to lash out and simply asked, "Did you hit my car?" To his surprise, the man's demeanor was unexpectedly courteous. "I am terribly sorry. You see, my father is in the hospital, and I was in a rush to get to him. I accidentally changed lanes and bumped into you. Are you all right?" Gu Jingchuan furrowed his brow and stepped out of his mangled vehicle. "I'm fine. Just handle it through insurance." He took out his phone to call a friend to manage the accident. Are you really okay? I can't believe it. The man reached out to touch his head. Gu Jingchuan instinctively recoiled, losing several strands of hair in the process. I told you I'm fine. I've already called someone to handle this. I need to leave. The burly man was insistent. I see blood on your nose. Let me take you to the hospital. I'm on my way there anyway. And, as a law-abiding citizen, I'll cover your medical expenses. Removing his mask, Gu Jingchuan touched his nose and felt the warm, sticky blood. Under normal circumstances, he would certainly go to the hospital. But today he had no time. Never mind, it's just a small matter. He gestured for a passing taxi. We can't do that. The man firmly grasped his hand and pulled him back, suddenly recognizing him. Wait a moment. You're Guingdi, aren't you? I'm a huge fan of yours. The accident occurred on a relatively quiet road. Yet numerous individuals on electric bikes began to halt as they overheard the commotion. The man, now exuberant, even embraced him. I absolutely adored your performance in Heartache. You bared it all for art, and I truly admire that spirit. Gu Jingchuan felt as though he were being suffocated, struggling to breathe. Okay, let go of me. The burdens of fame could be overwhelming, especially with fervent fans in abundance. Once he finally escaped the man's embrace, he noticed multiple mobile phone cameras pointed in his direction. Several individuals had dismounted their electric bikes and approached him. Guingdi? Oh my goodness. I've seen the real Guingdi. One exclaimed. Can I take a picture with you? Me too. My daughter adores you. Let us shoot a TikTok together. Another chimed in. A middle-aged woman rushed over, clutching her mobile phone. The person on the other end had a gaunt face with a rosy complexion, and Gu Jingchuan could hardly recognize his own beauty-enhanced visage. Public figures are particularly concerned about their image. Now, with so many cameras trained upon him, he had no choice but to force a smile and pose. The number of electric scooters parked along the roadside was increasing, and he felt as if he were being encircled. Please do not obstruct the traffic. It seemed everyone wanted a photograph with him. He had just been in an accident. Did anyone truly care about his well-being? A robust voice boomed beside him. Guingdi, let me take you to the hospital, or you'll be stuck taking pictures forever. Gu Jingchuan furrowed his brow, feeling as if he could crush a fly with it. There appeared to be no other option. He couldn't simply flee. Moreover, he lacked the confidence to outrun the burly man and the several middle-aged women surrounding him. Reluctantly, he decided to leave this place. All right, I'll accompany you to the hospital for a checkup. The burly man drove a black SUV, nearly colliding with Gu Jingchuan, though his vehicle was only slightly dirty in the front. My friend hasn't arrived yet. No one is managing the accident right now, Gu Jingchuan remarked. The burly man waved to his vehicle, and another sturdy figure emerged from the back seat. No witties. My brother is here to wait for your friend and the traffic police. I'll take you to the hospital, said the first burly man. Gu Jingchuan frowned, sensing that something was amiss. However, before he could process it further, he found himself hauled into the vehicle and en route to the hospital. Throughout the journey, the burly man chattered incessantly about the films and television shows he had seen Gu Jingchuan in. Gu Jingchuan's mind buzzed, leaving him little room for contemplation. He could only message Gu Jingzhou. I encountered an unexpected situation on the way and won't be able to arrive shortly. If you see Lin Mo, please keep her here. The vehicle came to a halt at the hospital, but Gu Jingchuan had no desire to enter. Yet, there was no opportunity to escape. As the burly man hoisted him into the hospital, Gu Jingchuan dared not shout, fearing recognition. Doctor, please conduct a comprehensive examination on him. I hit him, and I'm quite worried, the burly man insisted urgently. The doctor was somewhat bewildered. It was indeed the first time he had encountered such a responsible perpetrator. Once the doctor recognized Gu Jingchuan, everything made sense. This driver must surely be a fan of Gu Jingchuan. Many fans hold their idols in higher regard than their own lives, which is only natural. The competition was about to commence when Gu Jingzhou received a message from his brother. He furrowed his brow and replied, "That girl merely resembles your high school girlfriend. She is not her, and, as you mentioned, your girlfriend passed away over a decade ago. We'll discuss it when you arrive." Initially, he merely sought to confirm he was not mistaken, but now, seeing his brother's concern, Gu Jingzhou regretted mentioning it. Upon arriving at the basketball court, he scanned the crowd for that beautiful figure, but found no trace of her. The throng was overwhelming. Nevertheless, she must have come. After all, she was fond of him. He dismissed the sighting captured by the paparazzi, suspecting it was merely a friend of that girl. He meticulously studied the interactions between the two individuals, which were not indicative of intimacy typical of romantic partners. It is worth noting that she consistently expresses her concern for him without fail every day. Upon this realization, Gu Jingzhou brushed back his hair and raised an eyebrow. "Are you confident, Captain?" a team member inquired as he approached. Gu Jingzhou scoffed. Defeating a small team like them is a mere trifle. They are nothing but a bunch of miscreants. Sanzhong is renowned as the most chaotic high school in the entirety of Jingbei, with the poorest academic performance. It is populated by students of dubious backgrounds. Those with any semblance of wealth or influence would never choose to study there. Unfortunately for Yizhong, they drew the short straw and ended up facing off against Sanzhong. Gu Jingzhou felt that the presence of those individuals in their school was akin to contaminating the very air they breathed. His mother had always advised him to steer clear of the lowly and impoverished. "There she is," Zhang Shuo exclaimed, his eyes widening with anticipation as he finally spotted Lin Mo simultaneously. He noticed the tall, handsome boy walking alongside her. At first glance, Zhang Shuo's heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. The boy was extraordinarily handsome. The pair, striking in their beauty, seemed to exist on a different plane amidst the crowd, drawing furtive glances from many onlookers. Upon a second glance, Zhang Shuo's eyes widened in recognition. The boy looked strikingly familiar. As they drew closer, he cautiously asked, "Could you possibly be Mr. Xie Guanyin, the prominent figure often mentioned by our teachers, the one who graduated from Yizhong?" Xie Guanyin regarded the hefty young lad before him and nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed." Zhang Shuo covered his mouth in disbelief. "It truly is you. You are my idol." Although his academic performance was lacking, his admiration had always been directed towards Xie Guanyin, the philanthropic magnate. Noticing the golden bamboo bracelet adorning Xie Guanyin's wrist, Zhang Shuo mused on how the winds of fortune had indeed reached a billionaire. "I have meticulously chosen these 2 seats for you. They offer the best view," Zhang Shuo said with a beaming smile, pointing to the front row. It was worth noting that the existence of such a splendid gymnasium at Yizhong was largely due to the generous donations of Xie Guanyin. Lin Mo expressed her gratitude and settled into her seat, her gaze immediately drawn to the center of the basketball court. The game was about to commence, and the players from both schools had already taken to the field. Lin Mo's eyes quickly found Gu Jingzhou, who sported a black headband that revealed his youthful forehead, radiating vitality. Upon a second glance, she noticed a tall, slender boy standing opposite him. His long bangs obscured his eyes, exuding a gloomy and despondent aura. In an instant, Lin Mo recognized him. He was her 4th brother, Shunjian. Chapter 033. Has he lost his memory? Many assert that a blissful childhood can heal a lifetime, while an unfortunate one requires a lifetime to mend. Lin Mo largely resonates with this sentiment. Her parents tragically passed away when she was merely 14. She experienced a complete childhood under the loving protection of her devoted parents. They showered her with boundless affection, ample financial support, and exposed her to a myriad of experiences. As their firstborn, they were eager to present her with all the finest offerings the world had to offer. Consequently, she blossomed into a confident and radiant individual, believing herself deserving of all the goodness life has to offer. Her parents served as her role models. She diligently emulated their conduct and approach to life's challenges. Both were exceptional individuals, high achievers who garnered admiration and accolades wherever they went. Influenced by their exemplary lives, Lin Mo aspired to excel, yearning to shine as the brightest among the crowd. With her parents' unwavering support and love, she succeeded in this endeavor. When her parents passed away, her second brother was 11, and her third brother was 7. Their childhoods, too, were relatively whole and happy. Only the 4th brother was affected differently. At the tender age of 2, when he was still unsteady on his feet, their parents departed from this world. Lin Mo exerted every effort to shower him with love, striving to ensure his happiness and to serve as his guiding example. Yet, being still a child herself, she could not fully provide the affection of both parents. Fortunately, the fourth brother grew robust and charming, chubby and cheerful in disposition. However, tragedy struck once more. When he was 6, Lin Mo succumbed to a car accident. This event cast a shadow over the fourth brother's already imperfect childhood. At that time, the second brother was 15 and the third brother was 11. Under Lin Mo's positive influence, they should have been capable of caring for the fourth brother. Yet, fate dealt a cruel hand. At the age of 7, he went missing. Lin Mo inquired about the details from Shun Han. He recounted that it was a weekend, and he had taken the third and fourth brothers to the park for a day of fun. The weather was scorching, so he instructed them to wait in the shade while he fetched some drinks. Upon his return, he found only the third brother. The fourth brother had vanished. They hurried to the park's management office to review the security footage, but the park had scant cameras, none of which captured any trace of him. Shun Han reported the incident to the police, who initiated an investigation but uncovered no leads, leaving the case unresolved. Yet, Shun Han refused to surrender hope. He printed numerous missing person flyers and distributed them far and wide, but to no avail. For years, he has tirelessly searched, and once he assumed control of the family business and acquired wealth, he intensified his efforts, even posting online appeals. Still, he met with disappointment. Deep down, he harbored a nagging suspicion that the fourth brother was either no longer among the living or had been abducted to a remote mountainous region devoid of internet or television. In such a place, he should have seen the missing person notices. He could have returned to Jingbei to search for them, requiring only a train ticket. Yet, that was not an option. Shun Han frequently received calls claiming to be from the fourth brother, but upon verification, they all turned out to be fraudulent. At this very moment, gazing at her fourth brother who stood before her, Lin Mo's mind was filled with a multitude of perplexities. He was clearly in the northern district of the capital. There was no way he was unaware that Shun Han was now the president of Xingshan Group. He could have easily located the company. He could have returned home, so why had he not come back? Had he lost his memory? Furthermore, how had the chubby boy from their childhood transformed into such a gaunt figure? And why did his demeanor seem so morose? What had he endured? Her fourth brother had been raised by her with great care. This sight pierced Lin Mo's heart, causing a sharp, prickling pain akin to being jabbed by needles. Sensing the young girl beside her growing despondent, Xie Guanyin furrowed his brow. His left hand instinctively clenched into a fist, his fingertips probing the unhealed wound on his palm. Was she saddened by the absence of Gu Jingxuan? Should he have refrained from preventing Gu Jingxuan from coming? The handsome man averted his gaze, glancing down at the golden bamboo bead bracelet adorning his wrist, and then at the adhesive bandage she had personally applied to the back of his hand. Shan Shan had treated him with such kindness. What right did he have to obstruct her from meeting the one she cherished? He was utterly despicable. His throat constricted as he pressed his fingertips deeper into the wound, the pain serving to keep him grounded and alert. If she were to discover his actions, she would undoubtedly be frightened and would cease to acknowledge him. His sleep disturbances were not a protective charm. Deep down, he genuinely wished for her to be free of such afflictions. He hoped that his Shan Shan would forever remain unbound and liberated. Yet, he was inherently a dark and twisted individual. Relinquishing this opportunity was beyond his capacity. This opportunity had already bestowed upon him so much. Taking a deep breath, Xie Guanyin called out her name, Lin Mo. Upon hearing her name, Lin Mo turned her head. Xie Guanyin modulated his voice to a normal pitch, his expression retaining its customary gentle demeanor. There is an urgent matter at the company that requires my attention. Lin Mo nodded. All right, take care on your way. After speaking, she turned her gaze back to the center of the court. The match had commenced, and both sides were engaged in a fierce contest. Xie Guanyin wished to keep his eyes on the young girl for just a moment longer, but he ultimately stood up and departed. The man, clad in a white sweatshirt, with his tall and slender figure, drew the attention of many, even surpassing that of the game itself. Yet, his expression remained icy, his aura exuding an undeniable chill. No one dared to approach him. Doesn't he look familiar? Isn't that Mr. Xie? No way. How could Mr. Xie come and watch a basketball game? Whenever he appears, the school leaders usually come and greet him. His attire and demeanor don't seem to match. It can't be. Let's just watch the game. In the hospital, The doctor examined the report and addressed the burly man. All your health indicators are normal, and the nosebleed has ceased. There's nothing to worry about. The burly man replied. Are you sure? Doctor, please take another look. Gu Jingchuan turned to the burly man, his brow furrowed. He was now certain that this man wished for him to have some ailment. The doctor squinted. If I had to mention something, you do have a hemorrhoid surgery, is scheduled for today to have it removed. The burly man exclaimed loudly. Doctor, Gu Jingchuan. Unable to contain himself any longer, Gu Jingchuan exclaimed, Are you a pervert? The burly man, taken aback by the insult, felt a flicker of anger rise within him. At that moment, his phone in his pocket buzzed. He pulled it out to see a WeChat message. Forget about him. The burly man was surprised by the sudden termination of his task, yet he refrained from questioning it further. Adhering to his principle of never causing trouble for his boss in public, he chuckled and said, Hey, I was just joking. Did you really take me seriously? Since there is nothing going on, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned on his heel and departed without a moment's pause, leaving the doctor and Gu Jingchuan exchanging bewildered glances for several seconds. Damn it! What a lunatic! Gu Jingchuan cursed. A considerable amount of time had passed, and he was uncertain whether the basketball game was still ongoing. He hurriedly exited the hospital and messaged Gu Jingzhou. As the basketball game ended, there was no response from the other side. Gu Jingchuan summoned a ride and headed towards Jingbei No. 1 Middle School. Chapter 034. Fantasies Before the Salary Payment. As the basketball game approached its climax, the score remained fiercely contested, and the atmosphere within the arena grew increasingly fervent. Lin Mo's gaze was steadfastly fixed on the slender, brooding youth on the court. She soon discerned that, despite his seemingly frail physique, he possessed remarkable explosive strength, with the contours of his arm muscles becoming evident when he exerted himself. This musculature was not the result of deliberate training, yet proved invaluable in critical moments. Time and again, he snatched the ball from the hands of opposing players. His shooting accuracy was impeccable, having flawlessly executed several three-pointers. When he leaped, his bangs fluttered, revealing a pair of eyes that gleamed with a predatory sharpness, imbued with an intensity that belied his youth. As the two schools competed, each boasted its own cheerleading squad. The student from School 1 rallied with fervent shouts of encouragement. Gu Jingzhou, go for it. Gu Jingzhou, go for it. Keep it up. Meanwhile, a considerable number from School 3 were easily identifiable, their hair adorned in a riot of colors, reminiscent of a flamboyant style. Lin Mo spotted several sporting vibrant green hues. It was challenging to assess their chances. She could only wish them success. Their chants resonated with a sense of vigor. Jian, take them down. Go, go, go. Upon hearing the name Jian, Lin Mo felt a surge of certainty that this was indeed her fourth brother. That rascal, relying solely on his name. Is Jian the boy from School 3 who keeps scoring? She inquired of Zhang Shuo, who was equally caught up in the excitement. While Zhang Shuo was not well acquainted with the students from School 3, he recognized this particular individual. Indeed, he is the captain of the basketball team and also the most unruly student at School 3. He has been involved in numerous fights, to the extent that the principal has lost 2 teeth due to him. Lin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. How has he not been expelled? Zhang Shuo shook his head. Uncertain. Regardless, this reputation has made him quite famous among high school students, and he has become the leader of School 3. Lin Mo furrowed her elegant brows. So, he truly is a school bully at School 3. Having always been a model student at a prestigious school, Lin Mo was now witnessing firsthand what a school bully truly was. Such individuals did not exist at School 1. Merely being accepted, there was a testament to a rigorous selection process, and even the most mischievous would not reach such extremes. Zhang Shuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems we have encountered a formidable opponent. I never anticipated that School 3's basketball team would be this strong. The scoreboard revealed that they were already 6 points ahead of School 1. With less than 5 minutes remaining in the match, it appeared increasingly difficult to mount a comeback. The realization of this predicament also struck Gu Jingzhou, who was sprinting across the court. Aside from his studies, basketball was his passion. Within School 1, both academics and basketball constituted his domain. Today, however, he faced the prospect of losing to a small-time ruffian from School 3, and his teeth clenched in frustration, his fists tightly balled. The ball had once again fallen into the hands of that rascal. With adrenaline surging, Gu Jingzhou dashed toward him, extending his hand in an attempt to seize the ball. Yet, the slender boy deftly leaped aside, releasing the ball with precision. It arced gracefully through the air, and with a resounding swish, it found its mark in the hoop. Another flawless three-pointer. The vibrant heads in the third middle school were raised high, their excitement palpable as they shouted in exhilaration. Incredible. Absolutely amazing. Our leader is truly formidable. A boy with yellow hair raised an eyebrow and smiled, pinching his thumb and forefinger together. Many students from the first middle school cursed angrily, wishing they could land a punch on the boy with yellow hair. Yet they dared not act. Fighting? The third middle school specialized in that. Better to refrain. Upon witnessing the three-point shot, Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim in approval. This little rascal indeed possessed remarkable basketball skills. Zhang Shuo glanced at her. Lin Mo, which side are you on? She turned and smiled brightly. I'm with Jian. Of course. Despite being the school bully, he was her little brother. What could she do? Zhang Shuo sighed, watching Gu Jingzhou on the court, exasperated by his lack of effort. Gu Jingzhou, witnessing the ball gracefully sink into the hoop, felt his temper flare. A 9-point deficit seemed insurmountable. Soon, a whistle signaled the end of the match. The first middle school lost by 7 points to the third middle school, with Gu Jingzhou scoring a 2-pointer in the final minutes, but it did little to affect the outcome. Many students from the first middle school, infuriated, hurled their beverage bottles onto the court. Gu Jingzhou had disappointed them. His performance was abysmal. Previously, he had boasted of excelling in all areas: academics, athletics, aesthetics, and practical skills, but appeared to be mere bravado. The third middle school didn't even have a decent basketball court. This time, he truly felt defeated. The teachers from the first middle school who had come to watch the game wore furrowed brows and shook their heads as they departed. Faced with the disdainful gazes of many, Gu Jingzhou's eyes turned red. Veins bulged on his neck and forehead, wishing he could obliterate that little ruffian. Yet, he managed to restrain himself. Being a privileged student, he could not stoop to the level of such ignoble scum. You must be Jian, Gu Jingzhou remarked, a forced smile on his lips. Sweat had thoroughly drenched his long bangs, which hung limply over his forehead, detracting from the boy's appearance. He wiped his brow and looked at Gu Jingzhou, his tone icy. Trash like you doesn't deserve to know my name. With that, he turned and led his teammates away, who cheered enthusiastically behind him. He raised a bottle of mineral water and drank it with a smooth, stylish motion, drawing the attention of several girls from the first middle school. Gu Jingzhou felt his teeth grind in frustration, silently seething. Jian, I will remember you. The game had drained him of the desire to approach the beautiful girl sitting there. Just then, he glanced up and saw her jogging toward the center of the court. The exquisite girl with a high ponytail swayed gracefully, momentarily captivating Gu Jingzhou's heart. But embarrassment compelled him to lower his head and flee as if his backside were on fire. How humiliating. This was the most embarrassing moment of his life. The players from the first middle school exchanged puzzled looks. Captain. Yet upon seeing Lin Mo, they glanced at one another again, their eyes filled with curiosity. Is this the girl from another school who likes Gu Jingzhou? I didn't believe it when I heard she was incredibly beautiful, but now I realize I underestimated her. Alas, this time I have truly embarrassed myself to the utmost extent, as those who came specifically to witness the event only caught a glimpse of the defense presentation. Several team members quickly turned and fled, heads bowed and faces flushed, their toes digging into the ground. Gu Jingzhou sprinted away with remarkable speed, soon vanishing within the confines of the gymnasium. Throughout his life, he had never felt a stir of affection towards any girl. Yet, this particular young woman was undeniably beautiful and possessed an uncanny familiarity that made it difficult not to take notice of her. She sent him messages on WeChat daily. Initially, he remained somewhat indifferent. However, as time passed, he found himself anticipating her texts. Although he refrained from initiating extensive conversations, she exercised restraint, sending only a single message at a time. This, in turn, endeared her to him further. There was a palpable sense of boundaries. Unlike some girls who would cling to him incessantly, disrupting his studies. Reaching the shade of a large tree, Gu Jingzhou paused to catch his breath, suddenly remembering that he had left his phone in the lounge. He pondered whether his brother had arrived. The thought of returning to retrieve it filled him with trepidation at the prospect of encountering that girl again. Resigning himself to the situation, he settled beneath the tree to rest. He would not let the one named Ji and slip away. Due to the restrictions on vehicles entering the school, Gu Jingchuan had no choice but to disembark at the gate. Without a mask or hat, he felt exposed as he walked along the path, lowering his head in discomfort. Just as he approached the entrance, he was halted by a security guard. "I'm sorry, but outsiders must register to enter." The diligent guard, Uncle Fong, was merely doing his job. Gu Jingchuan lifted his head. "It's me." Uncle Fong glanced at him for a moment before recognizing him, but did not display much enthusiasm. "Ah, the esteemed actor Gu. You still need to register." Among the illustrious graduates of the 2014 class, two prominent figures stood out: the billionaire Xie Guanyin and the immensely popular actor Gu Jingchuan. Irritated, Gu Jingchuan exclaimed, "You know me. Why must I register? I need to get in quickly." Uncle Fong shook his head. "No can do. If anything were to happen, I would be held accountable. Moreover, I advise you not to enter today. Although it is Sunday, the basketball match is drawing a large crowd, including students from other schools. With so many fans, your presence could incite chaos." Gu Jingchuan extended his hand. "Then please provide me with a mask." Uncle Fong furrowed his brow, but ultimately retrieved one from his drawer, casually inquiring, "What brings you here?" "It's quite peculiar. Mr. Xie is also here, though he will leave shortly." The mention of Xie Guanyin momentarily stunned Gu Jingchuan. In the next instant, he squinted. "Are you saying that Xie Guanyin is here too?" Uncle Fong realized he had perhaps said too much and simply replied, "Just be careful not to cause any disturbances. Otherwise, I might have to stop you next time." No celebrity, no matter how renowned, should compromise the safety of the students. As the pen was handed to Gu Jingchuan, he quickly scribbled his name before dashing into the campus. If his brother might have misidentified someone, perhaps that photograph had been altered. However, if Xie Guanyin was indeed present, it was a strong indication that Lin Mo was also there. Wherever Lin Mo appeared, that eccentric Xie Guanyin would surely follow. His breaths grew rapid, not solely from the exertion of running, but also from the thought of Lin Mo. Was she truly back? He was determined to see her with his own eyes today. Watching Gu Jingchuan sprint as if pursued by a dog, Uncle Fong remained utterly baffled. At that moment, a name abruptly surfaced in Fong Shu's mind, coinciding with the girl who had occupied the passenger seat beside Xie Guanyin earlier that morning. The illustrious name from the 14-year cohort of seniors was Lin Mo. If she were still alive, Fong Shu mused, she would undoubtedly be an extraordinary individual. Yet, she had been deceased for 11 years. Thus, the instant this notion emerged, Fong Shu shook his head in disbelief. "How could that be? I must have mistaken her. It is merely a fantasy preceding the paycheck." Meanwhile, individuals were dispersing from the gymnasium, engaged in animated discussions about the competition, their voices creating a cacophony. Ji had just stepped out of the gym when a familiar yet unfamiliar female voice suddenly called out from behind. "Shun Jian." Chapter 035. The arrival of the Shadow Emperor Shun Jian had long since lost count of the years that had passed since anyone called him by this name. Was there someone at number 1 high school who shared this name? Despite this conjecture, Jian found himself instinctively halting his steps. The voice was somewhat familiar, yet simultaneously foreign, evoking an indescribable sensation within him. Could it be a former kindergarten classmate recognizing him? It was indeed possible that someone from his past attended this school. He had no desire to be recognized. Thus he paused momentarily, continuing to walk forward without glancing back. This way, others might assume they had mistaken him for someone else, allowing the matter to dissipate. Beside him, a boy with yellow hair glanced back, his eyes widening in surprise. Whoa, where did that fairy come from? After staring for a few seconds, he realized his leader had already moved on. He hurried after him, exclaiming, "Boss, there's a beautiful girl who seems to be calling you." Shun Jian and Jian were merely a character apart, and the boy thought it was close enough. Jian suppressed the urge to turn around, responding coolly, "She's not calling me." The boy felt a twinge of regret, but just then, a slender figure darted forward, patting his leader's shoulder. "Shun Jian, are you deaf?" "Jian." The boy, A jolt of apprehension surged within the boy. How dare this girl speak so boldly? Did she not realize she was reprimanding the top student from number 3 high school? Her voice was lively and melodious, and upon hearing it again, a connection flashed in Jian's mind. But how could that be? Unable to contain himself, Jian turned around. A delicate and radiant face appeared before him, leaving his mind momentarily blank, his pupils constricted, his voice trembling. Sister? This single utterance of sister completely dispelled Lin Mo's doubts. She smiled broadly. Well done, little brother. You haven't forgotten what your elder sister looks like. Forget what his sister looked like. Such a thing was inconceivable. Yet what on earth was happening? His sister, who had passed away 11 years ago, suddenly stood before him. Wait, this was number 1 high school. His sister had attended this very school. Could it be that her spirit had lingered here since her death? Jian knew how dedicated she had been to her studies, but he never imagined that even in death, she would continue her education as a ghost. The teachers at number 1 high school would surely be moved to tears upon discovering this. Jian's eyes, obscured by his long bangs, grew warm. He clasped his hands together in front of Lin Mo's forehead, saying, Sister, the sun is so bright outside. How could you dare to appear? Lin Montauk. Lin Mo rolled her eyes dramatically, swatting his hands away. What are you talking about? I'm very much alive, so why would I fear the sunlight? Jian remained unconvinced, extending his hand again. Let us find a shady spot to talk. The boy with yellow hair was left in stunned silence. This fairy was the boss's sister? How had he never heard his leader mention her? Can you see me? The fairy suddenly addressed him. The boy was beside himself with excitement, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. I can. Fairy sister. Lin Mo glanced at the 4th brother and exclaimed, Did you see that? Even the one with yellow hair can see me. How could the fairy sister possibly know my name is Yellow Hair? Big brother, do you often mention me to the fairy sister? Yellow Hair's face flushed with embarrassment. Both Lin Mo and Jian shared a moment of silent disbelief. Is it really that difficult to discern your name with such conspicuous yellow hair? Jian began to comprehend, lowering his gaze to the ground, where his sister's shadow lay. He then delivered a slap to Yellow Hair, asking, Does it hurt? With a swift motion, Ling Zhen took action. Yellow Hair's tears flowed freely, exclaiming, It hurts. It hurts so much. Lin Mo rubbed her nose thoughtfully. This Yellow Hair, being the little brother of the campus bully, must have committed some grave transgression in a past life, like running a red light on an old man's bicycle. Why do you strike yourself? What did Yellow Hair ever do to you? Lin Montauk frowned. Yellow Hair's tears intensified, wailing, The fairy sister is so kind. I was lying. It doesn't hurt at all. Fairy sister, please don't worry. It was somewhat noisy, prompting Lin Mo to twitch her lips. Jian extended 2 fingers to pinch Yellow Hair's lips, effectively silencing him. His unwavering gaze was fixed on Lin Mo's sister. Are you truly alive? The slender, brooding youth's tears fell, splattering onto the ground. But how is that even possible? His voice trembled with emotion. Witnessing his formidable leader, who had never shed a tear even when beaten mercilessly, now crying, left him momentarily speechless. He fumbled in his pocket for a crumpled tissue and handed it over, asking, Big brother, why are you crying? At the entrance of the gymnasium, a crowd had gathered, intrigued by the unfolding scene. One was strikingly beautiful, while the other had just made waves in the basketball match, making it hard for onlookers to look away. Lin Mo took notice, draping her long arms across the shoulders of the 4th brother. Let us go. This isn't the place for conversation. Big sister will treat you to milk tea. She recalled the many milk tea shops outside the 1st high school. There was one that served superb jasmine milk green tea. She wondered if it still existed. Many members of the 3rd high school S team lingered nearby, bewildered by the situation. However, their relationship with Jian was not particularly close. Jian was known for his dark and violent temperament, making him a difficult individual to approach. Only Yellow Hair dared to follow him, while everyone else trailed behind Yellow Hair. Observing the situation, Yellow Hair instructed his teammates, You all head back. I have matters to discuss with Big Brother. Jian glanced at Yellow Hair, saying, You should return as well. Yellow Hair sniffled, turning to Lin Mo, Fairy sister, I also want to drink milk tea. He was quite perceptive, recognizing that his leader would not dare defy his sister's wishes. A cup of milk tea cost a mere 10 yuan. Lin Mo sensed that her fourth brother might be reluctant to share certain things, and perhaps Yellow Hair was privy to them. With a decisive wave of her hand, she agreed, "No problem, let us all go together." Yellow Hair was overjoyed, looking at Ji-in and asking, "Big brother, can I go?" Ji-in shot a sharp glance at Yellow Hair, his eyes obscured by long bangs, and replied, "Guess." Yellow Hair beamed, revealing an eager smile with 8 shining teeth. "Hee hee. Thank you, big brother." Zhang Shuo, the chubby boy, initially thought Lin Mo was heading towards Gujingzhou, only to realize she was approaching the leader of the 3rd high school instead. He stood there, his mouth agape at the scene before him. Had Lin Mo truly fallen for someone else over a mere basketball game? Her boldness was undeniable. When she fancied someone, she approached them without hesitation, devoid of any subtlety. A true heiress indeed. Zhang Shuo was not well acquainted with those from the 3rd school, and thus he refrained from joining them. In reality, he had been in the same class as Gu Jingzhou all along, though he held a certain disdain for him. That man was far too arrogant. He was unworthy of the heiress. Just as Lin Mo, accompanied by Ji-in and the boy with the yellow hair, was about to depart from the entrance of the gymnasium, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd. "Ah, the esteemed actor Gu has arrived." Chapter 036. His hatred. The campus of the 1st high school is vast, having expanded significantly with the construction of new teaching buildings, far more extensive than it was over a decade ago. Gu Jingchuan seldom returned after his graduation, making only a couple of visits as an exemplary alumnus to inspire the senior students. However, only that particular cohort knew the truth. Gu Jingchuan's academic performance had been far from stellar. He attended an art institution in Jingbei, which prioritized wealth over examination scores, allowing those with sufficient financial means to enroll. His commendable acting skills, coupled with family resources, swiftly propelled him into the limelight of the entertainment industry. The general educational background in the domestic entertainment sphere was rather unremarkable, and fans were largely indifferent to such matters. As he sprinted from the school gate into the campus, he became disoriented after running several hundred meters, unable to find his way. He incessantly messaged and called his younger brother, Gu Jingzhou, but to no avail. Frustration welled within him, yet he felt powerless. His brother could hardly keep his phone on him during a competition. Reluctantly, he sought directions from students along the way. Eventually, he learned that the basketball game was being held at the gymnasium, prompting him to dash in that direction. Upon arrival, he noticed a throng of people exiting the venue. He seized a passing student to inquire, "Has the game concluded?" The student nodded in affirmation. "Yes, it's over." Veins throbbed at his temples in anger. He had arrived early, well before the game's commencement, yet a series of unfortunate events had transpired, including an encounter with an eccentric individual who insisted on escorting him to the hospital. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow. It was too coincidental that he had been bumped into by someone who happened to be a fan, and even more so that this fan was remarkably conscientious. Yet, inexplicably, they had departed without offering him a ride. A thought began to take shape in his mind. Xie Guanyin. The security guard had mentioned that Xie Guanyin was also present at the school today. Could this be his doing? Undoubtedly. This was an individual whose infatuation with Lin Mo had reached a disturbing level. In the past, Gu Jingchuan would never have dared to treat him this way. However, times had changed. Xie Guanyin was no longer the meek soul who had silently endured injuries inflicted upon him before the game. He had transformed into a formidable presence. While studying at Qing University, he founded a technology company, garnering substantial investment. As the company flourished, he swiftly transitioned into a role as an investor. With his high intelligence and keen observational skills, he had ascended to become one of the foremost capital tycoons in Jingbei. This was a reality Gu Jingchuan had long wished to evade. The once despicable and shameless individual had turned the tables on him. His hatred burned fiercely. There had been a time when he lived in fear, dreading that Xie Guanyin might seek revenge against him or the Gu family. Yet, Xie Guanyin did not act upon such impulses. Contrary to the rumors circulating in society, he treated others with grace and warmth, embodying the role of a philanthropist. A devout Buddhist, he donated funds to construct temples in Jingbei. The tenets of Buddhism emphasize compassion and the relinquishment of hatred, and it seemed he had genuinely embraced these principles. Over the years, their paths had crossed, yet Xie Guanyin had never greeted him with enthusiasm, choosing instead to regard him with indifference. This is already a commendable outcome. At the very least, he refrained from seeking revenge. The current Gu family is no match for him, and fortunately, he has turned to Buddhism. However, today's actions have revealed a great deal. Xie Guanyin is merely adept at masquerading. When confronted with matters concerning Lin Mo, he reverts to being the shameless and depraved individual he truly is. What transgression has Lin Mo committed to attract his attention? The violent sensation of the car crash seems to resurface, sending a chill down Gu Jingchuan's spine. If Xie Guanyin had wished, today's accident could have cost him his life. Thankfully, we live in a society governed by law, and Xie Guanyin, now wielding power and influence, remains cautious in many respects. Thus, he refrained from inflicting harm, merely colliding with him to waste time. Gu Jingchuan inhaled deeply, his brow furrowed. Yet he felt uncertain. What exactly is he apprehensive about? It is difficult to ascertain. Is he concerned about legal ramifications? Or is it the prospect of Lin Mo's judgment upon discovering this incident? He has never encountered anyone as crazed and sinister as Xie Guanyin. Yet his vulnerabilities are glaringly apparent. The individual posing the question stood motionless for several seconds. The student being queried cast a few glances in his direction, and soon enough, she recognized him, her excitement palpable. You are the esteemed Gu actor? Lost in contemplation, Gu Jingchuan, still unresponsive, found himself answering her, yes. The student was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, "Ah, Gu actor, I am your fan. Could you please grant me an autograph?" By the time Gu Jingchuan regained his senses, a throng of students had gathered around him. His head buzzed with noise, and his agitation reached its peak. Surrounded by no bodyguards or assistants, he was weary of the current predicament. All he yearned for was a moment with Lin Mo. Indeed, she had truly survived. Yet with the game concluded and so many people, how could he possibly locate Lin Mo? Was she with her brother? His thoughts became a chaotic tangle, leaving no room to engage with the fans. Resolutely, he turned and fled, proclaiming, "I am not. You have mistaken me." This was akin to hiding silver in a place devoid of it. How could the zealous high school students, with their boundless energy, let him go easily? Soon, a chase unfolded across the campus of the first high school. Ultimately, Gu Jingchuan found himself defeated, his mask ripped from his face. "It's you, Gu actor. Why are you running? We fans won't bite." A male high school student seized him in an embrace. Gu Jingchuan was genuinely irritated with male fans, who exhibited no sense of boundaries. He closed his eyes, offering a weary smile. "Please let me go. I am here for personal matters and do not wish to incite chaos. You should all return. Since you're here, let us take a photo," urged the male student. "Aren't you filming in Jingnan? How did you end up here alone?" inquired another ardent fan. Gu Jingchuan was rendered speechless, his tone sharper. "I've said I have personal matters. Everyone disperse." It was a futile request. The crowd, like a horde of zombies, continued to press in, demanding autographs and photographs. Ultimately, it was the school officials who, upon learning of the situation, rushed over to disperse the students. In the office of the Academic Affairs Department, Gu Jingchuan began with an apology. "I beg your pardon, Director Wang. My younger brother, Gu Jingzhou, is participating in a basketball match at school today, and I intended to surprise him. I did not anticipate that such an incident would occur." Although Director Wang felt a tinge of displeasure, he concealed it behind a polite smile, responding, I understand. Please take a moment to rest here, and later, you may discreetly depart." Gu Jingchuan nodded and remarked, "I arrived late and missed my brother's performance. Is there any video recording of the event? The footage must encompass not only the court, but also the audience." Holding his teacup, Director Wang commented, "Today, the first high school lost. They did not perform very well." Gu Jingchuan chuckled. "That is of little concern. Winning or losing is a natural part of competition. Such events are typically recorded by the first high school." Shortly, Gu Jingchuan found the video of the match on Director Wang's computer, and soon, A beautiful girl seated in the front row caught his attention. Chapter 037. Unintentionally becoming a part of the male and female leads play as the crowd dispersed. Lin Mo gracefully descended from a large tree in front of the gymnasium. The blonde-haired boy was taken aback, utterly bewildered by how the fairy-like sister had so swiftly ascended the tree. Jian, on the other hand, accepted the situation with ease. In his childhood, several grand trees adorned his family's yard, and his sister often climbed them for amusement, soaking in the sun by day and gazing at the stars by night. He had longed to join her, but his weight rendered him unliftable. On one occasion, his sister devised a clever plan, using a rope to hoist him up. Just as he managed to ascend, the branch she frequently occupied snapped, sending both of them tumbling unceremoniously to the ground. While his ample flesh cushioned his fall, his sister was left incapacitated for several days. Thereafter, she ceased taking him on such adventures. "Fairy sister, why did you climb the tree?" The blonde inquired, perplexed. Lin Mo brushed the leaves from her attire and nonchalantly replied, "I spotted a bird's nest and thought I had misjudged its location. What else could it be?" In truth, she sought refuge from Gu Jingchuan, who had come to the school presumably to watch his brother's game. She was not eager for an encounter with him. The reincarnation of a mere tool was destined to perpetuate greater misunderstandings between the male and female leads. She found herself inadvertently entangled in their narrative. The sun shone brightly, accompanied by a brisk wind, and Jian's perspiration had nearly dried. His bangs once again obscured his vision, and his serpent-like, brooding gaze surveyed the crowd. Guindi was none other than Gu Jingchuan himself. If memory served him correctly, his sister had once been romantically linked to him. Their encounter had transpired at a milk tea shop. Lin Mo stood at the entrance, her enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmering brightly. It was truly delightful to see her still. Upon entering, she ordered a cup of jasmine milk green tea. The previous proprietor was nowhere to be found. Instead, a new salesgirl attended to customers, her face unfamiliar to Lin Mo, leading her to conclude that the owner had become a passive investor. And the blonde, two typically straightforward boys, rarely indulged in milk tea, yet they followed Lin Mo's lead and ordered jasmine milk green tea as well. "You wait here for the tea. I'll find a place with my sister," instructed the blonde. They settled into a corner booth. Posed the question that had long lingered in his mind. "Sister, where have you been living all these years? Have you been well?" The tables in the milk tea shop were modestly sized, and Lin Mo reached out to tousle her younger brother's excessively long hair. "This is also the question I wish to ask you, but to quench your curiosity, I shall first share my story." Feeling the warmth emanating from above, was reassured of his sister's tangible existence. He gazed up at her, unwavering. Lin Mo, with no intention of concealing the truth, candidly revealed, "I traversed directly from the day of the accident 11 years ago. I understand this may sound implausible. It is indeed the reality. You must have noticed that I have not changed a bit. In fact, I am merely a year older than you now. I am 18, and you are 17. Throughout their journey, had been observing his sister, and he indeed recognized that her appearance matched his memories perfectly. Although the notion of time travel is difficult to accept, places his trust in his sister's words. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact that his sister is alive brings him solace. Having traversed into this realm for over a week, he first located his second brother and subsequently learned of your situation, leading him on a quest to find you. Your sister is indeed remarkable. She has truly succeeded." Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at him. Her radiant smile illuminated An's heart like the fervent rays of the sun. Yet he lowered his gaze, his hands clasped tightly beneath the table. His voice, barely above a whisper, responded, "That is good to hear." Thankfully, his sister found the second brother first. Had she located him instead, he would have struggled even to eat. "Now, do share the tales of your years with me," Lin Mo urged gently, her voice melodious and soothing. Lifted his head, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied nonchalantly, "I fared quite well these past years, sister." The fringe obscured his eyes, concealing the emotions swirling within. However, Lin Mo could discern the falsehood in his words. He must have endured hardship. The mere mention of pain is akin to reopening an old wound, evoking fresh agony. Lin Mo had no intention of prying into his past immediately. In the blink of an eye, you've transformed into quite the handsome young man, though your hairstyle leaves much to be desired. Allow me to take you for a haircut later, and then we shall have Shun Ihan escort us for dinner. Your second brother has been searching for you all these years and bears a heavy heart. Now that he has found you, he must be overjoyed. A fleeting look of evasion crossed Ji An's eyes, yet he nodded in agreement. All right. The bubble tea has arrived. The young man with yellow hair approached like an enthusiastic server, cradling 3 cups of bubble tea in his arms. Ji An accepted 1 cup, inserted a straw, and handed it to Lin Mo, saying, "Sister, this is for you." He then prepared another cup for himself. This bubble tea is delightful. I've never tasted anything so exquisite. It must be because this cup is on behalf of the fairy sister. The young man exclaimed with fervor. You've had your share of bubble tea. It's time for you to head back now. My sister and I have matters to attend to, Ji stated regarding the young man. Though the depths of Ji An's emotions remained obscured, the young man inexplicably sensed a weighty pressure. When a leader adopts a serious demeanor, it is unmistakable. He swallowed the bubble tea in his mouth, offered Lin Mo a smile, and said, "All right, fairy sister, I'm off." The young man lingered, glancing back multiple times as he departed. Ji An rose and playfully kicked him, prompting him to run away with a grin. Lin Mo observed their dynamic and chose not to comment further. "Are you hungry? Let me take you for a bite to eat," she proposed, noting it was already noon. "Mealtime." Ji An held the bubble tea in his hand and replied, "Sure, I'll just use the restroom first. Please wait for me a moment." Lin Mo nodded and took out her phone to message Shun Ihan on WeChat. "I found the 4th brother. Please pick us up for dinner after work." At that moment, Shun Ihan was in his office reviewing documents. Upon receiving the message, he glanced at it, and a mix of shock and joy flickered in his indifferent eyes. Truly, she is his sister. After a decade of searching, he had not located the 4th brother. Yet she had succeeded within mere days of her return. With a finger poised to dial a voice call, he rose, his hand adorned with black Buddhist beads reaching for the suit jacket draped over the chair. "Where are you headed, General Shun?" "Ziang Tang In Guit." "My sister has found the 4th brother." Shun Ihan's tone was unmistakably tinged with excitement. A joyful expression appeared on Jiang Tang's face as he congratulated Shun. At last, the family is reunited. This was all made possible by Lin Mo's return. "Hello." The phone nestled against his ear rang with a melodious, charming voice. "Sister, where are you?" "I'm coming to find you." As Shun Ihan spoke, he strode purposefully towards the office exit. "There's no need to rush. Focus on your work. I'll take him for lunch and a haircut first. You can join us for dinner after your shift. He won't be running away." Lin Mo's words flowed effortlessly, prompting Shun Ihan to halt in his tracks. "All right, send me the address for the evening, and I'll come to pick you up." There were countless questions he longed to ask, yet he swallowed them down. "We can discuss everything in detail tonight." Observing how Lin Mo effortlessly summoned Shun Ihan back to his desk, Jiang Tang chuckled softly. "General Shun, I shall make the dinner reservations. What cuisine would you prefer?" Shun Ihan's delight was unmasked, his left hand fidgeting with the Buddhist beads on his right wrist out of excitement. "Let us go with the Hunan restaurant that my sister loves." Even with the 4th brother's return, the focus remained on his sister. He was confident that the 4th brother shared the same sentiment. Due to this event, Shun Ihan felt as though time was moving unusually slowly. The phone chimed once more. Upon glancing at it, he realized that only 40 minutes had passed since his sister's last message. He furrowed his brow and unlocked his phone, discovering a WeChat message from her. "Emergency. The 4th brother has truly run away." Chapter 038. A ghostly encounter in broad daylight inside the office of the Academic Affairs Office. Gu Jingchuan's gaze was intensely fixed on the computer screen. The girl on the screen, with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, seemed to peer directly into his heart. At that moment, Gu Jingchuan was certain this was Lin Mo without a doubt. His heart raced, unsure whether it was the surreal nature of Lin Mo's existence or something else entirely. Director Wang, sipping tea from his cup, noticed Gu Jingchuan staring blankly at the computer. Leaning over to take a look, he realized the video had not even started. It had been paused just moments after beginning. The still image displayed students in the audience. Director Wong, puzzled, stared intently at the screen until his eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens! Xie Guanyin is here to watch the game today as well? Every member of the current school leadership was familiar with Xie Guanyin. Each visit was met with exuberant hospitality. The greatest benefactor of the school, his presence signified prosperity. Of course, he was always welcome to visit the school. Director Wong knew him well, having been Xie Guanyin's homeroom teacher back in the day. After achieving great success, Xie Guanyin generously gave back to his alma mater, which naturally led to Director Wong's promotion. Two outstanding graduates from the class of 2014 had returned to the school on the same day. Director Wong involuntarily compared the two in his mind. Clearly, Xie Guanyin was the better of the two. He arrived discreetly and left without causing any negative repercussions. Gu Jingchuan had not been in Director Wong's class. He had been in his wife's. It was understandable for Gu Jingchuan to attend a game, but why was Xie Guanyin here? Director Wong found himself perplexed, with no one to answer his questions, until he noticed a beautiful girl seated beside Xie Guanyin. He scratched his wig, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet she couldn't possibly be one of our school's students, could she? Notable students were well known among both peers and teachers. Could she be from the third high school? Why did she seem so familiar? As he pondered, his phone vibrated in his pocket, snapping Gu Jingchuan back to reality. He pulled it out to see a WeChat message from his younger brother, Gu Jingzhou. Bro, where are you right now? Gu Jingchuan immediately made a voice call. The other end connected swiftly. Speaking hurriedly as he walked outside, he asked, "Where are you? Did you manage to keep Lin Mo?" The name Lin Mo caught Director Wong's attention, and he slapped his thigh in realization. Of course, it was Lin Mo, the top scorer of the 2014 college entrance examination. But she wasn't he supposed to be. Director Wong glanced back at the computer screen, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. After retrieving his phone from the gym, Gu Jingzhou noticed multiple missed calls from Gu Jingchuan and sent a message inquiring about it. He smirked, saying to himself, "I already told you that's not Lin Mo. I didn't keep her." Gu Jingchuan frowned, feeling frustrated. "Useless. Come to the academic affairs office to find me." Gu Jingchuan stood in the corridor of the office, smoking a cigarette, while Director Wong remained alone in the office. A chill ran down Director Wong's spine as he sent a WeChat message to his wife. "Dear, I think I just saw a ghost in broad daylight." Just then, Gu Jingzhou appeared in the corridor of the academic affairs office. Gu Jingchuan tossed the cigarette onto the ground and extinguished it before approaching with a question. "Do you have Lin Mo's contact information?" Gu Jingzhou's expression soured. "I've already told you she is not Lin Mo. Why do you need her contact?" This remark inadvertently revealed that Gu Jingzhou possessed Lin Mo's current contact details. "Hand me your phone." Gu Jingchuan forcefully snatched the device from Gu Jingzhou's grasp. Infuriated, Gu Jingzhou exclaimed, "Brother, what are you doing?" As he firmly took back his phone, he caught sight of an abstract username. "Understanding life through 4 marriages," unaccompanied by any notes, yet prominently pinned. Gu Jingchuan swiftly opened the chat window and sent the WeChat contact to himself. Just as he intended to delve into their conversation history, the phone was snatched away. "Brother, do not overstep." Gu Jingzhou's voice rose sharply. Gu Jingchuan looked up coolly, stating, "This is Lin Mo. Do not indulge in self-deception. She is reaching out to you solely to capture my attention, especially since I am now a prominent star, and she feels insecure." Gu Jingzhou, already vexed by his competition loss, grew even more irate. "You are the one indulging in self-deception." Gu Jingchuan ignored him, retrieving his own phone to add the WeChat contact sent by Gu Jingzhou. A minute passed without a response. Gu Jingchuan attempted again, adding a note, "Gu Jingchuan." Gu Jingzhou, frustrated, removed his headband, crumpled it, and tossed it into the trash. "Brother, calm down. Your first love has been gone for ages. Besides, you are not lacking in women. Why pursue this girl?" This was undeniably surreal. Yet Gu Jingchuan remained convinced that this was indeed Lin Mo. Xie Guanyin served as a verification mark. However, he deemed it unnecessary to elaborate further to his brother. "You need to calm down. Delete this WeChat contact and do not contact her again." Lin Mo must still harbor feelings for him. Otherwise, there would be no reason for her sudden interest in his brother, Gu Jingzhou. Suddenly, a friend request appeared on the phone, but Lin Mo didn't even glance at it. She was anxiously searching for her fourth brother, who had mentioned needing to use the restroom but had not returned for quite some time. Initially, she thought the delay was due to his unfamiliarity with the area. Yet, as 40 minutes passed, her patience waned. Rising, she made her way towards the exit of the milk tea shop. Just then, a young female staff member called out to her, "Miss." Lin Mo turned, inquiring, "What is it?" The staff member produced a sticky note, saying, "The boy with black hair who entered with you asked me to give this to you when you were leaving." Lin Mo's heart sank, her fingers crumpling the milk tea cup as she accepted the note. The handwriting danced across the paper with a hint of youthful exuberance. "Sister, I'm so happy that you have returned. This is something I've often dreamed of, and now that the dream has come true, I am content. Please do not seek me out. I'm doing well on my own. Forget about the fourth brother, dear sister." Chapter 39. Jasmine milk green tea. With 1/3 sugar, her slender white fingers held the sticky note, momentarily frozen. The young girl's exquisite face bore a hint of gravity. What on earth had happened to that rascal? No wonder he had driven away the blonde earlier. His evident affection for her was unmistakable. Why then did he refuse to return home with her? Could it be due to Shin Ihan? Had an insurmountable rift developed between them after her demise? Shin Ihan hadn't mentioned anything to her. As this conjecture took shape, Lin Mo sent a WeChat message to Shin Ihan. "Something's gone awry. The fourth brother has truly run away. Some matters are best discussed face to face." Half an hour later, Shin Ihan appeared at the entrance of the Encounter Time milk tea shop, his long legs striding confidently inside. Having also graduated from the same high school, he was somewhat familiar with the place. "What would you like to drink?" the enthusiastic staff member inquired. The man in the black suit exuded a somewhat aloof aura. "A cup of jasmine milk green tea, iced with 1/3 sugar." The salesgirl stole a few extra glances at Shin Ihan, her eyes lighting up upon noticing the black Buddhist beads adorning his wrist. Who could fathom it? She had encountered the legendary figure of the capital S elite. Today was indeed fortunate. She had first seen the fabled Mr. Xie, the billionaire. He too had ordered a jasmine milk green tea with 1/3 sugar. As it was not a busy time, Shin Ihan quickly received his jasmine milk green tea. The icy sensation spread across his palm, soothing his restless emotions somewhat. Spotting his sister in the far corner of the tea shop, he approached and sat down. "Sister, what's the matter?" Having already finished her drink, Lin Mo casually took a sip from Shin Ihan's cup. "Go get yourself another one." Shin Ihan, with his long, elegant fingers, unbuttoned his suit jacket. "It was initially meant for you." Why did the fourth brother run off? Now that he had seen the fourth brother and was aware of his school, Lin Mo felt less anxious. "I don't know how he managed to escape. He was perfectly fine. I mentioned having dinner with you tonight, and then he just ran off. Have you been unkind to him?" Reluctant to doubt his second brother, she could not conceive of any other explanation for the fourth brother's behavior. Shin Ihan immediately shook his head vigorously. "No, I swear I have treated the third and fourth brothers well. I'll learn from you how to care for them." As he spoke, his brow furrowed slightly, a trace of guilt evident in his eyes. Did he harbor resentment for the time he had lost him? Had he not gone to buy drinks or taken them to the park, the fourth brother would not have gone missing. Lin Mo felt a slight heaviness in her heart. She had forgotten that losing him might indeed be the greatest conflict between the two. "But you didn't do it on purpose. I believe the fourth brother is not the type to misplace blame, and you have continuously sought him out afterward. He is in Jingbei. Returning home should be easy for him. There must be some other reason." Unconsciously fiddling with the Buddhist beads on his wrist, Shin Ihan exhaled a pained breath. So he was in Jingbei, yet unwilling to return home. Was he doing well? How was he faring now? The mere thought of that adorable little chubby boy brings an ache to Shin Ihan's heart. The youngest of the four brothers, he has always been remarkably considerate. When their housekeeper departed, he took on the responsibility of preparing meals, while the plump little brother diligently assisted him, even at the tender age of 3 or 4. On one occasion, he mistook an onion for an apple, weeping profusely and exclaiming, "Second brother, this apple is terrible. Please don't buy it again. Sister won tea like it." Lin Mo, noticing Shin Ihan's evident distress, took a sip of her milk tea and said, "He is currently studying at Sanzhou. I haven't had the chance to inquire further, but let us go to Sanjong and find out about his situation. It would be best to understand why he is reluctant to return home before seeking him out. The black Bentley glided smoothly along the road, merging into the flow of traffic as it made its way to Sanjong. Both Lin Mo and Shinihan had never visited this school, rendering them unfamiliar with its surroundings. Upon arriving at the school entrance, they encountered no hindrance and entered the campus directly. The location was somewhat remote. In stark contrast to Yizhong, which is situated in the city center, this area belonged to the suburbs. The school appeared sizable, yet its buildings were quite antiquated, with litter scattered across the grounds. The overall standard certainly left much to be desired. At that moment, the campus was nearly deserted of students. After parking the car, Lin Mo disembarked and approached a young man with green hair, inquiring, "Excuse me, could you direct me to the teacher's office?" The young man, brushing his bangs aside and noticing Lin Mo's beauty, smiled and replied, "Beauty, it's Sunday. There are no teachers in school today." Lin Mo wrinkled her nose. "Don't you have evening study sessions on Sunday?" In her experience at Yizhong, they had study sessions every Sunday evening. The green-haired youth seemed to find her statement amusing. Evening study sessions? There are hardly any students attending on regular days, let alone a Sunday. Lin Mo blinked. "All right then. Do you know Jean from your school?" The youth nodded. "Who doesn't he know the boss of our school?" The sun blazed brightly, nearly blinding them. Lin Mo's smile grew even more radiant. "Handsome. Let us chat under that tree for a bit." The young man, flattered by the compliment, replied eagerly, "Sure." As he habitually reached for a cigarette, intending to light it, Shun Ihan, who had been deliberately minimizing his presence behind Lin Mo, interjected, "Please don't smoke. My sister dislikes the smell of smoke." The sudden authoritative aura emanating from Shun Ihan startled the green-haired youth, who quickly retracted the cigarette. Lin Mo chuckled, "It's fine. Go ahead and smoke." Indeed, it was not uncommon for high school boys to smoke clandestinely. But this was the first time Lin Mo had witnessed such boldness in a school setting. Sanjong was certainly extraordinary. Turning to Shun Ihan, Lin Mo instructed, "Why don't you go buy some drinks? We'll wait for you under this tree." With Shun Ihan present, the green-haired youth felt a sense of pressure. Following Lin Mo's request felt as easy as drinking water to him. Shun Ihan said nothing more and turned to procure some beverages. He understood that they were the ones inquiring about his younger brother. It was unreasonable to expect others to assist them in their search. His sister had sacrificed so much for him. The green-haired individual observed Shun Ihan's obedient departure and instinctively perceived him as Lin Mo's bodyguard. It is quite customary for a bodyguard to address the young lady as sister. The green-haired man, grappling with his smoking addiction, lit a cigarette as Shun Ihan walked away. The smoke wafted between them, creating a somewhat acrid atmosphere. Lin Mo furrowed her brow slightly, but refrained from voicing any objections, instead inquiring, "Handsome, which class is Jean in?" "He's in class 6. Why are you so keen to know about him?" The green-haired man asked with curiosity. Lin Mo casually concocted an excuse. "He won a basketball match at the first high school today, and I find him quite intriguing. By the way, I heard he knocked out 2 of the 3rd high school principal's teeth. What's the story behind that?" Chapter 040. The foolish one Shinihan was born and raised in Jingbei. Thus he was certainly aware of Sanjong, the most dismal high school in the city, filled with students merely passing time, and notorious for its chaotic environment. Few students from the school managed to score high enough in the college entrance examinations to gain admission to a prestigious university. Although his academic performance paled in comparison to that of his elder sister, he and his 3rd brother both graduated from Yizhong. He secured a place at a well-ranked university, while his 3rd brother entered the Jingbei Music Academy through the arts examination. How did their 4th brother end up at Sanjong? Was he adopted, or did he grow up in an orphanage? Upon exiting the school gates, Shun Ihan called Jiang Tang to inquire about a student named Jian from Sanjong. Jiang Tang sought information through contacts who specialized in such inquiries, for a fee. His sister's determination to uncover the truth herself was admirable, yet he felt compelled to take action as well. He purchased a few bottles of beverages from a nearby stall and returned to the large tree, where he spotted his sister engaged in lively conversation with a young man with green hair. His sister possessed an enchanting charm. capable of striking up conversations with anyone, even a dog by the roadside. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow on her delicate features, while a gentle breeze tousled her hair, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. He was relieved to know what his sister was up to. Had he unexpectedly seen her so close to the green-haired youth, he would have felt quite displeased. Approaching, Shun Ihan first offered several bottles of drinks to Lin Mo, then casually handed one to the green-haired youth. The black prayer beads beneath the tree sparkled in the dappled sunlight. It happened to be cola, his favorite, eliciting a grateful response from a youth. "Thanks, bodyguard bro." Shun Ihan remained silent. Lin Mo, having gathered enough information, unscrewed a bottle of vitamin C drink and took a sip. "Thank you for sharing so much with me. Handsome. I must take my leave now. Goodbye." The green-haired young man was reluctant to part ways. "Goodbye, beautiful. Amihihi. If you return to Sanzhong, remember to mention my name." Lin Montak winked. "What good would that do?" He replied with a grin. "I have my connections." Lin Mo laughed heartily. "No problem. I'll leave breakfast for you at the breakfast shop tomorrow. Just spend a little money, and you can have it." The green-haired youth chuckled in response. Back in the Bentley, Shun Ihan steered with one hand. "Sister, what did you find out?" The young man had shared everything with Lin Mo candidly. She first recounted what she already knew. Their fourth brother was quite the figure at the school, having gained notoriety after knocking out two of the principal's teeth in a single confrontation. Shun Ihan pressed the accelerator gently as they drove away from the school. What had the principal done? His fourth brother was not the type to resort to violence without cause. The fact that the principal had not expelled him suggested some underlying guilt. While most teachers and principals are inherently good, there are always a few bad apples in any group. Lin Mo added. He didn't know the specifics of the principal's misdeeds, only that the reason for not expelling the fourth brother was due to their mother causing a scene at the school. Hearing that their fourth brother had a mother stirred an odd sensation within Shun Ihan. Yet, predominantly, he felt a sense of relief, as it indicated that his brother had not been raised in an orphanage, but rather had the companionship of family. What kind of scene did she cause? Lin Mo touched her nose and recalled the rumor that his mother had made a scene in the principal's office, threatening to cause trouble if he were expelled. Shun Ihan fell silent for a moment, and Lin Mo, too, was momentarily struck dumb upon hearing this. However, she quickly processed the implication. It suggested that the fourth brother's mother might not be of sound mind. He had also mentioned that there were whispers in the school regarding her mental instability. Shun Ihan, gripping the steering wheel with one hand, tapped his fingers lightly against it, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Was it possible that the fourth brother hesitated to return out of fear that his adoptive mother would burden them? Lin Mo understood that he was a thoughtful young man. She shared this suspicion, reasoning that it was indeed rather foolish. Their family was well off enough to support an additional member. Clearly, the adoptive mother treated the fourth brother well, rendering her a benefactor to their family. Even if she had some mental issues, they would not hold it against her. Nonetheless, at merely 17, the fourth brother's emotional maturity was still in its infancy, which made his thoughts quite understandable. It was hard to fathom how he had managed to navigate life with a mentally unstable adoptive mother over the years. How did they sustain themselves and pursue their education? Shun Ihan's fingers tightened around the steering wheel. "I've already asked Jiang Tang to investigate. Once we have his home address, we will pay a visit." Indeed, he was somewhat naive. Having met him, how could his sister ever abandon the search? Lin Mo had not eaten lunch, and on the way, she spotted a shop selling Sioux-style noodle soup. After parking, she ordered a bowl of fish noodles and a marinated egg. Upon tasting the first bite, she instinctively remarked, "This noodle lacks flavor. It doesn't compare to the deliciousness of what Xie Guanyin makes." Xie Guanyin had previously prepared Sioux-style noodles for her, with a vegetarian topping that was simply exquisite. Shun Ihan had already dined earlier, yet as evening approached, he too ordered a bowl identical to Lin Mo's. He picked up a mouthful with his chopsticks, declaring, "It's quite decent, rather tasty." Lin Mo shook her head, insisting, "That's only because you haven't tasted Xie Guanyin's. Now, that is true culinary art." Shun Ihan's lips twitched slightly. "Is that something I can just enjoy whenever I wish? Can I simply barge into Xie Guanyin's villa and demand a bowl for myself?" The answer was clearly a resounding no. In the next moment, he realized a troubling thought. Oh no, His sister's palate had been spoiled by Mr. Xie's culinary mastery. Even if her sleep issues improved and she moved out of his villa, she might struggle to adjust to other meals. How about this, sister? You should ask Mr. Xie when he is free. I can learn to cook from him and ensure you can savor that flavor whenever you desire. He could dedicate an hour each day to this endeavor, depending on the Grand Master's schedule, which was evidently more packed than his own. Lin Mo found this suggestion quite appealing. All right, I will ask him tonight. You've shown some thoughtfulness. I shall reward you with an egg yolk. The usually cold and ruthless scion of the capital's elite savored the egg yolk that Lin Mo disliked. Thank you, sister. By the time Jiang Tang returned her call, night had fallen. Mr. Shun, Ji, is a troubled student at the 3rd high school, causing considerable distress to the teachers, and he has a mentally ill mother, she relayed, echoing the information Lin Mo had gathered. Shin Yihan gently manipulated the Buddhist beads on his right wrist with his left hand. Have you located his address? Jiang Tang replied, Yes, I have found it. It is situated in one of the most chaotic urban villages in the northern part of the city, also known as a slum. I advise against visiting at night. It would be prudent to wait until tomorrow during the day. There's no need to rush this evening, and both individuals heeded Jiang Tang's counsel. Tomorrow, Shun Jinan must attend school, which presents the perfect opportunity to catch him and together visit his home. After spending some time at Shun Yihan's company, they returned to the villa around 9 in the evening. This was not too late. Lin Mo sent a WeChat message to Xie Guanyin, requesting him to open the door. However, after 2 minutes of silence with no response, she resorted to calling him via WeChat, but still, there was no answer. Lin Mo furrowed her brow in confusion. Where could Xie Guanyin be? Chapter 041. What are sister's feelings towards Mr. Xie? Habit is indeed a formidable force. In the past, whenever Lin Mo returned to the villa, she would promptly message Xie Guanyin. He would invariably respond almost instantaneously and soon appear to open the door. However, this time, there was no sound from Xie Guanyin, leaving Lin Mo perplexed. The villa's lights remained unlit. Was Mr. Xie perhaps occupied elsewhere? At that moment, Shen Yihan's voice chimed in. It was only then that Lin Mo raised her gaze to regard the villa. The vast structure loomed in the darkness, devoid of any illumination, standing silently like a formidable beast of the night. Habitually, she had not even checked for lights, instinctively believing that someone must be inside. Touching her nose, Lin Mo remarked, I almost forgot that Xie Guanyin is also quite the busy individual. He was supposed to accompany me to the 1st high school for the basketball match today, but he left shortly after we arrived due to work commitments. Shun Yihan, too, realized that he had grown accustomed to Mr. Xie always coming out to greet his sister upon her return. He had heard her mention that the household staff left promptly at 8 every evening, so he did not find it particularly strange that Mr. Xie was not the one to open the door. Let's wait a moment, Mr. Xie is likely in a meeting, hence the silence on his phone. After all, he is not like me, consumed by romantic thoughts, and would not forget to silence his phone for the sake of a girl he fancies. Moreover, he does not harbor any feelings for my sister. Shun Yihan, with his beaded bracelet in hand, opened the passenger door, gesturing for Lin Mo to enter the vehicle. Lin Mo turned back, realizing she ought to have a key by now. She had not considered the inconvenience of relying on others. On the first day she had ventured out, Xie Guanyin had asked her to message him upon her return, causing her to forget that she should have a key of her own for the shared residence. Just as she approached the car, the lights at the villa suddenly illuminated, casting light upon the path before her. Her phone buzzed. Upon checking, she discovered a message from Xie Guanyin. I'm here. Turning around, Lin Mo observed the villa's grand entrance being opened from within. The striking gentleman appeared to have rushed over, his chest rising and falling slightly as he steadied himself. Adjusting his glasses with a single finger, he spoke in a husky voice, I apologize, I dozed off for a moment. He was still clad in the white sweatshirt he had worn during the day, his tousled hair unstyled, exuding a refreshing youthful charm. His slightly breathless demeanor resembled that of a girlfriend who, having accidentally arrived late for a date, hurriedly rushed over. Lin Mo smiled and asked why the rush. I can wait outside. I thought you weren't home. Xie Guanyin's immediate apology caught Shin Yihan off guard. Was this the same Xie Guanyin consistently gentle, composed, and seemingly unattainable. Shin Han's cold gaze flickered slightly as he turned the beads on his wrist. He felt compelled to retract his earlier statement about Mr. Xie not being fond of his sister. He understood well the anxiety of making someone wait, akin to the day his sister first arrived when he was eager to avoid making Li Huanyu wait, so he arrived early. Realizing this, Shin Han was not overly surprised. Falling for his sister was as effortless as taking a sip of water, an inherent human sentiment. As his breath gradually steadied, Xie Guanyin gazed through his glasses at the girl before him, his eyes shimmering with fervent excitement. He had remained at home all day, never anticipating that the girl who had met Gu Jingchuan would return so soon. During the day, he could numb himself with work, but as night descended, his anxiety intensified, and he yearned to send her a message. Yet, he felt devoid of the identity and qualifications to do so. Thus, he retreated to the confines of his study. It was only in that secluded chamber that he could deceive himself into believing that Shanshan was still by his side. The signal was poor in the hidden room, leading to delays in receiving messages. When he finally saw her message, his excitement surged to its peak, prompting him to rush out. Though Shanshan had gone to meet someone she admired, she ultimately returned to his home. That was sufficient for him. With a voice as warm as honey, Xie Guanyin's gaze remained fixed on the girl's luminous face as Lin Mo made her way to the door. Perhaps I should get a key to spare you from coming over every day to let me in. It's no trouble, the man replied, his voice gentle yet imbued with an inexplicable firmness. How could he ever perceive the act of granting her entry as a burden? It was a joy to open the door for her. He lamented the poor signal in the room and contemplated making improvements. As the girl drew closer, Xie Guanyin caught a whiff of smoke that was less than subtle, causing his gaze to darken. Did Gu Jingchuan not realize that Shanshan disliked the scent of smoke? Why would he smoke while with her? In the next moment, his heart sank. What was the current state of affairs between Shanshan and Gu Jingchuan? Had they reconciled, or was there still tension? Would she return home late in the future? I have a lot of work on my plate lately, so if you come back late, it won't matter. I'll certainly still be awake, Xie Guanyin added, fearful that Lin Mo might insist on obtaining a key. He could wait for her. As long as he could wait, he would wait indefinitely. Xie Guanyin's persistence puzzled Lin Mo. Was this what it meant to possess an overwhelming desire for control? The absence of a key implied that she could not come and go freely within the villa. His act of opening the door was a gesture of granting her access, creating a sense of territorial protection. Yet, Lin Mo was indifferent to this notion. She was inherently forgetful, having never carried the keys to her home. As long as one of her younger brothers had a key, someone would always be there to let her in. Xie Guanyin's actions, however, aligned perfectly with her inclinations. All right, then I shan't get a key. The girl's eyes sparkled like peach blossoms, illuminated by the light above, her beauty breathtaking. Xie Guanyin's glassy eyes glimmered with a hint of obsession. At the very least, this smile was no longer solely reserved for Gu Jingchuan. Shin Han understood his sister's habits, but still felt it inconvenient. Mr. Xie, please provide a key for my sister. You're often busy with work and traveling, and in that case, not to worry. If I have to travel, I will inform your sister in advance and leave the key with her, Xie Guanyin assured. Turning to Shin Han. At his current standing, there were few unavoidable business trips he could decline. One key would allow them to meet openly every day and share a portion of their journey together. This is, after all, the residence of Xie Guanyin. Even if he is an ordinary person, Shin Han felt it prudent to refrain from saying too much. Very well, Mr. Xie, please rest early. I shall take my leave now. Lin Mo waved at him, advising him to drive carefully on the way. Once in the car, Shin Han started the engine. His hand adorned with prayer beads, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel, his gaze briefly lingering on the now-closed villa gates. Although he was aware that Mr. Xie might harbor feelings for his sister, he did not feel overly anxious. Firstly, he had faith in Mr. Xie's character. A person who is devoted to charity and treats others with kindness and integrity would not act disrespectfully toward his sister. Secondly, worrying was futile. It was clearly impossible for Mr. Xie to permit him to move in and keep watch. At present, one question occupied his mind. What were his sister's feelings toward Mr. Xie? Perhaps he should find a moment to inquire. Retracting his gaze, he gently pressed the accelerator, the vehicle gliding smoothly along the mountain road. However, not long after he set off, his phone rang. With a hand that bore distinct knuckles, he picked it up to find an unfamiliar number from Jingbei. Swiping right to answer, he was met with the voice of a stranger. "Shinihan, where is your sister?" Chapter 042. Where is your sister? Gu Jingchuan returned to his villa in Jingbei from Yizhong in the afternoon. He had lost count of how many friend requests he had sent to Lin Mo. The first note read, "Gu Jingchuan." The second, "Lin Mo, I am Gu Jingchuan." And the third, "Accept me, Lin Mo, I miss you." He continued to send friend requests with notes, but they all seemed to vanish into the abyss. Gu Jingchuan began to suspect whether Xie Guanyin had restricted Lin Mo's phone. There was nothing that man was incapable of doing. In the evening, Li Huanyu also returned from Jingnan and came to his villa. "Brother Jingchuan, what was the reason for your hasty departure this morning?" Li Huanyu asked, a hint of displeasure in her voice. On the sofa, Gu Jingchuan frowned and replied, "It's about my brother. I had to come back." He decided to keep the details from Li Huanyu for now, knowing that revealing too much would only lead to an argument. He was already aware of why Lin Mo had refused his friend request. She must have seen those scandalous rumors and was upset. It was quite understandable. She had declared her love as dead. Could he possibly vow to remain unmarried for her sake? No one could achieve such a feat, even Xie Guanyin, that pervert, he believed, would not go to such lengths. Xie Guanyin simply had not pursued a relationship thus far. With the current trend of late marriages, life was long ahead. If Lin Mo did not return, he would ultimately choose to marry and have children. However, it was a good sign that Lin Mo was angry about this. It indicated that she still had feelings for him, as jealousy often accompanies affection. Unable to reach Lin Mo on WeChat, he had to contemplate alternative means of contact. Shinihan was Lin Mo's younger brother, a fact he had known for quite some time. During high school, the three brothers would often come to pick her up after school, and they harbored considerable hostility towards him. To be honest, his mother had been quite opposed when she discovered his affection for Lin Mo. With three younger brothers and their parents no longer around, the Shin family business was undoubtedly precarious. Being with Lin Mo would be akin to taking on the responsibility of caring for three young brothers, a veritable burden. Yet, he disregarded his mother's objections and persisted in pursuing her. After all, they were merely brothers. Once he won Lin Mo's heart, he would surely convince her to sever ties with them. Who could have predicted that the two older brothers would become successful individuals, while the youngest remained shrouded in uncertainty? Of course, this outcome was the best possible. Lin Mo would not have to bear the burden of supporting her brothers. "Do you still keep in touch with Shinihan?" Gu Jingchuan turned to ask Li Huanyu. Li Huanyu reclined on the sofa, her heart racing. "No, we don't communicate anymore." Gu Jingchuan was indeed worried about her, fearful that she might still be entangled with Shinihan. Leaning against Gu Jingchuan, she spoke softly, "I've told you before I don't like him. He insisted on investing in a film for me, and my agent accepted. I had no choice. He often messages me, but I never reply. My heart has always belonged to you, brother Jingchuan." Gu Jingchuan gently stroked Li Huanyu's hand. "Do you have his phone number?" Li Huanyu's eyes flickered slightly. Was he about to call to warn Shinihan not to pursue her? Li Huanyu pressed her lips together, suggesting, "It would be better if you didn't contact him. He is the CEO, someone we cannot provoke." Gu Jingchuan scoffed, "What CEO? He is insignificant in the face of the Gu family. He merely finds the prospect of inheriting the family business tiresome." "Let us just drop it," Li Huanyu replied. "If you call him, he will certainly deny pursuing me. He cannot do anything to you, but he has plenty of tactics against a minor actress like me." Her words carried profound meaning. A mere phone call would be futile. To eradicate the problem fundamentally, they must strike at Starshine Group. Gu Jingchuan wrapped his arm around Li Huanyu, declaring, "Minor actress? You are my woman. Not just a minor actress. Hand me the phone. I know how to handle this." A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Huanyu's eyes. Gu Jingchuan was standing up for her. Shinihan was doomed. Reluctantly, she provided Shun Yihan's number to Gu Jingchuan. Lighting a cigarette, Gu Jingchuan stated, "I'll give him a lesson. You go take a shower." Li Huanyu was eager to hear what Gu Jingchuan would say, but feigning innocence while listening was rather bothersome. All right, just don't be too harsh. I'll head upstairs first. As Li Huanyu ascended the stairs, Gu Jingchuan moved outside the villa to make the call. Dialing the number, his first question was, Shuni Han, where's your sister? The road from Xie Guanyan's villa back to the city was quiet and winding, and the car had yet to play any music. The sudden, unfamiliar voice was jarringly discordant, laced with an accusatory tone. Shen Yihan furrowed his brow, his voice icy. Who are you? Gu Jingchuan was taken aback that Shen Yihan did not recognize his voice. After all, he was a household name. I'm Gu Jingchuan. Where's your sister? Have her take the call. His tone was unabashedly domineering, causing Shen Yihan to chuckle in disbelief. Gu Jingchuan? I don't know you. With elegant fingers, he pressed the hang-up button and tossed the phone into the passenger seat. It was absurd to compare people. Merely being a film star did not warrant such arrogance. Look at Mr. Xie. Now he was genuinely powerful and yet remained humble. However, it was puzzling why Gu Jingchuan did not contact his sister directly, but chose to reach out to him instead. Perhaps he couldn't find her contact information? The phone rang again, and although Shen Yihan initially considered hanging up, he ultimately answered. His tone was frigid and straightforward. Do not contact my sister, nor disturb her. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. Unable to persuade his sister to avoid this scoundrel, he could only ensure that the scoundrel stayed away from her. Gu Jingchuan was taken aback by Shen Yihan's words, fury surging within him. Taking a drag from his cigarette, he cursed. Have you learned to threaten people after a few years as CEO? I want to stoop to your level, but I'll ask one more time. Where is your sister? The headlights illuminated the dark mountain road as Shen Yihan drove slowly, his voice chillingly cold. This is none of your business. Just as he was about to hang up, Gu Jingchuan's voice erupted. Is your sister with Xie Guanyan? Shen Yihan, with his hand adorned by prayer beads, rested it lightly on the steering wheel, his fingertips gently tapping against it. The beads seemed to meld seamlessly into the darkness of the night. Gu Jingchuan surely wouldn't dare to seek out Mr. Xie, would he? A flicker of indifference passed through Shen Yihan's gaze as he remarked, Indeed, they have already cohabited. Chapter 043. Shining still needs him. It was merely a simple statement. Yet upon uttering it, a thin sheen of perspiration emerged on Shen Yihan's palm. On one hand, he did not wish to tarnish his sister's reputation. After all, she was only 18, and the thought of cohabitating with a man would cast an unflattering shadow. On the other hand, he was reluctant to spread rumors about Mr. Xie, a man of such grace and courtesy. However, he felt compelled to speak thus, hoping to dissuade Gu Jingchuan from ever disturbing his sister again. Yet, on the other end of the line, Gu Jingchuan was utterly incredulous. Impossible. Your sister cannot possibly harbor feelings for Xie Guanyan. She only loves me. While this was indeed the truth, it struck Shen Yihan as profoundly discomforting. He retorted coldly, There are no mirrors at home. Surely he has his own reflections. Gu Jingchuan. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. The veins in Gu Jingchuan's neck throbbed as he took a deep drag of his last cigarette, discarding it onto the ground and extinguishing it forcefully underfoot. He refused to believe Shen Yihan's nonsense. Shen Yihan had always harbored deep-seated animosity towards him, and he even suspected that Shen Yihan pursued Li Huanyu out of disdain for him. The evening breeze was cool against Gu Jingchuan's face as he raked his fingers through his hair, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. How had Lin Mo suddenly appeared? Prior to seeing Lin Mo's image in a video, he had speculated that she had never actually died, but rather had been rescued by the perverse Xie Guanyan and subsequently confined in silence for years, only recently allowed to roam freely. However, this theory was swiftly dismissed upon witnessing Lin Mo's youthful visage. She appeared far too young. Over the span of more than a decade, specifically 11 years, time had left no discernible marks upon her face. Even if she had been imprisoned and entirely isolated from the outside world, emerging 11 years later, it was implausible for her to have remained unchanged, especially her eyes, which mirrored the brilliance of her youth, radiant and pure, eyes that a woman nearing 30 would not possess. They were unmistakably the eyes of an 18-year-old girl. Moreover, 11 years prior, Xie Guanyan had merely been a destitute student, devoid of any means. How could he have preserved Lin Mo's life or provided for her? Given Lin Mo's intelligence, how could such a proud individual ever acquiesce to captivity? And how could Xie Guanyin dare to reveal his dark, twisted nature before her? Based on these observations, he harbored grave doubts regarding Lin Mo's actual age, suspecting she truly was only 18. He recalled a film he had previously shot, wherein a man, after an accident, traversed into the future, astonishing his family with his unchanged appearance. He had engaged in a romance and wed his long-lost love, thereby presenting a possibility that Lin Mo had somehow crossed over from the time of that accident 11 years prior. This supposition sent Gu Jingchuan's heart racing. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, ignited it, and inhaled deeply. If this were the case, Lin Mo would be even less inclined to harbor feelings for Xie Guanyin, as her memories would still reflect their relationship as one of young lovers. This revelation further elucidated her reluctance to engage with him. She is merely 18, at the age where emotions run high and comfort is sought. As the evening breeze tousled his hair, Gu Jingchuan flicked the ash off his cigarette with a single finger. No matter what, he had to meet Lin Mo. Ding dong. Upon stepping through the villa's entrance, Xie Guanyin received a message on his phone. Boss, shall we continue to protect Miss Lin tomorrow? Struggling to refrain from prying into what might transpire during her encounter with Gu Jingchuan, Xie Guanyin withdrew the personnel covertly safeguarding Lin Mo. Nevertheless, this decision left him in an acute state of unrest, rendering him unable to concentrate on any task at hand. He yearned to have complete oversight of her every movement to ensure her safety. Having regained her presence, he could not bear the thought of her facing any further peril. He had watched a video of the accident from years ago. Had a substantial vehicle intervened at the time, it was highly probable that she would not have plunged into the river. He glanced at the slender figure of the young girl ascending the stairs. Adjusting his glasses with one hand, Xie Guanyin's fingertips turned pale as they gripped his phone. Should he continue the protection? Was it necessary to know the details of her meeting with Gu Jingchuan? Lin Mo, are you having a late-night snack today? Xie Guanyin's voice was magnetic yet tinged with a hint of caution. He was unaware of what time she had dined with Gu Jingchuan, leaving him uncertain about her need for a late-night meal. The girl paused momentarily, turning her head back, her peach blossom eyes sparkling. Eat, eat, eat. After a less than satisfactory bowl of Su-style noodles for dinner, she hadn't eaten anything since and was indeed hungry. A smile rippled across Xie Guanyin's obsidian-like gaze. Turkey noodles? Spicy hot pot? Egg fried rice? Fortunately, she still needed him. Lin Mo pondered spicy hot pot, extra spicy. Xie Guanyin tightened his grip on the phone. All right, you go ahead and take a shower first. He too disliked the smell of smoke, particularly Gu Jingchuan's. Striding into the kitchen, the bamboo-shaped golden bracelet on his wrist glimmered faintly under the light. The handsome man lowered his gaze, contemplating seriously for a few seconds before typing on his phone. Continue protection. He would strive to suppress his darker impulses and merely ensure her safety from a distance. The scent of smoke was indeed unpleasant, which prompted Lin Mo to wish to shower as soon as she returned. After her shower, she donned a yellow cartoon-themed pajamas, her hair still damp, and hurried downstairs. Mr. Xia, has the takeout arrived? She inquired upon reaching the bottom of the stairs. However, sounds were emanating from the kitchen. Lin Mo's eyes widened in surprise as she peeked in, exclaiming, Mr. Xia, no way you can make spicy hot pot? Who would expect a billionaire magnate to prepare spicy hot pot at home in the evening? She thought he would simply order takeout. Xie Guanyin turned to face her. Noticing her half-damp hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding a charming allure. His throat bobbed slightly, and his voice was incredibly gentle. It's not difficult. There are tutorials online. Lin Mo blinked, genuinely impressed. You are truly a scholar. You learn everything so quickly. When you get married, your wife will undoubtedly be blissfully plump. Xie Guanyin scrutinized her from head to toe, a gentle smile gracing his lips. You haven't gained any weight, he remarked. The girl was so slender that there was not a trace of excess flesh on her. Despite being fed morning and night, she remained impossibly thin. Suddenly, the conversation shifted back to her, causing Lin Mo Tao's charming eyes to flicker slightly. In the next moment, she raised an eyebrow. I've only been living with you for a few days. Your wife will be with you for a lifetime. Then why not extend your stay a bit longer and see for yourself? Xie Guanyin responded with apparent calmness, his gaze directed towards the pot. The pot bubbled vigorously, the fragrant aroma of spicy hot pot wafting through the kitchen. Lettuce, instant noodles, potatoes, and an assortment of meatballs were all boiling away. Lin Mo curled her lip. Xie Guanyin, do you consider me a test subject? Xie Guanyin merely raised an eyebrow in response. When the hot pot was brought to the table, Lin Mo added a generous spoonful of sesame sauce, creating a thick and sticky concoction. After taking a bite, she looked at Xie Guanyin and gestured with one hand in a manner reminiscent of making a phone call. Hello, Mr. Xie. I am a staff member from the livestock farm. According to the delivery personnel, your phone number seems unreachable here. It's really nothing urgent. I just wanted to inform you. Your cattle have arrived. Xie Guanyin chuckled at her antics, the small brown mole on the tip of his nose dancing slightly. Full of life and charm. His voice, soft and melodious, seemed to coax her gently. That's not much. Lin Mo, you shouldn't set your standards too low. Chapter 044. Where does the confidence come from? Lin Mo was taken aback by the sudden remark. She slightly lifted her chin, her exquisite peach blossom eyes gazing at the man before her. He was extraordinarily handsome, clad in a white sweatshirt, with the sleeves casually rolled up, revealing his delicate wrists. At that moment, he was meticulously wiping away the soup that had accidentally spilled on the dining table, his movements leisurely and imbued with an inexplicable sense of domesticity. Lin Mo blinked. She often praised Xie Guanyin's culinary skills. Did he think she was merely flattering him? If so, he was indeed quite humble. No, my standards have always been exceedingly high. After cleaning the table, Xie Guanyin adjusted his glasses with a single finger, concealing the shadows lurking in his eyes. There was still room for improvement, not just regarding culinary matters, particularly when it came to men. This latter thought remained unvoiced by Xie Guanyin. Lin Mo playfully picked up a chopstick full of sticky instant noodles and slurped it in, chuckling. Old Xie, you're really getting to an age where you seem a bit like a father. Xie Guanyin. He was well aware that Lin Mo, despite her youth, possessed an exceptionally stable core. Others' words rarely swayed her. Thus, her affection for him was indeed precious. Gu Jingchuan was utterly unworthy. Seeing Xie Guanyin's expression falter, Lin Mo quickly clarified. What I meant was, I genuinely believe your culinary skills are remarkable. Even if you don't see it, I certainly do. Humility is a commendable trait, and she would not let another's modesty convince her otherwise. By the way, my second brother mentioned he wants to learn cooking from you, so he can prepare meals for me in the future. Do you have time to teach him? This inquiry would further affirm his culinary prowess. However, upon hearing her words, Xie Guanyin tightened his grip on the chopsticks, responding without a moment's hesitation, I have no time. This answer was expected. He had mentioned earlier that he was swamped with work recently. Lin Mo nodded. All right, just let me know when you're free. Xie Guanyin's long, thick lashes fell, and he said nothing further. After finishing their late-night snack and brushing her teeth, Lin Mo lay in bed. She opened her phone and noticed a WeChat message from her brother in the capital. Sis, recent telecom scams are rampant. Do not answer unknown calls. A colleague received a strange call today and had 100,000 stolen from their account. Be careful. Upon reading this message, Lin Mo furrowed her brows tightly. Has the technology for scams advanced to such a degree? Throughout her life, she had never been able to harm money, squander it, waste it, miss out on it, betray it, abandon it, incur losses with it, engage in financial cold violence, stab it in the back, or discard it. Got it, I 1T answer unknown calls. She replied. Just as she was about to exit WeChat, she noticed a friend request. Lin Mo was at a loss for words. What was Gu Jingchuan up to? Wasn't it obvious that she was ignoring his friend request? This time, the note read, Can we meet? I know you want to see me too. What a vexatious cucumber. Who granted him the audacity to believe she would wish to meet him? Lin Mo chose once more to disregard this friend request. Yet her mind could not help but revisit the words uttered by Xie Guanyin during their meal. Lin Mo, you must not lower your standards. At that moment, it had slipped her mind, but now that remark struck her like a bullet to the forehead. Her standards indeed appeared somewhat deficient. How could she have consented to Gu Jingchuan's confession back then? Now, he seemed rather mediocre in her eyes. Yes, she must elevate her criteria for future romantic pursuits. After a brief dalliance with her phone, drowsiness enveloped her. Before sleep claimed her, she pondered a newfound virtue of Xie Guanyin, his humility. Soon, the young girl's breathing became tranquil, and she drifted into slumber, oblivious to the slight creak of the door as it opened a fraction, revealing a pair of damp, sinister eyes fixated upon her. The following day heralded a bustling Monday. Lin Mo awoke to a WeChat message from Shunihan. Sister, I must depart urgently for a business trip. There's a situation in Jingnan, and Jiangtang will accompany me. Perhaps you should refrain from visiting the fourth brother today. We can go together upon my return. Lin Mo stretched her limbs in bed, her delicate fingers tapping a reply. No worries, I'll check on the third high school. I'll handle the fourth brother's matters. You focus on your concerns. No, rest assured. While awaiting his flight, Shunihan read her messages, idly playing with a black prayer bead bracelet on his wrist. All right, call me immediately if anything arises. I've dispatched a secretary to pick you up. Naturally, the fourth brother held precedence over work, yet in terms of urgency, the situation in Jingnan demanded immediate attention. Once Lin Mo completed her morning routine and descended the stairs, she once again encountered the handsome man laboring in the kitchen. Sometimes, she found it remarkable. Every morning, this was the scene that greeted her. Breakfast was still in progress, but she knew that within minutes, she would be savoring a warm meal. Today's fare was a comforting bowl of chicken soup dumplings, the familiar flavor blossoming on her palate. She felt a fleeting curiosity about how Xie Guanyin managed to replicate the taste of the chef from Gu Jingchuan's household. But she quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing it as rather intrusive. Moreover, she was reluctant to mention Gu Jingchuan. After finishing her meal, Lin Mo settled into the car of Shun Yihan's secretary, a youthful girl with charming dimples that appeared as she smiled sweetly. Good morning, miss. E.M. Zanknan. Lin Mo reciprocated the smile. Good morning. I'm Lin Mo. We're heading to the third high school. Meanwhile, Gu Jingchuan had been tirelessly seeking to uncover Lin Mo's whereabouts. He had initially contacted paparazzi in Jingbei, a group known for their relentless pursuit of information. Lin Mo had previously trended online with Shun Yihan, so they were likely to be on high alert. However, upon hearing her name, the Jingbei paparazzi collectively declined, no amount of money swaying their decision. Gu Jingchuan surmised this was the handiwork of Xie Guanyin, who was clearly guarding her. The transformation of a twisted individual into one of wealth and power was indeed terrifying. Left with no other option, he resorted to lavishly hiring a private investigator, determined to ascertain Lin Mo's location. At last, after waiting for most of the morning, he received news from the private investigator. Lin Mo at Beijing North No. 3 Middle School, Chapter 045, awakening from a dream. The distance from Xie Guanyin's villa to Jingbei No. 3 Middle School was somewhat considerable. Upon arrival, the school was already engaged in its second period. As usual, there were no obstacles at the entrance, allowing Zhang Nan to smoothly drive in. Even during class time, one could observe students leisurely meandering about the campus. Lin Mo approached a classmate to inquire about the way to Class 6. Upon reaching the classroom door, she peered through the window, spotting numerous colorful heads within, some sleeping, others whispering to one another. Hardly anyone appeared to be paying attention to the teacher's lecture. After scanning the room, she failed to locate her fourth brother, nor could she find the blonde-haired boy. Could it be that this rascal skipped class? It was quite possible. However, with the class in session, Lin Mo hesitated to enter and simply waited by the door. Zhang then handed her a bag of bear-shaped cookies. Instinctively, she accepted and began to munch on them. Only after finishing did she remember to ask, "Where did you get these cookies?" Zhang Nan chuckled. "Assistant Jiang asked me to keep some snacks on hand." At the company, she had also been teasing about the pairing of her sister with Assistant Jiang. Sister Jiang is truly remarkable, Lin Mo marveled. Ding-ling-ling. The class bell rang, and the teaching instructor stepped out. Lin Mo approached and politely greeted, "Hello, teacher. I would like to ask, did Jia not attend class today?" The teacher, having already noticed her at the door, glanced inside and replied, "Oh, didn't he come? I didn't notice. He frequently skips classes." Lin Mo furrowed her brow. "I see. Did he take leave? What was the reason?" The teacher shook his head. I'm not sure. I'm not the homeroom teacher. Many students had taken notice of Lin Mo, their eyes sparkling with admiration. What a beautiful girl. I thought I was dreaming when I woke up. Here to see the boss? It must be our boss. Lin Mo's brows slightly twitched. For some reason, despite G and being a school bully, the classmates did not seem to harbor any animosity towards him. Only one red-haired boy disdainfully remarked, "Beautiful girl. What do you want with him? His mother is a lunatic. He could go mad." Another boy beside him, visibly displeased, retorted, "Why say that?" The red-haired boy kicked the speaking boy harshly. "You just love to worship him. Wait until his mother defecates on your head, and you'll be thrilled." Just as the speaking boy was about to retaliate, several other boys stepped forward. "Are you looking for trouble?" Lin Mo cast a few more glances at the red-haired boy, her fists slightly tightening. It seemed he was an adversary of her fourth brother and had his own followers. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo refrained from reacting. The priority was to locate her fourth brother. She took out her phone and sent a message to Jinquan Fozi. "Please send me the home address of my fourth brother. I'm going to find him a home." The reply from Jinquan Fozi came swiftly, a voice message stating, "The place where he lives is quite chaotic. Don't go alone. I'm worried." Lin Mo replied, "What is there to worry about in broad daylight? Just send the address." Eventually, Shinny Han sent the address to Lin Mo, his brow slightly furrowed. Jiang Tang, seated beside him, remarked it should be fine. Secretary Zhang Nan grew up in that impoverished area. Shinny Han was entirely oblivious to these matters, his indifferent gaze lifting to meet Jiang Tang's. "Is that so?" he inquired. "Yes," Jiang Tang nodded. "I suspect Xiao Mo might go over today, so I asked Zhang Nan to pick her up." Shinny Han's eyes flickered slightly as he twirled the Buddhist beads on his right wrist with his left hand. He had always recognized Jiang Tang's meticulous nature and capabilities, but now he realized she was far more attentive and capable than he had initially imagined. "Sister, I am well acquainted with the slums. I grew up there and can guide you," Zhang Nan said as they entered the car. Lin Mo, completely unaware of Zhang Nan's background, smiled and responded, "All right, thank you." In truth, Lin Mo had always known of the existence of a slum in the northern part of the capital. It was a secluded area where the impoverished congregated. As a child, she had accompanied her parents to donate to a welfare institution there. However, in this era of significant economic advancement, she never anticipated that this slum would still exist. Logically, as society progresses, such areas should also develop. Perhaps this is merely the realm of fiction. From the moment they stepped into the slum, Lin Mo felt as though they had entered a world entirely detached from that of northern Beijing. The surroundings were filthy and chaotic, with dilapidated houses and an unpleasant odor permeating the air, while vagrants begged on the streets. Numerous ruffians raced by on motorcycles. Two of them whistled at Lin Mo, lewdly proclaiming, "Hey, beauty, hop on for a thrill." Upon hearing this, Zhang Nan, whose sweet appearance belied her strength, swiftly shed her professional demeanor. "How dare you? If you keep yapping, I'll make you regret it." Lin Mo's eyes widened slightly, but she soon reminded herself that any girl working in a large corporation could not be weak. In impoverished areas, it was often the vulnerable who had no way out. The ruffians, initially thinking the two girls were easy targets, exchanged glances upon hearing such harsh words and rode off on their motorcycles. Meanwhile, two burly men lurking in the shadows relaxed their clenched fists. "Sister, that was awesome," Lin Mo sincerely praised. Zhang Nan instantly transformed back into her sweet persona, smiling with dimples. "Don't mind me. It's essential to be fierce with such individuals. Otherwise, they'll think they can walk all over you. This way," she directed as they approached a fork in the road. Before them lay a wide, smooth road, but Zhang Nan pointed to a narrower path. "Oh, is this route shorter?" Lin Mo inquired, noting the house number. Fourth brother's home should be at the far end. "Actually, I have a good heart and suspect there might be acquaintances begging along that main road. If I see them, I might give them some money. So it's better to take the longer route," Zhang Nan replied. Lin Mo followed Zhang Nan as she navigated through twists and turns, the latter explaining how much the area had improved. It looks significantly better than before. It was much worse back then. Now, at least the children here can afford to go to school if they wish. Where does the funding come from? Lin Mo asked. There are hundreds of thousands of impoverished people here, and many children. Beyond the 9 years of compulsory education, many cannot afford to continue their studies. Mr. Xia has established a charitable foundation here, open for anyone aspiring to pursue education to apply, with all living and tuition expenses covered by the fund. Zhang Nin smiled. It is through this foundation that I was able to attend both high school and university. Xie Guanyin? Lin Mo expressed her surprise. I have heard of him. He has been involved in philanthropy for a long time, but I did not expect his reach to extend here as well. Zhang Nin nodded. Indeed. I have heard that he once resided in this impoverished area, though I am uncertain of its veracity. Lin Mo's elegantly curled lashes fluttered slightly, feeling that Xie Guanyin's image in her mind had grown even more formidable. Did your younger brother secure his educational funding from his foundation? Chapter 046. Unpleasant Sight. We shall not gaze standing before a dilapidated and ancient door. Lin Mo and Zhang then finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was broad daylight and no one dared to act, traversing such a territory still instilled a sense of unease. They encountered numerous individuals reminiscent of reckless street racers along the way. This was a towering building, home to many residents. Upon entering, they were greeted by a cacophony of noise and a plethora of unpleasant odors. Zhang Nin pinched her nose and remarked, "The rent here is low, merely 200 or 300 a month, which is why it attracts so many tenants. Behind this door, there should be shared accommodations. The person we seek may not necessarily reside in any specific room." As she spoke, Zhang Nin knocked on the door. Before long, a voice bellowed from within. "Who the hell goes out without a key? Who do you think you are?" A greasy, overweight man opened the door, clad only in a pair of shorts. Zhang Nin swiftly covered Lin Mo's eyes, exclaiming, "We shall not gaze upon such filth." The contrasting elegance and attire of Lin Mo and Zhang Nin stood in stark opposition to their surroundings. The rotund man leered at them, smirking. "What lovely ladies are looking for someone? None of your business," Zhang Nin retorted, shielding Lin Mo's eyes as she peered inside. Just as she suspected, behind the main door were numerous smaller doors, indicating a mixed-gender shared living arrangement. "Well, I can't let you in." The man blocked the entrance, his hand poised as if to push Zhang Nin aside. What appeared to be a shove was actually an attempt to assault her chest. On the next flight of stairs, 2 burly men, observing the situation, furrowed their brows and exchanged glances. "Should we intervene?" The boss instructed us to remain concealed. However, our foremost principle is to ensure Miss Lin's safety. After a brief contemplation, the 2 men nodded to each other, preparing to step in, only to witness something tumble down the staircase, causing the steps to tremble. Accompanying this was a chorus of pained cries, "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" As they focused their gaze, they were astounded to see the hefty man. What on earth is happening? Zhang Nan, equally astonished, stood with her mouth agape, barely able to comprehend the scene. "Sister, you." She had not even seen clearly, only noticing the man suddenly kneeling before rolling down the stairs. Lin Mo chuckled softly. "I possess some knowledge of martial arts. Dealing with a feeble-minded, overweight man is no challenge." In her youth, she had trained in various martial arts to protect her younger brothers, having learned everything from Taekwondo to Muay Thai, save for a journey to the Shaolin Temple. The hefty man, writhing in pain, overheard the remark about his vitality and angrily thought, "Who dares speak of my weakness? I am not feeble." Zhang Nan, rolling up her sleeves, retorted, "It's no big deal except for your pride." The man, infuriated, pounded the ground. "You 2 vixens, I will make you pay." Just as he attempted to rise, an unseen force yanked him, sending him tumbling down once more. His eyes widened as he beheld the faces of 2 intimidating figures. Before he could utter a sound, 2 heavy punches rendered him unconscious. Lin Mo, unfazed and unwilling to squander time with irrelevant parties, strode into the interior. Zhang Nan followed suit, filled with admiration. "Sister, I never imagined you were so formidable." All along, she had believed she was the one protecting Lin Mo. To my astonishment, it was Lin Mo who was safeguarding her. I was utterly moved. Lin Mo smiled broadly, exclaiming nonchalantly, "Just average, ranked 3rd in the world. A modest dwelling, seemingly no larger than 50 or 60 square meters, had been ruthlessly partitioned into 6 compartments. Presently, only one door was ajar, presumably that of the portly gentleman from earlier. The remaining doors stood resolutely closed. "Allow me to knock," Zhang Nan proposed. "It is an honor to assist my sister." Upon knocking on the first door, it was opened by a gaunt, sallow woman. "Whom are you seeking?" Lin Mo stepped forward, smiling as she inquired. "Might you know which room Jian resides in? He is a high school student with long hair that obscures his eyes. Living in such proximity, he ought to be familiar." "Oh, you mean that little boy? He moved out at around 3 or 4 in the morning with his mother," the woman replied. Lin Mo's brow furrowed. "Do you know where they were located?" The woman shook her head, indicating ignorance. After several twists and turns, Lin Mo displayed a smile that seemed more sorrowful than her very existence. "That little brat. If I find you, I shall make you pay dearly." The emaciated woman failed to grasp Lin Mo's intent, merely lamenting, "They had no choice but to leave. A man came last night causing a ruckus, nearly beating his mother to death, and the child was injured as well." "What?" Lin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. "What man was involved? Was it Jian's father?" The woman shook her head, stating she knew not. They had resided here for several years without any sign of the father. Lin Mo's once vibrant eyes dimmed. It seemed her fourth brother's circumstances were far more intricate than she had anticipated. Exiting the high-rise, Lin Mo remained preoccupied with thoughts of her brother, failing to notice that the rotund man had vanished from the staircase. The air outside was considerably fresher than within, and Lin Mo inhaled deeply. This impoverished district is vast. Locating someone here must be a formidable challenge, she remarked to Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan nodded in agreement. This area houses around 200,000 to 300,000 residents. Anyone could be hiding in the most obscure corners. "Is there a police station here? May I file a report?" Lin Mo inquired. Her brother, accompanied by his mentally unstable guardian, was unlikely to depart this place, for the cost of living outside was several times greater than here. "Yes, you can report it, but the police may not take it seriously. There are countless brawls and disturbances daily. They are overwhelmed," Zhang Nan responded. "Den Montag Faunet." Gazing at a nearby noodle shop, where several cockroaches boldly scuttled across the floor. Her long, curled eyelashes cast a delicate shadow upon her eyelids. "Xie Guanyin has a charitable foundation in this area. It seems he hails from here as well. Could he possibly offer assistance? If he were to contact the local police department, they might take notice." Lin Mo was not one to solicit help. She preferred to handle matters independently. Yet, in dire circumstances, seeking assistance could be the simplest and most direct solution. She resolved to inquire about it when she saw him that evening. Following Zhang Nan, they made their way out of the impoverished district. As they reached the entrance, a flashy sports car caught their attention, parked conspicuously at the roadside. Gu Jingchuan, clad in a blue suit, was taken aback as he beheld Lin Mo emerging. His eyes widened in astonishment. He had visited the 3rd middle school and was informed by a private investigator that Lin Mo had ventured into the slums. The reason behind her foray into such an area eluded him, as he held a deep disdain for the slums and chose to remain outside, awaiting her return. At long last, she appeared, and his breath caught momentarily. Striding forward with purpose, his voice trembled slightly as he called out, "Lin Mo, Lin Mo." Equally surprised to encounter Gu Jingchuan here, noted that this was the first time she had seen him in person since her arrival. His hairline had receded significantly, and his hair appeared considerably sparser. The overall impression he left her with felt remarkably unfamiliar. As he approached, Lin Mo found herself at a loss for words. Offering a tentative smile as she remarked, "Gu Jingchuan, it has been a while. Where have you been finding fortune lately?" Chapter 047. Letting go the tale of Gu Jingchuan's 3-year pursuit of Lin Mo during their high school days is well known among his circle of friends. Even many years later, friends would often reminisce, referring to Lin Mo as Gu Jingchuan's white moonlight. He himself harbored this sentiment. After all, who could forget the girl they had longed for over 3 arduous years, only to have her tragically depart on the very day of their first date? The pungent odor of the impoverished neighborhood was unmistakable, palpable even at its entrance. Yet, at this moment, Gu Jingchuan could only perceive the delicate fragrance of Lin Mo carried by the breeze. She stood there, radiant beneath the sunlight, her skin as smooth as jade, her bright eyes and perfect smile captivating. Her long hair, casually tied in a ponytail, mirrored her beauty from years past, dazzling in its brilliance. He could hear her enchanting voice, but as he comprehended her words, a slight twitch tugged at his lips. Ignoring the abstraction of the moment, he opened his arms, yearning to embrace her. Instinctively, Lin Mo crouched down, slipping out from under his embrace. Gu Jingchuan was left grasping at air. Turning away with a hint of bitterness in his voice, Lin Mo, why are you avoiding me? After such a long time apart, shouldn't we share a hug? Zhang Nan, following closely behind Lin Mo, immediately recognized Gu Jingchuan. While most would be thrilled to see a celebrity, her excitement waned upon witnessing his advance towards Lin Mo. What are you dodging for? Why do you come up and act so intimately? She interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Mo. Gu Jingchuan's expression turned icy. Mind your own business. She is my girlfriend. Zhang Nan frowned, glancing back at Lin Mo. Is that true? Just the night before, she had seen a trending post suggesting that Gu Jingchuan had reconciled with Li Huanyu. Gu Jingchuan had been confident that Lin Mo still harbored feelings for him. But after being evaded, doubt crept into his heart. His captivating eyes, often described by netizens as soulful, fixated on Lin Mo, his heartbeat quickening. Surely, she wouldn't deny their connection. After all, they had never truly parted ways. However, Lin Mo scarcely acknowledged Gu Jingchuan, smiling at Zhang Nan. Of course it's not true. Zhang Nan nodded knowingly. I thought as much. How could you possibly date someone so much older? In her eyes, Lin Mo appeared youthful, hardly resembling the older sister of a corporate president. Yet, in the office, everyone referred to Lin Mo as sister, a title of respect that she had embraced. Now, standing alongside Gu Jingchuan, the age disparity was stark. Gu Jingchuan felt a pang of hurt, his tone sharp. What do you mean older? I'm only 29. Zhang Nan retorted. 29 is practically 30, and soon enough, 40 and 50 will be upon you. How can that not be considered old? Gu Jingchuan's lips twitched in disbelief. You're quite the mathematician. Lin Mo laughed at Zhang Nan's teasing, her eyes sparkling like blossoms, radiating beauty. Gu Jingchuan's heart raced at the sight of her joy. It was during his first year of high school, while delivering a speech as a student representative, that he had fallen for her at first sight. She had stood on the playground stage, luminous and striking, akin to the most brilliant star in the heavens. There is nothing more joyous in the world than the return of a deceased beloved moonlight, especially when that moonlight is merely 18 years old. He approached Lin Mo once more, extending his hand in an attempt to grasp hers. I know you are angry, but I can explain. Please, just hear me out. Lin Mo evaded his touch. I truly have no time for your antics. Farewell. The beautiful girl turned to leave, her hair tips releasing a waft of delicate fragrance. Gu Jingchuan leaned closer, whispering, Lin Mo, I know you have traversed through time. Lin Mo paused, glancing back at him, her peach blossom eyes filled with profound inquiry. Which blabbermouth disclosed that to you? No, it was unlikely that many were aware of their own time traveling. Those who did likely had no connection to Gu Jingchuan. Perhaps he had deduced it himself. A protagonist in a novel could not possibly be a fool. So what? Then Montag retorted. Gu Jingchuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Right, so what? Could he send Lin Mo to a relevant institution for research? He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. Lin Mo, what I mean to say is that we have not broken up. Let us break up, Lin Mo replied. Gu Jingchuan. Such a decisive response was unexpected, yet not entirely surprising, having been embroiled in numerous scandals. A proud individual like Lin Mo would never accept such a version of himself. Lin Mo, please don't act this way. I know you have returned. I haven't filmed for 2 days because I've been searching for you. Stop right there. Your failure to film stems from your lack of responsibility and professional ethics, which has nothing to do with me. Then Montag interrupted. Zhang Nan witnessed this exchange and chuckled, revealing 2 charming dimples. She had anticipated that Lin Mo would be touched, but instead, she appeared as lucid as if she had taken a cold shower early in the morning. The entrance and exit of the impoverished district were bustling with activity. By now, Many had recognized Gu Jingxuan. He made a conspicuous appearance today, without sunglasses or a mask. Numerous individuals were capturing his image on their phones. Unlike the day he was struck by a car, he displayed no impatience. Instead, he held his chin high, eager to showcase his sharp jawline. However, Lin Mo had no desire to trend on social media. She seized Zhang Nan's hand and exclaimed, "Let us go." Before Gu Jingxuan could react, he saw Lin Mo vanish in a blur. Wait, is this right? He refrained from pursuing her, mainly because he knew he could not catch up. With a casual flick of his hair, he strolled toward his sports car. Lin Mo remained angry and unappeased, but that was of little concern to him. Another objective had undoubtedly been achieved. The passers-by had captured photographs, and he would later have his team sift through them to craft a narrative. He did not rely on maintaining a pristine reputation to sustain his fan base in the entertainment industry. Rather, his Playboy image had firmly embedded itself in the public's consciousness. He was unafraid of scandal. Scandals could sustain his popularity. Thus, when Xie Guanyin saw the trending topics, he would surely be in great distress. Would he simply brush aside the incident of the car crash? Impossible. If Gu Jingxuan could pursue Lin Mo once, he could certainly do so again. Xie Guanyin should brace himself to once more endure that torturous agony. Upon returning to the car, he sent another message to the private investigator. "Please provide me with Lin Mo's phone number." A swift reply followed. 50,000. Gu Jingxuan frowned, deeming the request exorbitant. However, he had no choice. Communication with Lin Mo was imperative. For her sake, he had already expended a considerable amount, 10,000 just to trace her whereabouts. After transferring the funds, he received a message from his younger brother, Gu Jingzhou. "Brother, are you seeking that girl? What exactly did you say to her? She hasn't messaged me in 2 days." Chapter 048. A fortunate encounter hiding away. Lin Mo watched as Gu Jingxuan's sports car roared off. She and Zhang Nan had just emerged together. Having made her intentions clear regarding their breakup, she presumed Gu Jingxuan would not seek her out again. Once back in the car, Zhang Nan expressed her frustration, astonished that Gu Jingxuan could be such a scoundrel. "I shall never watch his films again." Lin Mo leaned back in her seat, offering a smile that bore the weight of her sorrow. "Let us head home." An hour later, outside the villa, Lin Mo waved to Zhang Nan. "Goodbye, drive safely." Standing at the entrance, she opted to ring the doorbell. It was still midday. Undoubtedly, Xie Guanyin was at work, leaving the housekeeper at home. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the housekeeper appeared to open the door. Upon seeing her, his eyes lit up in surprise. "Miss Lin, you're back so early today." It was indeed the first time he had used the phrase he often employed to describe such occasions. "Lin Montag smiedet radiantly." It's also my first time seeing Uncle Housekeeper at midday. Previously, she had only encountered him in the mornings, as he had left by the time she returned in the evenings. As she entered the villa's courtyard, Lin Mo noticed some servants digging in the ground. "What are they preparing to plant?" she inquired. The housekeeper shook his head. "Not flowers. Sir has instructed us to plant fruit trees, apple and pear trees, which are suitable for this season." Lin Mo's brows lifted slightly. "Your master shares my interests. I also adore planting fruit trees in my garden, though I've never succeeded." The housekeeper chuckled, thinking to himself, "What a delightful coincidence. But why do their interests align so closely? It's quite perplexing, given how exceptional and handsome my master is. It's hard to fathom what kind of person Miss Lin might prefer." "Are you Miss Lin?" A middle-aged man in a chef's hat greeted her as she stepped into the living room. "Are you hungry? I could prepare lunch immediately." Lin Mo's eyes brightened. "Are you the chef of the villa?" After residing there for a week or two, this was her first encounter with the mysterious chef who had recently welcomed a child. He appeared to be at least in his 50s or 60s. At such an age, still having children? Remarkable. "Yes, indeed. I'm delighted to serve you. May I ask what you would like for lunch?" The chef inquired. Having finally met the legendary Miss Lin, he was indeed struck by her presence. "Just whip up a few dishes. I'm not picky," Lin Mo replied with a smile. The next moment, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Uncle, could you teach me how to cook a few dishes?" Why would the sheltered young lady suddenly wish to learn cooking? This was undoubtedly because she sought to ask Xie Guanyin for a favor. The painful lesson learned from her house hunting experience taught her that one must present themselves suitably when in need. Despite Xie Guanyan's gentle demeanor, one could not take for granted that he would assist her merely upon request. Primarily, what reason did he have to help her? She needed to demonstrate some willingness to reciprocate. Her brother's situation was of utmost importance to her at present. Aside from cooking a meal for Xie Guanyan, Lin Mo could not conceive of any other means to express her intentions. He lacked for nothing. The chef glanced at the housekeeper standing behind Lin Mo. Upon hearing the butler's words, it was revealed that the gentleman personally cooks for Miss Lin every day, imparting his culinary skills to her. A flicker of unease crossed his heart. Following the chef's gaze, Lin Mo turned to the butler. With a broad smile, she inquired, "Butler uncle, may I?" The butler, perplexed by the chef's attention, saw no reason for hesitation. Of course, Miss Lin should be allowed to explore the kitchen. Certainly, certainly. Just tell Old Lee what you wish to learn. He is a 5-star chef, proficient in all cuisines. Suddenly, Lin Mo added, "But butler uncle, please don't mention my cooking lessons to your master just yet. I wish to surprise him." "What? You intend to cook for my master?" The butler's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Mo had not anticipated such a reaction from him. Ah, right. He wouldn't refuse a meal prepared by someone else, would he? Impossible. He will certainly devour it. The butler exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Could it be that the gentleman had finally found a partner? Tears nearly welled up in the butler's eyes as he observed Lin Mo's surprised expression. He quickly clarified, "You're the first girl to prepare a meal for my master, which is why I am so elated." Lin Mo shook her head. "That's unlikely. There are many girls who admire your master, and surely some have brought him food. You just haven't seen it." The butler refrained from arguing, muttering, "Perhaps, perhaps." Yet inwardly, he mused, surely it cannot be the same. He still cherished the memory of a girl he once adored who had personally cooked him a fish. He still kept the fishbone as a memento. Upon learning that Lin Mo wished to prepare a meal for her master, the chef's enthusiasm soared. "Miss Lin, today, I shall impart all my culinary knowledge to you." Lin Mo smiled. "Thank you, I will learn diligently." Throughout the afternoon, Lin Mo immersed herself in the kitchen, learning from the chef. The butler even arranged a background melody, playing on repeat, "Today is a fine day, and all wishes may come true." In the SS Capitol President's office, a striking man clad in a white suit listened intently to a report from an executive. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on his refined wrist adorned with a golden bamboo bracelet. "Very well," Xie Guanyan concluded after the presentation. "Let us proceed as discussed." The executive closed the file, glancing around, curious as to why the president had chosen not to wear his multi-million-dollar watch, opting instead for a simple gold bracelet. Just as he mustered the courage to inquire, his phone on the table rang. Xie Guanyan glanced at the screen and gestured for the executive to leave. "You may go." There is nothing else. Suppressing his curiosity, the executive acquiesced. Xie Guanyan, with his translucent fingers, lifted the phone to his ear, its cool surface contrasting against his skin. A voice came through, "Boss, Miss Lin went to the 3rd middle school this morning, then to the impoverished district, and after leaving there, she was seen with Gu Jingchuan." "That will be all. Just ensure her safety," Xie Guanyan interjected, his gaze darkening behind his glasses, his fingers tightening around the phone. At 7 in the evening, a gray Rolls-Royce glided into the villa's courtyard, where the servants had yet to finish their duties. Xie Guanyan's presence commanded immediate attention. Everyone soon noticed that something was amiss with him. The man in the pristine white suit bore a somber expression, his presence enveloped in a chilling aura. The servants observed droplets of blood trickling from the palm of his left hand, creating an eerie crimson trail along his path. Such occurrences had never been witnessed before. Yet, his demeanor was so frigid and unapproachable that it instilled fear in everyone around him. No one dared to step forward and inquire about the situation. Xie Guanyan felt no need for anyone to ask. The pain alone was sufficient to keep him alert and restrained. He refrained from speculating about what Shanshan and Gu Jingchuan might be doing at such a late hour. Were they dining together? Had they embraced today? Had Gu Jingchuan smoked any of the cigarettes that Shanshan detested? However, as he entered the living room, he heard a lively and melodious voice expressing concern. "Xie Guanyan, what happened to your hand?" Chapter 049. What could it be? A melodious and clear voice wafted through the air, reaching Xie Guanyan's ears. His body stiffened slightly, and his dark, glassy eyes widened in disbelief. A young girl, adorned in a lovely spaghetti-strap dress, stood at the top of the staircase. Her alluring peach blossom eyes fixed upon his hand. His heart fluttered violently. Clenching his fist tightly, he struggled to stem the flow of blood that seeped from his wound. What should he do? He must have frightened Shanshan. The usually composed and strategic man felt a flicker of panic in his eyes, utterly at a loss. Adjusting his glasses with a single finger, he stammered, "It's nothing." Yet, in the next moment, the confusion in his gaze was replaced by an overwhelming excitement. Shanshan was home. Had she quarreled with Gu Jingchuan? How delightful. After Lin Mo finished preparing several dishes, she retreated to her room to read. She needed to wait until she found her younger brother before confirming her enrollment. Otherwise, frequently asking for leave would be quite troublesome. As car headlights illuminated the room from outside, Lin Mo realized that Xie Guanyin had returned home. She hurried down the stairs, and upon reaching the staircase, she saw blood dripping from his hand, a terrifying sight indeed. Quickening her pace, she approached him and gently grasped his left hand to assess the situation. The man's skin was pale and cool, his fingers long and translucent, still clenched into a fist. Blood oozed between his fingers, a striking contrast of red against white. "Let me see your hand." Lin Mo's tone was laced with genuine concern. The soft and delicate touch of her hand sent a jolt through Xie Guanyin's body, causing his heart to race while an unexpected surge of joy coursed through him. Shanshan was holding his hand again. He didn't want her to see the gruesome injury. Yet he found himself unable to withdraw his hand from her gentle grasp. "It's really nothing, just a small cut from glass," he said in a soothing voice. Lin Mo tilted her chin to look at him. The man, dressed in an elegant white suit and silver-rimmed glasses, had an air of restrained desire. And she noticed the tips of his ears had turned a shade of red, just as she was about to say something further. Her peripheral vision caught sight of several heads peering in from the doorway. Leading the pack was the housekeeper, his eyes gleaming with delight and a broad smile gracing his lips. A slight turn of her head revealed the chef standing at the kitchen entrance, also gazing at her and Xie Guanyin. In an instant, Lin Mo released Xie Guanyin's hand. Goodness, she had completely forgotten that there were many people in the villa. Even if they were alone, she shouldn't be holding his hand. The last time it was because he had been injured by her, but this time it was different. Her heartbeat quickened inexplicably, and her cheeks flushed hot, her long, thick eyelashes fluttering slightly. It was only natural to show concern for a good landlord, right? As long as it's nothing serious, that's good, Lin Mo said, retreating her hand behind her back and blinking her peach blossom eyes. "Perhaps the housekeeper can help you bandage it?" The housekeeper, who was busy enjoying candy, was suddenly called upon and pointed at himself in surprise. "Me?" His hands still seemed to hold onto the lingering softness of her touch. Xie Guanyin shook his head gently, his tone warm. "No, I can handle it upstairs myself." "All right, I'll wait for you," Lin Mo replied. Xie Guanyin ascended the stairs with his long strides, swiftly applying a hemostatic ointment into his palm. He gazed into the mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. Due to his tumultuous emotions, the man staring back at him bore disheveled hair and a weary countenance. How could the butler fail to inform him that Shanshan was at home? This disheveled appearance should not be presented before her. She had just mentioned that she was waiting for him. Did she have something to convey? What could it possibly be? Surely, she wouldn't propose moving out of the villa? The mere thought of this possibility sent a wave of darkness surging within Xie Guanyin. No, absolutely not. She could pursue her romance, and he would remain indifferent, as long as she refrained from bringing Gu Jingchuan back to the villa. As he speculated, Xie Guanyin shed his clothing and made his way to the bathroom. Previously, each time Lin Mo returned, he had already bathed and changed, presenting himself in the most favorable and pristine manner. Today, he did not wish to keep her waiting too long, so he hastened his washing. Cold water cascaded from above, sliding down his sculpted abdomen and trailing down to his slender waist, evoking an allure of infinite sensuality. Downstairs, the butler directed the cleaning of the bloodstains on the floor. Sighing inwardly, It was truly difficult to fathom that a man who commanded respect in the business world could be so naive in matters of love. Such a splendid opportunity for Miss Lin to express her concern, yet she seemed oblivious to its potential. It was enough to drive him to desperation. However, based on Miss Lin's demeanor today, it was evident that she cared somewhat for her esteemed gentleman. In the kitchen, Lin Mo, donning an apron, asked Chef Li, "Do you think I will succeed tonight?" Chef Li's lips twitched slightly. Did she truly wish to hear the honest answer? Lin Mo touched her nose. "Is my cooking really that unpalatable?" Chef Li pondered for a few moments. "The braised pork you made this afternoon can't be termed as inedible. I can only say that the pig died in vain." Lin Mo. With a sigh, Lin Mo lamented, "It seems I am destined for a life of merely eating." At that moment, her phone on the countertop chimed. Upon checking, she discovered a video call from Shanihan. After connecting, a strikingly handsome face materialized on her screen. "Sister, I have returned to the hotel. You mentioned this afternoon that you couldn't find the fourth brother. Has he moved? What exactly happened?" Shanihan and Jiang Tang had been engaged in an intense meeting all afternoon, leaving no time for inquiries. Noticing Lin Mo on a video call, Chef Li discreetly exited the kitchen. Just as Lin Mo opened her mouth to respond, Shen Yihan's brow furrowed. "Sister, what are you wearing? Are you in the kitchen?" Lin Mo raised the camera, revealing her apron. "I am preparing to cook." Shen Yihan's expression darkened. "What are you cooking? The kitchen smoke is detrimental to your skin. And what if you suffer a burn? If you crave something, just have a beloved restaurant deliver it." "Did I not ask Jiang Tang to send you several restaurant numbers? Those establishments are all owned by my friends. They can deliver." Lin Mo chuckled. "I am not cooking for myself. I am preparing a meal for Xie Guanyin." Shen Yihan blurted out, "Why should he eat your cooking?" Realizing that she was referring to Mr. Xie, whom she had recently started to look up to, Shen Yihan refrained from correcting herself. No one was worthy of her sister personally preparing a meal. Not even he was deserving of such an honor. In their household, Lin Mo had indeed been sheltered from all domestic chores, with her younger brothers eagerly vying to assist her. She explained, "I must ask fourth brother to help investigate this matter. We lack connections in the impoverished district and should at least show our gratitude." A wave of guilt surged within Shen Yihan as he absent-mindedly turned the Buddhist beads around his wrist. "Sister, I am sorry for causing you to make such sacrifices. If it weren't for my negligence in losing fourth brother, none of this would have transpired. Perhaps I should fly back now and cook for Mr. Xie?" As he spoke, he prepared to rise. Lin Mo chuckled. "Are you serious? By the time you reach Jingbei, it will already be breakfast time. Don't think that eating my cooking is something to look forward to. My culinary skills leave much to be desired." In her childhood, Lin Mo had been eager to learn everything, including cooking, but after a few days of practice, the entire family suffered from stomach issues. Ultimately, their parents had to plead with Shen Yihan to convince Lin Mo to abandon her culinary pursuits to avoid further calamity. Shen Yihan's lips twitched slightly. He was well aware of her cooking abilities, which only heightened his concern for Mr. Xie. Lin Mo. Chapter 050. Now I can rest easy after conveying the specifics of the fourth brother's condition to Shen Yihan. Lin Mo cursed softly and ended the video call. She turned around and called in the chef. Chef Li was a man of culinary aspiration, cherishing food deeply. Having contemplated for quite some time outside, he looked at Lin Mo and proposed, "How about this, Miss Lin? I shall prepare the meal, deliberately altering it from my usual style, and then claim it is your creation. I assure you, I will not let slip a word." Lin Mo furrowed her brow, pondering the impracticality of such a plan. "But that won't do. Xie Guanyin only went to apply some ointment and should return shortly. Wouldn't that expose the ruse?" Chef Li shook his head recently. Upon returning home from work, he first heads straight to the shower. "That will take a while. I've prepared everything for the dishes, and it will be quite swift. You can stand at the door. As soon as I hear any movement upstairs, I will pass you the ladle. I guarantee it will be foolproof, considering Xie Guanyin's safety." Lin Mo deliberated for a few seconds before nodding. "All right, thank you." Chef Li heaved a sigh of relief. It was a trivial matter. Lin Mo seldom deceived others. Yet now she stood at the kitchen door, ears perked, her heart racing with anticipation. It felt akin to the thrill of cheating on an exam. 20 minutes later, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Lin Mo nearly leapt up in excitement. He coming. Heightened vigilance ensued. Chef Li, engrossed in the last dish, was startled, nearly toppling the pot. The seasoned chef's composure was on the verge of unraveling. All right, come here. Just take the spatula and give it a few turns before serving. Sprinkle some scallions on top. This was the first time Chef Li had deceived his employer, and to claim he was unperturbed would be a lie. Xie Guanyin, now dressed in clean attire and with his hair dried, descended the stairs. His gaze instinctively fell upon the green sofa in the living room. Not spotting the young lady nestled there as usual, he felt a twinge of surprise. Has she gone to her room? The butler, seeing him, offered a cheerful smile. Sir, Miss Lin is in the kitchen. Xie Guanyin's elegant brows knitted slightly. What is she doing in the kitchen? Approaching the doorway, he beheld the lovely young woman adorned in a black apron, his usual apron. The dark straps accentuated her slender waist, rendering her figure even more delicate. At that moment, her alabaster hands were skillfully maneuvering a spatula in the pot. Xie Guanyin strode forward. Lin Mo, why are you cooking? Where is the chef? As he spoke, he took the spatula from her hand, gently saying, I shall handle this. Lin Mo's heart leapt to her throat the instant he drew near. His fingertips brushed against hers, sending an electric thrill coursing through her. Though the kitchen was filled with rich aromas, all she could discern was the faint, cool fragrance emanating from him. Chef Li quickly interjected with a smile. Sir, these dishes are all prepared by Miss Lin herself. She spent the entire afternoon learning from me, wishing to surprise you. Xie Guanyin paused, his fingers gripping the spatula, faltering momentarily. His warm gaze settled upon the young woman, excitement glimmering in his eyes, as if a tide of emotion surged beneath the surface. Lin Mo felt her face flush as red as a monkey's bottom under his gaze. Yes, she intended to surprise him. What had happened? Xie Guanyin's voice remained unwaveringly gentle. Shan needed his assistance. How wonderful. He was still some use to her. Unexpectedly, her intentions were so easily discerned. Lin Mo's long, thick eyelashes trembled incessantly. It was merely a trivial matter. She would mention it during dinner. The 3 dishes and a soup were served steaming hot on the table, a feast for the senses. Lin Mo felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, unable to meet Xie Guanyin's eyes. He picked up a chopstick full of spicy and sour shredded potatoes and tasted them, raising an eyebrow. What do you need help with? Lin Mo? This was not her culinary prowess, but she was willing to put in the effort to deceive him, which was commendable. Taking several deep breaths to calm her nerves, Lin Mo smiled and said, You see, my 4th brother used to live in the slums, but he has suddenly moved. I believe he is still within the area, but I can't find him. I was wondering if you could help. Though her heart was uneasy, the food was undeniably delicious. Finally, Lin Mo picked up her chopsticks and took a piece of steamed fish. The fish was tender and fragrant, and she silently praised the chef. No problem. What is your 4th brother's name? Surprised by Xie Guanyin's willingness to assist, Lin Mo felt a bit of her anxiety dissipate. His name is Jian. This fish is delicious. You should have more. She placed a piece of fish into Xie Guanyin's bowl. He stared at it for a few seconds. Shan, serve him food. How blissful. At that moment, the servants, still on duty, frowned at the scene. The master was averse to germs and would certainly not eat food served by others. The next second, they watched in astonishment as Xie Guanyin picked up the piece of fish and leisurely chewed it. The servants thought, Germophobia is your deception. After dinner, Xie Guanyin made a phone call and then told Lin Mo they are currently investigating the entire slum area. I will be informed if there are any updates. The matter was resolved rather effortlessly. She hadn't even truly cooked for him. Lin Mo curled up on the sofa, blinking her eyes. Thank you, old Xie. Xie Guanyin reached out to pat her fluffy head, but restrained himself, adjusting his glasses with one hand and smiling gently. I should thank you for the effort you put in today, classmate Lin. After showering and lying in bed, Lin Mo received a WeChat message from Jing Quanfozi. Did Mr. Xie recruit? No. Did Mr. Xie agree to help? Lin Mo. He has already helped. He is truly a wonderful person. Jing Quanfozi. He shouldn't be going to the hospital tonight, right? Lin Mo. The food wasn't made by me. It was the chef's work, but I pretended it was mine. Jing Quanfozi. Then I can rest easy. Lin Montag. You better keep one eye open while you sleep tonight. After closing her phone, Lin Mo gazed at the ceiling, feeling a twinge of guilt towards Xie Guanyin. He even thanked her for the meal, although it wasn't her handiwork. After turning off the lights, Lin Mo tossed and turned in bed for quite some time, unable to fall asleep. Today, the chef, in an attempt to disguise the culinary creations as those of the novice, prepared dishes that were somewhat overly salted. Lin Mo, feeling a bit parched, groped her way out of bed in the darkness. Upon reaching the door, she opened it and was startled to see a tall figure standing at the entrance of her room, shrouded in shadows. Chapter 051. The remarkable philanthropist. The door to the room swung open suddenly, and a gentle breeze rushed in. The man, accustomed to glancing at the girl before bedtime, found his mind momentarily blank. She never turned off the light when she lay in bed, engrossed in her phone. Within half an hour of extinguishing the light, she would inevitably drift into slumber. What could be the matter today? Was she sleepless? In the next instant, his heart thundered in his chest, and his shoulders trembled uncontrollably in the darkness. Standing at her door like a voyeur in the dead of night, he surely frightened her again. How infuriating! He raised a hand to adjust his glasses, but it trembled too much to do so. Lin, Xie Guanyin, what a coincidence! The girl's voice rang sweetly. Are you thirsty for water too? This villa housed only the two of them. With her tall and slender figure, Lin Mo recognized Xie Guanyin at a glance. Unperturbed by his presence, he must have emerged from his room and paused at her door upon hearing her open it. Would you prefer a drink or water? I can fetch it for you on my way. Lin Mo attempted to distract him from the fact that she had deceived him. The second floor of the villa also featured a lounge, equipped with drinking water and a refrigerator stocked with beverages. Xie Guanyin was taken aback by Lin Mo's assumption that he was merely passing through to get water, and her composure was astonishing. A person with a pure heart views the world through an equally pure lens. She harbored no darkness in her eyes or heart. She would never contemplate bleak thoughts. At that moment, Xie Guanyin loathed himself even more. He was a wretched creature, perpetually crawling in the shadows, gazing with obsession at the brightest star in the sky. The star would always remain a star, forever radiant and luminous. No, I'll go myself, Xie Guanyin replied, striving to maintain a gentle tone. He thought to himself that at least Gu Jingchuan would not engage in such dark and twisted behaviors. Living under the same roof for these 2 weeks felt like a grand dream to him, compelling him to glimpse her each night before sleep. Without that, slumber eluded him. Having been declined, Lin Mo did not insist on assisting. They both made their way to the lounge on the second floor. The moonlight that graced the night was exquisite, filtering through the balcony and casting a soft glow in the lounge, creating an ethereal beauty. A glass of water was offered to her, and Lin Mo naturally accepted and took a sip. The warm water soothed her parched throat, prompting her to smile. Thank you. With long legs? He reached the water station before her. Xie Guanyin also poured himself a glass, the icy liquid providing slight solace to his tumultuous emotions. Were you awakened by thirst? He inquired seemingly offhandedly. Lin Mo's long, curled eyelashes fluttered. No, I wasn't asleep. Is it because of the matter with your fourth brother? Xie Guanyin's gaze lingered on the girl's face. The lounge remained unlit, illuminated only by the hazy moonlight cascading between them, creating an atmosphere tinged with romance. Lin Mo sipped the warm water again, lifting her gaze towards him. The tall man stood near the balcony, moonlight draping over his shoulders, and his silver-gray pajamas accentuated his well-proportioned physique. His face was obscured in the shadows, rendering it indistinct, with only the faint outline of a brown mole on the tip of his nose barely visible, stirring an inexplicable sense of longing within her. Lin Mo took another sip of water, partly due to her concerns for his youth, which weighed heavily on her heart. Additionally, there was the matter of having deceived the person before her, a truth Lin Mo would certainly keep to herself. This small selfishness led her to believe she could wait until her younger brother was found to offer him a sincere apology. Speaking of it now might provoke a sense of anger in Xie Guanyin, potentially halting his assistance. She conceded that she was not entirely pure of heart. Investigations require time. I trust results will emerge soon, so there is no need for excessive worry. Xie Guanyin's voice was a soothing balm. Lin Mo smiled faintly, agreeing with him. Prior to their call, she had informed Xie Guanyin of her brother's disappearance, believing it would facilitate the search. At this moment, she recalled what Zhang Nin had mentioned earlier about Xie Guanyin's origins from a poverty-stricken district. I visited the slums today and heard you had also spent time there. Is that true? With sleep eluding her, Lin Mo voiced her curiosity. Darkness enveloped them, serving as a comforting shroud that relaxed their nerves and bridged the gap between them. Akin to friends sharing confidences, Xie Guanyin held a transparent glass filled with ice water, a refreshing elixir that invigorated the senses. With a sip, it was challenging to suppress the excitement bubbling beneath the surface. Is Shan Shan genuinely concerned for him? Indeed, Xie Guanyin responded, his tone still gentle, with a slight rise in pitch that held a hint of allure. He had spent time in a welfare institution, where he first laid eyes on Shan Shan. He would never forget the sight of the little girl in a princess dress entering the dilapidated establishment. With her hair styled in 2 small braids and eyes more radiant than diamonds, she was as delicately crafted as a doll displayed in a shop window. Unlike many others, she did not regard the orphans of the welfare home with disdain, despite it being the most squalid institution in the city. "Mommy, may I play with them for a while?" the exquisite little girl inquired, her big eyes sparkling as she addressed a poised and graceful woman. The woman smiled warmly. "Of course, Shan Shan, just be careful not to fall." Like a joyful little bird, she flitted among the children. The orphans had never encountered such a beautiful girl before and eagerly vied for her attention. "Why are you lying on the ground?" The little princess, surrounded by admirers, asked in astonishment. A dazzlingly white hand reached out. "I'll help you up." At that moment, he had been bullied by several robust children from the institution. Before her arrival, he had been pinned to the ground and beaten simply for refusing to relinquish all his food to them. The director had intervened, stating, "Someone is coming to donate to our welfare home. Cease your ruckus." Only then did the children release him. Yet, he found himself unable to rise, too weak from hunger. "Don't pull him up, he's filthy." One of his tormentors gripped the princess's hand. She turned to glare defiantly at him. "What business is it of yours whether I pull him up?" Her nature was always thus, unyielding and resolute against any attempts to interfere with her choices. The child continued to obstruct, his body exuding an unpleasant odor. "Come play with us. I can fold paper airplanes." The little princess disregarded him, reaching out her hand toward him on the ground. "Give me your hand." The boy, a little tyrant from the welfare institution, grew furious and yanked the little princess's hand. "I told you not to pull." In response, the little princess swiftly slapped him, exclaiming, "I told you not to meddle." The boy, taken aback by the unexpected strike, momentarily stood in shock. The commotion drew the attention of the director, who was elucidating the circumstances of the welfare institution to the little princess's parents. The boy reported to the director, "She hit me, wah." The director furrowed her brow, glanced at the little princess, and instructed the tyrant, "You must be at fault. Go into the classroom." The little princess's mother inquired, "Did you hit him?" The little princess nodded, "I did. He tugged at me twice." Her mother chuckled, "Then you were justified. Continue playing." The little princess's father examined her hand and, with concern, remarked, "It's all red. Next time, don't be so forceful." Her parents unconditionally believed in and cherished her, seemingly indifferent to the potential judgment of being perceived as self-righteous benefactors for merely donating money. However, it was evident that this family did not mind. Her small hand, warm with life, effortlessly pulled him up from the ground, for he was then painfully thin. "You're so skinny. I'll ask my mother to donate more money to you all. You must eat more," she said before departing. He nodded, clenching his fists to steady his trembling body, and uttered his first word, "Okay." He resolved to show her a different version of himself upon her next visit. Yet, she never returned to the welfare institution. "You've done remarkably well. Now, the impoverished students there can afford to attend school thanks to you." The melodious voice of a young girl pulled Xie Guanyin from his reverie. The little princess did not recall him, which was entirely understandable. She was 6 at the time, her life radiant and extraordinary, while he was as lowly as dirt. Fortunately, she eventually remembered him. "I had also received help from others when I was there." Xie Guanyin raised his glass for a sip of water, his attractive atoms apple-bobbing. Lin Mo's enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with kindness, warming my heart. A wave of drowsiness washed over her. She set down her cup. I'm going to sleep now. You should rest early too. Good night. Xie Guanyin replied. Good night, remarkable philanthropist. Lin Montag smiedet blichtly. The second-floor living room returned to silence, the air lingering with the delightful fragrance of a young girl. Xie Guanyin placed his cup down, his fingers involuntarily grasping the girl's cup, pressing his lips against it, his eyes glistening with dampness. Look, he is not a remarkable philanthropist. He is merely a wretched, dark pervert. Chapter 052. Truly beautiful Shun Yihan and Jiang Tang remained in Jingnan. The following morning, it was still Jiang Nan who came to pick up Lin Mo. Once in the car, Lin Mo delicately fastened her seatbelt with her porcelain-white fingers, preparing to head to the slums. Have you pinpointed the exact location? Jiang Nan inquired. Yes. We are on our way now. They should still be there. During breakfast, Xie Guanyin had relayed the information gathered from that area. The police had been searching tirelessly throughout the night and had finally located them. However, they had merely discovered their whereabouts under the guise of identity verification, avoiding any alarm. Suddenly, Lin Mo's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Without a moment's hesitation, she terminated the call. The same number rang again, and once more, she rejected it. Jiang Nan, intrigued, asked, "Why don't you answer?" Lin Mo replied, "It could be a scam call. Shin Yihan mentioned that one of your colleagues lost 100,000 due to answering a strange call." Jiang Nan was taken aback. "Is that true? I've never heard of such a thing." Lin Mo nodded, asserting it's best to avoid unknown calls. "Just yesterday, I saw a post on Douyin where someone was scammed out of 56 yuan from their bank account." Jiang Nan laughed. "How tragic. Utterly unfortunate." Meanwhile, Gu Jingchuan, observing the phone being rejected yet again, furrowed his brow. Did Shin Yihan give Lin Mo my number? He picked up a spare phone and dialed Lin Mo once more, only to be met with another disconnection. What's happening? He wondered. Is this truly Lin Mo's number? Surely, the private investigator isn't deceiving me? The call isn't going through. Have you possibly dialed the wrong number? The private investigator promptly responded. Absolutely not. Try calling again. Gu Jingchuan retorted. The more I call, the more likely I'll be blocked. The investigator replied. That would be quite unfortunate. Frustration flared within Gu Jingchuan, his nostrils flaring as he sent a message to his assistant. Why has there been no trending news all night? What have you been doing? The assistant quickly replied. Weibo refuses to feature the trending topic, no matter how much money is offered. There's nothing I can do. It was evident that Xie Guanyin had preemptively contacted Weibo. Gu Jingchuan, exasperated, tugged at his hair, losing several strands in the process. He knew he had to meet Lin Mo, thanks to Jiang Nan's familiarity with the slums. They soon arrived beneath an underpass. Indeed, Shun Jian had not found a proper home. Instead, he resided beneath the bridge. This place was home to many, reeking of filth. Jiang Nan suggested, Do you have a photograph? I can go in and search. You wait for me outside. Lin Mo shook her head, producing a mask from her pocket and offering one to Jiang Nan while donning another herself. We should enter together. The area was filled with vagrants, their gazes disconcertingly piercing. Even Jiang Nan, having grown up here, felt a twinge of fear. Lin Mo held her hand, walking calmly as her eyes scanned the individuals sprawled on the ground. Finally, at the far end of the underpass, she spotted a gaunt boy kneeling, offering water to a middle-aged woman lying on the ground. Just one day apart, the once clean and youthful boy now appeared disheveled and filthy, with clotted blood in his hair. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled, overwhelmed by the foul stench. She approached, crouching down to gently caress his head. Shunjian. A melodious voice resonated in his ears, accompanied by a tender touch from above. After a sleepless night, Jian's reaction was delayed, and as he slowly turned his head, his eyes widened in surprise. Sister Yu, realizing that she had patted his head, he pulled a tissue from his pocket and handed it to her. My head is dirty. Please wipe your hands. Receiving the tissue, Lin Mo felt a mix of anger and affection, pinching the boy's nose. You little rascal, you made it hard for me to find you. Now come back with me. Suddenly, the woman lying on the ground sat up and tightly embraced Jian, exclaiming, We're not going back. We don't want to go back. Get away. Just go. She grabbed a nearby cup and hurled it at Lin Mo. Before Lin Mo could react, Jin stepped in front of her. The cup struck the boy's back with a heavy thud, causing him to grunt in pain. Guilt flickered in his eyes beneath his long bangs. Sister, you should go back. I can't go with you. Lin Mo's brow furrowed as she pulled Jin aside, her voice gentle and her expression soft. Annie, I'm not a bad person. I'm here to protect you. The woman's demeanor softened slightly, her gaze becoming bewildered. Protect us? Lin Mo's words pierced Jin's heart like a knife. He bit his lip tightly. Sister, Lin Mo shot him a glare. Silence. Come with me now. The pressure coursing through his veins silenced any further protests. Shouldering his backpack, he assisted the woman to her feet. Andy Jun, this is my sister. We're going with her. As she stood, the woman gazed at Lin Mo for a long moment, her eyes inexplicably misting. So beautiful. Navigating the impoverished district proved difficult for vehicles, forcing them to park outside. Annie Jean's condition was dire. She had coughed out blood several times during the journey. Zhang then also helped support Annie Jean, and the four of them made their way out. To their surprise, they encountered Gu Jingchuan outside. Observing the two filthy individuals, he furrowed his brow but approached with warmth. Lin Mo, do you need assistance? Chapter 053. The challenge of suppressing laughter Jingbei is vast, covering an area several times larger than that of some small countries. Once again, Lin Mo encountered Gu Jingchuan, and it was evident that this was no mere coincidence. She had not pondered the matter deeply the day before, but at this moment, Lin Mo's delicate features darkened slightly, her tone turning frigid. Gu Jingchuan, have you been following me? Gu Jingchuan displayed no sign of embarrassment at being exposed. Instead, he smiled. I did not follow you. I hired a private investigator to find out where you were. Since you did not answer my calls, I had no choice but to come and seek you out. Having pursued Lin Mo for 3 years, Gu Jingchuan understood her well. Rather than resorting to subterfuge, it was better to admit his intentions openly. She would be angry, but not excessively so. Seeing him still smiling, Lin Mo's expression turned icy. What is there to be proud of in this? You have invaded my privacy. I could report you to the police. The strikingly beautiful girl's demeanor chilled, her cold elegance striking fear into the hearts of those around her. Gu Jingchuan, adaptable and quick to respond, immediately apologized. I am sorry. It was not my intention. I simply missed you too much. Lin Mo regarded him with a frigid stare. A challenge of suppressing laughter? You've won. Gu Jingchuan. The immediate priority was to head to the hospital. Lin Mo glanced at Jian, instructing him to assist Aunt Jean into the car. Jian cast a cold glance through his long bangs at Gu Jingchuan. This man was just like he remembered, pursuing his sister like a persistent leech. As he helped Aunt Jean towards the vehicle, Jian forcefully bumped into Gu Jingchuan. Gu Jingchuan winced as pain shot through his arm, stumbling back several paces, his temper flaring. What the hell are you doing? Jian halted, turning to face him, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. Do not entangle yourself with my sister. A primal instinct of being preyed upon washed over Gu Jingchuan, sending a chill down his spine. Noticing the bruises and injuries adorning Jian's face, it was evident that he had been in a fight. Young and fiery, such boys were not to be trifled with, for they would fight fiercely. Gu Jingchuan, sensing the escalating tension, chuckled nervously. No, Shaoan, you have misunderstood. I am here to comfort your sister. Let me take you all to the hospital. Years had passed, and Gu Jingchuan had not recognized Xinjian. However, since he referred to Lin Mo as sister, he was aware of her other 2 younger brothers' appearances. Undoubtedly, this was the youngest. No need, we will go to the hospital ourselves, Lin Mo declined. Zhang then drove ahead, with Lin Mo in the passenger seat and Jian and Aunt Jean in the back. Lin Mo turned to Jian. I went to your place looking for you. Your neighbor mentioned that a man came over last night, assaulted you and Aunt Jean. Is that true? Jian wiped the blood from Aunt Jean's mouth with a tissue, nodding slightly. Yes. Who is it? Why did he attack you? You must tell me everything you have experienced over the years. Lin Mo, no longer inclined to engage in indirect tactics, resolved to get clear answers at once. Jian crumpled the tissue in his hand, lowering his gaze. Children tend to gain weight due to either physical constitution or an insatiable appetite. Shunji and belonged to the latter category, having once chased a hen for eggs at the age of 3, ultimately tasting chicken droppings instead. On that sweltering day at the park, my second brother went to purchase beverages, instructing him to wait with the third brother beneath a tree. The third brother, a curious soul with an insatiable thirst for discovery, fixated his gaze upon a couple sharing tender kisses on a park bench. Meanwhile, Shun Jianan possessed an extraordinarily keen sense of smell, detecting the tantalizing aroma of grilled sausages wafting through the air. Following the delightful scent, he approached a kind-looking middle-aged woman selling the sausages. Upon noticing him, she smiled and inquired, "Little one, would you like to have some?" Shun Jianan, saliva pooling in his mouth, shook his head, replying, "I have no money. My sister said I cannot take things for free." The benevolent woman, moved by his charm, handed him a sausage, saying, "You are so adorable. Annie will gift this to you." The 7-year-old boy found himself torn between reason and temptation, ultimately succumbing to his cravings. It was of no consequence. He could simply ask his second brother for money later. His eyes squinted with joy as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Annie." He devoured the sausage ravenously, but soon felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over him. The world around him blurred into obscurity, and before long, he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself inside the dark confines of a truck's cargo area, his body jolting with the bumps of the road. Each collision with the walls elicited painful thuds, and he realized his hands and feet were bound, a cloth gagging his mouth, rendering him voiceless. In that moment, the terrifying realization struck him. He had fallen prey to human traffickers. Despair engulfed him, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. "Why did I eat that?" he lamented inwardly. As his tears dried, hunger gnawed at his stomach, growling in protest, yet he had not dined. Uncertain of his whereabouts or destination, he gradually regained his composure. His sister had always advised him to remain calm and think through any situation, never to surrender hope. The journey seemed interminable, and Shun Jianan awoke several times due to hunger, only to find himself still en route. Presumably, they were anxious about his second brother reporting to the authorities, compelling them to continue until they reached their destination. Time lost its meaning, and when the cargo door finally swung open, he found himself in a remote village so obscure it was unmarked on any map. The middle-aged woman was not alone. She had an accomplice. Together, they bundled him into a sack and carried him a distance. When he could finally see outside again, he beheld a dilapidated low house surrounded by similar structures. The woman was chattering in a dialect he could not comprehend, while a middle-aged man, his face marred by a scar, scrutinized him before retreating into the house to retrieve some money. In that moment, Shun Jianan understood he had been sold. Later, as he became familiar with the local dialect, he learned that the woman had remarked, "Look at this lad, so plump and fortunate. With him, your household will surely find peace." In this village, children acquired through purchase were commonplace, and villagers offered advice to the scarred man on how to retain such children. Disobedience warrants punishment. Should they attempt to flee, they must be struck. After sufficient reprimands, they will inevitably cease to run. Moreover, the paths leading out of this place were treacherous and hard to navigate, leaving one to ponder where an escape could lead. Shun Jian had attempted to escape numerous times and had endured countless beatings, yet ultimately, it seemed he had relinquished all thoughts of flight, obediently following the scar man's lead. Several months later, witnessing Shun Jian's apparent resignation, the scarred man declared, "Tonight, I shall take you to meet your mother." That evening, Shun Jian found himself in a small woodshed behind the house, where he beheld a woman whose feet were shackled by chains. Her hair was a tangled mess, her clothing filthy, and her eyes devoid of any glimmer of life. Upon noticing his presence, she instinctively recoiled, fear evident in her gaze. "Why have you locked her up?" Shun Jian inquired, bewildered. The scarred man ignored his question, instead addressing the woman. "Xiao Zhen, this is our child. Let us raise him together." It was only later that Shun Jian learned that this woman had also been abducted. Her misfortune was compounded when, after graduating high school, she had helped a pregnant woman who had fallen, only to be ensnared by human traffickers exploiting her kindness. Upon her arrival, the scarred man assaulted her, resulting in her pregnancy. However, she was unwilling to bear the child and resorted to severe measures to induce a miscarriage. When she became pregnant again due to another assault, she attempted to terminate the pregnancy once more, this time with even greater brutality, leading to extensive hemorrhaging that nearly claimed her life. She would rather perish than be reduced to a mere vessel for childbirth in this wretched existence. Yet she was saved, albeit unable to conceive again. It was then that the scarred man conceived the idea of acquiring a child. Women, by nature, are often tender-hearted. Relentless aggression would not suffice. As she began to bond with the child, it was only a matter of time before she would feel compelled to remain. Indeed, events unfolded in a manner that aligned with the scarred man's expectations. Shun Jian, ever dutiful and well-behaved, showed no inclination to flee despite the beatings he endured. He called the woman mother and engaged her in conversation while bringing her meals. Gradually, she became more willing to speak and even to smile. The scarred man rejoiced, though he would often resort to violence when inebriated, unleashing his frustrations upon both of them. Living in poverty, he was a man of the lower echelons, earning a meager living through arduous labor, finding solace only in the semblance of authority he wielded at home. However, the situation would not persist as the scarred man had hoped. Shun Jian had never truly given up. His earlier attempts to escape were merely a ruse to deceive the scarred man. To act otherwise would have raised suspicions. The terrain of the mountainous region was indeed treacherous, and it took him an extensive period to discover a genuine path to freedom. On the eve of his planned escape, he asked Aunt Jeanne, "Would you like to come with me?" For the first time, there was a spark of hope in her eyes as she nodded in agreement. During the day, the village bustled with activity. Should anyone notice a captive displaying unusual behavior, they would unite in their efforts to assist. The cover of night was their only opportunity. Shun Jian pilfered money from the scarred man, freed Aunt Jeanne from her chains, and stealthily made their way toward freedom under the cloak of darkness. Yet fate was unkind. A dog next door detected the commotion and began to bark ferociously. At that moment, Shun Jian, having lost considerable weight, grasped Aunt Jeanne's hand and urged her to run. However, her prolonged confinement had rendered her limbs unresponsive, and she struggled to keep pace. They were soon captured. The scarred man seized a shovel from the house and lunged at Shun Jian with violent intent. Aunt Jeanne shielded Shun Jian, but the shovel struck her head. Blood poured over Shun Jian, and for the first time, he wept uncontrollably. The scarred man, driven mad by their betrayal, had no intention of taking a woman for treatment. It was Shun Jian who knelt before him, bowing his head, pleading, "Please save her, I beg you." The scarred man pressed his head to the ground, questioning whether he would ever run again. "I will never run again," Shun Jian assured repeatedly. Aunt Jeanne suffered lingering effects from the blow to her head, occasionally spiraling into madness. Nevertheless, Shun Jian did not give up. 2 years later, he devised another escape plan. This time, he pilfered sleeping pills from the village's clandestine clinic, administering them to the scarred man and nearby dogs. He brought Aunt Jeanne along, for it was her sacrifice in protecting him that had led to her madness. Chapter 054. The arrival of Zhong Deng's silence enveloped the vehicle. Rays of sunlight streamed through the car window, yet Lin Mo felt an unsettling chill. Her gaze lingered deeply on her fourth brother, her eyes reddening. Instinctively, she refrained from shedding tears. She had never wept in front of her brothers. However, Zhang Nan could not contain his sobs, exclaiming, "Those wretched human traffickers! I will never forgive them," as he recounted his harrowing past. The tissue in Ji An's hand was torn into tiny fragments. He was 7 when he was abducted and managed to escape at the age of 10. We ran all night to flee that mountain village. I had prepared Aunt Jeanne to appear as a normal adult, merely taking me out to play. We stumbled along the way, but eventually returned to Jingbei. Lin Mo had always known her fourth brother was exceptionally intelligent, his intellect surpassing that of their second and third brothers. It was no surprise he could remain composed enough to save himself. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo said, "Once we return to Jingbei, you should seek out our second brother. He will not disregard you and Aunt Jeanne." Her tone was calm, devoid of reproach. "Of course, She would not burden herself with the misfortunes of her fourth brother. She had been powerless at that time, having already perished. Could she blame their second brother? It was not his fault either. The true culprits were those heartless traffickers and their buyers. I do not wish for Aunt Jeanne and me to become a burden to our second and third brothers, G murmured softly. Aunt Jeanne was his responsibility, not theirs. Fortunately, the cost of living in the slums was low. He could apply for living expenses while studying, and he could take on odd jobs to support both himself and Aunt Jeanne. His tone lightened somewhat. Lin Mo's long, thick eyelashes cast a shadow over her eyelids. It was indeed thanks to Xie Guanyan's charitable foundation that she could not fathom how her fourth brother would manage life with Aunt Jeanne, who had mental health issues. I found you. Why do you still run? What is it that you cannot share with your sister? Lin Mo pondered, feeling a twinge of anger. Had he returned with her the day before, they would not have faced the beating last night. Jian looked toward the passenger seat. That man has never ceased searching for Aunt Jeanne and me. Before I encountered you, I had run into him once in Jingbei. I escaped, but I knew he would not relent. He is malicious, capable of anything, and I fear he may harm you, sister. I cannot take that risk. You are innocent. Thus, he had fled. Regrettably, that man found him last night. Fortunately, Jian had grown up and managed to prevent that man from killing them, forcing him to flee. However, they had to relocate immediately. That man would not cease his pursuit. Reporting to the police was futile. One could not count on the officers in the slums. Even if he were detained, he would continue his vile actions upon release. Finding a place to stay at such a late hour was challenging. They could only temporarily reside beneath a bridge. He had not anticipated that his sister would still track them down. Sister, I'm sorry. Shun Ji and lowered his head, tears streaming down and splattering onto the seat. Lin Mo's anger subsided completely as her hand reached from the passenger seat to gently caress her younger brother's head. Without the need for apologies, she acknowledged him as a brave, sensible, and responsible little darling. Those who are overly considerate are destined to bear more burdens. The sister's praise made Ji-in's nose tingle, and he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Although Aunt Jeanne appeared fragile, she raised her chin proudly at that moment, affirming that their little and was indeed a good child, capable even of cleaning himself after using the toilet. Lin Mo. Ji-in. Zhongnan bit his lip tightly, contemplating the balance in his bank account, which prevented him from laughing. Upon arriving at the hospital, Jian helped Aunt Jeanne out of the car. Zhongnan frowned and remarked, Gu Jingxuan, that film star, has come along as well. Throughout the journey, Lin Mo's thoughts were solely on her younger brother, and she had not noticed. Gu Jingxuan parked the car, adorned himself with sunglasses and a mask, and approached Lin Mo, offering, I can assist you with the registration or anything else. I merely wish to help you in some way. Lin Mo, please do not refuse me. In the sunlight, the man exuded charm, his voice resonating with a deep, emotional timbre. Both Zhongnan and Jian frowned in response. It was rather touching to see such a prominent star humbled in this manner. However, Lin Mo rolled her eyes dramatically, hands on her hips, and exclaimed, Wow, is that Gu Jingxuan? Ah, the film star is here. Chapter 055. He must do something. Gu Jingxuan's ears nearly suffered a rupture from Lin Mo's exuberant exclamation, leaving him momentarily dazed. Upon completing her declaration, Lin Mo retreated, signaling Zhongnan and Ji-in with her eyes to make haste. Swiftly, they each supported Aunt Jeanne on one shoulder, moving with great urgency. The hospital parking lot was bustling with people, and the expansive area quickly became surrounded by fans clamoring for Gu Jingxuan's attention. Gu Emperor. It truly is Gu Emperor. May I take a photo with you? How about we film a Douyin together? My granddaughter adores you. Oh, I'm so thrilled. Could you sign my clothing? In that instant, Gu Jingxuan was transported back to the chaotic scene of the last car accident, as well as the anxiety of being overwhelmed by fans at school. Here he was in a hospital, yet not a single fan seemed concerned for his well-being, only eager for photographs and autographs. However, he soon overheard a fan expressing genuine concern for his health. Why is Gu Emperor here alone? Is he here for something that cannot be spoken of? Gu Jingxuan remained silent. He wished to follow Lin Mo, but the crowd obstructed his path. He could only offer perfunctory responses to the fans before hastily retreating to his vehicle. Lin Mo often acted unpredictably, He needed to devise alternative ways to placate her. This private hospital happened to be owned by his family, so solutions were plentiful. Lin Mo spent the entire day at the hospital, as Aunt Jun required a few days of hospitalization. Jian's wounds had also been treated, and it was during this process that Lin Mo noticed a long scar on his forehead, cleverly concealed by his bangs. It was understandable that a teenage boy would wish to appear attractive, hence the length of his hair. Lin Mo inquired of the doctor, "Is it possible to remove this scar on his forehead?" The doctor shook his head, informing her that the scar had been there for too long and would be difficult to eliminate, though he suggested purchasing some specialized scar removal ointment for trial. The journey from the impoverished district to the hospital took no more than half an hour. Fourth brother shared his experiences, yet the wounds inflicted were both real and enduring. After taking her medication, Aunt Jun fell asleep, and Zhang Nan watched over her. Lin Mo took Ji and out to purchase items, procuring new phones for both him and Aunt Jun, as Ji An's previous phone had been destroyed the night before. Having added Ji and on WeChat, Lin Mo transferred him 100,000 yuan for Ji An's younger self. This amount would have seemed insignificant, as his sister would gift him 500,000 yuan each year for New Year's, often claiming to save it for him. Even though their parents were no longer present, the family's company continued to operate normally, ensuring that the inheritance and dividends could sustain their lives comfortably. However, for the current Jian, this sum was a fortune. He had not seen such a substantial amount of money in many years. Jian clutched the phone, expressing, "Thank you, sister." He knew that if he dared to refuse, his sister would undoubtedly give him a sharp reprimand. Lin Mo smiled, saying, "No need for thanks. It's not my money, but rather what your second brother earned in the entertainment industry." Jian had seen this title while scrolling through Douyin. A glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes as he pressed his lips together, saying, "Sister, please do not disclose the entirety of my experiences to second brother. I fear it would only deepen his sense of guilt." Lin Mo nodded in understanding. "I know." That evening, Jian chose to stay at the hospital to keep Aunt Jun company. Lin Mo remarked, "Tomorrow during the day, I will arrange for a caregiver to accompany Aunt Jun. You should go to school." Aunt Jun nodded in agreement, affirming the necessity of attending school. Lin Mo discerned that Aunt Jun held a certain obsession with education. Otherwise, she would not have caused a commotion at the school when principal threatened to expel Jian. Upon examining her identification today, Lin Mo discovered that Aunt Jun was merely 35 years old, though her visage suggested an age closer to 40 or 50. After inquiring, she learned that both of their identifications had been reissued after arriving in the impoverished district. Ji and had previously heard her mention this age. Having been trafficked to the mountains right after graduating high school at 18, one could scarcely fathom her despair and that of her family. It was no wonder she gazed at Jian's face and remarked on its beauty. Perhaps there was a fleeting moment when she remembered her own past allure. Jian nodded, her long bangs swaying gently. "All right." The educational environment at the third middle school was exceedingly poor, prompting Lin Mo to consider transferring Jian, though she decided to postpone that discussion for the evening to allow him a restful night. After imparting a few more instructions, Lin Mo departed the hospital. By the time Zhang then accompanied Lin Mo to the villa entrance, it was already 10 o'clock at night. In the car, Lin Mo took out her phone. "Let me add you on WeChat." Zhang Nan responded with delight, "Of course." After adding each other, Lin Mo transferred 5,000 yuan to Zhang Nan, expressing gratitude for her hard work over the past few days. "Here, as a little bonus for you." Zhang Nan stared at the 5,000 yuan, her eyes nearly popping out, and immediately declined. No, this is what I ought to do. I am Secretary Shin's assistant." Despite her words, her hands did not return the money. Her stubborn fingers refused to heed her mind. Yet, one could hardly blame her. 5,000 yuan was nearly half of her monthly salary. Lin Mo, with her delicate fingers, sent a WeChat message to Xie Guanyin, stating, "I'm back. Please open the door." She then looked up and said, "I wouldn't have found my fourth brother so quickly without your guidance these past few days. I believe this is well-deserved." The girl's expression was earnest, her peach blossom eyes shimmering beautifully. Zhang Nan felt herself falling under her charm. "Then I shall accept it." "Thank you, sister," she declared, announcing that Lin Mo would be her one and only sister henceforth. The villa gate swung open, revealing a tall and handsome man clad in a white suit, his silver-framed glasses reflecting the light from the entrance. Zhang Nin's eyes widened once more. I can't be mistaken. Is that Mr. Xie? It was inconceivable that Shen Yihan would divulge her matters to an ordinary secretary. Zhang Nin was unaware that Lin Mo was currently residing in Xie Guanyan's home, which was entirely understandable. Lin Montauk nodded in affirmation. Zhang Nin held her breath. This was her first time seeing Xie Guanyan in person, previously only having glimpsed him on financial programs. He was even more handsome in reality, exuding warmth and elegance. He was undoubtedly a rare gem. However, his gaze remained fixated on Lin Mo's face, not even glancing at her car. After disembarking, Lin Mo waved to Zhang Nan. Drive safely on your way home. Send me a message when you arrive. Zhang Nan drove away slowly, still observing Xie Guanyan. Since Lin Mo's arrival, his eyes had not strayed from her for a single moment. Were they together? Ah, this is quite a delightful pairing. Are you still working at this late hour? Lin Mo inquired as she stepped inside. Xie Guanyan adjusted his glasses with a single finger and replied, Yes, I am in a meeting with colleagues from abroad. Lin Mo tilted her head and smiled at him. You must be earning quite well. The delicate and beautiful girl had a charming smile, yet it failed to illuminate the depths of her peach blossom eyes. Xie Guanyan felt a slight heaviness in his heart. She was evidently in low spirits. It was likely due to the matter concerning her fourth brother, he thought. He had known for some time that her brother was missing and had even dispatched people to search for him. She held her family in high regard, and even in her absence, she would not wish for their suffering. However, he had found no leads. Earlier that morning, when the police from the impoverished district had contacted him, he had learned more about her brother's condition. He bore injuries and was accompanied by a middle-aged woman who appeared somewhat dazed and was also hurt. During the day, it was Gu Jingchuan who stood by her side. He felt he had no right to intrude. Now, in the evening, he needed to take some action. The silhouette of the young girl was elongated under the dim light of the garden. She walked with the same proud demeanor as before, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the slight droop of her head. Lin Mo, come into the living room, Xie Guanyan called out to her. Lin Mo turned back, a faint smile gracing her lips. What is it? A friend gifted me a bottle of red wine today. Would you care for a taste? Xie Guanyan asked. Chapter 056. At a loss for words, Mr. Shun. You need to rise by 6 at the latest for your flight back at 8 tomorrow morning. Do not oversleep. Jiang Tang remarked at the entrance of the hotel room. The affairs in Jingnan were somewhat complicated, yet the two managed to address them expeditiously, resolving the issues within 2 days. Shen Yihan, clad in a black suit, with his slender wrist adorned by black prayer beads, nodded in agreement. Jiang Tang continued. Zhang Nan just messaged me, saying she has sent Xiao Mo home, and the fourth brother is all settled as well. Shen Yihan responded, Yes, when payroll is processed, inform the finance department to allocate a bonus to Zhang Nan this month. I appreciate her companionship with my sister during these past few days. A smile blossomed on Jiang Tang's otherwise stoic face. Xiao Mo had already transferred 5,000 yuan to her. The girl was honest and shared everything with her. Shen Yihan raised an eyebrow slightly. That works. Let's increase her quarterly bonus a bit more. Jiang Tang replied, Indeed, Zhang Nin has always been diligent in her work. You need not worry too much, Mr. Shan. With Xiao Mo present, the fourth brother's matters will undoubtedly be well managed. Shen Yihan shook his head. I'm more concerned about my sister. She informed me this morning after finding the fourth brother, urging him to focus on his official duties. We can discuss the specifics later tonight. She is aware of the trials the fourth brother has faced over the years, and it surely weighs on her heart. Yet, she has never allowed herself to succumb to sorrow. She has not shed a tear since our parents passed away. Let us not dwell further. Take care and rest early, he said, his voice inexplicably dry. With his distinctly knuckled hand, he raised his room card and entered his chamber. Jiang Tang, with her cool demeanor, was not one to empathize easily with others. She often maintained an indifferent attitude towards events she observed online, and her responses to relatives and friends were similarly muted. Her parents frequently remarked on her coldness, suggesting a lack of compassion. However, at this moment, she felt a dull ache in her heart. Having experienced the profound loss of both parents and bearing the emotional weight of caring for her three younger brothers, she had never revealed her own grief. Yet, despite these hardships, she had achieved near-perfect scores to gain admission to a prestigious high school. How difficult must those times have been for her? With her gaze lowered, Jiang Tang turned and opened the door to the adjacent room, ensuring it was closed behind her. She retrieved her phone, squatting to open her suitcase and take a few photographs. It was still before 11. The recipient likely had not yet gone to bed. After sending the pictures, she typed a message. Xiao Mo, I brought back some local specialties from Jingnan, along with a lovely Devon Rex cat plush. She had taken the time to purchase these small tokens, hoping to alleviate the deeper emotions within her friend. Upon returning to his room, Shin Yi-han splashed cold water on his face in the bathroom. Exhaling deeply, he settled onto the sofa by the hotel, idly rotating the prayer beads on his wrist. He took out his phone, his long fingers tapping open the chat titled Understanding Life Through 4 Marriages, and initiated a video call. The buzzing vibration echoed as the green velvet sofa trembled slightly. A delicate and beautiful young woman, clad in a gray pajama set, nestled on the couch, hesitated to reach for the glass of red wine that Xie Guanyin had poured for her. She found Xie Guanyin's suggestion agreeable. After all, she was an adult now, and a little red wine posed no problem. It was undoubtedly a message from her second brother. She glanced at her phone and discovered it was a message from Jiang Tang. Jingnan, situated in the south, boasted an array of exquisitely designed pastries. Upon opening the photo sent by Jiang Tang, Lin Mo's eyes curved in delight as she replied, "Thank you, Sister Jiang Tang. I absolutely adore it." At that moment, a video call notification popped up on her phone. Settling comfortably on the sofa and tidying her hair, she finally accepted the video call. "Is the Buddha of the Jing circle still awake at this late hour?" She teased lightly. Shin Yi-han tightened his grip on the phone, yet followed her lead, seemingly lamenting. "No one calls me that. Only you." Lin Mo shrugged, responding, "That's because no one dares to call you that to your face behind your back. Everyone refers to you as such." Shin Yi-han's deep, dark eyes searched for traces of sorrow in his sister's gaze, but found none. He twirled the prayer beads on his right wrist and remarked, "Sister, I will be returning tomorrow." Lin Mo smiled. "Great. Make sure to bring our fourth brother back home with you. He's currently in the hospital with that lady. Staying in the slums makes him susceptible to injury." "Yes, fine, but she needs to stay in the hospital for a few days. Once she is discharged, you should buy them a house." Shin Yi-han frowned. "Why buy a house? My villa is spacious enough for them." Lin Mo gazed at him earnestly with her shimmering peach blossom eyes. "I fear you may not accept that lady, and it's perfectly acceptable if you don't. True, she saved our fourth brother, and their bond is profound. But it is sufficient for you to provide them with a house. You are under no obligation to live with her. It's all right. Living alone feels lonely. Having more family around is livelier." Shin Yi-han replied sincerely. His sister had always appeared strong, yet in reality, she was exceedingly democratic. Lin Mo genuinely did not detect any reluctance in Shin Yi-han's expression. She smiled and said, "That works too. Hire a housekeeper and a few servants for the villa, just like Xie Guanyin's place. After all, the Buddha of the Jing circle certainly has the means. Now that our fourth brother has found you, don't dwell on the past. Stop blaming yourself. The fault lies not with you, but with those traffickers. It is unjust to punish oneself for the wrongs of others, understand?" Shin Yi-han nodded, acknowledging her words. He wished to offer his sister some comforting words, but her emotions were concealed so perfectly that he found it difficult to speak. "Let us end the call. You should rest early," Lin Mo said with a smile. Shin Yi-han's gaze flickered momentarily, yet he ultimately remained silent, responding with a simple, "All right." Neither the young woman nor Xie Guanyin lifted their wine glasses. Although she had felt somewhat down while seated on the sofa, her spirits brightened upon picking up her phone. Yet, he could not share in her joy. This lightness was not a forced smile, but rather a muscle memory cultivated over time. She had undoubtedly endured numerous trials, allowing her to effortlessly suppress her emotions. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo picked up her wine glass once more, only to discover that Xie Guanyin, seated beside her, was gazing intently at her. Before uttering a word, the handsome man gently parted his lips, his tone exceedingly tender. You are permitted to feel unhappy, Lin Mo. Chapter 057. I don't care. The night had deepened, and within the vast villa, only two souls lingered, the silence profound enough to hear the rhythm of their breaths. The man's voice, magnetic and melodious, flowed gently into Lin Mo's ears, seeping into her heart like a soft stream. Her long, curled eyelashes fluttered delicately twice. She lifted her glass, savoring a sip of red wine, its rich aroma cascading down her throat. Moments later, a faint smile graced her lips. There was nothing truly amiss, merely an undercurrent of sorrow. She mourned the misfortunes that befell her fourth brother, lamented Aunt Jean's plight, and grieved for countless families still ensnared in despair. Sadness can manifest, Xie Guanyin remarked. Lin Mo's peach blossom eyes widened slightly. You don't possess mind-reading abilities, do you? How is it that you know exactly what I'm thinking? Xie Guanyin adjusted his glasses, his fingers elegant and translucent. It's not difficult to deduce. Everyone experiences emotions. Anyone in your situation would feel sorrowful. You are free to express your feelings, at least in my presence. As he uttered the last phrase, his heart raced, an inexplicable sweat forming in his palms. Lin Mo had never been fond of alcohol, aware that it could cloud her mind. She disliked the sensation of losing control. Yet today, she allowed herself to indulge. With her modest tolerance, just a sip of red wine left her feeling slightly lightheaded. The man's words wrapped around her ears like an electric current, causing her earlobes to tingle. She took another sip, blinking her eyes. Is that so? The delicate, fair complexion of her youthful face flushed with a subtle hue, her enchanting eyes glistening with a hint of moisture. Xie Guanyin felt an involuntary movement in his throat, his hand holding the wine glass remaining still. He refrained from allowing alcohol to touch his lips, fearful of acting irrationally. His suggestion to drink was merely a means to encourage her to release her pent-up emotions. Her suppression of feelings pained him deeply. While others reveled in the carefree joys of youth, his shining star had already become a formidable warrior. Having traversed from 11 years past, her peers had long since diverged from her path. She had lost all her friends. Her exam results were meaningless. She needed to start anew. The one she considered her nemesis had achieved great success, while she found herself with nothing. Merely recounting these grievances was enough to render her unhappy for an extended period. Yet, she had never displayed this sorrow. She swiftly accepted reality, calmly reorganizing her life. Even amidst her own struggles, she sought to locate her long-lost fourth brother. Her strength was evident, but what of her fragility? The mere thought pierced Xie Guanyin's heart, the pain akin to 1,000 needles. In the time since his return, the only occasion he had witnessed her despondency was during a basketball match at the high school. Due to Gu Jingxuan, without her brothers by her side, she had only revealed a fraction of her emotions. Perhaps in her heart, emotions were reserved for Gu Jingxuan, as they shared a romantic bond. Yet, she could also unveil her feelings before him. He had always loved her for more than just her brilliance and sunny disposition. He loves her as a whole, embracing both her virtues and flaws. She is a person who experiences joy and sorrow, who sometimes soars high and at other times feels downcast. As Xie Guanyin gazed at the girl before him, a torrent of emotions surged in his eyes. Yet, the question loomed. What right did he have to let her express her feelings without reservation? Indeed, at that moment, the girl answered her own question, nodding her small head. Xie Guanyin felt a slight tightening in his chest, his breath becoming somewhat heated. She must regard him as a friend, right? We are adversaries. So why should I care about my image in front of you? Xie Guanyin. The corners of his mouth stiffened momentarily before a gentle smile emerged. Yes, we are all on the same path, after all. The handsome man nodded, causing a string in Lin Mo's mind to snap. In an instant, tears began to flow uncontrollably from her eyes. Fourth brother is so pitiful. Aunt Jean is so pitiful. Those human traffickers deserve to die. I want to smash them, she muttered between sobs. The large teardrops splattered onto the sofa, turning the green fabric a deep hue. I miss Mom and Dad, I want them. The girl's voice grew increasingly choked with emotion. Xie Guanyin was pleased to see her release her pent-up feelings through tears. Thus, he remained silent, quietly observing her weep. Yet, the pain in his heart was unmistakable behind his glasses. He raised his hand, intending to pat her back, but restrained himself halfway, merely offering her a tissue instead. Lin Mo's sobs intensified, culminating in a bubbly nose. Realizing this, her remaining rationality compelled her to cover her face, exclaiming, "Amaterasu!" With her other hand, she stealthily reached for the tissues on the coffee table. Oh heavens! I said I didn't care about my image, but this is too embarrassing. It was truly hard not to laugh at the sight of the girl, covering her face while discreetly grabbing tissues. Once Lin Mo wiped her nose clean, she noticed the man stifling a laugh. She shot him a glare, raised her chin defiantly, her voice slightly hoarse from crying, "Oomph. Laugh if you want. I don't care." Her tear-streaked eyes glistened, and her previously fair nose now bore a delightful flush, inadvertently enchanting. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes widened slightly, lacking any intimidation, resembling a kitten playfully pawing at someone, eliciting merely a ticklish sensation. Ultimately, he could not suppress it. A soft chuckle escaped from Xie Guanyan's throat, resonating through his chest. Though he spoke so, he genuinely laughed, which only displeased Lin Mo further. The alcohol emboldened her to stand impulsively, tugging at Xie Guanyan's tie, threatening him, "All right, you really laughed. I'll remember you for this." The sudden proximity took Xie Guanyan by surprise. Seated, he was forced to look up at her as she stood. Her words, laced with the warmth of red wine, wafted over to him. Heat coursed through his body, and his elegantly defined hands sank uncontrollably into the sofa, the veins on the back of his pale hands becoming pronounced. The handsome man tilted his head back, and it was Lin Mo's first time seeing him from this angle, as he towered over her by several centimeters. From this close angle, one could clearly discern the man's long, thick eyelashes behind his glasses, the pronounced bridge of his nose, and the tantalizing brown mole that danced upon its tip. Lin Mo's throat suddenly felt parched as her gaze descended. The man's exquisitely petal-like lips came into her view, slender, softly tinged with pink, and appearing irresistibly kissable. A wave of sadness was swiftly supplanted by a rush of warmth. Lin Mo's heart began to race, thundering audibly in her ears. "Forgive me, I was mistaken." The man, who seemed perpetually out of reach, tilted his chin slightly upward. His lips parted just enough to emit a soft, melodious sound, while his striking white throat, adorned with a sensual Adam's apple, moved enticingly. After a blink, Lin Mo haughtily huffed. "Now that's more like it." Releasing her grip on the tie, her heartbeat remained frantic. "I shall retire for the night. I am utterly exhausted." Xie Guanyan made no attempt to detain her, his voice inexplicably restrained and hushed. Good night." A glass of red wine failed to impair Lin Mo's faculties, and she dashed upstairs, leaving behind a delicate, lingering fragrance. She was oblivious to the unusual flush on Xie Guanyan's face, nor did she notice the insatiable desire swirling in his gaze. As the silhouette of the young woman faded from view, he cast his eyes downward, his voice turning icy. "One should be more discerning. If this continues, one day it will frighten her." Little Xie Guanyan. Chapter 058. Is it morning? The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a gentle glow upon the light green mattress. A slender, porcelain-like arm of the young girl stretched out, graceful and alluring. The entire scene resembled a richly colored oil painting. Buzz, buzz. The phone suddenly vibrated twice. Lin Mo opened her eyes a fraction and reached out to grasp her somewhat cool phone. It was a WeChat message from Jinquan Fozi. "Sister, I'm on the plane. I'll land around 11. See you at the hospital." Throwing the phone aside, Lin Mo intended to doze off again, but suddenly sensed something and abruptly sat up. She hurriedly got out of bed and headed to the bathroom for a shower. It dawned on her that this foolish girl had spent the entire night dreaming of that person. The subject of her dreams was none other than Xie Guanyan. Warm water cascaded over her body as Lin Mo lightly slapped her cheek. How could she dare to tarnish the image of such a noble and pure being? The high and lofty flower? It was utterly inappropriate. Speaking of which, Lin Mo recalled how her mother had once educated her about matters of intimacy when she was younger, intending to equip her with the knowledge to protect herself. Now that she was an adult, she felt no shame regarding such topics, It was merely the chosen subject that was rather unsuitable. After all, he had no romantic inclination towards her whatsoever. This predicament couldn't be entirely blamed on her. It was primarily the fault of the red wine. Lin Mo reassured herself. Nevertheless, one must admit, after shedding tears last night, she felt as though a great deal of impurities had been expelled from her body, leaving her both physically and mentally rejuvenated. It had been far too long since she had wept with such abandon. If only she had not produced those wretched snot bubbles. Upon descending the stairs, she discovered Xie Guanyin in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Today's fare was the renowned Jingshi meat sauce noodles, a dish so fragrant it could tantalize anyone's senses. Lin Mo devoured her breakfast hastily, feeling somewhat anxious. As she finished and stepped out, she noticed Xie Guanyin's gaze lingering on her retreating figure for quite some time. The fragrance of lemon-scented shower gel clung to her, a stark contrast to her previous mornings when she never bothered to shower. What had prompted this change? Was it perhaps an issue with the air conditioning in her room that had caused her to sweat excessively? She ought to check. As she saw the girl get into the car, Xie Guanyin stood up and made his way upstairs. The butler swiftly cleared the table, accustomed to the routine. It was known that their master washed Miss Lin's clothes by hand each day before heading to work. The sheets were changed every 3 days, and the clothes in the wardrobe were neatly folded by Mr. Xie himself. The household staff who remained in service here knew precisely what to say and what to refrain from mentioning. At times, the butler even felt a twinge of envy towards Xie Guanyin. At least the gentleman had the opportunity to wash the garments of the girl he cherished. He himself could only dream of such an experience. Shenihan had yet to arrive in Jingbei. It was still Zhang Nan who came to fetch Lin Mo. Noticing the delightful scent of shower gel emanating from Lin Mo, she inquired, "Sister, did you shower this morning? Is it morning?" Ah, she must not let her thoughts run wild. She needed to regain control. Lin Mo nodded, concocting a casual response. "Yes, I felt a bit warm upon waking." Zhang Nan's curiosity stirred restlessly as she drove, her eyes darting about. "So, you are with Mr. Xie?" Lin Mo replied. "He is my landlord. I rent his house." Zhang Nan was taken aback, feeling an overwhelming sense of disappointment akin to a couple that had just been abruptly broken apart. She thought to herself, "No wonder you look down on Gu Zhongding. It's because you're involved with Mr. Xie." Lin Mo remained silent, sending a message to her younger brother. "I'll be at the hospital soon. What would you like for breakfast?" "I can bring it." Her brother replied promptly. "Sister, no need. I've already bought some." Zhang Nan continued to lament, her sweet smile fading. "Indeed, if you were with Mr. Xie, Gu Zhongding would surely no longer pursue you." Lin Mo smiled gently. "Gu Jingchuan probably wouldn't seek me out again either, as he is not lacking in girlfriends." Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Mo encountered Ji In and Aunt Zhen. To ensure that Aunt Zhen and her brother could rest well, Lin Mo requested a VIP room. Aunt Zhen appeared to be in much better spirits today. Ji In handed Lin Mo a bag, saying, "Sister, this is for you." Upon glancing inside, her eyes lit up. "Honey bread from the Guansheng family? Is there still a need to queue?" She was surprised that after 11 years, the shop was still in business. She used to love it. Her second brother would always queue for her, and sometimes her fourth brother would join him. Yet, whenever her fourth brother accompanied them, half of the bread would be gone by the time they got home. She took a bite, squinting with a smile, still delicious. Ji In's anxiety, hidden beneath his bangs, dissipated. He was somewhat afraid that his sister no longer enjoyed it. Shaking his head, "It's not really necessary to queue anymore." Lin Mo noticed that her brother hadn't eaten any of it, but she didn't feel pleased by this. "Let us eat together," she said with a smile. The sweet aroma of honey bread filled the hospital room, creating a warm atmosphere. Lin Mo did not urge her brother to go to school. There was no rush. It would be better to wait until she met her second brother before heading to class. "I need to check the rooms and decide which one to stay in," Li Huanyu stated. She felt somewhat unfortunate. Early that morning, she had attended an event, but her car was rear-ended, resulting in a minor fracture in her arm. This hospital was nearby, so she came here. Another reason was that this hospital belonged to Gu Jingchuan's family. It was essentially his family's hospital. Gu Jingchuan had already spoken with the director, who, of course, would accommodate Li Huanyu's requests. "All right, I'll have the head nurse take you to see it." Following the head nurse, Li Huanyu toured the VIP rooms on the top floor when, suddenly, from a half-open door, she caught sight of a familiar face. Still exquisite and beautiful, the person was chatting amiably with the patient in the bed. A cold glint flashed in Li Huanyu's eyes. "I want this room." The head nurse was taken aback. "Ah, but this room is already occupied." Li Huanyu disregarded the nurse, her injured arm hanging around her neck, and with her good hand, she forcefully pushed open the door. The sound of the door creaking open drew everyone's attention towards the entrance. Li Huanyu wore a disdainful smile at the corners of her lips. "I intend to occupy this hospital room. You may relocate to another one." Lin Mo furrowed her brow slightly, yet remained silent. Zhang Nin recognized Li Huanyu and discerned that she was deliberately seeking retribution for being unceremoniously expelled from the Xingshan group. That incident had become common knowledge throughout the entire company. She spoke up, exasperated. "You truly are amusing. We were here first. How can you simply demand a change? Is this hospital owned by your family?" Li Huanyu raised an eyebrow. "Indeed it is." Chapter 059. Family of the patient. Zhang Nin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing desperately for a hole to hide in. Damn it, Li Huanyu had outsmarted him. The head nurse stood behind, visibly at a loss, aware that this was a breach of protocol. However, this was the girlfriend of the esteemed Gu family's young master, a celebrated star. Who would dare cross her? After deliberation, she stepped forward with a smile, suggesting, "How about I transfer you to a more spacious VIP room at no additional cost? Would that be acceptable?" In the hospital room, a frail middle-aged woman sat propped up in bed, while a sullen youth with hair obscuring his eyes stood beside her. At the entrance stood a professionally dressed woman, though her aura was lacking. The nurse spoke to Lin Mo, who appeared to be no more than 17 or 18 years old. For some reason, she sensed that this girl was the one who wielded influence here. Li Huanyu's gaze fell upon Lin Mo, her tone haughty. "Hurry up and make the switch, or get out." She had endured bullying at Xingshan Group, and today she seized the opportunity to retaliate. She wanted them to experience the humiliation of being dismissed. However, Lin Mo, who had initially been irritated, brightened at the prospect of moving to a larger VIP room without any extra charges. "Let's switch right now." Li Huanyu felt a sudden sense of futility wash over her, akin to striking a fist against cotton. Her frustration intensified. "No, who gave you the authority to proceed like this? You cannot transfer to a room better than this one." She glared coldly at the head nurse. The head nurse thought, "Where did this insolent girl come from? Don't make it hard for someone just doing their job." Lin Mo smiled, countering, "Then we won't switch. We are paying customers. Even if this hospital belongs to your family, you have no right to treat us this way." Zhang Nin lifted his head slightly, affirming, "Yes. We can report you to 12,305. Li Huanyu found their naivety laughable. Did they think this hospital lacked protection? The head nurse's eyes widened. Was this something one could say? Even the director wouldn't dare to speak so openly. She was flustered, tugging at Li Huanyu's sleeve. "Miss Li, please, the adjacent room is larger. I can arrange for you to stay there instead." "No, I want this room. You must evict them," Li Huanyu insisted. The head nurse lowered her head, apologetically stating, "I cannot do that." Li Huanyu gritted her teeth. "Just wait. You'll be fired." At that moment, her phone rang. She glanced at the screen. It was a call from Gu Jingxuan. She stepped outside to answer. "Brother Jingxuan, have you arrived?" Gu Jingxuan had just parked his car and realized that this was the same hospital Lin Mo had visited yesterday. Jingbei was their family's stronghold, and they owned several private hospitals. He had intended to come in the afternoon, but now found himself arriving earlier than expected. "Which room are you in?" "I'll come find you," he said. Li Huanyu's voice was delicate as she spoke from the VIP ward area, expressing her desire for a particular room that the head nurse adamantly refused to assign to her. Gu Jingxuan, upon hearing this, responded with determination. "Which head nurse dares to treat you this way? I'm on my way." After hanging up the phone, a radiant smile blossomed on Li Huanyu's face. Despite her injury, she knew Gu Jingxuan would be utterly compliant with her wishes. Evicting a patient would not incur significant loss. The head nurse, accompanying Li Huanyu, overheard her words and felt as though the sky had fallen. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon her. Gu Jingxuan spotted Li Huanyu in the corridor. her arm in a sling. Her pallid complexion rendered her already fragile figure even more diminutive, as if a gentle breeze could topple her. A pang of sympathy surged within Gu Jingchuan as he rushed over to her. "Huanyu, does your hand still hurt?" Upon hearing his words, tears cascaded down Li Huanyu's cheeks, her sobs reminiscent of a rain-soaked pear blossom. "Brother Jingchuan, it hurts so much." Gu Jingchuan gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders, soothing her with tender words. "It's going to be all right. You'll heal soon. Who denied you the room you desired?" Through her sniffles, Li Huanyu preemptively explained to Gu Jingchuan, "I might have been at fault too. The room I wanted is currently occupied, and the occupant refuses to move. The head nurse said I shouldn't expect that room." Gu Jingchuan, softened by her tears, declared resolutely, "It must be changed. My woman will stay wherever she desires in my hospital." A faint smile tugged at the corners of Li Huanyu's mouth. Fully equipped with a mask and hat, Gu Jingchuan turned to the head nurse and stated, "How could you fail to coordinate this? Such a trivial matter should not be beyond your capabilities." The head nurse felt utterly wronged, asserting that arrangements had indeed been made. "The patient's family, I was told directly that if they were unwilling to switch rooms, they should consider transferring." Gu Jingchuan's tone was far from gentle. As he turned away, he spotted Lin Mo, a family member of another patient, nibbling on a honey bun. Chapter 060. He is no longer the only servant of the sister. The young girl dressed casually in a simple black t-shirt paired with wide-legged trousers. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like seaweed, unrestrained today. Without a hint of makeup, her skin resembled smooth jade, her nose elegantly sculpted, and her profile astonishingly beautiful. The honeyed bun she held delicately in her slender fingers seemed to acquire a sense of opulence despite its modest price. At this moment, Li Huanyu regarded the head nurse with an air of haughty defiance. Transferring hospitals was an option, but she was determined not to allow Lin Mo's a moment of comfort. A transfer was out of the question. Our hospital has no precedent for expelling patients. Gu Jingchuan's tone took an unexpected turn. The head nurse, who had been looking down, now lifted her gaze, bewildered. Li Huanyu's eyes widened as well, perplexed by the implication. The battlefield of emotions had arrived too abruptly, leaving Gu Jingchuan utterly unprepared. On one hand, there was the resurrected white moonlight, and on the other his delicate, injured girlfriend. In that moment, he found himself at a loss, yet he was resolute that Lin Mo's must not be moved. The hospital was his only opportunity to be near her. Perhaps sensing the commotion at the door, Lin Mo's gaze shifted toward the entrance. Gu Jingchuan, feeling guilty, took a step back, avoiding direct contact with Lin Mo's and swiftly pulled Li Huanyu into the adjacent room, saying, "Huanyu, our hospital operates much like a restaurant. We have no reason to turn away guests. As public figures, if a patient were to post about this incident online, you are well aware of the current climate of public opinion and the potential damage it could inflict upon us." Li Huanyu furuit had tightly. The sudden encounter with Lin Mo's had stirred her emotions. However, upon reflection, it seemed to be a valid point. That woman was not one to be underestimated. She had recorded their previous encounter. If she were to employ the same tactics again, Li Huanyu would find herself at a disadvantage. Her brows knitted together, she pouted in displeasure, but Gu Jingchuan enveloped her in his arms. Gently patting her back, there, my dear, I promise to buy you your favorite handbag later." Li Huanyu's voice softened. "All right, I will listen to you, Brother Jingchuan." Gu Jingchuan's eyes darted thoughtfully. Lin Mo's was still upset with him and was unwilling to grant him any proximity. This indicated that an apology would not suffice. He needed to employ a different strategy, perhaps one that would provoke her. When Li Huanyu had initially quarreled with him, he had chosen to ignore her. Yet, upon seeing her rumored connection with Shan Yihan, jealousy had compelled him to seek her out. "I think this room is quite suitable. You should stay here. What do you think?" Gu Jingchuan inquired. Li Huanyu surveyed the room, and indeed found it appealing, with a spacious balcony. "All right, my hand hurts too much. I don't wish to move anymore." Gu Jingchuan called the head nurse to facilitate the necessary paperwork. The head nurse, still in a state of confusion, was at a loss as to why the esteemed young master had suddenly regained his composure. "Where is your assistant, Xiaofang? Why isn't she here?" Gu Jingchuan asked. Li Huanyu replied, She went back to gather my belongings. The accident was so sudden, it was terrifying. As she recalled that harrowing scene, tears streamed down Li Huanyu's cheeks, and she buried herself in Gu Jingchuan's embrace. At this moment, Gu Jingchuan was inexplicably reminded of Lin Mo's tragic car accident. The vehicle had plunged from the overpass into the river. She must have been terrified at that moment, right? The sudden commotion caused by Li Huanyu and her equally abrupt disappearance was something Lin Mo had not anticipated. Yet, she found herself disinclined to ponder it deeply. Judging by the nurse's demeanor earlier, this hospital upheld certain principles and would not allow Li Huanyu to misbehave unchecked. After all, it was merely a few days of recuperation for Aunt Jun. It was not a grave illness. Upon arriving at the hospital right after disembarking from his flight, Shen Yihan found himself approaching the ward. Yet his steps grew increasingly slow, his heart racing fiercely as his left hand nervously fiddled with the beads on his right wrist. Would his younger brother despise him? Would he ignore him? Jiang Tang, standing nearby, chuckled softly. "Mr. Shun, there's no need to be so anxious." Shen Yihan's dark eyes turned toward her. "Am I anxious?" "No." Jiang Tang nodded. "That's splendid then." Shen Yihan felt a twinge of disbelief. Was she treating him like a child? As he reached the doorway of the ward, ready to knock, he discovered the door was ajar. The imposing figure of the man clad in a black suit felt momentarily lost, his throat dry. "Shen Yihan, you've arrived. Come in." Lin Mo was the first to spot him, rushing to the entrance and grasping his arm. "Let me introduce you. This is Aunt Jun, and I believe the other introduction is unnecessary." Shen Yihan politely greeted the middle-aged woman on the bed. "Hello, Aunt Jun." His gaze fell upon the boy beside her, but he hesitated to meet his eyes, fearful of seeing disdain or hatred reflected back at him. At that moment, slender yet strong arms enveloped him. "Second brother, I missed you so much." The boy still carried a faint scent of antiseptic. Shen Yihan froze, overwhelmed. His younger brother longed for him. He had not been hated. Gradually, his stiff arms lifted, and he embraced the boy tightly, a decade's worth of words spilling forth. "Shall see. I'm so sorry." The frail youth shook his head. "Second brother, it's I who should apologize. If I had returned to find you sooner, you wouldn't have had to suffer for so long." Tears welled in the eyes of both men, casting a poignant atmosphere over the ward. It was Lin Mo who broke the moment. "Wait, Shen Yihan. You call Shun Ji and Shao Si. So what do you call our third brother, Shen Sijan?" "Shao San." Laughter erupted from both as they wiped their tears away. After 10 years apart, they felt like strangers, and Shen Yihan struggled to find an appropriate way to address him. Previously, he had always referred to him by his full name, Shun Jian. In the present circumstances, he felt that using his full name would only amplify their estrangement. The atmosphere lightened considerably. Shen Yihan extended his hand adorned with the prayer beads to ruffle Shun Jian's hair. "You've grown so tall." Shun Jian expressed curiosity about the beads, asking, "Second brother, do you meditate and chant scriptures often?" Shen Yihan could only respond with silence. Jiang Tang presented the gifts she had brought for Shun Jian and Lin Mo. For Aunt Jun, she had a silk scarf. The gifts for Shun Jian and Aunt Jun were hastily purchased upon landing, while the present for Lin Mo was something he had brought back from Jingnan. Lin Mo helped Aunt Jun drape the silk scarf around her neck. Aunt Jun's eyes sparkled as she lowered her gaze to the silk scarf around her neck. Lin Mo gently remarked, "Aunt Jun, you look truly lovely in that." Aunt Jun raised her head to meet her gaze, and in the next moment, she unfastened the scarf and handed it to Shun Jian. "Shao, and here, you wear it." Instinctively offering something precious to Shun Jian, this scene stirred a pang of emotion in Lin Mo's heart. Perhaps this was the reason Shun Jian found it hard to let go of Aunt Jun. In that profound darkness, they supported one another. Aunt Jun may have genuinely regarded Shun Jian as her own child. Shun Jian shook her head. "Aunt Jun, this is something only girls should wear. You should keep it." Upon hearing girl, Aunt Jun promptly offered the scarf to Lin Mo, saying, "Then you take it. You are a girl." Lin Mo smiled and tied the scarf back around Aunt Jun's neck, adding, "Aunt Jun is also a girl, a beautiful girl." Aunt Jun appeared momentarily stunned, her response delayed. Jiang Tang ordered a lavish takeout to the hospital room. During the meal, Lin Mo said to Shun Jian, "You will continue attending Sanzhong for the next few days. Your second brother and I will arrange for you to transfer to Yizhong as soon as possible. Shun Jianan looked up, surprised. At 17, it's a crucial time for studies, Lin Mo asserted firmly, unwilling to let Shun Jianan stray. I will also attend Yizhong, Lin Mo continued. All right, Shun Jianan replied enthusiastically. I am so happy to be in the same school as my sister. I can carry my sister's backpack every day and bring her breakfast and snacks. But I wonder if my grades will be acceptable to Yizhong. Shun Jianan expressed her concern, rising to fetch a glass of warm water for Lin Mo. Meanwhile, Shen Yihan, holding another cup of warm water intended for his sister, thought to himself, as expected, things have changed. I am no longer my sister's only attendant. After taking a sip from Shun Jianan's cup, Lin Mo asked, what score can you achieve now? Shun Jianan blinked her eyes, less than 600. Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. Well, that's not too bad. There's still over half a year until the college entrance examination. Scoring over 600 is certainly achievable. Specifically, how much do you get? Shun Jianan replied, 60. Lin Mo. She extended her hand and playfully smacked Shun Yihan on the head. Calm down. Considering the environment of the fourth brother, scoring 60 is quite decent. Shun Yihan felt the gentle reprimand and said nothing, acknowledging he deserved it. Take it slow. Shun Jianan is quite intelligent, he consoled his sister. In the adjacent hospital room, Li Huanyu had completed her admission formalities and lay in bed. Gu Jingchuan stepped outside to inquire about the situation in Lin Mo's room, and upon returning, he took Li Huanyu's hand and said, you can't just lie in bed while hospitalized. Let's take a stroll in the corridor. Li Huanyu felt delighted that Gu Jingchuan was concerned for her health and promptly got up. Hand in hand, they made their way out of the hospital room. At the entrance of Lin Mo's room, Gu Jingchuan intentionally paused the steps. Chapter 061, The Cunning Scoundrel. The VIP ward was spacious, bathed in sunlight with a splendid view, complete with a dining table. Inside the room, a warm atmosphere enveloped the group as they savored their lunch, the tantalizing aroma of spicy dishes wafting through the air. A young girl, her long hair casually tied in a ponytail, was engrossed in her meal, oblivious to the world outside. The others were similarly engaged in light-hearted conversation, none paying heed to the outside. Gu Jingchuan frowned deeply and, with a pronounced cough, drew attention to himself. As he walked, he suddenly came to a halt, prompting a curious glance from Li Huanyu. Turning her head, she noticed Gu Jingchuan gazing into the adjacent ward. A fleeting glance revealed a familiar figure, causing her pupils to constrict. The man sat at the table, eating with refined grace, clad in a tailored black suit, a string of black prayer beads adorning his wrist, exuding a cold and formidable aura. Li Huanyu's eyes flickered. How could she have forgotten? His dear sister was in the hospital. Shen Yihan would undoubtedly come to visit. That brother-in-law of hers. Hearing Gu Jingchuan's deliberate cough, a spark of joy ignited within Li Huanyu. Surely, Gu Jingchuan wished for Shen Yihan to witness their affectionate display. The cough at the door successfully captured the attention of those in the ward. Everyone turned to see Gu Jingchuan and Li Huanyu holding hands. Shen Yihan's gaze instantly turned icy. What was Gu Jingchuan doing in the hospital? Upon noticing Li Huanyu's hand draped over his neck, Shen Yihan's understanding dawned. He was accompanying her during her hospital stay. But what was the meaning behind his deliberate cough at the entrance while holding her hand? Regardless of his intentions, this scene would certainly distress his sister. Lin Mo, absorbed in her meal, was blissfully unaware of the commotion outside. Just as she was about to turn and look, Shen Yihan casually remarked, "Who dropped 100 yuan on the floor?" Lin Mo was the first to bend down, exclaiming, Where? Zhang Nan also lowered his head, puzzled. I didn't see it. Shen Jian crawled under the table, inquiring, Where's the money? 3 avid treasure hunters were gathered at the table. Shen Yihan subtly gestured to Jiang Tang, then stood and walked toward the door. Jiang Tang, accustomed to carrying cash, pulled 100 yuan from her pocket and tossed it at their feet. As Shen Yihan approached, Li Huanyu felt a twinge of nerves, her heart racing. What would he say? He had once held such affection for her. Surely he still felt something. Yet, Shen Yihan said nothing, his expression cold as he cast a warning glance at Gu Jingchuan, reaching out with his beaded hand to shut the ward door. The two were left in silence. Lin Mo finally spotted a flash of red, discovering it by Jiang Tang's feet. "Jiang Tang, you dropped your money," she exclaimed, picking it up. Jiang Tang smiled. "If you found it, it's yours." Lin Mo, rarely encountering such fortune, beamed with delight as she looked at Zhang Nan and Shun Jian, declaring, "Let us split it 3 ways. We're in for a windfall." Shen Yihan returned, and Jiang Tang met his gaze. In that moment, their eyes exchanged a shared glimmer of amusement. Gu Jingchuan, frustrated, led Li Huanyu away. Shen Yihan has also arrived. He is the one who most despises Lin Mo's association with others, which is quite bothersome. Although Lin Mo did not witness it this time, he will not relent. He will surely see her eventually. However, Li Huanyu appears somewhat pleased. Shen Yihan's recent glances and gestures clearly indicate jealousy. Despite outwardly obeying her sister, his body betrays him. In the afternoon, Shen Yihan and Jiang Tang plan to return to the company. After sending Shen Jinan off to school, Zhang Nan will also head to the office. Shen Yihan initially intended to take Lin Mo with him, but she preferred to remain at the hospital. Although she lacks the skills to care for others, she wishes to stay by Aunt Zhen's side. Jiang Tang has already arranged for a caregiver to come. With no other option, Shen Yihan turned the Buddhist beads on his right wrist and advised Lin Mo to keep the door closed and refrain from wandering about, as the hospital is rife with all manner of illnesses that could be contagious. Lin Mo waved him off, acknowledging his concern, the Buddhist air of the Jing Circle. Upon exiting the ward, the somewhat brooding air of the Jing Circle furtively peered through several neighboring patient rooms. It wasn't long before he discovered that Gu Jingchuan and Li Huanyu were residing right next door. In the car, Jiang Tang occupied the driver's seat while Shen Yihan sat in the passenger's seat, his expression cold and distant. "Let's transfer to another hospital," he instructed. "Jiang Tang, please take care of that." Jiang Tang frowned slightly and replied, "Mr. Shen, I believe Lin Mo can handle her emotional issues. I think it's best if we do not interfere too much." This conclusion had just dawned on her. Lin Mo is a strong individual in life. She certainly will not be a pushover in matters of the heart. Perhaps confronting the intimacy of her first love with a new partner will allow her to move on more swiftly. As Shen Yihan's assistant, Jiang Tang had always been obedient and rarely voiced dissent. Shen Yihan was somewhat taken aback and turned to glance at her. "You seem to understand emotions quite well. Have you ever been in a relationship?" They had worked together for 4 to 5 years, yet Shen Yihan had never shown interest in Jiang Tang's personal life, maintaining the appropriate distance expected of a superior. Intriguingly, Jiang Tang seemed to be well acquainted with all his affairs. With one hand on the steering wheel, a fleeting smile graced Jiang Tang's cool countenance. "Mr. Shen, do you look down upon anyone? At 25 or 26, who has never experienced romance?" As the words left her lips, she noticed Shen Yihan's expression darken. Jiang Tang inwardly cursed herself, realizing she had forgotten that the president had never dated, only indulged in fleeting flings. The smile on her lips stiffened as she fiddled with her golden bracelet. "Mr. Shen, my condolences." Shen Yihan regarded her in silence. "If you truly cannot offer comfort, it would be better not to attempt it." Jiang Tang pressed her lips together, choosing silence. Shen Yihan resumed, turning the Buddhist beads on his wrist, disagreeing with Jiang Tang's assessment. He could not stand idly by while his sister was hurt by a scoundrel. However, it seemed evasion was not a viable solution either. Gu Jingchuan was certainly not meeting her for the first time since her return. They must have crossed paths before, and it was highly probable that she had initiated a breakup with him. With her proud character, how could she possibly engage with him normally after being bombarded with rumors about him? Gu Jingchuan's attempts at reconciliation had failed, and now he was employing the same tactics he had used with Li Huanyu to provoke jealousy in Lin Mo, hoping to win her back. Otherwise, one extraordinary coincidence that Li Huanyu's hospital room happens to be right next door. Such cunning tricks from a deceitful man. In the silence that enveloped the car, Shen Yihan's expression was somber as he uttered, "Jiang Tang, please find Mr. Xie's contact information for me." Meanwhile, Lin Mo planned to spend the afternoon in the hospital room, engaging with her phone to solve some exercises. Without her book, she was left to rely solely on her mobile device. The nurse, a middle-aged woman in her 50s, was accompanying Aunt Zhen as they watched a short drama titled "The Overbearing CEO Falls for a Divorcee with Two Children." Although Aunt Jun struggled to comprehend the storyline, it did not diminish her enjoyment of the show. Gu Jingchuan, peering through the observation window, noticed that Lin Mo was the sole occupant of the room. He then decided on his next course of action. With the door now closed, lingering deliberately was not an option, yet he could adopt a waiting strategy. Surely, Lin Mo would eventually leave her room. Having resolved on this approach, Gu Jingchuan continued to stroll down the corridor with Li Huanyu. However, after pacing back and forth countless times, akin to an NPC on a quest, Lin Mo remained steadfastly inside her room. Exhausted, Li Huanyu could not fathom Gu Jingchuan's intentions any longer. Ultimately unable to continue, she collapsed onto the hospital bed, her voice feeble. "Brother Jingchuan. Even the donkey from the production team doesn't stroll this much." Chapter 062. Do you dislike him? SS Capital is situated in the bustling heart of northern Beijing, encompassing an entire office complex. Atop the main building, the enormous SS logo glimmers brilliantly under the sunlight, grand and awe-inspiring. In the president's office, Assistant Jin Yang is holding documents for Xie Guanyin to sign. The man's elegantly defined wrist is adorned with a delicate golden bamboo bracelet, exuding an air of sophistication that complements his refined demeanor. By the way, have any understated yet rare jewels appeared at the recent auction in northern Beijing? The market is saturated with ordinary jewels, and Shini Han could easily gift Lin Mo something similar. Xie Guanyin has no intention of presenting such commonplace offerings. Jin Yang shook his head. "I've been keeping an eye on it, but nothing matching the criteria has surfaced recently. Everything is rather ostentatious and unsuitable for everyday wear. The boss's request is rather peculiar. He desires a jewel appropriate for daily outings, ideally suitable for a student attending school. However, auction items are typically curated for the affluent, who predominantly seek that eye-catching allure." As Xie Guanyin paused in his signing, a shadow of darkness flickered behind his silver-framed glasses. Moments later, he declared, "I will send you a photo shortly. Procure an identical piece. Must be exactly the same." Though perplexed, Jin Yang chose not to inquire further, responding understood. After completing the signatures, the impeccably dressed man in a white suit leaned back slightly, loosening his tie with one hand. Jin Yang instinctively glanced over, blinking in surprise. "Mr. Xie, it seems you forgot to change your tie today?" This particular tie, with its unique pattern, was purchased during their business trip abroad. Their boss never wore the same tie 2 days in a row. A tender smile graced the lips of the distinguished and elegant man as his fingers caressed the fabric of the tie. "I haven't forgotten. This tie will be worn for one more day before being put away tonight." This year, the Charity Foundation is adding a project to assist families in locating children who are missing or have been abducted, Xie Guanyin remarked. The heartfelt words spoken by Shan Shan and tears echoed in his mind. He could not bear to witness others endure such tragedies. However, he recognized that such calamities are societal issues, and his capacity to effect change is limited. The topic shifted swiftly. It was evident that these reflections had been pondered deeply by their boss. Jin Yang noted it down. "Understood, Mr. Xie." Although he often mused about his boss's quirks, he could not fault him in the realm of charity. His concern for missing or abducted children was truly commendable. Xie Guanyin adjusted his glasses, suggesting an increased focus on investment opportunities in the surveillance sector, particularly companies excelling in high-definition cameras. The more effective these tools are, the more challenging it becomes for traffickers to commit their crimes. Jin Yang was inclined to give a thumbs up to his boss. "Understood, Mr. Xie." Onche Jin Yang exited. Xie Guanyin's gaze behind the lenses was as profound as a deep, ancient well. He picked up his phone and sent the image to Jin Yang, followed by another message. "Spare no effort to thoroughly investigate the abduction of Shun Jinan. I demand to confront that trafficker." A swift reply came. "Understood." As he was about to put down his phone and return to work, Xie Guanyin received a friend request on his private WeChat. The sender had left a note. "Mr. Xie, I am Lin Mo's second brother, Shini Han." The handsome and distinguished man furrowed his brow slightly. Shini Han? He had previously refrained from any interaction with Shani Han, fearing that seeing him would evoke memories of Lin Mo. There was a certain resemblance between Shun Yihan and Lin Mo, which he could discern at a glance. Now that Lin Mo had returned, there was no longer a need for such avoidance. With his slender, translucent fingers, he clicked to accept the friend request. Shun Yihan's sudden addition to his WeChat piqued his curiosity. Was it a matter related to work or concerning Lin Mo? He hesitated, not rushing to set the phone aside, waiting for Shun Yihan to message him. However, after 3 minutes of silence in the chat box, he sighed and put down his phone, no longer willing to wait. In the past, he could work late into the night, but now his schedule was more constrained. He could no longer arrive early in the morning. Thus, he found himself exceedingly busy. Meanwhile, Shun Yihan sat in his office, his left hand absent-mindedly fiddling with the Buddhist beads on his right wrist. A look of worry etched on his face. It was evident that Mr. Xie held a fondness for his sister. Yet, he hardly ever appeared by her side during the day. Unlike his previous infatuations, he understood that in the eyes of such high-profile individuals, work undoubtedly took precedence over romance. To be frank, being too busy rendered one unfit for the role of a husband, as there was hardly any time to care for his sister. However, he was convinced this strategy would be quite effective against Gu Jingchuan. Previously, when he mentioned that Mr. Xie was in a relationship with his sister, Gu Jingchuan had dismissed it. But if he were to witness Xie Guanyin seeking out his sister, he would surely believe it, wouldn't he? Once he accepted the truth, he would no longer dare to pursue his sister. As long as Gu Jingchuan ceased to linger around her, she would eventually forget him. After pondering this, Shun Yihan decided not to message Xie Guanyin just yet. Instead, he sent a message to Understanding Life through 4 marriages. Sister, how do you feel about Mr. Xie right now? Lin Mo, engrossed in solving a math problem, noticed the message and was involuntarily reminded of the dream she had the previous night, her cheeks flushing. She promptly sent a voice message. What feelings? I'm his arch-nemesis. At that moment, Lin Mo felt that last night's dream about the circle of elites was undeniably linked to him, as he had encouraged her to pay attention to Xie Guanyin's virtues. Otherwise, she would have been oblivious and would never have dreamt of idolizing him. Upon hearing her voice message, Shun Yihan sighed. His sister was still too enamored with Gu Jingchuan, remaining oblivious to the merits of the outstanding Mr. Xie. With his left hand gently caressing the Buddhist beads on his right wrist, he inquired, "Do you dislike him?" Lin Mo furrowed her brow at this question. Dislike was certainly not the case. Even when they competed for the top position in their class back in school, it had been a healthy rivalry. She had never spoken ill of Xie Guanyin in front of others. Although he may have found her somewhat irksome in the past, he likely no longer harbored such feelings. Their time spent together in the same household had been quite harmonious, and the grievances of 11 years had long faded. Lin Mo typed with her delicate fingers. Not at all. As long as there was no animosity, everything would be fine. Shun Yihan had no intention of revealing to her sister, Xie Guanyin, that someone had a fondness for her. This was primarily because her sister harbored no affection for Xie Guanyin, and the necessity of residing in that villa would undoubtedly impose considerable pressure on her. Furthermore, Mr. Xie, while harboring feelings, had yet to express them, which suggested he had his own reasons. Considering his status and the fact that he was an investor in their company, Shun Yihan pondered and then sent a WeChat message. Mr. Xie, our company is hosting a dinner this evening, and my assistant and the secretaries will be in attendance. I was wondering if it would be convenient for you to give my sister a ride home. She is in room 1004 at Kanhua Hospital, and there is no need to bring anything for the patient. Chapter 63. The thoughts of the big shot are hard to guess. Ding dong. The mobile phone resting on the desk emitted a gentle chime. Xie Guanyin diverted his gaze from the computer screen and reached for his device. Upon seeing the message from Shun Yihan, the strikingly handsome man furrowed his brow slightly. A company dinner, and he was asked to fetch Lin Mo? It was evident that Shun Yihan's intention was for him to collect Lin Mo. The excuse of a company gathering seemed rather flimsy. How could a company president possibly be unable to decline an invitation to their own event? Moreover, Shun Yihan held great regard for his sister, as evidenced in many ways. He wore a string of black prayer beads on his wrist and was willing to exchange 10 billion for a property to replace his current, less valuable old villa. So what was happening today? What had transpired? Furthermore, even if Shun Yihan truly had no time, was Gu Jingchuan not in the hospital? Could he not simply escort her back to the villa? Why did Shinihan want him to pick up Lin Mo? Xie Guanyin lightly tapped the back of his phone twice with his fingertips, his deep, devoid of warmth, gaze lingering on the final line of text. You need not bring anything to visit the patient. The implication here was unmistakable. If he were to fetch Lin Mo, he could not merely wait downstairs. He would need to take something up with him. However, the items were not the crux of the matter. The emphasis lay on visiting the hospital room. After all, the room number was clearly indicated. The afternoon sun streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, cascading over the man's elegantly poised back. His long, slender fingers adjusted his glasses, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. He found it impossible to refuse this request. In truth, he yearned for more moments spent in Lin Mo's company. Every additional second was a treasure. Yet, he would not proceed blindly. Initially, when Lin Mo had returned, he was acutely aware of her every move. However, since her encounters with Gu Jingchuan, he had striven to rein in his darker inclinations. Knowing too much was merely a form of self-torment. Yet, the current situation compelled him to uncover the truth. He delayed in responding to Shun Yihan's WeChat message. Exiting the app, after a brief moment of hesitation, he dialed a number. The call was promptly answered. "Hello, boss." Xie Guanyin, seated in his executive chair, turned around. His long legs casually crossed as he faced the expansive window. The afternoon light remained somewhat blinding, and he raised a hand to shield his eyes. His tone devoid of much emotion. "What is the situation today? Please recount every detail." As the words left his lips, his heart raced violently, and an overwhelming darkness welled within his gaze. In that moment, time seemed to revert to his days at the prestigious high school. In the cafeteria, a radiant girl sat across from Gu Jingchuan, sharing a meal. He lingered in the corner, observing their every interaction. Each of her smiles pierced his heart like needles. Her laughter was exquisite, yet it was a smile that belonged solely to Gu Jingchuan. Nonetheless, he could not deny the striking compatibility of the handsome young man and the beautiful girl, a wealthy heir and a distinguished young lady. He felt like a wretched insect in the gutter, consumed by a frenzied jealousy towards Gu Jingchuan, wishing nothing more than to see him gone. But what would that accomplish? There was still Wang Jingchuan and Li Jingchuan to contend with. No one can resist the allure of dazzling stars. Yet, those around her seem inexhaustible. The bodyguard responded. This morning, Miss Lin arrived in the vehicle of Secretary Shinihan. Shortly after reaching the hospital room, a certain celebrity, namely Huan Yu, entered. Not long after, Gu Jingchuan also arrived at the hospital. Upon reaching the ward area, Gu Jingchuan embraced Li Huan Yu, who has previously been embroiled in rumors with him. The internet is abuzz with speculations of their romance, particularly after her unfortunate car accident, resulting in a fractured arm. Subsequently, Gu Jingchuan escorted the young lady to an adjacent room, and at one point, they passed by Miss Lin's ward hand in hand, only for Shunihan to close the door behind them. By the afternoon, Shunihan, along with his aide and the fourth son of the Shun family, Jian, had departed, leaving only Miss Lin, the patient, and a nurse in the ward. Gu Jingchuan remained by Li Huanyu's side throughout the day, unaware of which of the two might be experiencing constipation, as they wandered the corridor incessantly. Thus far, this is the situation. The two bodyguards, imposing in stature, had their sights set clearly. Although they were professionally trained, they could not draw too close, relying solely on their observations. They were determined to ascertain the names and identities of everyone involved for their employer's convenience. After absorbing the bodyguard's report, Xie Guanyin felt his fingertips grow pale against his phone, shadows clouding his brow. So, today, Gu Jingchuan's rumored girlfriend visited Lin Mo, and upon arriving at the hospital, he chose to accompany her instead. Gu Jingchuan had not firmly committed to Shanshan. How despicable! He does not deserve Shanshan's affection. Surely, Shanshan must be feeling distressed at this moment. Given the circumstances, Shen Yihan's intention in sending him was. A conjecture surfaced in Xie Guanyin's mind, his handsome brow furrowing slightly. Shen Yihan had discerned his fondness for Shanshan. Had his restraint been so easily perceived? Was Shen Yihan aiding himself? For logically, this was an opportune moment for him to seize the chance. The phrase taking advantage of a gap caused Xie Guanyin to momentarily falter, excitement igniting behind his glasses. Could he truly seize this opportunity? Should he dare try? Perhaps he could usurp Gu Jingchuan's position? He was no longer the destitute youth he once was. His love for her surpassed Gu Jingchuan's. He would steadfastly choose her forever. The mere thought that Shanshan might develop feelings for him, even if just a possibility, sent a rush of heat through the impeccably attired man in white. His breath quickened, his chest rising and falling uncontrollably. Instinctively, his left hand clenched into a fist, fingertips brushing against the wound on his palm, the sharp pain restoring his composure. He harbored dark and twisted thoughts. He was unworthy of Shanshan. Yet, Gu Jingchuan was even less deserving. As the handsome man gradually regained his calm, he closed his eyes, long, thick eyelashes casting shadows on his face. "I understand," he said to the bodyguard. Minutes passed without a response from Xie Guanyin, leaving Shun Yihan anxious and restless, repeatedly reviewing the messages he had sent. No matter how one looks at it, there seems to be no significant issue. He has already prepared his excuses. Mr. Xie merely needs to take advantage of the situation. His intention is to utilize this opportunity to drive away Gu Jingchuan. Yet it also presents a splendid chance to bond with his sister. Could it be that he has misjudged the situation and that Mr. Xie does not, in fact, harbor feelings for her? Oh no! Shen Yihan incessantly twirled the prayer beads on his right wrist with his left hand. The time has already surpassed 2 minutes. It is too late to retract his message. Raising his beaded hand, Shen Yihan rubbed his temples and hurriedly typed another message. "Mr. Xie, the dinner gathering has been canceled. I can manage to pick up my sister myself. I do not wish to trouble you. I apologize for the inconvenience." However, as soon as this message was sent, Xie Guanyin replied almost immediately. Canceled? Are you certain? Shen Yihan's eyes widened in surprise. What could this mean? The thoughts of this influential figure are so difficult to decipher. Hesitating, he typed back, "It seems it hasn't been canceled." Xie Guanyin responded, "Make sure to eat well." Chapter 064. A task awaits you. Li Huanyu reclined on the bed, disinclined to take another stroll. Gu Jingchuan, too, was exhausted from walking, his legs feeling as though they might cramp. Who was responsible for confining Lin Mo to the sick room? This was hardly a viable solution. He raised a finger, thoughtfully resting it on the bridge of his nose. After a brief contemplation, he quickly devised another plan. Standing up, he addressed Li Huanyu. "You should rest for a while. I need to step out to make a work-related call. The production team has been urging my return to filming, and I must request a few more days off to accompany you." Li Huanyu was profoundly touched. "Thank you, Jingchuan Gij, I adore you," she exclaimed. Gu Jingchuan pinched her cheek affectionately before turning and exiting the ward. At the nurse's station, Gu Jingchuan approached the head nurse. Upon recognizing him, she immediately inquired with respect, "Master Gu, how may I assist you?" He beckoned her to his side, saying, "Could you devise a way for the family of the patient in room 1004 to step out for a moment?" The head nurse furrowed her brow, hesitating. "Oh, that." Gu Jingchuan's voice turned icy. "Is it impossible? Do you wish to keep your position?" The head nurse felt a shiver run down her spine. No, I can manage it. I will take care of it right away." This B-class ward was proving untenable, and it was yet another day filled with thoughts of upheaval. While she internally grumbled, her mind raced back to the nurse's station. She pressed the call button. The hospital beds were equipped to summon nurses, and they could also call for family members via a similar intercom device situated at the head of each bed. In room 1004, Aunt Jun was sleeping soundly. Lin Mo, fatigued from her studies, was reclining on the sofa by the balcony. The caregiver brought over some fruit, freshly cut. "Miss Lin, please enjoy your fruit." This was a kind gesture from the young man with long bangs, who had personally procured the fruit for her. Lin Mo straightened up, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Annie." The caregiver smiled, handing her a fork. "Use this." Upon seeing the fork, Lin Mo was reminded of the incident where she had accidentally pricked Xie Guanyin's hand. She wondered how his wound was healing, not having paid it much mind since. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the bedside intercom. "Hello? Is the family of the patient in room 1004 present?" Aunt Jin awoke with a start, her eyes widening in fear as she instinctively hugged her arms. Panic evident in her gaze. Who is speaking?" The caregiver quickly reassured her, "It's the nurse's station." Lin Mo rose from the sofa and approached the bedside, gently patting Aunt Jun's shoulder. "I'm here, what is it?" The voice on the other end instructed. "Please step out for a moment and come to the nurse's station to collect something." Lin Mo, having never been hospitalized before, was inclined to heed the nurse's instructions. "All right, I'll go right away." The caregiver, being a responsible woman, offered, "Let me go instead." However, having spent so much time in the ward, Lin Mo felt the urge to stretch her legs outside. She shook her head, saying, "No, you stay with Aunt Jun. I will go get it." Meanwhile, knowing that Lin Mo was about to emerge, Gu Jingchuan hastened back to room 1005. Li Huanyu still lay in the hospital bed. He took her hand gently and said, "My dear, have you rested enough? Shall we continue our stroll?" I recently inquired with the nurse, who mentioned that taking more walks would be beneficial for my recovery. Li Huanyu, somewhat skeptical, questioned, "Is that truly the case? What advantages could walking possibly have for my hand?" The two of them, hand in hand, exited the ward, only to catch sight of a striking figure in the corridor. Li Huanyu furrowed her brow slightly, instinctively glancing at Gu Jingchuan. Lin Mo arrived at the nurse's station and, with a smile, inquired, "I'm a family member of the patient in room 1004. Is there anything I need to collect?" The nurse, unable to provide anything substantial, handed her a brochure, stating, "Here you go. Everyone should take a look at this." Lin Mo examined it briefly, noting it was an introduction to Konghua Hospital. The competition among hospitals is fierce, with public institutions holding an advantage over private ones. The distribution of such promotional materials did not raise any suspicions for Lin Mo. "Thank you, nurse," she replied with a radiant smile. Who could resist the charm of a beautiful woman's smile? The head nurse felt her spirits lift considerably. In the blink of an eye, she noticed Gu Jingchuan and Li Huanyu holding hands behind her. With a playful smirk, Lin Mo took hold of the brochure. Turning away without further ado, the couple's display of affection happened right before the eyes of the bystander. Was this not a case of fated encounters? As Lin Mo glanced over, Gu Jingchuan felt a surge of joy and halted in his tracks. The casual holding of hands transformed into an interlocking of fingers with Li Huanyu. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Mo, his brow arching slightly. Lin Mo rolled her eyes dramatically, feeling perplexed. What was Gu Jingchuan trying to convey? Was he flaunting his new relationship so soon after their breakup? Li Huanyu, having spent considerable time in the entertainment industry, had seen her fair share of beauties, yet she could not deny that Lin Mo possessed striking looks. Thus, upon spotting Lin Mo in the corridor, her instinctive reaction was to doubt Gu Jingchuan's loyalty to her. He was hardly the type to be monogamous, after all, with a reputation as a notorious flirt. However, when the girl turned her face toward them, Gu Jingchuan not only retained his grip on her hand, but tightened it further. Li Huanyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed she had indeed captivated him. The prodigal son had returned, devoted solely to her. Lin Mo's dramatic eye roll was an unexpected turn for Li Huanyu, yet it was also understandable. After all, she had previously deceived her brother and was now holding hands with another man. Gu Jingchuan delighted in witnessing Lin Mo's eye roll, thinking, "Are you feeling jealous? I was only trying to be considerate, yet you insist on complicating matters for yourself." Lin Mo, uninterested in the romantic display between the couple, chose to walk away hastily, returning to the ward where she resumed her studies on her phone. Shortly thereafter, she received a message from Jingquan Buddha. "Sis, I won't be able to pick you up tonight. Mr. Xie will be passing by and will take you home." Lin Mo responded, "Why would you have him come? I can take a taxi back. I don't want to trouble anyone." Jingquan Buddha replied, "It's on the way. Not a bother at all. I'm concerned about your safety if you take a taxi alone at night." Lin Mo urged, "Please arrange for a dedicated driver. It would be much more convenient for me to get to and from school." Jingquan Buddha assured her, "All right, I will arrange it as soon as possible." After concluding her conversation with Lin Mo, Shinihan sent a message to his younger brother, Shunjian. "Today, a task has been entrusted to you. It is evident that Gu Jingchuan possesses a propensity for prying. He may inadvertently pose a question to his sister, which would undoubtedly reveal his intentions. Thus, an additional step is required." Gu Jingchuan successfully allowed Lin Mo to witness him holding hands with Li Huanyu, after which he ceased his evening strolls, fixating instead on his phone. However, after a considerable wait, he did not see Lin Mo take the initiative to add him on WeChat. Gu Jingchuan's brow furrowed, as if he could crush 6 flies with his displeasure. Lin Mo remains excessively proud, unable to lower her guard. Perhaps he should extend a hand to her. He decided to seek her out for a conversation. Li Huanyu, having exhausted herself during the day, had already fallen asleep. Gu Jingchuan stealthily made his way outside. Just as he opened the door, he caught sight of a white figure entering the adjacent hospital room. Chapter 065. The task is complete. As time passed, encounters with Xie Guanyin became infrequent. Yet, even a fleeting glimpse of his retreating figure allowed Gu Jingchuan to recognize him instantly. The man donned a pristine white suit, exuding an air of elegance. However, to Gu Jingchuan, no matter how convincingly he masqueraded as a pure white lotus, his inner self remained tainted. Once again, he sought Lin Mo. He truly was an irremovable nuisance. Lin Mo could never harbor feelings for him. Not a chance. The door to the adjacent hospital room was swiftly shut. Gu Jingchuan strode forward, intending to enter as well, but a hand seized his wrist. Turning, he found a gaunt youth with a backpack, his long bangs obscuring his eyes, but failing to conceal the cold glimmer within. Gu Jingchuan furrowed his brow, yet a smile crept onto his lips. Shao, you finished school? Shun Jianan did not release his grip, his voice frigid. I told you to stop bothering my sister. Gu Jingchuan often found himself perplexed by the hostility of Lin Mo's 3 younger brothers. Why did they all harbor such dislike for him? As a well-known celebrity, wouldn't they secretly revel in having him as a brother-in-law? Despite his vexation, Gu Jingchuan suppressed his emotions. There's been a misunderstanding between me and your sister. It's something you wouldn't comprehend. As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards the observation window of the hospital room. Please have a seat. My 4th brother hasn't returned from school yet. We'll leave once he arrives. Receiving the nutritional supplements from Xie Guanyin, Lin Mo smiled brightly. It surprised her that he had arrived so early, well before 7. She had not anticipated that he would bring gifts. He truly was a gentleman. Xie Guanyin nodded and greeted the middle-aged woman on the hospital bed with a gentle smile. Hello, Annie. I am Lin Mo's friend. Annie Zhen's eyes sparkled. You're quite handsome. Lin Mo blinked. She couldn't deny that Xie Guanyin's appearance was indeed remarkable, a sight that would leave anyone in awe of such perfect features. The small brown mole at the tip of his nose added a certain charm. Xie Guanyin's eyes shimmered with delight. Thank you, Annie. You're beautiful as well. Suddenly, he felt a chill at the nape of his neck, as though someone were watching him intently from behind. Noticing the visitor, the nurse went to cut some fruit and brought it over. Sit here and enjoy some fruit, she said. Xie Guanyin walked towards the sofa, subtly casting a glance towards the doorway. Through the observation window, Gu Jingchuan's gaze was fixed intently inside. Xie Guanyin's brow furrowed slightly, a clear disdain flickering in his eyes. Having chosen a new romantic interest, why was he still peering at Shanshan? Did he wish to play both sides? Lin Mo, however, was oblivious to the situation at the window. The soundproofing of the hospital door was quite effective, and she couldn't hear the conversations outside. Sitting comfortably on the sofa, she speared a piece of watermelon. Her thoughts meandered back to Xie Guanyin's hand. Glancing up at the man, she noticed he had also settled onto the sofa. Lin Mo set down her fork and reached for his right hand. Xie Guanyin's body tensed at once, his gaze locking onto the girl's face, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. Shanshan grasped his hand once more. She must have seen Gu Jingchuan outside. Shanshan was likely utilizing him to retaliate against Gu Jingchuan. It mattered not. He was willing to be used. The gentle and delicate sensation emanated from their intertwined hands as Xie Guanyin struggled to regulate his breath and the intensity in his gaze. Is your hand feeling better? Lin Mo inquired, bringing their clasped hands beneath her eyes. The man's hand was pale, cool, and alluring, his fingers long, joints translucent, and nails neatly trimmed with a subtle pink hue. It appeared to be a rather capable hand. Realizing the inappropriate thoughts swirling in her mind, Lin Mo's lips twitched, and she felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. Time to go home, child. How could your mind wander to such places? She conceded that during her final year of high school, amidst the pressures of studies, she occasionally indulged in risque novels to alleviate her stress. It was her unique method of relaxation, one she could not disclose to outsiders. It's all fine now, a soothing and melodious voice descended from above. Indeed, there were no significant issues remaining. There were no bandages, and the scabs had fallen away, leaving only 2 minuscule scars. From a distance, the scars were hardly noticeable. Yet upon closer inspection, they were distinctly apparent, resembling an exquisite painting marred by tiny ink spots. Lin Mo felt a twinge of guilt. Alas, the scars remained. I procured a special scar-removing ointment for my 4th brother. Would you like me to fetch you a box to try? She recalled that day in the car when he mentioned his fondness for aesthetics. All right, thank you. The air was infused with the delightful fragrance of a young girl, and Xie Guanyin focused entirely on maintaining a calm and gentle tone. He completely forgot that someone was watching from the doorway. Outside, Gu Jingchuan's eyes burned with a rage that seemed poised to crystallize. He could hear nothing of their conversation, only witnessed the unfolding scene. So this is how Lin Mo plays, he thought, watching as she held Xie Guanyin's hand while he held Li Huanya's. For that perverse Xie Guanyin, it was a monumental reward. Gu Jingchuan could see his back stiffen from afar, the other hand trembling slightly, restless on the sofa. He forcefully broke free from Shun Jian's grasp, shoving him aside with fervor, and attempted to push the door open once more. However, at that moment, a fist swung violently toward his face. What a misunderstanding. Shun Jian gritted his teeth. He, too, had witnessed the events within a hospital room. He was displeased by his sister's hand-holding with a man, but he had to fulfill his mission for his second brother. The punch landed on Gu Jingchuan's head, leaving him momentarily dazed. The pain surged, threatening to evoke a cry. Suddenly, another hand covered his mouth. Gu Jingchuan widened his eyes and turned to see a blonde-haired individual. Damn, who the hell is this? The blonde grinned at him. What are you staring at? You're coming with us. Together, they dragged Gu Jingchuan into the adjacent stairwell. Though Gu Jingchuan was an adult, the strength of 2 teenagers in their prime should not be underestimated. Furthermore, Shun Jian and the blonde had honed their skills through years of practice in the impoverished district and were no strangers to fighting in school. Gu Jingchuan, having indulged in smoking and drinking, was somewhat weakened. In the dimly lit staircase, Shun Jian unleashed a flurry of blows upon Gu Jingchuan. Gu Jingchuan, utterly defenseless, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "You must wish for death. If I report you, you'll end up in prison." Shun Jian replied, "Find evidence of my assault first." He then delivered another punch to Gu Jingchuan's chin, his bangs lifting slightly. Gu Jingchuan bit down on his tongue, nearly overwhelmed by the pain. The blonde-haired onlooker cast a sympathetic glance at Gu Jingchuan, knowing well that their leader was always prepared when it came to such confrontations, ensuring no evidence remained. The surveillance cameras in the corridor had already been obscured by balloons. Angering their leader was akin to stepping on a landmine. My sister has already found a new boyfriend. As you just witnessed, their relationship appears to be thriving. Best to keep your distance and refrain from appearing before her, Shun Jian stated coldly, this being a directive from his elder brother to convey. Is my sister truly in a new relationship? Gu Jingchuan thought, feeling a pang of discontent. In his moment of pain, he seized the opportunity to retaliate while Shun Jian was momentarily distracted. Shun Jian, however, deftly evaded. Though the corner of his mouth still bore the mark of a blow, a metallic sweetness spreading in his mouth. Wiping the blood from his lip with his thumb, his gaze, fierce beneath his long bangs, bore into Gu Jingchuan as he commanded, "Remember my words." With that, he exited the staircase. The blonde-haired witness trailed behind, astonished. "Boss, you let him hit you without retaliation? You used to ensure such individuals were thoroughly subdued." Shun Jian retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his backpack to rinse his mouth, contemplating better to end it here. If this escalates, my sister will be the one to clean up the mess. Now that he was no longer in the slums, he knew he had to exercise restraint. Taking out his phone, he sent a message to his elder brother, Shun Ihan. "Elder brother, the task is complete." Upon receiving the message, Shun Ihan's indifferent expression softened into a smile. How did you manage that? His task for the fourth brother was to devise a means to prevent Gu Jingchuan from having any opportunity to speak with their sister. Shen Jianan replied, I rendered him speechless. Shen Yihan responded with a puzzled expression. Question mark. Chapter 066. Who provoked him? At the bedside cabinet of Aunt Zhen's hospital bed, Lin Mo discovered the scar removal ointment prescribed by the doctor. With her delicate, fair fingers holding it, she had yet to reach the sofa's edge when the door to the ward was pushed open from the outside. Sister, I'm back, Shun Jin announced, gripping the straps of his backpack while stealing a glance at the man seated on the sofa. Fairy's sister, so good to see you again, Huang Mao exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon spotting Lin Mo, a broad smile illuminating his face. Lin Mo had not anticipated Shun Jian bringing Huang Mao along. She chuckled lightly, observing, It seems you both are skipping evening study sessions. Huang Mao pouted, Don't mention studies during such a happy moment. He continued, Neither of us understands, so what's the point? Shun Jian, noticing the ointment in Lin Mo's hand, inquired, Sister, what do you need that ointment for? Lin Mo pointed towards Xie Guanyin, who bore 2 small scars on his hands. Did we not purchase 2 boxes? I thought I would let him try one. Shun Jian pursed his lips and took the ointment from Lin Mo. This was bought for me. If he needs it, he can purchase it himself. Turning around, he finally took a good look at the man's features, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, though he could not place where he had seen him before. It was evident, however, that this man appeared significantly older, at least by several years compared to his sister. At that moment, Xie Guanyin stood up, striding over with his long legs. His voice was gentle and refined as he greeted, Hello, uncle. Shun Jian interjected, nudging Huang Mao with his elbow. Huang Mao, equally cheerful, echoed, Hello, uncle. Xie Guanyin's eyes darkened slightly, yet his expression remained amicable. Do I truly appear that old? He questioned. Shun Jian nodded, discontent with his sister's choice of a boyfriend. Huang Mao, however, shook his head in good faith, but ended up following Shun Jian's lead and nodded in agreement. Lin Mo frowned, correcting Shun Jian. That's not the case. He hasn't even reached 30 yet. You can call him brother. Xie Guanyin's gaze fell upon the girl's exquisite, radiant face. Without comparisons, there would be no harm. Standing alongside her 17-year-old brother and Huang Mao, it was evident they were peers, while he felt distinctly out of place. His fingertips tightened slightly as he adjusted his glasses, conceding, That's all right. It's merely a form of address. Lin Mo, however, shook her head firmly, insisting, No, it must be brother. How can he be a generation above me? Shun Jian lowered his gaze, remaining silent. It was already intolerable that his rival excelled in every aspect. If their generational status were to rise, Lin Mo would truly struggle to bear it. She looked at Shun Jian once more, prompting him to call out, Brother. Reluctantly, Shun Jian lifted his head and directed his gaze towards Xie Guanyin, muttering, Brother. Lin Mo then turned to Huang Mao, urging, You should call him too. Huang Mao, feeling quite at home, was in the midst of snacking on fruit, looking a bit perplexed. Call him what? Lin Mo gestured towards Xie Guanyin with her chin, insisting, Brother. Xie Guanyin's warm gaze lingered on the girl's face, and all traces of his earlier displeasure vanished. His mind was filled with the delightful sound of her calling him brother. How lovely it sounded. Huang Mao, complying, called out, and, after taking a few bites of watermelon, he also offered some to Shun Jian. Shun Jianan was in no mood, glaring at him. All you know is to eat. Huang Mao, who provoked him? During Aunt Zhen's hospitalization, Shun Jianan planned to stay at the hospital until her discharge, after which they would move together to Shun Yihan's villa. As the time seemed appropriate, Huang Mao took a taxi home. Lin Mo said to Shun Jianan, I'm leaving now. You and Aunt Zhen should rest early. Xie Guanyin picked up the suit from the sofa and stood up as well. The two walked side by side out of the ward. Shun Jianan's lips were curled in disdain, as if he could hang an oil jar from them. He took out his phone and messaged Shun Yihan, second brother. Is sister really involved with that man? Shun Yihan did not expect the fourth brother to accomplish his task in such a crude manner. Yet he had long desired to give Gu Jingchuan, that scoundrel, a good beating. The fourth brother assured him that nothing would happen, even if it did. Shun Yihan was unafraid. Upon seeing the WeChat message, Shun Yihan replied, sister is not involved with Mr. Xie. Some matters cannot be clarified over the phone. But I will explain everything in detail when we return home. Mr. Xie? A figure suddenly aligned in Shun Jinan's mind with the man from earlier, the philanthropist who established a foundation to assist impoverished children in the slums. It was thanks to him that Aunt Jun could survive there, as he secured living expenses through the foundation. Shun Jinan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards this individual. Having previously researched his information online, a wave of deep regret washed over him. This was his benefactor, and he had just intentionally remarked on his age. Furthermore, he was not even involved with his sister. Shun Jianan ran his fingers through his hair, his eyes hidden beneath his long bangs filled with remorse. Gu Jingchuan had no words to express his distress. At such a late hour, only the emergency room had doctors available. However, he knew that if he registered, he would surely encounter fans. Left with no choice, he sought out the head nurse to assess his injuries. As the head nurse was about to end her shift, she was taken aback upon seeing Gu Jingchuan, her expression turning grim. What trouble was he up to now? Realizing he was there to show his injuries, her mood instantly brightened. Who was acting as the Avenger? Ha 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 ha! After examining him, the head nurse concluded that the person who struck Gu Jingchuan was quite skilled. Even though he had been hit, there were no marks left on his face, yet the pain was intense. A cut on his tongue was not a serious issue. It would heal in a few days with some medication. The head nurse rushed to the pharmacy to fetch the medicine, while Gu Jingchuan waited at the nurse's station. Once he received the medication, he sprayed it a few times, tears streaming down his face from the pain. The head nurse was delighted. She had chosen the most potent formula. Wiping his tears, Gu Jingchuan intended to return to Ward 1005. Just as he exited the nurse's station, he spotted Lin Mo and Xie Guanyin walking toward him side by side. Upon seeing Gu Jingchuan, Lin Mo's eyes widened, her heart skipping a beat. In her school days, Gu Jingchuan was a notable figure, a rich second generation with striking looks. Now he was a celebrity. Surely, Xie Guanyin recognized him, but he likely had no knowledge of her past dealings with Gu Jingchuan. She hesitated for a moment, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Xie Guanyin. In the next moment, she felt her hand gently clasped by a warm, substantial hand. Chapter 067. Have we broken up? The tall man, clad solely in a pristine white shirt with the top button fastened, exuded an inexplicable allure of restrained sensuality. A slender, powerful hand held a white suit while the other gently grasped hers, the pressure faint yet palpable. The warmth radiating from their point of contact surged through her, akin to an electric current, sending tingling sensations cascading throughout her body. Lin Mo felt her body stiffen, her pupils constrict, and her heart thunder like a drum, pounding relentlessly. Thump, thump, thump. Her mind swirled in a haze, her cheeks flushed, rendering her incapable of coherent thought. Why was Xie Guanyin holding her hand? Time seemed to momentarily freeze for him. Although Shanshan still harbored thoughts of revenge against Gu Jingchuan, hesitation clouded her decision, prompting her gaze to drift toward him. Thus, he took the initiative to assist her. Despite the impulsiveness of grasping her hand, the moment they truly held hands, Xie Guanyin's anxiety reached its zenith. His heart lodged in his throat, as if it might leap free. Countless dreams of holding Shanshan's hand had culminated in this very moment, albeit under such circumstances. Yet, it was still a positive development. At the very least, he could hold her hand once, not in a manner of mere concern, but like a couple. Like a couple. However, he dared not grip too tightly, holding her hand lightly, allowing her the freedom to pull away at any moment. Perhaps she would soon feel compelled to do so. The refined and composed man felt a sheen of sweat form on his back. Yet his gaze remained calm and steady as he discreetly regarded Gu Jingchuan. Witnessing the two holding hands from the window had already ignited Gu Jingchuan's fury. Now, to see it unfold before him only exacerbated his anger. His nostrils flaring as he seethed, Abba, 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 Lin Mo. Xie Wenyan. Gu Jingchuan. The air hung heavy with silence for 2 seconds. Lin Mo's embarrassment transformed from a flushed face and racing heart to a tingling scalp, her toes digging into the ground as if to carve out the Patala Palace. Ah, How could an ex-boyfriend be so mortifying? I wish time could rewind. At that moment, the elevator doors slid open, and someone emerged from within. Lin Mo clutched Xie Guanyan's hand and hurried into the elevator, wishing to linger not a second longer. Her tongue, numb from the medication, rendered her speechless, while Gu Jingchuan had never felt such humiliation, covering his mouth in disbelief, frozen in place for an eternity. Laughter erupted from the nurse's station, prompting him to turn with a fierce glare. Meanwhile, everyone busied themselves with their own tasks. Gu Jingchuan clenched his fists tightly, anger causing his chest to ache and the veins on his forehead to pulse wildly. Finally, the elevator doors closed, and Gu Jingchuan did not pursue them. Lin Mo exhaled a sigh of relief. The warmth of his hand dissipated, leaving behind an empty sensation. Lin Mo blinked her long, thick eyelashes, only to hear the handsome man beside her inquire, "Aren't you concerned about him? It seems someone has rendered him mute." This remark sent Lin Mo's vision darkening momentarily. Splendid. Xie Guanyin indeed knew Gu Jingchuan. Not only did he know him, but he was also aware of her past with Gu Jingchuan. Indeed, the confession by Gu Jingchuan caused quite a stir shortly after the college entrance examination. At that time, numerous classmates were discussing the incident, and it spread widely. Why should I care about him? We have already parted ways, and he has a new girlfriend. There is no need for my concern. Lin Mo displayed an awkward smile, feeling inexplicably verbose, eager to clarify. Parted ways? Xie Guanyan's breath momentarily halted. Did they break up today? That makes sense. Shan is inherently proud. With a rumored girlfriend seeking him out, she could not possibly continue her relationship with Gu Jingchuan. A decisive breakup was within her capabilities. Observing the girl's smile, which didn't quite reach her eyes, and hearing her mention Gu Jingchuan's new girlfriend, Xie Guanyan's gaze flickered slightly. He gently pushed up his glasses, offering her tender comfort, urging her not to be sad. He too was not faring well. Not sad? She was not sad at all. The biases in people's hearts truly resemble towering mountains. Everyone seemed to believe that she must have harbored deep feelings for Gu Jingchuan after just starting to date him. Her second brother thought so, Gu Jingchuan thought so, and even Xie Guanyin shared that sentiment. Perhaps it was her meticulous nature and academic prowess that led others to perceive her acceptance of Gu Jingchuan's confession as a well-considered decision. Yet in truth, it was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. The pressures of high school were immense. Upon graduation, she simply wished to unwind, thinking that engaging in a relationship would not be a significant issue. Do not inquire further. The involved parties felt immense regret, deep regret. She vowed not to act so impulsively in the future. Such a mark would be difficult to erase. She longed to express her thoughts. Ding! The elevator arrived at the first floor, where several individuals awaited entry. Lin Mo fell silent. The two proceeded towards the parking lot, greeted by a cool breeze. The man walked beside her, their shadows intertwining under the streetlights. She wanted to ask him why he held her hand. After all, this was the first time she had genuinely held hands with a man. Her phone buzzed. Lin Mo picked it up to find a message from the Beijing Circle S. Buddha. "Sister, did you return with Mr. Xie?" Lin Mo typed a reply. Just about to head back. As her fingertips casually scrolled, she noticed a message from earlier that afternoon. He had matters to attend to and could not pick her up. Lin Mo suddenly felt something was amiss, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly. The Beijing Circle S. Buddha had matters to attend to, yet he had several secretaries. Was Jiang Tang also busy? Upon reaching the car, Xie Guanyin gentlemanly opened the door to the passenger seat. Lin Mo glanced at him, thanking him. Once seated, a thought suddenly crossed Lin Mo's mind. Could this be her second brother's deliberate arrangement? He had seen Gu Jingchuan with Li Huanyu before her, assuming she would be upset, given her strong-willed nature. He might also think she would be furious. Why should Gu Jingchuan date someone else while she remained single? Thus, he sought Xie Guanyin's assistance to feign being her boyfriend in front of Gu Jingchuan. No wonder Xie Guanyin had held her hand upon seeing Gu Jingchuan. As the elevator doors closed, he released her hand, no longer visible to Gu Jingchuan. Help! The Beijing Circle S. Buddha truly overthought this. Moreover, how kind was Xie Guanyin? Why was he so eager to assist with everything? The Buddha of the Jing Circle soon sent another WeChat message. I have contacted the school. I've donated a building. Tomorrow we will go to the third middle school together to handle the paperwork for the fourth brother. I will pick you up, so don't go to the hospital. See, they are not allowing her to visit the hospital anymore. This is essentially preventing her from encountering Gu Jingchuan again, since Xie Guanyin cannot assist her every day. It would soon become apparent in front of Gu Jingchuan. The Buddha of the Jing Circle truly has good intentions, thought Lin Mo, leaning her head against the car's seat with a wry smile. How should she express herself so that the second brother would trust her? Throughout the journey, Lin Mo remained silent, and Xie Guanyin also did not initiate conversation. Upon returning to the villa and entering the living room, Lin Mo was about to head upstairs but turned back, looking at Xie Guanyin, and earnestly said, I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. Thank you for your assistance. Xie Guanyin loosened his tie with one hand, his eyes obscured behind his glasses, yet his tone remained consistently gentle. It's nothing. That evening, Lin Mo did not come downstairs again. She intended to clarify this matter with Shen Yihan. Previously, he had occasionally brought it up, but she had not taken it to heart. Now, troubling Xie Guanyin made her feel uneasy. It was already generous of him to rent her a house. She shouldn't take advantage of his willingness to help with these peculiar favors. Lin Mo removed the small dog pendant from her neck and placed it on the bedside table. After taking a shower, she lay on her bed, her delicate legs raised, and dialed Shen Yihan's number. At that moment, Shen Yihan had also returned home and was still working. Seeing the incoming call, he was momentarily startled. His sister had been back for some time and had adapted to the current modes of communication. Typically, she would send a WeChat message, and for urgent matters, she would make a voice call. A phone call would only indicate something significant. Shen Yihan's expression darkened as he set aside his laptop, turning the prayer beads on his wrist with his left hand, feeling a sense of unease. What could have happened? With long fingers, he swiped to answer the call, and his sister's clear and pleasant voice came through. Shen Yihan, I solemnly inform you that I do not like Gu Jingchuan. I truly do not like him. And it is not out of spite. I do not feel uncomfortable seeing him date someone else. Although it is not easy to admit, I must tell you that I was never very fond of him. Agreeing to date him impulsively was my mistake. I reflect upon it, 3,000 words worth of reflection, and you will help me write it tonight. In short, do not engage in unnecessary actions in the future, understood? Chapter 068, I shall not disturb him. You have not forgotten the words I spoke last night, have you? The following morning, as Lin Mo settled into Shen Yihan's car, she inquired earnestly. Shen Yihan, with one hand resting on the steering wheel, had sunlight streaming through the window, casting a golden hue upon his black Buddhist beads, as if they were enveloped in a luminous glow. He shook his head, affirming that he had not forgotten. How could one possibly forget? I shall never forget this lifetime experience. I diligently composed a reflection of 3,000 words. Yet, I was prohibited from utilizing AI generation. Fortunately, he still has Jiangtang. That is indeed a relief. Lin Mo's delicate white fingers fastened the seatbelt. Ultimately, her younger brother was concerned for her. Blame was certainly unwarranted. The car glided smoothly along the mountain road. Shen Yihan remarked, Sister, I no longer doubt that you do not harbor feelings for Gu Jingchuan. However, have you considered that Gu Jingchuan might still have feelings for you? Lin Mo shook her head, suggesting that one had overly romanticized her sister. While she herself undoubtedly possessed a captivating charm, Gu Jingchuan was a major film star, surrounded by countless admirers. Li Huanyu was also enchanting, having bewitched even him to a great extent, and Gu Jingchuan seemed equally infatuated with her. The crux of the matter was that these two were the protagonists, destined to be together. Although her sister, the radiant moonlight, might briefly stir his heart upon her resurrection, the previous days' interlaced fingers spoke volumes, with Gu Jingchuan even flaunting their connection. When Li Huanyu was mentioned in conjunction with herself, Shen Yihan's face momentarily betrayed a hint of awkwardness. One could only hope for the best. His primary intention in sending Mr. Xie over was to ensure that Gu Jingchuan would no longer dare to pursue his sister. Gu Jingchuan would likely feel some trepidation, refraining from appearing before her again. Do you still harbor feelings for Li Huanyu? Lin Mo casually inquired, and Shen Yihan shook his head vigorously, expressing his disdain. Lin Mo patted his shoulder, feeling quite gratified, This was indeed the right attitude. Rather than clinging to indelible memories, it would be far more beneficial to memorize additional vocabulary. After more than an hour, the two arrived at the third high school. Lin Mo had given considerable thought to transferring Shun Jianan from the third high school to the first high school. Firstly, the academic atmosphere at the third high school was rather poor. Even Meng Mu had relocated 3 times for her son's education. Secondly, the man who had purchased Shun Jianan and Anjun might still be lingering in the vicinity. The third and first high schools were situated in different districts. Given the vastness of Jingbei, the likelihood of him being located after Xinjianan had transferred to the first high school was significantly reduced. The first high school was a territory with which Lin Mo was well acquainted, should that man dare to appear nearby. Lin Mo could confidently assure that he would not return. At present, the third class has already commenced. The two individuals arrived at the principal's office only to find it vacant. Shinihan was waiting in the office. Lin Mo intended to visit the convenience store to purchase some snacks. Having never been in this school before, it was naturally quite challenging for her to locate the store. However, by a stroke of luck, she spotted the green-haired youth she had encountered during her previous visit. He. Lin Mo called out his name. The young man with green hair turned around, his eyes sparkling. Beauty, why have you come to our school again? Excuse me, I have a matter to attend to. By the way, could you inform me of the location of your school's convenience store? The young man with green hair pointed in a direction and said, over there. Let me take you. You could treat me to a spicy snack, all right? Lin Mo looked at him and replied, sure. But why aren't you attending class during this time? With green hair, scratching his head, I arrived late to a class. The teacher asked why I didn't wait until the afternoon to return, so I decided to prepare to come back later. Lin Montak. I went to the convenience store and bought a few packs of konjac snacks and a bottle of yogurt drink. I also got 2 bags of spicy chicken tenders and a bottle of cola for the green-haired lad. After stepping out, he said, weren't you asking about our leader last time? Would you like me to take you to class? Want to see him? Since Lin Mo had nothing to do, it was a perfect opportunity to observe Fourth Brother's class. She suddenly recalled something and inquired, isn't there a red-haired student in class, one who has a conflict with your leader? The green-haired one nodded. You know about that? The red-haired fellow is named Wang Xing, the principal's nephew. We don't particularly like him because he exploits that connection, demanding protection fees at school, insisting we give him our pocket money. Some who are too timid to stand up to him comply, while others have allied with our leader to oppose him. Lin Mo slightly furrowed her brow. Did Shun Jianan lose 2 of his teeth because the principal was shielding this red-haired boy? Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of Class 1. This time, Lin Mo still couldn't see Shin Jianan through the window. It shouldn't be the case. Shin Jianan should have been in class. Where was he? Why couldn't she see him? Lin Montak mutat softly. The green-haired lad chuckled. Of course you can't see him. Our leader sits in the last row against the wall by the back door because he often arrives late or leaves early. The teacher has assigned him to guard the door. Lin Mo approached the back door of Class 1, which was ajar. She peeked inside. She saw Shan Jianan sprawled over his desk, fast asleep, with his deskmate, a blonde-haired boy, their heads touching as they slumbered. Meanwhile, the teacher at the front was passionately lecturing, but the two were lost in their dreams. No wonder Shin Jianan scored a mere 60 out of 750. The environment was hardly conducive to studying. Just as Lin Mo lifted her leg to step inside, the green-haired lad restrained her, whispering, "Hey, what are you doing? You're not thinking of waking him up, are you?" He hates being disturbed while sleeping. Even his closest little brother, the blonde one, wouldn't dare. Last time the principal caught him sleeping, he pretended not to see. Lin Mo shook her head. "I want to wake him." The green-haired lad released her. The next moment, Lin Mo stealthily entered, swiftly and decisively grasping Shan Jianan's ear.